Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Arrival of the System. On November 30th, 1049, around 8 a.m., at the highest command center of the Kyoto Bay City, the supreme leader of the Xia Nation, Lingfeng, presided over the last national meeting report. Fellow compatriots, I am Lingfeng. I regret to inform you that we have failed. Our last line of defense is about to be breached by the insect race led by the 8th level royal insect. But humanity will not perish. 7,240 people have boarded our last hope, the Hope spacecraft. Lingfeng stood up and slowly bowed. Let us end our final blessings to these over 7 million people. At the same time, the image shifted to the large survival protection ship gradually flying into the depths of space. Boom! A deep blue electromagnetic laser shot from behind the moon towards the Hope spacecraft, instantly shattering it into pieces. No! Everyone in front of the screens fell into despair. 3 hours later, the last human base city on Tianlan star fell. Thus, the human race on Earth was extinguished. Don't! Mo Lingfeng watched helplessly as the laser approached in an instant. Hearing his loud shout, some students in the June CF glanced at him, only to see Mo Lingfeng flailing his arms. Yuan, look at that senior behind us. He's quite handsome, but too bad he's not very bright, a delicate JK girl said regretfully. Hey, don't say that about him. Keep your voice down. Mo Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. Didn't he die? How could he be sitting in a chair? He looked around and once again sensed his intact right arm. His strong willpower instantly reacted had been reborn. Time. The most important thing was the time of rebirth. Mo Lingfeng hurriedly took out his phone. November 30th, 1039. 10 years ago, there were still 5 months until the first wave of the insect race invasion, and the Xia Nation still had hope. Looking at the carefree expressions of his classmates in the CF and the strange sounds in his mind, Mo Lingfeng felt a pang in his nose and quickly walked out of the CF. The highest institution of learning in the Xia Nation, also ranked in the top 3 in the world, the Lakeside Pavilion of Xia University, Mo Lingfeng was somewhat dazed. The system in his mind was the greatest assurance that humanity might win. Ding! Congratulations! Cultivation system binding completed. Notice, system self-check completed, starting to issue tasks to help the host quickly become a cultivator. Task 1. The true method of cultivation, 5 elements. True chapter has been issued. Absorb the first wisp of spiritual energy to receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. Note, spirit stones can be used for cultivation or exchange for system goods. The system mall is not yet unlocked. Hidden information. The subsystem has returned to the main world. Time-space transmission function is temporarily unavailable. Charging. Note, this information is not visible to the host. Mo Lingfeng was filled with questions. The apocalypse was approaching, and you want me to cultivate? He quickly asked, does the system have intelligence or wisdom? Ding! Notice, this system has no independent wisdom, only moderate intelligence, and can answer some questions based on permissions. The host can also directly inquire in their mind without speaking. Upon hearing the system's response, Mo Lingfeng asked again, if I cultivate, what level can I reach in 10 years? Ding! This time, the system did not answer directly, but instead projected images in Mo Lingfeng's mind. After watching, he punched the pillar beside the pavilion in frustration. In 10 years, with the help of the system, he could at most reach the 7th realm of an ascendant, which was equivalent to the 7th level nation-breaking level in his previous life. But this level would be insufficient to save the Xia Nation. In his previous life, Mo Lingfeng broke through to the nation-breaking level in just 8 years, ranking first in combat power worldwide. He successfully became a general of the Xia Nation, revered as the god of war of Xia. In order to defend the Jinko Bay City, he fought to the death against 3 7th-level royal insects and dozens of 6th-level elite insects, killing the enemy's top 3 and 12 elites. However, during this battle, his right arm was severely injured by the last royal insect, greatly reducing his strength. He then transitioned to a military administrative position, serving as the chief of staff, and ultimately became the captain of the Hope spacecraft. Of course, according to the information provided by the system, a cultivator in the combining phase would easily defeat 10 nation-breaking levels like him. Because the cultivation system in his previous life was merely a national effort, urgently researching the genetic warrior route, which had significant drawbacks. It was precisely due to the flaws of the genetic warriors that Mo Lingfeng's strength could not progress after losing his right arm due to incomplete genetic connections. Otherwise, during the subsequent Kyoto defense battle, he would have surely killed the royal insects. But now Mo Lingfeng felt somewhat desperate if it were merely an invasion of the insect race. With time to prepare, they could still fight desperately with the strength of the world. However, the laser shot from the spacecraft in his previous life indicated that the insect race invading Tianlan star was merely a biological weapon of extraterrestrial beings. Once the aliens noticed something was wrong, the subsequent plot lines would inevitably be altered by them. System: is there any way to save the Xia nation? The previous plan can only save a few people. Mo Lingfeng felt somewhat disheartened. The previous system images suggested a method he could survive, become a cultivator, and retake Tianlan star, but the cost would be losses identical to his previous life for the Xia nation. He did not want that. To live a single life, he would never settle for mere survival. How could he watch the Xia nation sink again? If cultivating could not save the Xia nation, then he would rather not cultivate. Ding. Do you agree to scan the host's past life memories? Reassess the plan? Mo Lingfeng was stunned, then overjoyed. He quickly replied to the system, I agree, I agree, I agree. Ding. Scan completed. Analysis completed. The plan has been restructured. Please click to view the detailed plan. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng focused his mind and opened the new plan. Moments later, he was overjoyed this time. The Xia nation was saved. The most important point in the plan was that the system had opened a subsection of them all, where the goods included some basic cultivation technology weapons and techniques. Additionally, in the future, he could use spirit stones to simplify the 5 elements true chapter to achieve a situation where everyone in the Xia nation was like a dragon, resisting the insect race together. How much power could one person wield? But the strength of 1.2 billion people nationwide was limitless. Chapter 2. My billions of pebbles reaching the heavens. Ding. Notice, spirit stones detected behind the left side. Would you like to absorb them to unlock the system mall? Detected abnormal situation, main mall patch completed. This information is not visible to the host. Spirit stones? There are spirit stones on a technological planet like Tianlan star. Mo Lingfeng quickly asked the system, where are the spirit stones? Ding. On the small path to the left behind. Would you like to absorb? Absorb. He was somewhat surprised, but did not stop the system. With a muffled sound, instantly, all the pebbles on the path turned to dust. Ding. Notice. Gained 4,399 spiritual energy points. System mall unlocked. Note. 1 standard low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 spiritual energy point. There are also mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade stones, with an exchange rate of 100. The pebbles are spirit stones? At that moment, Mo Lingfeng's heart was shaken. He didn't have time to check the system mall and ran towards another pebble path. Ding. Spirit stones detected. Would you like to absorb? Absorb. Boom, boom, boom. Now his mind was filled with the thought that all the pebbles on Tianlan star were spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case in this life, the Xia nation cannot be humiliated. Mo Lingfeng's long-repressed heart suddenly became playful. Ahem. Stop. No time for daydreaming. He opened the system mall and first looked at the subsection for cultivation technology. Basic Chio drone. Exchange price 500 spiritual energy points. Current stock 3,439 units. For specific parameters, please click. Small Snapdragon drone. Exchange price 10,000 spiritual energy points. Current stock 243 units. Medium Armor Dragon. Current stock 72 units. Star Destroyer. Exchange price 100 billion. Current stock 0. A series of basic cultivation technology weapons and corresponding techniques. Haha. With the billions of pebbles on Tianlan star, Mo Lingfeng can clear out the system all subsection in one go. These treasures have become comparable to the number of aircraft in the Summer Country's Air Force, and their armor-piercing capabilities have greatly improved. They are extremely suitable for dealing with mid-tier and lower insectoids. However, the stock of high-level cultivation technology weapons is 0, leaving only technical reserves, which means Mo Lingfeng's dream of directly annihilating the alien battleships behind the moon has been shattered. He then looked at the main section of them all. Immortal weapon Tianlin battle armor cannot be exchanged. Immortal weapon Yulong Kunwu sword, gray. Gray, a whole series of big treasures are all gray. As for the price, that's a question. Just 11 zeros. The problem is There's no authority. He scrolled down to the bottom and found only 4 items available for exchange, 2 of which were useless. Basic knowledge of refining tools. Basic knowledge of alchemy. Damn! Giving him knowledge without the materials? Is Mo Lingfeng supposed to create things out of thin air? Spirit nourishing pill. Basic first-grade pill. Ordinary people can take it to strengthen their body and extend their lifespan by 10 years. Exchange price 100 spirit energy points. Stock 32,579. Note, for Tianlong star people, it can strengthen to the human limit. Technique simplification function. Invest spirit stones to simplify the immortal technique 5 elements. True chapter into different levels of techniques. Reminder, completing tasks and improving cultivation can unlock exchange permissions. He would slowly understand the system's role later. For now, he needed to prepare quickly. It is now November 30th, 1039, less than 3 months until the global virus outbreak. In his previous life, the source was never clarified. Unexpectedly, under the system's explanation, this biological virus was specifically designed to block spiritual energy, a non-natural mutation, so that they could harvest spiritual energy later. In other words, those damned aliens had preemptively locked down Tianlong Star's war potential. Mo Lingfeng quickly ran back to his dormitory and opened his computer. Click, 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 after 5 hours of operation. A mature industrial plan for magnetic confinement nuclear fusion has emerged. In his previous life, Mo Lingfeng's strength had greatly diminished, and he later served as the chief of staff of the military, overseeing the mid-to-late implementation of this energy plan. Since it related to the lifeblood of the Summer Country, he could memorize these military technology blueprints and materials. With his powerful memory, Mo Lingfeng could perfectly replicate the magnetic confinement nuclear fusion plan, codenamed Light Source. Tianlong Star has 100 trillion tons of heavy hydrogen. Each liter of seawater contains 30 milligrams of deuterium, and the energy produced from 30 milligrams of deuterium fusion is equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline. As long as it is simply extracted, the nuclear era is about to end the oil era. Currently, nuclear fusion has been successfully conducted in laboratories. In his previous life, due to the invasion of insectoids and energy shortages, a team led by the prominent Summer Country scientist Deng Aigua spent 7 years successfully industrializing reverse field nuclear fusion. But it was too late. On one hand, the technology was not yet mature, and the smallest reactor was still 3 cubic meters, larger than a small car. On the other hand, there wasn't enough time. By the 7th year after the apocalypse, humanity had already lost 80 of its territory, with only the Summer Country, beautiful country, and Bear Country barely holding on. As for those who had been shouting on the borders of the Summer Country, such as the Rainbow Country and South Stick Country, they were wiped out in just 3 years. Mo Lingfeng sent this email carrying the hopes of the Summer Country to Deng Lao's private mailbox. Such a patriotic scientist from the Summer Country would never swallow the achievements of others for personal gain. The prosperity of the Summer Country today is due to their selfless dedication and the hard work of the people. But waiting for the old man to pass it up step by step is still too slow. After all, everyone has their duties, and there must be a process. Mo Lingfeng thought for a moment and sent a friend request to the leader's YY account, briefly describing the nuclear fusion technology and requesting a direct connection to Deng Lao. Who would have thought that the highest-ranking leader in the Summer Country, Leader Li Ping, would play a few rounds of Dou every day? Mo Lingfeng slumped in the armchair, looking exhausted, murmuring softly, "I hope the country believes in me, just as I believe in the country." At 7 p.m., in the backyard of the Kyoto National Assembly Hall, after finishing dinner, the leader logged onto YY as usual, ready to unwind. The helmsman of the Summer Country. This elder could only relax for a short while each day. Suddenly, the leader saw a private message flashing, and he smiled as he opened it. Let's see which old guy is online too. After reading the message, the leader was somewhat puzzled. Which little guy wants to overstep and send me something? Quite bold. I suppose they understand the consequences. He pondered for a moment. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Xiaozhang, pay attention, and then have Deng Aigua's report sent directly to me. The leader instructed an assistant nearby. At 11 p.m., in the private office of the Research Institute, Deng Aigua unusually ended his work early today. He heard that Professor Pengili from Xia Country had a new energy paper that was now available for electronic review. Deng Lao opened his personal computer, connected to the internet, and prepared to look at his old friend's new concept of energy. Ding dong. New email alert. Huh. I hope it's good news. Deng Igua felt a bit of a headache. This was his private email, known only to renowned researchers or high-ranking officials. But most scientists would contact him directly. Only those seeking his assistance would email him. He opened the email and saw an unfamiliar YY number. But soon, Deng Lao felt his blood pressure rising. He quickly skimmed through and scrolled to the end, seeing that sketch. Boom! His heart shook wildly. Who? Deng Lao trembled, feeling something was off with his body, and quickly shouted, "Wife, bring me my rapid-acting heart-saving pill." After a while, he gradually calmed down. What kind of genius can overcome that chasm? No, I need to find him as a master and learn. Deng Lao's eyes were filled with fervor. Old man, have you lost your mind? How old are you? Still looking for a master? Deng Lao's wife, Li Yiping, was taking care of him and felt a bit of a headache. Ignoring his wife's complaints, Deng Lao quickly called Lu Jingfeng, the president of the Xia Country Research Institute. Hello. Old Lu, come to my place quickly. There's a world-shocking, great invention. I'm not in good shape. Okay, hold on. Lu Jingfeng wanted to tell him what time it was, but upon hearing that, he didn't complain and hurried over, calling a doctor along the way. During the wait, due to medication suppression, Deng Lao's body was calm, but his mind was extremely active. He smiled at his wife and explained, "You don't understand, we finally cracked some problems of magnetic confinement nuclear fusion in a laboratory stage, and this gentleman has made industrial production possible." Dingling. Director Lu arrived and immediately asked Deng Lao, "Old Deng, are you okay?" At the same time, instructing the doctor who had come to check him. "I'm fine, just my old problem." Director Lu, take a look at the email. Deng Igua was all smiles. As he looked, Lu Jingfeng slapped his thigh. If this is true, the world will change because of the Xia Country. Huh, of course it's true. This is the great talent from our Xia Country. I'll send it directly to the Minister of Science and Technology. Old Deng, email it to him directly. Lu Jingfeng was extremely excited. Just after Deng Igua sent the email, Lu Jingfeng remembered the call he received from the leader's assistant not long ago, specifically asking if he had any significant inventions recently. If so, notify the leader immediately. Damn, who would have thought he could directly call the leader in this life? Thinking about it made him excited. He knew the leader was still busy with official duties at this time. Lu Jingfeng gritted his teeth and said to Deng Lao, "Old Deng, let me use your internal line." The call was connected. "Hello, I'm Lu Jingfeng, the president of the Research Institute. Please connect me to the leader's dedicated line. The leader has instructed this before." Okay, transferring now. The wait was short, but felt particularly long. "Hello, this is Li Ping." "Hello, leader. I am Lu Jingfeng. I have an invention for an energy project that could change the world." Lu Jingfeng replied eagerly. After a pause, he took a deep breath and continued. "If we have been slow in the past 100 years, then relying on this, in the next 100 years, our country will stand proudly on the global stage." Upon hearing his response, the elderly man at the peak of power unusually paused his red pen over the approval documents. His voice trembled slightly. "You and Deng Igua come to see me right away for a face-to-face discussion. Bring the materials." Chapter 3. Persuading the leader, establishing the Sky Group, while several big shots in the Summer Nation were sleepless through the night. Lingfeng began to attempt to absorb the first wisp of spiritual energy. Yes, it was just the posture of sleeping. Ding. Task 1 completed. Obtained 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hint. Due to abnormal environmental conditions, the subsection of the task has completed a linked update. Note soon. An exploration ship of a level 2. One alien civilization will launch an invasion on Tianlan. Start to obtain spirit stone resources, spiritual energy. You can participate and unlock the main mall exchange permissions according to your cultivation level. Hint. The current civilization level of Tianlan Star is 0.7. The next morning, Lingfeng finished his cultivation and felt a lingering taste. That feeling of getting stronger bit by bit was truly addictive. Checking the time. It was almost time for someone from above to come, just as his roommates were all in class. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and indeed, they had come. A beautiful woman in a fitted black suit saluted, presenting her credentials, with 2 rows of 6 burly men in black suits behind her. Hello, Mr. Mo. We are the internal security team. Following orders from above, please come with us to the assembly hall. Mo Lingfeng instinctively raised his left arm to salute, extremely precise. Lu Maching's colleague behind her didn't see clearly and might have been secretly mocking him for not understanding the saluting ritual, not even knowing to use his right hand. But the pressure on Lu Maching in front of Mo Lingfeng was immense as she looked into his eyes. That sense of oppression was something she had never felt even from her general father. That might just be the taste of iron and blood. You guys are quite fast. Nice. Let us go. Mo Lingfeng responded unconsciously in a tone of authority. Please. Lu Maching made a gesture of invitation and then followed behind Mo Lingfeng. That feeling of looking down on others was as if they were welcoming a true top big shot. They quickly escorted him into the armored Red Star RS-7 car in the middle, with Lu Maching sitting in the passenger seat while Mo Lingfeng sat alone in the back seat on a luxurious soft chair, looking calm and composed. It should be known that only big shots can sit in the Red Star armored car, not to mention the only 7 Red Star RS-7s in the entire country. Last year, when a leader of the beautiful country, Trump, visited the summer nation, he was only riding in the lower-level Red Star R6. Of course, they looked the same. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs notified that it was the Red Star RS-7. The summer nation could guarantee that within its territory, as long as one sat in the RS-7 and used personal weapons, no one could harm them. As for offensive missiles, does the summer nation's air defense missiles eat rice? With one armored vehicle in front and one behind, they were closing in on the summer nation's leader, until the 3 vehicles drove far away. Nearby students who had no classes dared to whisper. The oppressive feeling from those 2 armored vehicles was too great. One student seemed to be jealous, sighing, "I wonder which student it is, so young," and that tone made his roommate next to him slap him on the back of his head. What the hell? Didn't you see which God was impressive? Being invited by the country for tea. Are you saying that student from the computer science dorm became a hacker? Ugh, can't you think of something good? Didn't you see the armored car in the middle? Angered, he slapped a few more times. Don't hit, can't you see I'm joking? And Mushi walked out of the dormitory and happened to see Mo Lingfeng's back as he got into the car. She confirmed that it was the backup tire number 1 she had planned to give up on. For some reason, Mo Lingfeng had rarely ignored her yesterday, and now she understood a bit. She made up her mind to scratch off the backup tire and replace it with the main tire. In the back courtyard of the assembly hall, after passing through 7 checks, Mo Lingfeng finally saw Leader Li Ping once again, looking at the office devoid of luxury. The only eye-catching things were the blood-red and golden flag and the dreamlike vast map, along with the old man who was approving documents with his head down. To be honest, he didn't have too many thoughts. He just wanted to persuade this respectable old man. Mr. Mo, hello, now we meet. The leader stopped his work. This time, Mo Lingfeng reacted and saluted with his right hand. Leader, hello. I am Mo Lingfeng, the thief of the magnetic confinement nuclear fusion invention. Hearing this, the leader was taken aback, stood up, and quickly inquired, What do you mean by that? Report to the leader. The industrialized nuclear fusion project, codenamed Lightsource, was completed in 1026 under the leadership of Deng Aigua, and I am the military liaison personnel. Mo Lingfeng enunciated clearly, slowly but firmly revealing the shocking truth. When the old leader calmed down, he continued, On November 30th, 1029, the summer nation fell, and humanity on Tianlan Star was exterminated. Do you know you have to be responsible for what you say? The leader suppressed his shock, his tone dissatisfied. I allow you to organize your words once more. Mo Lingfeng widened his eyes and repeated what he had just said word for word. After a pause, he approached the map of the summer nation. Leader, let me give you some evidence. Here. A total of 27 hidden nuclear missile launch bases. There. A total of 16 secret military warehouses. Every time Mo Lingfeng pointed to a location, it was like a heavy hammer striking the leader's heart. What kind of person would know about such national defense facilities? Is that enough? I also know the interpersonal relationships of most high-level officials I am familiar with. The leader, in relatively good health, slowly asked, Do you mean you've been reborn? Then what is your identity now? Report to the leader. After the Doomsday disaster, our country adopted a level 1 military control, and I joined the army. In 8 years, I relied on my combat power to rise to a 3-star general. Later, I was injured while fighting against the insect race, and I transferred to a military civilian position, serving as the chief of staff. So I know a lot. Doomsday disaster? Insect race? Fall? I am starting to believe you are a reborn person, but these... The leader's eyes were filled with skepticism. Leader, I still have various technologies in my mind. If it weren't for the impending doomsday, wouldn't it be better to slowly bring them out and let our country stand at the top of the world once again? Seeing the leader still hesitating, Lingfeng's eyes turned red, his expression somewhat ferocious, and he requested once more, Leader, the most recent invasion was a biological virus, around January 20th of next year. But by then, if you believe me and prepare, it will be too late. That's the lives of our compatriots. The streets full of wails and blood. It's all for the thought of saving the people. Upon hearing this, the leader closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened them wide. I believe you, just as you believe in the country. Go ahead and do it, but remember not to mention your identity as a reborn person to anyone. One must always guard against others. The fewer people who know, the better. The leader took a red star token out of the drawer and placed it on the wooden table, instructing, This is my symbol. I can only use 30 of the national resources. Take this and establish the Sky Group. I will gather members for you, and you can start preparing. I will think it over carefully and prepare to convene the National Assembly tomorrow. Then mobilize the entire nation. Yes, leader. Lingfeng saluted once again. Go to the lounge and wait for a few hours until the personnel are in place. You must support the people of our summer nation. The leader seemed somewhat fatigued but still had to continue handling state affairs. In the back courtyard of the assembly hall in the lounge, Deng Aigua was the first to arrive, followed closely by the persistent Lu Jingfeng. Hello, Mr. Mo. I am Deng Aigua, Lu Jingfeng. The leader issued an order for me to cooperate with you unconditionally. Please have a seat, both of you. Time is tight, so I'll get straight to the point. Lingfeng opened the PPT and continued. You see, this is the detailed blueprint of the magnetic confinement nuclear fusion reactor, along with the technology for extracting deuterium. Please ensure to complete the industrialization as quickly as possible, even if it requires the strength of the entire nation. Yes, team leader. Deng Aigua took the USB drive, wanting to say something more, but was hurriedly pulled away by the quick-witted Lu Jingfeng. Ding dong, please come in. Hello, I'm Duiding. What can I do for you? A mature lady spoke gently, interrupting Lingfeng's thoughts. Tu Eileen, at just 32 years old, is undoubtedly confident as the youngest medical academician at the research institute. However, upon meeting Lingfeng, she found herself drawn to him, feeling that this young boy was somewhat inscrutable. Lingfeng looked up at the beautiful medical expert and slowly spoke, Hello, Ms. Tuesday. I have a new chemical formula for a biological virus, the secondary effect of which is to invade the human respiratory system, posing great harm to humanity. At the same time, I have the chemical formula for the virus antidote. You must develop the vaccine. After a pause, he continued, due to the urgency. Your team should conduct biological experiments for 1 week and clinical trials for another week. Then, start mass production for the next 2 weeks. The sooner, the better. Thinking of the directive from above to listen more and ask less, although puzzled about what the primary effect was, Tu Eileen could only respond, Yes, rest assured, team leader. I will start researching right away. Seeing Tu Eileen leave quickly, Lingfeng felt reassured. It should be noted that in his previous life, this expert conquered the virus challenge in just 2 months with no prior knowledge. With the chemical formula this time, it would be a piece of cake, right? In the following hours, Lingfeng met with talents from various fields, setting the tone for the rise of Xia Country. Tomorrow is key, as he would be in contact with the military. At 8 in the evening, after enjoying long-awaited royal cuisine, Lingfeng returned to Xia University. Team leader please rest assured, your surroundings have been secured, with no flaws. Lu Maching spoke respectfully. Just be careful afterward, Lingfeng replied. In the dormitory, Lingfeng rested for a moment, took a shower, and suddenly remembered the Yulingdan. Without hesitation, he exchanged for one. It does look quite good. Let's taste it. He then swallowed the Yulingdan. Instantly, he felt warmth spread throughout his body, while his skin began to slowly excrete black, soft mud. Goodness, it's directly cleansing my marrow and removing impurities. This feels amazing. The sensation was quite intense for Mo Lingfeng. He did a quick test. His strength was several hundred kilograms. His speed was quite fast, likely breaking Olympic records with ease, and his nerve response was several times quicker, with skin capable of resisting cuts from a fruit knife. 8-pack abs. He is a trim version of the captain of the beautiful country. With billions of spirit stones, he could establish a 30,000 strong enhanced human army equipped with modern technological weapons. Who could rival him? As night fell, Mo Lingfeng began to indulge in his cultivation. Chapter 4: Military Doubts. The transfer of power to the Tian group the next morning, Mo Lingfeng had learned to be smarter this time. He left the campus before taking a car to the Great Hall. In a conference room at the National Assembly, Mo Lingfeng sat at the head of the table, along with the heads of the 5 military regions. Hello everyone, I am Mo Lingfeng, the leader of the newly established Tian group. Mo Lingfeng surveyed the room, his gaze imposing. Currently, my authority is limited, but after this afternoon's National Assembly, I hope you will all remember our discussion today. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. As military bigwigs, how could they simply take orders from a young man who hadn't even grown facial hair? Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Go ahead. Leader Mo, we are mentally prepared. The chief has already briefed us yesterday. The speaker was Li Yuan, the head of the Central Theater Command, and also the son of Chief Li Ping. Mo Lingfeng glanced at him. He was one of their own. Continuing the topic, he said, to respond to the upcoming changes, we need to covertly expand our military from the current 2 million to 10 million, and there will be further increases. What? Are you crazy? A sudden military expansion will make us a target for other countries. The head of the Southern Theater could not help but interject. The head of the Eastern Theater also disagreed. What is the purpose of this military expansion? It will only burden the people and waste resources. Based on confidentiality agreements, I am only notifying you to prepare you psychologically. Additionally, advanced technology weapon blueprints and technologies have already been delivered to the Military Research Institute and will soon be mass-produced. Mo Lingfeng was not surprised by their opposition. If there was no issue, why expand the military? After speaking, he signaled the bigwigs to discuss freely while he awaited the National Assembly in the afternoon, and then he left the conference room. Today was an unusual day. The National Assembly of Xiagua had not convened for over 40 years. The entire capital was under covert lockdown. At noon, a fleet of J-25th generation stealth fighters circled above the Kyoto airport and the Great Hall, just in case. After all, jokingly speaking, if an accident occurred and a missile were to blow up these 8 elders, Xiagua would be paralyzed for at least 3 months. One by one, senior private jets landed at the airport and were immediately transferred to the Great Hall. Old Yen, let us walk together and chat. An elderly man with a slightly hunched back but sharp eyes cheerfully pulled another elder along. Old Su, what do you think that Old Li is up to? He said if he doesn't come, he'll be a sinner of Xiagua, nailed to the pillar of shame. The economic head, Elder Yin, was somewhat dissatisfied. He had postponed an important meeting for this emergency National Assembly, resulting in a loss of at least 10 billion Xiagua currency. The tech giant Su Jinqin replied, You were abroad before, so you wouldn't know. I've heard that this time the leader isn't him, but a young man named Mo Lingfeng. What? Old Li's gone mad? Don't worry, we'll find out when we get there, just relax. At 2 p.m., in the Xiagua Great Hall, the highest conference room was small, accommodating at most 10 people. The earliest arrivals had already been waiting for half an hour, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Suddenly, the conference room door opened, and the chief walked in quickly, with Mo Lingfeng following closely behind. However, when they took their seats, something fell off. The chief simply sat in the right seat of the first row, while the head seat was left for Mo Lingfeng. Immediately, the hot-tempered tech giant Zhang Lijia expressed his dissatisfaction. Old Li, are you crazy? This is the highest conference of Xiagua. You're letting him be the leader? Seeing him take the lead in voicing his discontent, the other bigwigs fell silent for the moment. Old Zhang, calm down. Let us be quiet for 10 minutes. Wait until Mo Lingfeng finishes his report before speaking. The chief's tone was initially gentle, then turned stern. Mo Lingfeng stood up, slowly bowed, and said, "Hello, esteemed elders. I am Mo Lingfeng, from 10 years in the future." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the military bigwig, Xia Country, who was draped in a dark green cloak. "What nonsense are you talking about? Enough. Everyone shut up and listen to his report. Otherwise." The chief's expression was calm, but his tone was as chilling as a cold prison. Mo Lingfeng began to narrate the hellish scenes and the proof of rebirth that were not far off. The elders were astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. But when Mo Lingfeng spoke about the national defense arrangements and their respective secret information, along with several critical advanced technologies, they had no choice but to believe. About 10 minutes later, a few elders exchanged glances, and the elder in charge of education, Lu Shurong, was the first to ask, "We believe you. But what is the fatal point you mentioned at the end?" Mo Lingfeng did not answer directly. He opened a PowerPoint presentation, flipping through the slides, and then replied, "If it's just a bug invasion, with Tian Blue Star working together in my technical support, our chances of victory are quite high." But the PowerPoint stopped on a blurry image of a spacecraft on the far side of the moon. "Our biggest enemy is the aliens that follow. They are intelligent, with a more advanced and complete civilization. According to our analysis, that was just one of their exploration ships. To prevent the aliens from detecting any anomalies, yesterday, 300 top-notch strategists in Xiagwa simulated and drafted the Nirvana Plan overnight. The so-called Nirvana Plan, in simple terms, would mobilize the strength of Xiagwa to act in concert with other countries and the aliens in deep space, initially pretending that everything was the same as the past. Once Xiagwa had the capability to deal with that exploration ship, Xiagwa would achieve Nirvana and rebirth." The elder in charge of people's livelihoods, could not help but interrupt him. "Leader Mo, are you saying we should abandon all other countries and their people?" "Elder Song, please remember, in our hearts, Xiagwa will always come first. Xiagwa is our Xiagwa. We don't love. Can we rely on those foreigners?" Mo Lingfeng stated his true thoughts without hesitation. Elder Nia slammed his fist on the table, excitedly exclaiming, "Leader Mo is right. For the sake of our Xiagwa citizens, we can spare no effort." After everyone had contemplated, the chief said, "We can transfer the powers in our hands now. Let us vote to transfer authority." He looked at the silent faces of the elders present and slowly uttered the words. 3 seconds passed, and no one raised their hand in agreement. After a long pause, "I agree. For Xiagwa." The most hot-tempered military elder Nia was the first to raise his right hand. This indicated that the command of the 2 million active military personnel of Xiagwa will be temporarily transferred to Mo Lingfeng. 1. For million army personnel, over 5,000 tanks. 1,000 military helicopters. 13,000 various artillery, rocket artillery. 3,000 medium and long-range missile launchers, and 400 nuclear weapon launchers. 300,000 Air Force personnel, over 2,000 fighter jets, 1,000 bombers, 500 helicopters, 400 transport planes, and 100 large early warning aircraft. 300,000 Navy personnel, with a total tonnage of over 800,000 tons, including 2 large mixed carrier fleets for destroyer fleets and dozens of submarines hidden in the deep sea. They could launch over 2,000 medium and long-range conventional and nuclear missiles within a short period. This is the power of Xiagwa. I agree for Xiagwa. The second, third, until all 7 elders and the chief slowly raised their right hands. Good. Now, I announce, the Tian Group becomes the highest institution of Xiagwa. It has full command over Xiagwa. Everything is for Xiagwa. The silver-haired but straight-backed elder chief firmly stated. Everything is for Xiagwa. Everyone present echoed in unison. This meant that the power of all 1 billion people in Xiagwa was now under the command of Mo Lingfeng of the Tian Group. Chapter 5. Secret Military Expansion of 10 Million. Codename Elixir of Immortality. Thank you for the trust of all the national elders. For the sake of Xia Country, we will spare no effort. Mo Lingfeng stood up, bowing slowly yet firmly, then quickly exited the highest conference room, ready to mobilize the national machinery. After he left, the conference room fell silent for a moment. The leader spoke gently. Us old fellows have managed to survive until now, all thanks to that one belief. Pausing slightly, his face changed color slightly, and his tone grew serious. Right now, Xia Country is about to face the greatest tribulation in thousands of years. I hope everyone will do their utmost for Xia Country. Meeting adjourned. This National Assembly, known as the Fate Conference, once again perfectly laid the foundation for Xia Country's rise. In the ordinary conference room that morning, the same 5 military bigwigs were feeling somewhat tense. Seeing Mo Lingfeng walk in, the 5 generals straightened their backs silently. Relax. Elder Xia has notified you, right? Mo Lingfeng sat down, his posture extremely standard. It's still friendly forces, said Li Yuan, the head of the Central Theater, who immediately stood up to respond. Yes, Group Leader Mo. Your instructions are now the direction of our military. Mo Lingfeng raised his handsome brows, not minding the silence of the others, and continued to command. All right. I hereby announce a secret military expansion of 10 million troops. All combat readiness factories, including military and civilian, will work around the clock to produce powerful equipment. Once the laboratory's research is complete at any cost, the entire army will be equipped with advanced weapons. Before the military bigwigs present could recover from the shock, Mo Lingfeng continued, in the name of the highest command institution, the Tian Group, I announce that the entire army will immediately enter a Level 2 combat readiness state. In 50 days, we will enter a Level 1 combat readiness state. Does anyone have any questions? According to your authority, I will respond selectively. You have 10 minutes. Even though the 5 military bigwigs were well experienced, they were intimidated by Mo Lingfeng. What is combat readiness? Level 2 combat readiness means our country is under direct military threat, and the entire army cancels all leave, with all units mobilizing urgently. Once the command is given, 100,000 troops must be deployed to the borders of Xia Country within 3 hours. Decades ago, the battle with the beautiful country was only at Level 3 combat readiness. As for Level 1 combat readiness, it means Xia Country is at a life-and-death juncture. With nationwide military control, the entire national machinery will turn to military matters. How is that possible? Which country has the capability to force Xia Country into Level 1 combat readiness? Nie Yonghui, the head of the Western Theater, recalled his father's advice but couldn't help but speak up. Mo, Group Leader Mo, may I ask if we're going to war with other countries? Possibly, but the actual situation is 100 times more serious than that, and time is pressing. He recalled that in a short period, 70 million people died globally from a biological virus in his previous life, and in 10 years, the insect race invaded, wiping out 7 billion humans. As the only one who experienced it firsthand, Mo Lingfeng felt the weight on his shoulders like a mountain. Then, Group Leader Mo, do we have support? Liu Yishou, the head of the Northern Theater, asked, who had been silent until now. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback, quickly replying with a firm tone, don't worry. It is the strength of the entire nation. We have 2 billion people behind us. Within 10 minutes, he answered many questions and remained silent on many others. All right, the meeting is over. Remember the confidentiality agreement. Please rest assured, everything we do is for Xia Country. Mo Lingfeng had to terminate this meeting. He was exceptionally busy today. He instructed his assistant, Lu Moxiang, behind him, Xiao Lu, remember to remind me after selecting 20,000 qualified soldiers. Mo Lingfeng had specifically mentioned in the meeting to select 10,000 soldiers with spiritual root qualifications as quickly as possible. Specific rules would be followed up, along with another 10,000 of the strongest soldiers. He didn't directly mention cultivating immortality, using the excuse of top-secret laboratory research results. Yes, Group Leader. Lu Moxiang gazed at Mo Lingfeng's back, a hint of infatuation in her eyes, but she dared not reveal it. She stepped forward. Group Leader, please follow me. The medium conference room is this way. In the medium conference room of the Grand Hall, it was not fully occupied. 32 bigwigs from the construction field and 7 representatives from the military engineering sector were present. These bigwigs had undergone emergency secret political reviews and were all loyal to Xia Country, caring for the motherland. Old Wang, you are well informed. Why is the country in such a hurry to call us here? Is there some secret major project? Look, there are military representatives too. A bigwig from the construction field, Fang Xiyuan, whispered to the chairman of Yida Group beside him. I really don't know. But look at the people present. There are military representatives, construction bigwigs, and small real estate businessmen like me. This matter is not simple. Bigwig Wang remained humble after mentioning a small target of $1 billion. He spoke of being a small businessman worth 1,000 billion. True, but Fang Xiyuan wanted to say something more, but upon seeing the conference room door open, he knew the person in charge had arrived, so he sat up straight. At first glance, this female secretary is beautiful. I like her. On the second glance, this young male bodyguard is handsome. I also like him. On the third glance, the minister of the construction department is here. Huh? Why is the minister half a position behind the male bodyguard? Inexperienced. Soon, the minister began to speak. The bigwigs below prepared to pretend to listen attentively. They were familiar with him, and who wouldn't he feel a headache after an hour of his rambling? But they dared not ignore him. The minister is one of the top figures in the construction field. Who would dare slack off? I am the minister of the construction department and also the host of this top secret meeting. Without further ado, I invite Lingfeng, the head of the secret highest institution Tian Group, to issue directives. The bigwigs below instinctively applauded, confused, wondering when there was a Tian Group and a bigwig MO. Have they fallen behind? All the bigwigs unconsciously looked towards the conference room door, waiting for the heavyweight to make an entrance. Lingfeng didn't keep them in suspense. Unlike bigwigs who pushed the door open to attract attention, he directly switched places with the minister. Hiss! A gust of cold air was inhaled into his stomach. He might have a stomachache tonight. If this were not the Grand Hall, the bigwigs would have exploded. A 20-year-old standing in a position they looked up to? Bigwig Wang was no longer modest. He felt a pang of jealousy. Thinking of his 30-year-old son who earned billions in just a few years and acted like a grandson in front of him. While he couldn't say a word in front of this young man, sigh. I am Lingfeng, the head of the Tian Group. The Tian Group was urgently established yesterday and has obtained full authority from Xia Country. I am issuing the highest directive, the 12-strong foundation plan. The specific plan is in your meeting documents. The strong foundation plan has the secret code named NFD, requiring the establishment of 12 underground city clusters, each capable of accommodating 200,000 people within 30 days. The NFD is the foundation of the Nirvana plan. In the future, all compatriots of Xia Country who die or sacrifice will be secretly transferred underground, and a death list will be selected in advance based on importance and cultivation qualifications. After reviewing the plan, several bigwigs exchanged glances. Xiao Rushishi, the leader of the construction sector, stood up to ask, filled with confusion, Group Leader MO. This plan requires us to stop some civilian projects and immediately shift to military use. For the sake of the country, we want to mention our losses for now. But what about the needs of the common people? Based on confidential information, I can only tell you that the current projects are indeed the needs of the people, even if they're not aware of it now. Lingfeng spoke calmly, but was clear about the thoughts of these businessmen. After a pause, he continued, rest assured, the country will not treat you unfairly. In addition to policy subsidies, the elixir of immortality developed by the highest secret research institute of Xia Country will be specially granted to you in 10 portions. The specific effects are in the supplemental agreement of the plan. After listening to his words, especially the 3 words immortality drug, the big shots present quickly flipped to the appendix at the end of the proposal. SY-003, codename immortality drug, based on extensive experimental data, can cure all known human diseases. It also enhances the human body to its limits, with a strength of 500 kilograms and a speed of 3 seconds for 100 meters. Note, individual data may vary, but it is confirmed to cure all diseases, including cancer and AIDS. Leader Mo, is this true? Can it really cure cancer? Even in the highest parliament hall of Xia Country, many big shots couldn't help but ask Lingfeng. This was not a question of doubt, but a kind of hope. They did not want to be disappointed. In the name of Xia Country, definitely without a doubt. Upon hearing Lingfeng's resolute reply, the medium-sized conference room erupted once again. Diseases have always been the scythe of death hovering over humanity, with too many terminal illnesses capable of easily taking precious lives. Even if one is wealthy, when death comes knocking, there is no escape. Great. He is child, wife, mother, has hope. We believe in the country. Leader MO, please rest assured. We will definitely give you a perfect answer within 30 days. What the big businessman said, even Jesus can't stop. Country. With a country there is a home. But under the premise of contributing to the country, preserving one small family will undoubtedly further stimulate their enthusiasm for contribution. Everyone, the strengthening foundation plan is related to the survival of Xia Country. The faster, the bigger, the better. The key is confidentiality. I hope everyone remembers this. As soon as Mo Lingfeng finished speaking, he slightly bowed to the big shots present and then saluted. After the ceremony, he immediately left. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Xia Country's physics and energy researchers, the first magnetic confinement nuclear fusion reactor was completed. After Mo Lingfeng left, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. There were 32 business tycoons present, almost all of whom had emergency patients at home. But there were only 10 doses of the immortality drug. How divided? Besides their contributions, they would have to compete for connections. Meanwhile, Xia Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs secretly informed wealthy individuals from around the world that Xia Country had developed a special drug that could conquer all diseases. The price was exorbitant, limited to the wealthy. There were only 100 doses available. The auction location was the Grand Hall of Xia Country, guaranteed by Xia Country. Who dares to take it lightly? Instantly, the world was in turmoil. In beautiful country, President Tiu La looked at his disappointing son, who was bedridden and unable to move due to AIDS. You little brat, I'm going to bleed a lot. What can be done? It's just one son. Can I not save him? In Eagle Sauce Country, filled with chivalry, of course, AIDS was not absent. The royal prince was one of them. Adrian, go to Xia Country and get a dose of the immortality drug at all costs. The queen, who had ruled for 70 years, had to spend her coffin money for her grandson. In Bear Country, looking at his wife's emaciated face on the sickbed, the head of the world's strongest mercenary organization, Bear Squad leader Nyomasi, held her hand and instructed his subordinates, tomorrow go to Xia Country and get a dose of immortality drug. If we can't outbid, then we will use people. Understand? Yes, boss. Hooray. In South Stick Country, the chairman of the 4-star group, who was on the verge of death from cancer, was worrying about inheritance tax. Upon receiving the news, he immediately perked up. Come here. Go to Xia Country. I don't believe a dose of immortality drug can be more expensive than the inheritance tax. Chapter 6. The expansion of the military begins, and the fusion reactor is successful. Soon, a conference call involving 300 senior military officers came to an end. The meeting's topic was the secret demobilization of 6 million reserve troops, intensifying the training of 2 million militia, and then rapidly transitioning them to active duty. Additionally, the entire military was put on a Level 2 combat readiness status, notifying all officers and soldiers. Starting tomorrow, public networks will be cut off, and the military intranet will be used. The mobilization of the entire military will begin immediately. After the meeting, a military officer from a rocket unit, Li Tailong, asked his instructor, Old Zhao, what's going on? Are we going to war? What should we do? I'll follow your lead. Zhao Gongxian replied, What do you mean by following my lead? That is, following the orders from the capital. Why worry about so much? When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block. He said this and prepared to leave the military office without looking back. Hey, Old Zhao, where are you going? Li Tailong asked. What else can I do? The directive is very clear. Within 7 days, the active troops will secretly summon the reserves. Hurry up and go to the meeting. Zhao Gongxian replied helplessly. That's right. If war really breaks out, I, Old Li, will take action. Let us go, I'm coming too. In an Air Force unit, helicopter pilot and squadron leader Chao Feng had just finished a call with his wife and daughter, preparing to go home in 3 days to spend time with his family. However, the notification had already reached the company. All leave for the entire military was canceled, with no exceptions. He felt reluctant, but it was clear that an emergency situation might arise in Xia Country, and, as a soldier and officer, he needed to take the lead. Hello, Dad. Why are you calling again? Do you miss me? His 5-year-old daughter, Chao Junwan kicked her little legs and quickly ran to the kitchen. Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Chao Feng was already in tears. In 5 years, he had only been with his daughter for 4 months, and the last time he saw her was 9 months ago. If it weren't for video calls, his daughter might have already forgotten what he looked like. "Hello, Alphone, why are you crying? What happened?" Lu Xiaowan took the phone and picked up little Junwan. "Dad is a man, he can't cry." Hearing his daughter's words, Chao Feng quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile. "Dad isn't crying, just got some dust in my eyes." After pausing, he choked up, "Xiaowan, I'm sorry. I just received an emergency notice. There's going to be a joint military exercise, and I want to be able to come back for a few months." "Huh? It's okay. I never regretted choosing to be your bride and becoming a military wife. Little Junwan and I will wait for you at home." Looking at his wife's bright smile, he could only reply with a yes. After hanging up, Lu Xiaowan's eyes turned slightly red. She knew something was wrong, but she had to pretend she didn't know anything. "Alphone, you must be safe." That night, millions of similar calls were made across the country, and countless people choked up. In just 5 hours, the 2 million active troops of Xia Country completed emergency mobilization. After all military personnel communicated with their families, they cut off all public network connections and were ready to defend the motherland and the people at any moment. At 5 p.m., at the gate of the military-industrial laboratory in Kyoto, Li Yuan had been waiting for a long time. "Team Leader Mo, thank you for your selfless dedication. The magnetic confinement fusion reactor has been successfully built, which means we have nearly unlimited energy, and Xia Country is about to rise." Li Yuan could not hide the joy on his face. "Let's go take a look." Mo Lingfeng quickly walked into the laboratory. As Mo Lingfeng walked through, his eyes turned red. In the hallway, on the tables, and on the chairs, there were exhausted researchers and skilled craftsmen. Li Yuan was perceptive and explained in time. "Team Leader Mo, it took only 40 hours, relying on 230 researchers to replicate it, and 243 national craftsmen with their thousands of apprentices handcrafting the parts, day and night. And the reactor was completed." Clearly, he wanted to share the credit with these admirable and lovable people. It is precisely because the people have faith that the country has strength, that Xia Country has hope. "You all have worked hard. Salute." Upon hearing this, everyone following Mo Lingfeng saluted until they reached the secret laboratory. Seeing the old Deng waiting for Mo Lingfeng in the laboratory, as well as a few major scientists slumped in their chairs, deeply asleep, Mo Lingfeng said, "No need. Let these national heroes have a good sleep. Gently carry them back to the lounge and give me a copy of the experimental data." When he saw the accompanying personnel wanting to wake them, Mo Lingfeng quickly stopped them softly. He took the tablet, glanced at the data, clenched his left hand, and excitedly ordered, "Let us go. Let us talk outside." Mo Lingfeng murmured to himself, "Now, Xia Country finally has hope." His hand holding the tablet trembled slightly. The war had not yet started. Xia Country had enough time to build the fusion reactor and work on miniaturizing it. Looking at the experimental data, that was no different from his previous life. A reactor that was merely 3 cubic units could release electrical energy several times greater than Xia Country's largest nuclear reactor. He knew that the future was promising. Mo Lingfeng instructed Lu Maching, "Xiao Lu, connect me to the leader's special line." "Yes, team leader." "Hello, this is Li Ping. Leader, the light source project has succeeded, and the era of unlimited energy is about to arrive." Montag Lingfeng replied excitedly, punting. Good. Go ahead and do it. We support you." "Yes, leader." The leader knew the significance of the fusion reactor and was happily thinking. In a while, Xia Country would have at least 300 times the current energy, and various industries were about to undergo transformation. If they could survive the disaster in 5 months, perhaps he would also go down in history. Deputy Team Leader Li, orders have been issued. Mo Lingfeng instructed Li Yuan to expedite the process. Order, level top secret. 7 capable military factories and 29 civilian factories nationwide are to immediately start manufacturing reactor parts, with at least 100 completed within 10 days. Note, civilian factories will be taken over by the military, and information must not leak. Additionally, recall all nuclear physics and energy experts. The whole nation will work together to study the miniaturization of the reactor. Yes, team leader. I guarantee the completion of the task. After Li Yuan saluted, he immediately left to start working. Team leader, the Information Security Department of Xia Country, the Broadcasting Center, and the Ministry of Education have completed your directives. Here is the specific response. After reporting, Lu Maching handed the tablet to Mo Lingfeng. Xia Country Comprehensive Information Office. Domestic sensitive information has been shielded to avoid premature leaks of national secrets. However, leaks are inevitable. We will delay this process. Electronic Information Office. Your directives have been completed. All types of works detrimental to masculinity have been taken down. We are actively guiding the youth of Xia Country toward a path of national prosperity and military strength. Education Department. The emergency meeting has concluded. Notifications will be sent out tomorrow evening to all schools, temporarily changing the curriculum structure to increase physical education classes, with military training to follow. This is to strengthen the body and build national confidence. Rest assured, all related personnel will be properly arranged. Chapter 7. Minor Matters, 5 Elements Martial Arts, all right. Prepare to clean up everything messy in the Xia Country, with only one common goal nationwide, to strengthen the military and the nation. After Mo Lingfeng finished speaking, he prepared to return to school and enjoy a moment of peace. Group leader, it's dinner time. May I invite you to dinner? Lu Maching asked softly, her face slightly flushed. Mo Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then responded gently, Why would I let you treat me? I'll treat you, but I have no money, so we can only go to the cafeteria of Xia Country University. Of course, thank you, group leader. Lu Maching smiled brightly, like a stunning beauty. This was also Lu Maching's first time sitting in the back seat of the Red Star RS-7. However, Mo Lingfeng's expression was somewhat serious. He noticed that there were unusually many internal security forces today. Maching, what's going on? All the intersections are blocked? We are here to serve the people, not disturb them. Mo Lingfeng felt a bit awkward. He obtained power not for enjoyment, but with the sole intention of saving the Xia Country. Hearing his words, Lu Maching became anxious. Realizing he had misunderstood, and hurriedly replied, No, group leader, this is for your safety. We received reliable intelligence that foreign death squads have been unusually active in Kyoto recently. After a pause, Lu Maching continued, But please rest assured with our internal security forces here, there won't be any mistakes. It's fine, don't block the intersections in the future. It's really not good. Mo Lingfeng hadn't finished speaking when the convoy was forced to stop at the bridge intersection. Red Guard 1, what's happening? Why is the convoy stopped? Lu Maching picked up the radio to ask the leading armored vehicle of the internal security forces. Red Guard 1 reports. The front is full of parents picking up their children from school. The bridge has been closed due to a film crew shooting a scene, and we are currently in emergency communication. Please wait a moment. Over. After listening to the report, Lu Maching's expression became serious. She announced to all internal security forces, Emergency situation. Pay attention to the unusual crowd. Grant fire authorization. Received. Group leader, please be careful. There is absolutely no reason to block roads on Xia Country territory. I have notified the Kyoto Air Force for emergency deployment. Mo Lingfeng seemed to have a vague recollection in his previous life. It was simply a film crew shooting that blocked the bridge. No need to worry. It might really be the film crew blocking the bridge. Mo Lingfeng recalled and confirmed that this was just a farce. Lu Maching still wanted to remind Mo Lingfeng to be cautious when suddenly the radio message from Red Guard 1 came through. Red Guard 1 reports, We have communicated with the Transportation Department and confirmed that it is simply a film crew blocking the bridge for shooting. Furthermore, they refused to unblock the bridge and have instructed everyone to detour 5 kilometers to other small bridges. Their tone is arrogant. Over. Arrogant tone? In front of the elite internal security forces, if they mentioned the word arrogant, it meant they had reached their limit. Lu Maching's eyes turned a bit red. All power comes from the people, yet they abuse it wantonly, making the people suffer. One must know that even when the leader travels, clearing the intersection only means clearing the main road, without disturbing the people's travel. Internal Security Team 1. Clear all obstacles immediately. Detain all crew members. Assist the citizens in quickly passing through the bridge. Also, notify the police department to detain them for 3 days. Reason: disturbing public order. Received. Group leader. Sorry for taking a few minutes of your time. Facing Mo Lingfeng, Lu Maching had completely lost her earlier iron-blooded demeanor, appearing like a weak little rabbit. Mo Lingfeng smiled gently. It's fine. They won't last long. In today's Xia Country, if the entertainment industry fails to provide proper guidance, then, without a doubt, they will become the dust of history. In a short time, dozens of internal security personnel in black suits began to clear the obstacles and detain crew members one after another. The onlookers cheered. Hurry up and get them out of here. I still need to pick up my daughter. Good job. Hey, this dog crew has messed with a big shot. They deserve it. Let them block the bridge. Hearing this, a young internal security officer rarely broke discipline and replied, it's not because of a big shot, but because they are riding on the people's heads. A few young actors were indignant. Why are you arresting us? Let me through. I have millions of fans. I want to talk to your leader. Shut up. You think you deserve it? Just sit still on the ground. Soon, the bridge was cleared. A few internal security personnel maintained order, but found that no one dared to cross the bridge. Fellow villagers, hurry up and go. Weren't you just saying you were here to pick up your daughter? No. Let the leaders go first. You surely have urgent matters. We'll wait a bit. My kid is in a hurry. Shadow Hunter, what's going on? Lu Maching noticed that the bridge was open, yet no one dared to walk across, feeling very puzzled. After hearing the report, she felt even more firmly committed to the reason for her struggle, to not let down the people of Xia Country. Get out of the car. Let the citizens go first. Mo Lingfeng also heard this, but he chose not to go first. Yes, activate strong pulse interference to prevent information leakage. Dressed in a general's cloak, Mo Lingfeng stepped out of the car, dazzling everyone's eyes. Ouch, that hurts. Honey, why are you pinching me? I'm not dreaming. Look at him. So young, already a high-level official of Xia Country. When can you be so impressive? When? Didn't I not impress you every night? How annoying. Mo Lingfeng slowly scanned the surroundings, speaking calmly. Xia Country was built by our ancestors together. They sacrificed for our happy lives. We are all citizens of Xia Country, and we are all compatriots. We absolutely will not allow anyone to ride on the heads of our compatriots to act arrogantly. He recalled something, paused for a moment, and silently chanted for absorption. Then he continued, please rest assured, Xia Country will focus on rectifying these unhealthy trends next. Go pick up your children. We'll also cross the bridge. Ding. System prompt. Gain 100, 861, 0000 spiritual energy points. This is the cobblestone in the Grand Canal crossing Kyoto. With these, cultivating immortal technology weapons and high-level blueprints is not a dream. After speaking, Mo Lingfeng saluted, paying respect to these ordinary yet lovely people. Salute. The citizens present erupted in cheers. Well said. It should have been rectified long ago. As Mo Lingfeng passed by the filming location, he only glanced a few times. Get down, don't move. The leading actress wanted to rush forward to reason with him, but was firmly blocked. She shouted, are you their leader? We did nothing wrong. Let's go. Young lady, you need to understand one thing. If he hadn't stopped you just now, your result for rushing up would have been being charged with threatening national security. Young lady? She's in her 20s. Mo Lingfeng didn't look back. Too lazy to respond to her, and instructed Lu Maching, find those troublemakers who made their behavior legal and punish them severely. After this incident, dinner was exceptionally quiet, making Lu Maching so angry she wanted to bite those people. At 7 in the evening, Xia Country Comprehensive News channel urgently interrupted a news broadcast. Comprehensive News. Electronic Information Department joint announcement. In view of the strange atmosphere in the entertainment industry, we now promote values such as fighting for Xia Country, strictly prohibit unhealthy trends. This news was broadcast once on the Comprehensive News channel and then repeatedly played in various forms to ensure all citizens of Xia Country receive the message. Some people were not short of money. They could support their idols. But some children, due to their parents being busy with work, became infatuated with their idols and ended up spending money. Some of this money was their parents' hard-earned savings, and some was their life-saving funds. Hey, old Xia, watch the news. Quickly go report it. That money can be recovered, and my sister-in-law's illness doesn't have to be delayed. Xia Fenghua and his wife were working in another place, and their 14-year-old daughter was being taken care of by her grandmother, with her grades being acceptable. But a few days ago, she stole 20,000 yuan. This money was saved over a year, initially intended to help relieve his wife's joint pain and repair their old house in the countryside. Now, there is hope to recover it. That's great. Chasing stars is certainly no problem, but what are today's celebrities? Monsters? Support the country. Then I still have 356 days, 21 hours, and 16 minutes before I can openly support my favorite idol. I miss him. As night fell, Lingfeng lay in bed and activated the simplification feature. There are 3 levels of simplification for the Qi training phase: 100, 1,000, and 100,000. He chose the 100,000 level. Ding. Tip. Simplification completed. Obtained 5 elements combat. Note, after exchanging for the highest level, you can obtain the subsequent of 5 elements combat. 5 elements combat, depending on aptitude, it takes 7 days to 10 years to complete the Qi training phase and reach the physical limit of the Tianlan star. Note, this has undergone specific evolution to adapt to the physique of Tianlan star. However, under conditions without spiritual energy, the time required increases by 5 to 10 times. Kind reminder, this comes from 5 Elements True Chapter, and practitioners will be influenced by you. What you firmly believe in will be their guiding direction. The influence is weak in the early stage. What Lingfeng firmly believes in is that he wants to save the Xia Country and rescue his compatriots. This will never change, but there seems to be a problem with this system. What kind of system would provide that controls people's hearts? Lingfeng can control them to a limited extent. Will the system be able to control him after he cultivates? Ding! Congratulations! You have officially entered the Qi training level 1. The main mall of the system has unlocked level 1. The next unlock will be foundation establishment level 1. Lingfeng casually flipped through the options and found that the main mall's functions were far inferior to the sub-mall's cultivation technology. The knowledge of weapon forging and alchemy was completely useless. There were no raw materials available on Tianlan Star. Moreover, the system was becoming increasingly strange. It didn't seem like a good thing. He needed to slow down his cultivation progress. Lingfeng recalled that cultivation technology weapons could be controlled by artificial intelligence or remotely by humans. To be safe, he decided to use manual control in the future. Damn! The blueprints could be said to be memories from his past life, but how to explain the ready-made weapons? He felt a headache coming on, gritted his teeth, and decided not to care about that. Minimizing the losses for the Xia Country was the most important thing. He then exchanged all the cultivation technology weapons for the convenience of researchers to replicate them. Chapter 8: Large-Scale Infrastructure. Secret Mobilization. The next morning at 6 o'clock. Hardworking construction workers were already preparing to start their day at the construction site. Master Wang, no need to go to work. Let's pack up and get ready for the next site. The worker Xiao Wang woke up early to inform these construction workers in front of their dormitory. Nonsense. My project is about to finish. If we don't work now, what about the wages? Master Wang was not concerned about anything else. He was solely focused on making money to improve his family's life. Don't worry. The boss has notified us. The project payment will be settled immediately. We will distribute the money in the car later. Besides, the next project is a national one. The country needs us. Initially, upon hearing about the payment, Old Wang did not believe Xiao Wang. There were too many issues with project payments. How could they be distributed immediately? But upon learning that it was for the country's needs, he immediately rushed back to the dormitory to pack his belongings. He wanted to contribute to the country. During that world-class typhoon, it was the country and the army that risked their lives to rescue him from the rubble. He still remembers that, due to concerns for his safety, they could not use machinery, and those young soldiers dug him out with their bare hands. Afterward, they were all drenched in sweat, their hands covered in blood. Now that the country needs help, how could he just stand by? Similar scenes were happening simultaneously across the country. In just one morning, with the full cooperation of official departments, tens of thousands of approved construction teams and millions of workers began to depart for their designated locations. This was just the first batch. The planned goal was to gather at least 20 million construction workers within a week. Only with such a number of construction workers could the required foundational projects be built in the shortest time possible. Such a workforce could only be mobilized by Xia Country in the shortest time. The 12 foundational projects, 12 blessed lands, 7 in suburban areas of large metropolitan circles, and 5 at critical points of the country's lifeline. As for the border and coastal areas, if the situation becomes critical later, they would be abandoned, civilians evacuated, and the military would take over defense. Although the coastal areas are the economic lifeline of Xia Country, for the safety of the people, painful sacrifices are necessary. At 8 a.m., in Chaoxian, Wang Guofeng, the class leader of a car repair class who had been discharged for 3 years, arrived at his repair shop, ready to start today's work. Even though the shop was already quite large with enough repair workers, he still wanted to contribute his share. The money saved would be given to the workers as bonuses. Ding ding ding. Hey, old class leader, long time no see, the country needs you now. Can you be recalled? After thinking for a long time, the car repair company commander, Jiang Wei, still called him. Recall? Yes, due to confidentiality agreements. I can't disclose too much now, but the country really needs you. Yes, Commander. When the country is in trouble, I have to help. Good brother. Immediately head to the train station. There is a secret train, K81. Remember to wear your uniform. Take the secret passage, and do not disclose any related information. Yes, Commander. Wait for me. Wang Guofeng's repair shop could make profits of hundreds of thousands a year. He could live comfortably. But when the country was in trouble, every citizen had a responsibility. How could he escape? This is the soldier of Xia Country. Sigh, how to come up with a reason. His wife is so sharp. Better just go home and talk. Oh no. After making up excuses, Wang Guofeng's wife thought he was having an affair and didn't want her and their son anymore. Sigh, I can only tell the truth. Military wives also have confidentiality privileges. Why didn't you say so earlier? Could I still go out and talk recklessly? After saying that, she turned and left. Wife, where are you going? You've already decided. I'm going to get your suitcase. Oh, thank you, dear. Just before leaving home. Lily still had red eyes. Be careful. You don't need to worry about things at home. At Chaoxian train station, on secret train K81. Guofeng, sit here. It was Dong who had enlisted in the same year and retired with him during the military reform. Who's he? You also got recalled? Huh. I arrived a bit earlier than you. The TV on my head explained it clearly. All willing reservists are being recalled. In one day, 6 million reservists were recalled, 32 million immediately, and 68 million within 3 days, all arriving at designated locations. 2 million militia members began to arrive at designated locations, preparing for emergency training. All reservists agreed to be recalled, and all militiamen were ready to give up their jobs to participate in collective training. This is Xia Country, the soldiers of Xia Country. At 9:30 a.m., in the main urban area of Kyoto, the seemingly calm streets were filled with covert troops and internal personnel. In the suburban dense forests, over 30 anti-missile systems were deployed. Among the clouds, fighter jets were launched for guided patrols, just in case. In 30 provinces and 600 cities nationwide, 690 approved officials were secretly heading to Kyoto City, preparing for a national meeting. Those who did not pass the political review had already been secretly taken down, replaced by their deputies. In a large conference room of the Congress Hall, all the high-ranking officials were exceptionally excited. They discovered that the projection showed the successful nuclear fusion technology, and Xia Country was about to usher in an era of unlimited energy. Who would dare to joke in the Congress Hall? This meant that for the next 100 years, Xia Country would lead the world. Keen-eyed individuals had already noticed 9 wooden tables on the stage, but there was only one leader and 7 national elders. Who does the other table belong to? One by one, the national elders and the leader arrived and took their seats. Everyone below was puzzled. The middle table was empty. How could that be? Who would dare to sit there besides the leader? Who could take the central position? Due to the presence of the big shots already seated, the people below did not dare to speak, only exchanging glances. Old Lu, do you know? You are the capital city's person in charge. I know nothing. Just wait for the leader to speak. I see everyone looks a bit confused. You haven't sat in the wrong place. Today a speaker is not me, but someone else. He is quite busy and hasn't arrived yet, so we need to wait a while. The leader spoke gently. A few minutes later, a notification came that Mo Lingfeng had arrived. He is here. Let us welcome the leader of the heavenly group, Mo Lingfeng. Applause erupted in the large conference room. Boom! Mo Lingfeng pushed open the conference room door, shaken by the applause. Then he walked towards the speaking position, stunned for a moment. Why is it the central position? Mo Lingfeng looked at the leader and saw the leader just smiling and nodding. He instantly understood. This was the leader and the national elders supporting him and giving him authority. Mo Lingfeng walked to the central position, first saluted, then directly sat down. The hundreds of high-ranking officials below felt their faces stiffening, laughing particularly awkwardly. If they were not dreaming, this action indicated that this young man had become a national figure of Xia Country, and he was the youngest national big shot in Xia Country. The high-ranking officials wanted to discuss, but in the Congress Hall, they did not dare to make sound. It was not their time to discuss. They could only listen. Chapter 9. The meeting ends. Selling the immortal potion, Mo Lingfeng sat down and immediately began to speak. I am Mo Lingfeng, the leader of the highest authority organization, the Tian Group. That's right. The Xia Nation has mastered nuclear fusion technology, which means we will have unlimited energy. He scanned the room and slowly narrated the history of the Xia Nation. After a pause, he continued, due to the turbulent situation, the Xia Nation is about to undergo changes. We will have major actions, and I need your full cooperation with the Tian Group, as well as strict confidentiality. The specifics are in the plan, which has been authorized. Upon hearing his words, the high-ranking officials below dared to open the plan. Without authorization, they could not access the confidential documents. The plan summarized into 3 points. 1. In light of international changes, the Xia Nation will implement a concealment plan, with all departments fully hiding the large-scale actions and plans of the Xia Nation. 2. The military has entered a Level 2 combat readiness state, and the entire nation will unconditionally cooperate with the military to produce military supplies, assemble reserve forces, and even expand the new army in the future. 3. Energy and technology have been updated, and we will fully acquire basic materials from other countries of all types, with no price limit. We will stop selling national resources and sell pre-purchased oil, preparing to use electric energy. Once the high-ranking officials regained their composure, Mo Lingfeng added, I know you have doubts, but national secrets cannot be disclosed to everyone. What you need to do is unconditionally complete the national tasks. Is there any problem? Despite having a lot of grievances, they did not dare to express them, especially seeing the elders in the nation smiling without a word. It was clear that something significant was about to happen. Very well. We will leave first. You may discuss freely. There will be think tanks to clarify your doubts. After speaking, Mo Lingfeng and the leaders, along with the 7 elders, left for the lounge. The conference room became noisy, with the central topic being Mo Lingfeng and the unlimited energy. Secretary Li, why have I never heard of Leader Mo before? I haven't heard of him either, but there's no doubt he stands at the peak of the Xia Nation. Lingfeng, that potion of yours works great. I even managed to grow black hair. My strength has increased significantly. Elder Nya, who is less cautious, directly expressed his desire. Mo Lingfeng had anticipated this and replied, Elder, rest assured, 200 portions of the immortal potion will be distributed by the leader. In fact, there were also 2,000 portions of the spirit cultivation pill, which were already being screened by the Tian Group for suitable candidates to save the great talents and contributors of the Xia Nation. What Mo Lingfeng remembered most was the great talent in rice cultivation, Yin Pingji. In the first year after the apocalypse, a powerful being developed hydroponic hybrid rice, making it possible for the base city to cultivate food on a large scale. Unfortunately, the Great One passed away due to overwork, which was a sorrow for the entire Xia Nation. Is there a secret auction this afternoon? Elder Yin was particularly sensitive to money. Yes, Elder Yin. The 100 portions of the immortal potion will go to the highest bidder, with basic resources as the base price to enrich our Xia Nation. Montauk Lingfeng replied, Good, this small matter. I will handle it for you. Don't worry, I will squeeze them dry. I'm familiar with this. Upon hearing that it would benefit the Xia Nation's economy, Elder Yin was eager to take action. Thank you, Elder Yin. Since morning, various private jets began landing at airports across Kyoto, with batches of wealthy businessmen and tycoons disembarking. Strangely, they were exceptionally low-key, discreetly heading to the Great Hall without stirring up any waves in Kyoto. It is known that their combined wealth exceeds 30 of the world's total, and they usually want everyone in the world to know when they travel. Because the quantity of the potion is limited, the Xia nation does not allow most people to know about it to avoid causing public unrest. Thus, they arrived quietly at the National Assembly Hall, ready to obtain the legendary immortal potion. At noon, a large conference room that had just concluded a secret meeting welcomed another group of guests. They were indeed guests, as it was rare to find people willing to donate so many resources to the Xia nation. Looking at the projected virtual vials of potions, many big shots felt their hearts race. That was the miraculous elixir that could save lives. On the podium, Elder Yin smiled as he looked at the wealthy tycoons from various countries below. They were all fat sheep. I am Yin Qing, the host for this event. Without further ado, we have a total of 100 portions of the immortal potion. To save everyone's time, we will start the bidding at 5 portions, with a total of 20 rounds of auction. You may bid in groups. Elder Yin maintained his smile and paused before continuing. Oh, by the way, this auction does not accept any national currency. We will use equivalent basic materials. Everyone can refer to the average price list of basic materials prepared for the past week on the table. Upon hearing this, many financial moguls began to panic. They couldn't compete with the real industrial tycoons. Suddenly, Gates, the chairman of the micro-hard group from the beautiful country, spoke out in anger. Mr. Yin, this is unfair. We can offer you a higher price because it is hard for us to compete with them for basic materials. Upon hearing this, many tycoons began to echo, yes, yes. Sorry, that's not possible. This auction only accepts basic materials from the Xia nation. Elder Yin still wore a smiling face, slowly responding, looking quite disdainful. In summary, if you want to buy. If not, roll. All right, everyone compare the prices. The auction will officially start in 5 minutes. A friendly reminder, you can bid in groups. Many tycoons understood, and in a short time, they began to scheme and plot against each other, which was not for outsiders to know. The first batch of immortal potions started at a bottom price. 1 million Xia nation currency worth of steel. Give me a face. Hearing this, many tycoons glanced at him, clearly unimpressed. What is so great about the micro-hard group? Indeed, they are impressive in the software field, but in the industrial sector, they are just a junior. 2 million worth of industrial glass. The hungry nation's Fengtian group shouted. 5 million. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. 5 billion Xia nation currency worth of basic gunpowder. We, the Bear Group, want the first portion of the immortal potion. I can forego my face, but you cannot refuse. Neo Massey originally planned to send an assistant to the Xia nation, but due to the importance of the matter, he personally stepped in. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew tense. They were all businessmen. How did a muscular man get in here? The people from the Bear Nation were notoriously tough. They were a bit afraid that mercenaries would come to take their lives. After considering it, the Lost Consortium from the beautiful country instructed the spokesperson of Blackwater Company to break the deadlock. 6 billion of NTMD. Neo Massey knew the threat had failed, and he certainly wouldn't be able to offer a price after this. Since he couldn't compete with money, he would compete with people. 7 billion. 484 billion worth of steel. Once, twice, 3 times sold. Let us congratulate the royal group of the Eagle Nation. With the sound of the auction hammer coming to an end, the first batch of the immortal potion was sold at a not-so-high price. It was normal, as there was no urgency in the early stages. As time passed, one portion after another of the immortal potion was swept up. The subsequent prices were simply terrifying. From hundreds of billions to trillions, a group of wealthy tycoons who prided themselves on being civilized began to tear off their masks, completely disregarding their past false friendships, only wanting to obtain that life-saving immortal potion. No one was willing to stop until the auction officially ended in the early hours of the next day. Elder Yin only auctioned off the first few portions. Due to exhaustion, he stepped down, and his assistant took over. Among the surprises, the micro-hard group from the beautiful country actually found a way to offer 34,000 tons of rare earth materials. In terms of missile production, this could produce thousands of medium-power missile components. Just for fighter jets, it could also produce crucial components for 200 J-20s. Chapter 10: The Birth of the Enhanced Troops. strengthening students' physical fitness at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the square of the military district on the outskirts of Kyoto. The area was filled with a dense crowd of troops, all standing in a straight line from any angle. The elite forces from various military districts, the legendary soldiers, totaled 10,000. Among them were the best martial artists from the entire army, members of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, and the entire Wolf Warrior Special Forces. They are the sharpest blade of Xia Country. Salute. As someone walked onto the podium, all the soldiers immediately saluted. Mo Lingfeng and Li Yuan returned the salute. At ease, Montauk Lingfeng shouted, "Boom!" Suddenly, it was like thunder striking the ground. Although some looked down on the young man on the podium, soldiers obey orders as their duty. Now he is the officer. Mo Lingfeng roared. I originally didn't have time to notify you, but you are the backbone of the nation. With you here, Xia Country can remain safe and sound. That's why I came. He paused and continued his speech. You will soon be integrated into a secret unit, becoming the guardian gods of Xia Country. Why do I say gods? Because, boom, the sound of 10,000 footsteps echoed perfectly as Mo Lingfeng jumped down from the high platform. Boom, boom, boom. One sound after another struck the hearts of all the soldiers present like thunder. Is this the strength that a normal person can have? Mo Lingfeng, wearing military boots, stomped heavily and continued his speech. Do you want to be like me? Answer. Yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. The roars sounded like thunder breaking the darkness. Very well. You could be like this soon. But there is one condition. Dedicate your lives to the nation and be loyal to the people. Are you ready? Always ready. This time, the roars shattered the heavens and the earth. Take out the serum and distribute it. Mo Lingfeng returned to the podium, quietly waiting for the birth of Xia Country's first enhanced unit. As time passed, all soldiers completed the enhancement. The impurities expelled from their bodies were far less than Mo Lingfeng's. Perhaps this is the difference between elites and ordinary people. At this moment, a mythical unit was born with a strength of 500 kilograms, a speed of under 7 seconds for 100 meters, and a neural reaction speed more than 3 times that of ordinary people. Since you are appointed by heaven, you are the heavenly guard. Protect the people of Xia Country. I hope with you here, the sky of Xia Country will not fall. Do you understand? Understood. Oh, by the way, you cannot leak any information about this yet. I just received news that a batch of these serums was purchased by foreigners for over 10 billion Xia Country currency. 100 units, that's quite a sum. So we need to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it could easily provoke public outrage. Hearing his words, most of the soldiers breathed heavily. Even if they would use it more, the price might drop a bit, but a serum worth at least several hundred million Xia Country currency was being used by them. The soldiers? Looking at Mo Lingfeng dressed in a general's uniform but without any rank, the crowd shouted, "Thank you, General. We vow to defend Xia Country to the death. I believe in you. I am Mo Lingfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Group. I will also be the head of the Joint Command Center later." Mo Lingfeng did not introduce himself earlier to avoid creating an oppressive atmosphere for these lovely soldiers. He did not want that. Heavenly Group? That newly established highest national-level institution. The leader of the Heavenly Group is one of the highest-ranking individuals in Xia Country now. The head of the Joint Command Center is the highest commander of the army, right? Oh my, such a divine person. I can see in my lifetime. Thank you, Commander Mo. There is a set of ancient martial arts developed by a secret laboratory that can increase strength. Ordinary people with sufficient aptitude can also become as strong as you are now. Want to practice? Yes. I don't have time. Practice with the projector, with your skills. It will be easy. Go. Yes. Comanda Montauk. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the same military district square, different soldiers. The same military formation, the same straight lines. These were 10,000 soldiers selected from 200,000 active troops with higher cultivation aptitude. The so-called cultivation aptitude refers to spiritual roots, with levels from low to high, divided into 7 grades: red, orange, blue, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Simplifying it, the aptitude ranges from 0 to 1,000, and those above 10 can cultivate quickly. This batch was tested using the spiritual stones provided by Mo Lingfeng. Now the procedures have been simplified, and a drop of blood can easily test cultivation aptitude. In other words, Xia Country is conducting a national population survey. Just a drop of blood to bind DNA and check spiritual roots. This batch of soldiers also became an enhanced unit, named the Heavenly Imperial Army. But their main task is to act as instructors. The goal is to cultivate Xia Country's cultivation talents. A bit embarrassingly, Mo Lingfeng's cultivation aptitude is only 321, while Lu Maching has 748. And the highest-rated soldier now is Su Yu, with 849, although with the help of the system's main mall, like the Qinglian Dan, that increases the cultivation speed by 5 times during the Qi refining period. His cultivation progress could definitely rank first. There is still a sense of inexplicable awkwardness. So why does the system bind him? Coincidence? Probably not. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Comprehensive News Channel. Joint statement from the Education Department. Xia Country now has sufficient reserve talents and technology. Starting tomorrow, the national student curriculum structure will be changed to strengthen physical education classes, followed by military training, establishing national confidence, strengthen the physique, solidify the goal of a strong military and a strong nation. Rest assured, we will properly arrange related personnel. This is equivalent to breaking through the sky. Unlike yesterday's policies for Xia Country, this is a change in the student curriculum structure. Under the previous international environment, Xia Country had to soften its stance and include a course to absorb advanced knowledge and ease tensions between nations. In other words, all students and their parents and elders are related to this significant measure. Great! Make the children stronger. An elder could never understand why children's physiques have weakened. A mother aspiring for her child to attend prestigious schools was a bit anxious. If there's a chance afterward, I also want my child to study abroad, even if they don't come back. Is your little brain a bit problematic? The officials have already said that all students will change courses. All universities will have to change too. Besides, to attend prestigious schools, they will also have to take the Xia Country National Defense University entrance exam. Serving the country. The child's father was dissatisfied with her ignorance. Now the moon in Xia Country must be rounder than that of the beautiful country. Yay, I'm too tired. I'd rather work out. This is the thought of most ordinary students. As time passed, the beautiful country received information about Xia's Sovereignty Bureau and immediately contacted the special department. Commander, it's bad. Xia Country has become bold. They changed the students' curriculum structure, intending to weaken our influence. What? Wang Difa? Who gave them the courage? Hurry up and notify our allied countries to impose another round of sanctions. Meipu initially wanted to firmly target Xia Country, but then thought that Xia Country must lose great talents. He paused for a moment and added, of course, we are so kind. As long as Xia Country softens and retracts this wrong decision, sanctions can be avoided. Notify the Xia Country Foreign Affairs Office. Understood. The commander is wise. He flattered Edison, the director of the Xia Sovereignty Bureau. Such a teachable child. Go. Soon, the Xia Country Foreign Affairs Office received the arrogant notice from the beautiful country. However, Foreign Affairs Director Li Qing was not angry at all. He had already received the notification from the Heavenly Group in advance. Now, Xia Country fears no country or alliance. The controllable nuclear fusion reactor, this superweapon, is like the chariot of the sun god. Once deployed, no country will ever lack energy again. With extremely low costs and simple maintenance, an energy revolution. Which country wouldn't he want it? Li Qingma quickly replied to the beautiful country's diplomatic office, sternly rejecting their unreasonable demands, leaving behind a sentence. If you love sanctions, go ahead and impose them. Just don't embarrass yourselves. What courage! Notify allied countries to immediately block Xia Country's economy. Meipu was furious, stating that there is no country in the world that can live comfortably after rejecting the beautiful country's demands. The Maoxiong country can't either, let alone Xia Country. Soon, high-level officials from more than a dozen countries reached an agreement to prepare to sanction Xia Country's economy. Unfortunately, their calculations were loud but useless. Afterward, they realized that their country's economic tycoons were not cooperating. Chapter 11. Raking in 6 trillion. No one dares to sanction Xia Country. The next morning at 8 o'clock, The auction ended successfully, raking in the basic materials worth 6 trillion Xia Country coins using 100 shares of immortality potion valued at 10,000 pebbles each. In fact, it wasn't too much. It was only equivalent to the total industrial output of Xia Country for a little over a year. With these additional gains and reserves, there would definitely be enough time to work overtime to produce weapons and ammunition. Of course, the Ling Spirit Pill currently has no raw materials on Tianlan Star, so it is relatively valuable. In the past few days, the old leaders of the country had not left the capital, and Lingfeng just happened to join them for breakfast. Old Yen, I heard that those foreign tycoons left this morning with one side of their faces rosy and the other side pale. How much meat did you take from them? Military big shot old Nia asked with a smile. Not much. Just basic materials worth 6 trillion. It's all thanks to Lingfeng's potions. Old Yen laughed boisterously, clearly very excited. Old Nia was taken aback, nearly choking on his porridge. How much? 6 trillion. That's our military department's budget for 5 years? Lingfeng took over the topic. Old Nia, you didn't hear wrong, but the military budget is wrong. This 6 trillion is just the military department's monthly budget. Not only will the domestic side fully support the military department, but there will also be a bigger move to fill Xia Country's treasury. The two old leaders exchanged glances and said in unison, "You want to sell controllable nuclear fusion technology? That's unacceptable. Old leaders, you worry too much. It's selling nuclear fusion reactors. They can dismantle it to study the technology, but I'll set a 10-year time limit. They might not be able to wait that long." Lingfeng paused and replied, "This time, it's taking a piece of meat. The next time, it'll be scraping bones." Good. Just based on this 6 trillion being only a month's military budget, I agree. Old Nia was the first to agree with Lingfeng's proposal. 6 trillion Xia Country coins. And that's just for 1 month. This is a military budget no one would dare to dream of. Not only is there sufficient military funding, but the army will soon undergo a major upgrade, equipping more advanced weapons. Lingfeng thanked old Nia for his affirmation. At the same time, he silently recounted in his heart, "Soon our researchers will break through the difficulties of electromagnetic weapons and replace the spiritual energy used in cultivation technology with electric energy." Soon, economic tycoons from various countries received notices from their national leadership, demanding that all channels block Xia Country's economy. If it were before, they would have eagerly agreed, as the country would provide them with sufficient profit guarantees. But now, some tycoons, whose wealth accounted for over 80, prepare to play along while secretly undermining their decisions. They dared not anger Xia Country. At the end of the auction, the Xia Country officials made a special announcement. Please deliver 50 of the total price as a deposit to Xia Country within a week. To avoid accidents, patients can be sent to Xia Country's top military hospital to ensure their safe use of the potions. During the patient's recovery period, please make up the balance and hand it over to Xia Country. Additionally, please maintain a friendly attitude towards Xia Country. Otherwise, Xia Country reserves the right to revoke the eligibility for the use of the potions. This announcement clearly stated that if they dared to place sanctions, Xia Country would refuse to provide potions, money, and the lives of oneself and one's family, which is more important. During the previous auction, they had already chosen, life is more important. Therefore, this time, top tycoons would not take action for sanctions. Due to the information gap, some unscrupulous small businessmen would be heavily exploited by Xia Country. In the following days, various countries' officials discovered a small problem. Their economic tycoons were shouting loudly about sanctioning Xia Country while simultaneously transporting materials to Xia Country. Only a few patriotic small businessmen firmly supported their decisions, attempting to block Xia Country's economy. In the beautiful country's White House, Special Leader Te Meipu summoned more than a dozen top domestic businessmen. "Everyone, is there anything you want to explain?" The special leader's face was very grim. He had been played by these fools who didn't understand the situation for several days. Cough, cough. "Mr. Leader, it's not that we don't want to sanction Xia Country. It's just that our group is undergoing a transformation recently, and our lifeline has been grasped by Xia Country." "We dare not," said Gates, chairman of the Microhar Group, who had previously collaborated with beautiful country's steel tycoon Howard at over 50 above market price. They had offered 30 of beautiful countries basic steel and copper reserves, about 40 million tons of steel and 10 million tons of red copper, to secure a batch of immortality potions. Now, who would dare to prevent him from getting immortality potions? He would fight to the death with anyone who tried. Many tycoons echoed, "Our group is also undergoing transformation. It's inconvenient to sanction Xia Country." Taimepu was so angry he wanted to hit someone. These people were still deceiving him. Vang Difa, do you take me for a fool? Do you think I don't know about the immortality potion? Can't you sanction later? 3 hours after the auction ended, Taimepu had already received intelligence from spies. But he didn't expect these people to be so inflexible. They could first obtain the potions and then sanction. Yes, Mr. Leader, we understand your instructions. These top businessmen agreed readily, but they still employed the delaying tactic, saying they would discuss it in a few days. After all, Taimepu couldn't do anything to them. Easy to say. Now the international situation is extremely strange. Who dares to bring immortality potions out of Xia Country? There will definitely be roadblocks and robberies along the way. The Bear Country's Bear Brigade, those muscle-bound men, will definitely take action. There's no guarantee whether the Bear Country's officials will intervene. The potions have a shelf life of only 3 days. Who dares to gamble on getting them safely? If they don't dare to gamble, then they can only go to Xia Country themselves to use the potions. But there's a recovery period, and they must stay in Xia Country's military hospital. This is essentially detaining top businessmen or their relatives. Then, after turning around to sanction Xia Country, do you still expect Xia Country to happily send them back to their own country? They'll definitely be detained until death. That's good. Remember to keep a portion for research. Our beautiful country's research capability is #1 in the world. If Xia Country can produce it, our beautiful country can definitely imitate it. Don't worry, the funds will be covered by the government. Taimepu laughed heartily. If the immortality potion were developed by beautiful country, then the world would not just have one superpower, but beautiful country would dominate. Hearing Taimepu's words, the 12 top businessmen present did not respond. They had risked everything to obtain the life-saving potions. It was impossible to give out even a portion for money and lose their families. Seeing the sudden silence, Taimepu understood their thoughts and explained with a smile. Don't worry, we will only take a portion of the potions for experiments, and it won't affect the potion's effectiveness. Moreover, in your laboratories, the government only needs the experimental data. How about it? The leader paused for a moment, and regarding safety issues, special planes for transport, with our military aircraft escorting the entire way. This should solve the problem, right? After thinking for a moment, Borin, president of the Weak Life Medical Group, who had not had a good impression of Xia Country, agreed, Mr. Leader, just use my portion. With your guarantee, our Weak Life Medical will definitely be able to imitate the immortality potion. This is the confidence of Weak Life Medical Group as the #1 in the world. Good. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Similar scenes played out simultaneously in several shameless countries. Chapter 12. The National Martial Arts Training in Huaxia begins. Wang Defa is a person's name. In the past few days, the entire army of 10 million has started practicing 5 elements martial arts. A small number of individuals with excellent qualifications have generally increased their strength by over 100 kilograms. Those with poorer qualifications can also increase their strength by a dozen kilograms. But the key point is that under the guidance of the Tianwei Army and the Qianyu Army, they have all learned it. This means that active military personnel in the Xia Kingdom can act as ordinary instructors, thereby teaching the ordinary citizens of Xia the martial arts on a large scale. Hey, Group Leader MO, this is Li Yuan. The National Martial Arts Training Plan has met the requirements and can begin. Li Yuan was a bit excited. Soon there would be a terrifying number of little superhumans born in Xia, at least several hundred million. Oh, what are we waiting for? Notify the plan. By the way, conduct a national population census to identify those with excellent qualifications. MO Lingfeng had been staying in the laboratory these days as the chief strategist, guiding the miniaturization of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Yes, Group Leader. Then all media in Xia began to report on the National Martial Arts Training Plan. Notice, our research institute has perfected a set of ancient martial arts, which can clearly strengthen the body. All citizens are requested to practice 5 elements martial arts, according to the video and official guidance. Some people hadn't finished reading the notice before they started complaining. Are you kidding? We're already so tired every day, and now we have to practice that 5 elements fist? Are you joking? No way. I can't handle 996. Huh. Ancient martial arts from Xia, such an outdated thing. Can practicing it lead to immortality? It's better to practice Taekwondo. It's no wonder some people look down on it. After all, Master Ma of the Lightning 5 Whips has already embarrassed himself. He even lost face abroad. Then they saw the following notice. Anyone who practices 5 elements martial arts can receive official subsidies, a minimum of 1,000 per month, with a maximum of 100,000. Note, after comprehensive testing, a normal adult practicing for 2 hours a day for a month can reach the minimum subsidy standard. Those with excellent qualifications can reach the maximum subsidy standard within a month. The minimum age for practice is 12 years, and the minimum age for subsidies is 15 years. It is strictly forbidden for young children to practice, as it may cause irreversible damage. Ensuring that most people receive the notice, major media began broadcasting video tutorials. Wow, the country is pulling out big moves. Let us practice. We won't stop until the country goes bankrupt. With my qualifications, I'll reach my little goal of 10,000 a month soon. This is a real delicious warning. Some people still had doubts. So much money. Will the country really give it? Then at the end of the video, the location was specified. Testing points were set up at police stations and precincts. As long as you meet the standards, subsidies will be issued immediately. As long as you have extraordinary qualifications, you could be tested after 1 day. But most women noticed the subsequent explanation. Practicing this method can improve skin and body shape with remarkable effects. Let us practice. Why not? Practicing can help with weight loss. And there's money to be made. It's much better than spending my own money on weight loss. At most, a few trillion Xia coins can still be taken out by the country. Later, there will be big spenders to foot the bill. Xia is not afraid of other countries sending people to steal their techniques. They teach openly and honestly. Because once you practice, you are one of us, don't worry. It's only a matter of time. Such important news, how could foreign reporters ignore it? They are professionals, selectively crafting titles, only reporting the dissatisfaction of the Xia citizens and the coercion and inducement of the Xia government. As for the subsequent change in public opinion, they are professionals, right? Of course, they wouldn't write that in the news. The ignorant country eventually has awakened citizens. The Xia government forces citizens to learn useless martial arts. Faced with the government's unreasonable actions, the citizens of Xia unanimously expressed their refusal. Similar news spread wildly in various countries, provoking online disputes between Eastern and Western netizens. Oh, poor Xia people. They are still being enslaved by the government. Unlike our beautiful country, the perfect land of freedom. This is the normal perception of the citizens of the beautiful country. The country that is living well, the Benzi country, also started to slander Xia. Joe, I have to say, this time the Xia government has lost its mind. The day when the hungry country surpasses, it is just around the corner. Simida. Xia actually forces its citizens to practice our southern stick ancient martial arts? Haha, our southern stick country is just superior. The #1 country in the universe also refuses to back down. Can this be tolerated? Xia's water army is coming. Vang Difa. Insulting our Xia. Looking down on our Xia's 30 million keyboard warriors? Brothers, let us attack him. Haha, got it. I, Li Jianxian, am here. First, let us attack the brainless hungry country. Don't let that mysteriously confident southern stick country off the hook. Focus fire on it. Soon, the foreign network was successfully invaded by Xia's water army. The vast majority of websites were forced to take down comments and posting functions. It's not that they didn't want to simply ban Xia accounts, but Xia's water army lived up to its name. Can you believe that most of them could change their IP addresses to other countries? If they can't ban Xia's water army, then it's better not to see it and not be annoyed. So they simply closed the comment function. Seeing this battle victory, Xia's water army prepared to enjoy the fruits of victory and boast for a while. Suddenly, the leader of the beautiful country, Meipu, issued a rant. An unscrupulous country, actually sending its hackers to bully the ordinary citizens of a kind country online. ignoring the anger of its own citizens. As for why Meipu could issue a rant, who doesn't T have a little privilege? In an instant, it ignited the public anger of Xia's water army. Is there a master? Let's deal with him. The real keyboard immortal made a move. In just 10 minutes, a post that should have had no replies suddenly had a comment. Instantly, copy and paste. 99. One sentence. Wang Defa. Gan Linyang. Still in Xia characters. Fuck. Is your rant tech department so terrible? Letting Xia people find a loophole. What does this mean? To Meipu was furious. Boasting every day that the beautiful country's technology is #1 in the world, but was slapped in the face in 10 minutes. He didn't know what it meant, but it was clearly in Xia characters. So he could feel his anger even over the phone. The president of the rat group, William, felt a bit awkward. He had to smooth things over. Sir, it might be due to just granting you posting permission. The server had a little glitch. William thought for a moment and continued to reply. As for the meaning of Xia characters, the intelligent translation says, a person named Wang Defa sent you a drink called Gan Li. It might be the outstanding online citizens of Xia thanking us for our remarks. The dignified president of Rat was scolded by the leader. He certainly wouldn't let his subordinates hear it. William also didn't know Xia's language, so he could only trust his company's intelligent translation. While Meipu was scolding top-tier big shots, the think tank selectively played deaf. Listening to this, if it accidentally got out, their lives would be in danger. Thus, a wonderful misunderstanding was born. The hearts of the Xia people are already lost. They can't stir up any waves anymore. I need to post another rant to witness our friendship. Meipu was so happy he was trembling. Previously, Xia's water army had always attacked him, and now they finally supported him. As the king of Rat, he had to show some appreciation. The second rant came. Thank you, Wang Defa of Xia, for sending the Gan Li fine wine. This is the testament of our friendship, accompanied by a screenshot of the previous rant. The leader's privilege allows rants to be published without review. Thus, domestic social media in various countries exploded. In just 30 seconds, Meipu's 2 posts were retracted by Rat employees who recognized Xia characters and reacted quickly, and they quickly notified President William. At the same time, the leader's secretary, Howard, explained to Meipu the true meaning. Those were 2 beautiful Xia greetings. It was actually cursing. This is bad. This was the first thought that crossed William's mind when he heard his subordinates report. The second thought flashed through his mind. He needed to go out and avoid the storm. Ding, ding, ding. William's phone rang. He quickly signaled the female secretary to answer the call. William, you idiot. What kind of ridiculous translation is this? It must be a brain-dead one. You need to solve this mess. The tone of the supreme leader was icy. He felt humiliated in front of the whole world today. The reason was the brain-dead translation reported by a top boss worth over 100 billion beautiful coins. William dared not respond. He gestured to indicate he had fainted and had already been sent to the hospital, asking the secretary to answer instead. The female secretary understood immediately and replied, Dear Supreme Leader, Mr. William has fainted. However, he left a solution to shift the blame onto Xia Country. Just say that the Rat website was hacked by Xia Country, and they use your account to post 2 messages. When William heard this, he thought it was a good idea. He gave a thumbs up, thinking about rewarding his female secretary well that night. This way, although it was the Rat group that was embarrassed, being embarrassed was much better than facing the Supreme Leader's wrath. Moreover, they could also take a shot at Xia Country. It was a win-win. This method works. Tell William next to you, hire more internet trolls to handle this matter well. Otherwise, hearing that Rat was willing to transfer the embarrassment, the Supreme Leader's anger slightly subsided, but he was still furious. The female secretary reacted quickly and hurriedly replied, I will notify the hospital about Mr. William. Goodbye, Supreme Leader. Phew, good job this time. A heavy stone in William's heart was lifted. He quickly notified everyone to hire more internet trolls. If our countries weren't enough, hire from all over the world. We must clean up the Supreme Leader's image. Subsequently, the Rat group began a large-scale damage control. Most countries, fearing the might of the beautiful country, actively lowered the heat of the matter. But Xia Country and the Bear Country were unwilling to let Trump off the hook. Today, Xia Country's online trending topics were particularly lively. just as the previous wave of national martial arts trending had just passed. This wave of Wang Defa and Gan Lingyang quickly topped the charts. Various meme images quickly emerged. For example, with the smiling face of Supreme Leader Trump. On the left was Wang Defa, and on the right was Gan Lingyang. Haha, no wonder he is our founding comrade. Forcibly establishing friendship with the people of Xia Country. Is Wang Defa a person's name? I'm dying of laughter. It's really Trump. This silly, beautiful country leader, hurrah vodka. This is the people of Bear Country within Xia Country. As for the rat group's damage control, it depends on whether the people of Xia Country believe it. Chapter 13. The power of the 5 elements martial arts begins to show. The routine operations of the beautiful country Mo Lingfeng's simplified immortal methods are quite remarkable and suitable for the cultivation of the people of Tianlan Star. In just a few days, some individuals have seen a significant increase in their physical fitness. With a large population base in Xia Country, geniuses are never in short supply. At 10 o'clock at night, the legendary strongest combat unit of Xia Country, reportedly made up of 3,000 city management department temporary workers, was represented by 21-year-old Lu Qing, who was enjoying skewers at a roadside stall. Dozens of skewers of leeks, 100 skewers of beef, a large amount of kidney, oysters, abalones, and beef tendon. It was clearly a must-order set for middle-aged men. Brother Wang, when will I be officially hired as a temp? Lu Qing asked, flexing his muscles. Look at my physique. My future is bright. Ever since I started practicing ancient martial arts, my strength has increased by dozens of pounds a day. After a few rounds of beer, he got straight to the point, asking his distant cousin Wang Ho. He knew that this cousin often boasted about drinking 3 kilograms of liquor. In reality, 6 bottles of beer were enough to get him talking. Wang Ho, feeling a bit hazy, replied, Shao Qi, don't blame your cousin. Orders came down from above that all current employees must undergo reevaluation, let alone temporary workers. You'll have to wait for someone from above to come and check before you can get a proper position. Got it. Lu Qing understood that his transition to a permanent position was temporarily out of the question. Feeling a bit down, he took a big gulp of beer. Suddenly, his enhanced hearing picked up cries for help from dozens of meters away in a demolition area. It sounded like someone was in distress. This area, a blend of urban and rural, was both prosperous and desolate, and there were definitely some unsavory elements. Holding his breath to confirm he wasn't imagining things, he decided to check it out. Monkey brother, stay here and don't move. I'm going to take a leak, he said, quickly approaching the source of the cries. Please don't do this. I'll pay you to let me go. A girl with an above-average appearance and a very broad heart was pleading with 3 young punks. Chen Shir was a bit panicked, but not foolish. She pressed the emergency alarm button on her phone with her left hand while trying to stall for time. She didn't want to be in this area at night, but she urgently needed to use the restroom, and this was the only place with one. After finishing, she unfortunately ran into 3 drunkards who were part of a vitality club. Haha, aren't there just a few of us? Don't worry, bro. We'll make you happy, the big punk said, pointing at her. The second punk laughed and replied, even if you scream your throat raw, it won't matter, unless we help you scream your throat raw. The smallest punk was the most direct. Without saying a word, he moved closer to Chen Shir, his hands reaching out to grab something, hoping for a soft touch. Terrified, Chen Shir quickly backed up until she hit a wall. It wasn't that she didn't want to run, but the 3 punks blocked her escape route. As for calling for help, she believed that at this late hour, no one would come to her aid. It would only provoke the punk's animal instincts and malice. She could only place her hopes on the law enforcement officers, praying they would arrive quickly. Don't. She had nowhere to retreat, and tears of despair streamed down her face. Suddenly, a different male voice cut through like a beam of light. Don't cry. When Lu Qing arrived, he quickly grasped the situation and shouted at the 3 punks. You 3 get lost. I'm an undercover. He understood that members of the Vitality Club mostly bullied those who were weaker and were reluctant to confront law enforcement. So he spoke with strong authority, casually boasting. However, he was worried that the 3 punks, having drunk too much, might become agitated. Sure enough, the big punk turned around, dissatisfied, and shouted, Second brother, third brother, beat that kid up. Don't ruin our fun. Shit, no matter what, I'm still the strongest temp. So I'm not afraid of you guys. Even worse, Lu Qing had also drunk quite a bit and was feeling bold. With that, he charged toward the three punks. The scene was quite spectacular as a 1.7-meter, 120-pound small guy charged at three burly men, each over 1.8 meters and nearly 200 pounds. The result was, of course, a crushing defeat. Lu Qing quickly took down the second and smallest punks with just a few moves. Boom! 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 A few punches later, the fight was over. Ouch! Boss, that hurts. This guy really has some skills. The small punk lay on the ground, whining in pain. The big punk, startled and half sobered up, abandoned his plans to hold Chen Shishir hostage and quickly lay on the ground, pretending to be incapacitated, waiting for the police to arrive. This little matter was something he was very familiar with. A week in jail would suffice. The big punk even continued to talk, bro, you're so strong. My little brothers didn't do anything. Lu Qing also knew the usual behavior of ordinary Vitality Club members. He walked over to Chen Shishir, flashing his best smile. You okay? He had also noticed her distressed state. Ahem, everyone has a heart for beauty. Thank you. Chen Shishir's eyes sparkled with admiration. Feeling that Lu Qing was so handsome, she instinctively hugged his arm. Wow, the police's response speed today was incredibly fast. Several police cars illuminated the small forest bright as day. Don't move. Facing the dark muzzles of several guns, Lu Qing swallowed hard. He really didn't dare to move. Instead, Chen Shishir stepped in front of Lu Qing, shouting loudly, "He-s a good person. Put down your guns. Can't you see he-s the hero, saving the beauty?" A responsible officer shouted back. Suddenly, the punk on the ground began to scream, yelling, "Police! He beat us. My brother is definitely seriously injured. Give him a heavy sentence." He then cursed Lu Qing, "Skinny monkey. You're going down with us." Lu Qing finally came to his senses, realizing he had only thrown a few punches. He hurriedly explained, "Officer, isn't this self-defense? Look at our size comparison." Officer Yang Guang was taken aback. He was a member of the Tianwei army and was secretly investigating all unstable factors in Nibwa City with his comrades. As a military king, he had never thought that his country's citizens would have to worry about getting into trouble after performing a righteous act. Now he understood the purpose behind Commander Mo's decision to delegate most of the Tianwei army. Some people's perceptions and thinking had serious issues. Don't worry, young man. This is justifiable self-defense. This is the decision from the highest authority in Xia Country. Yang Guang replied firmly. After a pause, he smiled and asked, "You must have practiced ancient martial arts quite well to take down these three." After finishing the report, he asked, "Do you want to do a test for a national subsidy? At least 10,000. Really? 10,000. For him, as a temporary worker, that was quite a sum, especially since he had only practiced ancient martial arts for a few days. Moreover, it was something he could receive every month. Of course, let us go. Bring your little girlfriend along, and we'll head back to the police station. As for these criminals, they will be sentenced after treating their injuries. Don't worry. We recorded everything." Chen Shishir just smiled, holding Lu Qing's hand tightly, without disputing. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Guang completely ignored the criminals' words. They were nothing but trash. At the police station, Lu Qing underwent a simple test for weightlifting and grip strength, achieving a maximum average of 169 kilograms. The peak for ordinary untrained males in Xia Country was 50 to 60 kilograms, while men in the beautiful country only averaged over 70 kilograms. Lu Qing's strength was more than double that of the three punks, along with much faster reaction speed. It was no wonder he had taken him down so easily. The minimum subsidy standard was set at 100 kilograms, with an increase of 5,000 Xia Country coins for every additional 25 kilograms. Thus, after entering his identity information, Lu Qing received a subsidy of 11,000 Xia Country coins. Additionally, the police station would notify his unit to award him the title of Hero for Righteousness. Furthermore, he would be among the first to be transitioned to a permanent position. In this wave, Lu Qing gained strength, wealth, fame, and love. This is the guarantee that the Xia Country government provides to its citizens now. Similar incidents occurred one after another across Xia Country. but were resolutely dealt with by the heavenly guardian army. On the land of Xia Country, the people must be equal. Otherwise, those who act recklessly will be defined as rioters. They will be severely suppressed by the heavenly guardian army. At the same time, some soldiers began to serve as military training instructors in middle schools and above. A strong youth means a strong Xia Country. Their qualifications are the best, and they're the hope of Xia Country. Finally, the supplies from the big shots of the beautiful country arrived in Xia Country, unlocking trading permissions. In the Bear Country, in Naomisi's castle, he received reliable information from the KGB that an elixir of immortality would be sent to the beautiful country. That is the last hope for his wife. But he does not have command over the KGB. After thinking for a while, for the sake of his wife's life, Naomisi made a phone call he hadn't made in 10 years. His father, Ivansky, a second admiral of Bear Country, in charge of foreign military operations. "Father, I need your help, please." Ivansky agreed. That night, at the beautiful country's military base in Homri Country, the elixir safe was stolen. This location was the only small loophole in the beautiful country's escort of the medicine. Due to being within the territory of Xia Country, the military aircraft of the beautiful country could not land, and the special aircraft's range was insufficient and could not refuel in the air. They could only transport the elixir from Xia Country to the Chongtian base, then transfer it to military aircraft for transportation to the beautiful country's mainland. The handover point and time were extremely secretive, but it was not difficult for the KGB. Even a military base of the beautiful country was no exception. Suddenly, the base was brightly lit, and alarms rang continuously. The base commander, Major General Andrew, panicked. This cargo worth over 10 billion beautiful coins was stolen on his territory. He bore the main responsibility. No, he needed to transfer the responsibility of the handover point. He connected to the phone of the beautiful country's 4th Fleet, patrolling in the waters of Homri Country, and spoke to Commander Ethan. "I am Andrew." After a brief communication, the 7th Fleet was put on alert across the sea, and a comprehensive search for the target began at the Chongtian base. 7 hours passed, and it was all in vain. This meant the KGB's operation was successful. Andrew trembled as he reported the situation to the White House. His best outcome would be to be stripped of his military position and return to civilian life. The president of the weak-born group, Bolian, fainted upon hearing the news. His child. His last thought was that he should not have provoked Xia Country when there was a better option. Timipu had high blood pressure these days, suppressing his anger. He asked Andrew what was the reason. How could a military base of the beautiful country be invaded? "Report, Commander. The cause of the incident has been identified. It was a cleaning staff from the Matsuda Society of Homri Country acting as an insider, facilitating some individuals to steal the goods." Andrew felt a bit hopeless. He was about to retire, and his last year ended in disgrace. An insider from Homri Country? That situation wasn't too bad. They have to compensate the beautiful country for a dose of the elixir. "You continue in your position. If Homri Country does not cooperate, we will threaten them with force." Andrew was overjoyed. If he handled this well, he could redeem himself. "Yes, Commander." He immediately ordered 2 B-35 fighter jets to conduct low-altitude patrols over the capital of Homri Country, and they continued to hover over the headquarters of the Matsuda Society. The beautiful country had already identified the target, which was the elixir from the Matsuda Society. Who let the insider come from their family? President. Not good. Not only did the Prime Minister order us to hand over the elixir, but the president of the weak-born group from the beautiful country also issued a stern warning that if we don't comply, he will unite all allied groups to sanction us. Vice President Matsuda was a bit frightened. He hadn't even mentioned the fighter jets overhead. "Baka baka, this is too much. Why not ask Xia Country for it?" President Matsuda, Kini, was furious, sweeping the documents off the wooden table. On one side was his aides, and on the other was the family business that had been passed down for a century. "Sai, notify the beautiful country. I will hand it over." After thinking for a long time, he let out a sigh. Kini seemed to age 10 years, swallowing his anger. He still had to greet them with a smile. The beautiful country is the father of Homri Country. When the father asks the son for something, does the son dare to refuse? If not, he will knock your head crooked. Chapter 14. Major infrastructure can't be hidden anymore, preparing to make big money as time goes by. The beautiful country's spy satellites keep a close watch on the territory of Xia Country and finally discover some clues. In the suburbs of several major cities, a large number of construction workers are building something. The beautiful country's spy satellites are working overtime to scan, and some disguised personnel have also begun to secretly investigate the mysterious construction sites. Of course, the large number is relative to the beautiful country. The buildings under construction on the ground are just a disguise, while the Real Strong Foundation project is located dozens of meters underground. Not only are foreigners puzzled, but the citizens of Xia Country are also very confused. In the vegetable market area of Hanshui City, Old Wang asks, "What do you think they're doing at that construction site next to us? There are vibrations every night." Grandpa Li, who lives nearby and has a light sleep, can feel the subtle movements. Something's not right. They're rushing the schedule, working at night. More and more netizens begin discussing the 7 construction sites that are quite prominent in the urban area. Finally, the Xia Country Construction Authority issues a statement. To celebrate Xia Country's rebirth from the ashes, we will build 7 large landmark buildings in the urban area. We didn't start construction before National Day because we didn't have the funds. But soon, foreign friends will generously sponsor the funding. And we will not touch the hard-earned tax money of the citizens. Please trust the speed of Xia Country's infrastructure. We will complete the construction by the end of the year. Once this information was released, it quickly became a hot topic. Xia Country's speed is trustworthy. The facts of the past few decades have proven that Xia Country's speed is strong. Some netizens are skeptical, asking, is this true? Will there really be fools giving us money to build projects? Don't let it end up being Xia Country footing the bill. Could it be Babistan? We can't let them spend money building for us. The social media of the beautiful country has just resumed its functions. Who would give money to Xia Country? Us. The beautiful country? One netizen scoffed. Haha, brother. Why can't they give? What if everyone gives a penny? If it turns out to be foolish people from the beautiful country giving money, I will definitely stop working. How is that possible? Even if the leader is an idiot. Can we still be fools? In Nanbang Country, a brother exclaims, I saw the design drawings for Xia Country's landmark buildings. They're actually our ancient pavilions. Unless it's my dad, they won't get any money from us. Semaida, Xia Country can't do it. They can only copy our design concepts. In Hongri Country, they say, Yoshi Yoshi. Xia Country has already begun to indulge, and we are soon to catch up with them. Many countries express their disdain, stating that if they give money, they're dogs. Only Babistan and Maoxiong Country promptly notify Xia Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they can bear part of the construction costs. The Director of Foreign Affairs, Li Qing, solemnly replies, expressing gratitude, but states that their funding is not needed. The White House of the beautiful country, Tai Meipu, feels somewhat puzzled as he receives some intelligence from spies indicating that those construction sites are far from as simple as the Xia Country officials claim. No abnormalities have been detected, but all the spies that infiltrated have never come back out. This is the biggest anomaly. Which country's civilian project could even trap elite spies? Based on some internal reports of changing data, the think tank speculates that Xia Country is constructing multiple large underground shelters. Is Xia Country preparing for war? Or is there some disaster? Tai Meipu falls into deep thought. He knows that Xia Country's higher-ups are not foolish. They must have some deep meaning behind their actions. Howard, notify all spies in Xia Country to fully investigate the news. Tai Meipu prepares to probe further. The beautiful country's CLA intelligence agency is the best in the world. In Xia Country's secret nuclear physics research institute, the team leader receives intelligence from the internal security forces. Liu Maching hands a tablet to Mo Lingfeng, feeling somewhat distressed. These days, Mo Lingfeng has been working tirelessly, relying on his enhanced body and memories from his past life to oversee the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion reactors. To save time, all processes are guided by him. Mo Lingfeng flips through the information and notices that spies are exceptionally active within Xia Country. He understands that some major powers are concerned. No problem. We'll launch a big move to distract them. Let's see if today's reverse lithium battery production line can be completed smoothly. Recently, Mo Lingfeng sent the advanced battery technology from his past life to the Military Research Institute. The laboratory phase has been successful, but there are still issues with mass production. In times of crisis in his past life, Xia Country's top scientists relied on genetic enhancement to fight in the labs. The battery expert, Hua Feng, developed the reverse lithium battery in just 3 years. Its energy storage capacity is 8 to 10 times that of current advanced batteries. It can be recharged over 500 times. The charging speed is 70 faster than current super-fast charging. Hello, team leader. I am Hua Feng. The reverse lithium battery is ready for mass production. Hua Feng's eyes are red, filled with both excitement and exhaustion. Understood. And thank you for Hua Lao's contributions. Mo Lingfeng knows the time has come. Due to technical limitations, there is no experience in creating mechs. However, the individual combat platform and exoskeleton armor have been successfully developed. The most crucial power source has also been resolved. Maching, in the name of the Heavenly Group, announced to the country that the controllable nuclear fusion reactor is a success. We possess nearly unlimited energy. At the same time, have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs notify all other countries that we can sell reactors. He can hardly contain his excitement. This is a perfect start. Liu Maching also understands what this represents. Yes, team leader. The Heavenly Group makes its first public appearance in Xia Country. Announced to the nation that controllable nuclear fusion has been achieved. Our lives will get better. Please trust the country. Xia Country's highest authority, the Heavenly Group, declares. Information transmission takes time. So first, the citizens of Xia Country are blown away. Brothers, I haven't read much, but what is nuclear fusion? Is it a nuclear weapon? A young child asks out of curiosity. To explain simply, solar radiation is nuclear fusion. As long as we don't do anything foolish, we will have nearly unlimited energy. Is this true? If it is, we Xia Country are going to hit the jackpot. All media have issued announcements. It must be true. My goodness, controllable nuclear fusion. I never thought I would see it in my lifetime. One person weekly asks, am I the only one confused about what Heavenly Group is? Unexpectedly, someone quickly grasps the meaning of the Heavenly Group. A netizen replies, in Xia Country, no one could be the one looking down on all beings. So the Heavenly Group represents the protection that shields us from the wind and rain. Once this comment is posted, it quickly goes viral across major websites. Others say it means providing a sky for the people. Chapter 15. Xia Country leads the Fourth Industrial Revolution, successfully collecting money. The Xia Country Foreign Affairs Office quickly sent notifications to various countries. In accordance with the orders of the highest authority, we inform that our country has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Your country may send representatives for a visit starting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Afterwards, we can discuss the sale of this technology. Several images of nuclear fusion reactors were attached below. As for some countries expressing doubts about the internal workings of the reactor, the Foreign Affairs Office simply replied, the technology is too advanced to disclose. In the beautiful country's White House, Commander, Xia Country claims they have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and has invited us to visit tomorrow. They are also willing to sell the technology. The director of the beautiful country Foreign Affairs Office, Claude, hurriedly conveyed the message to Tay Mei-pu. Is today April Fool's Day? Claude, are you joking with me? Tay Mei-pu was still thinking about where to have dinner that night and couldn't believe that Xia Country had the capability to master nuclear fusion technology. It wasn't until the Secretary General nodded in confirmation that he was shocked. Tay Mei-pu asked the Secretary General, "What? How is that possible? Where is our nuclear fusion technology?" The reply was that it was still in the laboratory stage, and mature industrialization would take at least 20 years. So, Xia Country has surpassed us in nuclear physics by 20 years. Tay Mei-pu felt a bit anxious. He understood the significance of nuclear fusion. It is a technology that can truly change the world. If it's true, then without a doubt, the Fourth Industrial Revolution will be led by Xia Country. He urged his Secretary General, Howard, to change plans and have all intelligence personnel in Xia Country investigate nuclear fusion technology. Tay Mei-pu's idea was simple. It doesn't matter if their technology surpasses ours, as long as we successfully steal it. Just 4 words. Bring it here. Yes, Commander. As for tomorrow's visit, have the Minister of Commerce bring some relevant personnel. He understands the scale. In the Bear Country, Yubel. Good brother. As long as we get our hands on nuclear fusion technology, that beautiful country alliance will never be able to block us again. Emperor Qiangjing was very excited. With abundant energy, there would be too much to do. Aside from some high-tech precision industries, all other difficulties could be solved. In the Red Sun country, Xijing, they also received the notification. They urgently inquired with domestic researchers and despairingly found that, relying solely on themselves, they would take at least 30 years to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. 30 years? Xia Country might completely suppress Red Sun country by then. Despite understanding that they might face humiliation, Red Sun country still sent representatives to Xia Country under the guise of friendly exchanges. On this day, all countries were unusually restless, regardless of whether their intentions were good or bad. Most countries sent representatives to Xia Country in a hurry. Why didn't Lingfeng arrange things domestically in advance? Why directly prepare to sell nuclear fusion reactors? The reason is simple. If energy reform was carried out in advance domestically, time was tight, and undoubtedly, a considerable portion of related personnel would see their benefits reduced or even face unemployment. Replacing oil with electric energy is a massive plan that concerns the interests of every Xia Country citizen. Every industrial revolution affects many people's interests and causes domestic turmoil, which is absolutely not allowed to happen. Xia Country has run out of time. Therefore, Lingfeng needed to first get many countries to send money, using a large amount of materials and money to stabilize domestic public sentiment, thereby smoothly completing the final preparations. The next day, the defense level in Kyoto was raised to the highest. This was not only to protect the safety of these foreign dignitaries, but also largely because the spies from various countries were too crazy. Every secret laboratory was investigated to the specific location. If it weren't for the military's strict guarding and the formidable strength of the Sky Guard and Sky Domain Army, some technologies would certainly have been stolen. At major airports in Kyoto, private jets were already full. More than 100 teams arrived one after another. These countries, along with Xia Country, accounted for over 96% of the world population. Oh, surprisingly, the South Bang country did not send a diplomatic team. At 2 p.m., in a public nuclear physics laboratory, all diplomatic teams had gathered in the square. From their positions, it was clear that the beautiful country alliance was exceptionally strong. The person in charge this time was the economic tycoon, Elder Yin. Many people felt that the situation was not simple when they saw him. This Elder Yin was indeed formidable. Cough. Distinguished foreign guests, I am Yin Qing. I am responsible for this reception, and I will also oversee the subsequent sales. Elder Yin trembled at the thought of the money to be made. Currently, the global annual electricity consumption is 30 trillion kilowatt-hours, excluding Xia Country's 6 trillion kilowatt-hours. Lingfeng's goal is to capture a share of 20 trillion. How to achieve this? By competing on price and technological advantage. You may now visit. Rest assured, the nuclear fusion reactor has been isolated with transparent radiation-proof materials. Elder Yin spoke while instructing to send the power generation data to the representatives of other countries. After hearing his words, many foreign dignitaries instructed nuclear physics experts to begin testing. Upon seeing the power generation data, almost everyone went crazy. A nuclear fusion reactor with a volume of 3 cubic meters can generate a stable power output of 10 billion kilowatt-hours per year. What does this mean? To put it in perspective, the annual electricity consumption of Xia Country's Magic City is only 150 billion kilowatt-hours. This means that just 15 reactor units can meet the electricity demand of 20 million people. If the difficulty of manufacturing nuclear fusion reactors were high, it would be one thing. However, the document clearly stated, you can request as many as you need, and Xia Country will manufacture them for you. Many perceptive individuals, upon seeing the last sentence of the document, realized that the world was about to change. Looking at the obsessive expressions of those experts, they paid no heed to their inquiries. Many nuclear physics scientists murmured, completely unable to see or understand. But without a doubt, it was indeed nuclear fusion. The higher-ups realized that Xia Country had truly mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of these high-level officials, Elder Yin couldn't help but want to laugh. But he completely forgot that he had stayed up all night excited after seeing the data. Cough. Now you may communicate with your home countries. Prepare for the sale of nuclear fusion technology. Please be mentally prepared. The price is a bit high. Elder Yin paused and then said, "Today we will offer a 50 discount, tomorrow a 30 discount, limited to 2 days." Seeing his smiling eyes, many people knew that they were going to suffer a huge financial loss this time. After rounds of intense communication, all the attending dignitaries received orders to secure the nuclear fusion technology at all costs, regardless of the price. Of course, they had to bargain fiercely. Isn't that enough? I'll be straightforward. This time we are not selling technology, but directly selling reactors. Moreover, the price is not calculated per individual reactor, but based on power generation. Please refer to the sales document. Elder Yan's tone was extremely firm, which was also Mo Lingfeng's directive. As they looked through the documents, many people noticed something was wrong. The Director of Commerce from the beautiful country, Derlin, directly inquired, "Your Excellency Yin Qing, does our beautiful country need to purchase 500 nuclear fusion reactor units all at once? This price is simply outrageous. It's impossible. The beautiful country's annual electricity consumption is 50 trillion kilowatt hours, according to the sales document's price. They would need to spend the equivalent of 10 years' worth of electricity consumption at 1 Xia Country dollar per kilowatt hour, which amounts to 50 trillion Xia Country dollars to purchase nuclear fusion technology. Even with today's 50 discount, that would still be 25 trillion Xia Country dollars. Converted to beautiful country currency, that's an astronomical figure." Elder Yin smiled and explained, "This price is already very low. The reactors come with free installation and free maintenance for 50 years. The cost of preparing the raw material, heavy hydrogen, is extremely low and can be almost ignored. Saying that spending 1/10 of the total revenue is expensive, is this price really high? I hope everyone takes a good look at the explanation." Hearing this, the leaders of various countries began to browse the appendix. It's simply shameless. A few lines of bold text appeared. Once the reactor is activated, it cannot be turned off privately. Otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. Do not add raw materials. Consequences are at your own risk. It can only be disassembled for research after 10 years. The total price is fixed, no bargaining. Transactions require various basic materials, based on current prices, and no price increases. Please report freely. Everyone can go rest at the hotel. The final results will be announced at 8 o'clock tonight. Still the same saying, if you don't buy, you will fall behind. After saying this, Old Man Yin left the square. Hearing there were still a few hours left, everyone urgently contacted domestic big shots. In the beautiful country, Trump urgently called an online Congress, with less than 5 hours until 8 o'clock in Xia Country. As a successful businessman, he internally agreed with this transaction. Although it would allow Xia Country's economy to soar, they must not lag behind in the Industrial Revolution. Falling behind means being beaten. This is a bloody lesson from history, not their blood. The members of Congress did not think so, with some saying they couldn't come up with that much money. Others claiming that with beautiful country's technology, they could catch up, and some even suggesting they could steal it. Trump wanted to steal too. But in just over a dozen hours, the intelligence personnel in Xia Country suffered heavy losses, and they didn't even touch a hair. Enough. There's no time to waste on idle chatter. Now raise your hand for a vote. Those in favor raise your right hand. Trump was extremely annoyed by their procrastination. But that is the national situation. Damn, a bunch of fools. Watching beautiful country fall behind others. After ending the online video, Trump cursed loudly. Most of these Congress members did not agree. At this moment, the Secretary General reminded him, "Mr. Leader, as long as you declare a national emergency, you will have a veto power." He knew that the consequences of declaring a national emergency were severe, but it was not as serious as falling behind Xia Country. However, once the emergency state ended, the citizens would definitely not allow him to be re-elected as leader. Is the future important? Or is the country's future important? Trump closed his eyes for a long time, then suddenly opened them wide. "Howard, traditional orders. The whole country is entering a state of emergency. Notify the Director of Commerce. We must obtain nuclear fusion technology. We cannot fall behind in the fourth industrial revolution." He understood that those who go against the tide of the times will ultimately be submerged by the torrent of the era. He did not explain the deeper reasons, knowing that something was off in the world. Yes, Mr. Leader. Howard understood Trump. He had the ability to lead the people of beautiful country. Due to time constraints and Xia Country's strict defenses, many wise leaders of other countries knew they couldn't reach a consensus with most people in a short time. Only through the toughest measures could they obtain the key nuclear fusion technology. That night, Xia Country relied on black technology to secure orders totaling 21 trillion degrees per year. After excluding the quasi-free gifts to Babistan, Xia Country, and other allies, 2 trillion degrees of orders remained. Xia Country would ultimately gain basic materials worth 95 trillion Xia Country currency. This time, it was a perfect start. Chapter 16. The nation in shock as per usual. A 50 deposit of the total price must be paid within a week for the materials. Once Xia Country receives the deposit, it will swiftly install the nuclear fusion reactor. The remaining balance must be paid within 2 months, without delay. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by you. In the conference hall, several big shots are waiting for the final result. It's here, it's confirmed. The military elder Nie Guolao is trembling with excitement. My goodness. I've never seen so much money in my life. Lingfeng, this is all thanks to you. When the transaction is completed, the entire high-level leadership of Xia Country goes wild. 95 trillion Xia Country coins. It may not seem like much to hear, but this is Xia Country with a population of 1 billion, nearly equivalent to a year's GDP. Mo Lingfeng is not calm either. With these huge materials, Xia Country has great hope. He responds to Nie Guolao's hint. Elder Nie, the vast majority of these materials will be used in the military. But there's no rush. We will carry out large-scale replacements after the equipment innovation. For now, we need to subsidize the citizens to promote energy reform. Well said. Elder Nie believes in him. Lingfeng, although we have obtained so many materials, there is no doubt that the world will undergo changes. Will this affect the upcoming Nirvana plan? The leader is also filled with excitement, but must consider the bigger picture. Mo Lingfeng replies, Leader, please rest assured. The think tank has been analyzing the arrival time of the extraterrestrial exploration ship. The model is complete, and the expected arrival time is 4 weeks from now. Just 2 to 3 days before the virus outbreak. He pauses for a moment and then explains, as a biological civilization completely different from us, the extraterrestrial exploration ship cannot know our past. As long as we do not pose too much of a threat to them, they will never report back to their mother planet in advance. As long as they are intelligent beings, greed exists. The psychic energy existing on Tianlan star is a deadly treasure. The cause of human extinction in the previous life. In this life, who will die, remains unknown. Mo Lingfeng does not report on the subsequent plans. When the time is right, they will immediately deal with that damned exploration ship. The leader feels a sense of relief. There will always be people who care about the country. That's good. Lingfeng, go ahead and do it. The times have changed, but Xia Country will never decline. The future is in your hands. This sentence means that all rights of Xia Country have truly been handed over to Mo Lingfeng of the Tian Group. Yes, leader. Finding a way to save Xia Country is what I seek for my entire life. He stands firm and salutes solemnly. After Mo Lingfeng leaves, the leader ponders deeply, silently thinking, we are old, but we are not immobile. The burden's on you, we can share. Suddenly, the leader speaks with a cold tone. Nie Fuqian. Yes, leader. Nie Guolao is taken aback. He has heard his full name in a long time. Lingfeng, this child, follows the rules and wants to wait until the virus martial law is in place to address domestic conflicts. This is legitimate and can also reduce public panic. The leader's tone becomes increasingly frigid, but many descendants of the old-timers do not care about rules. You send troops to guard some old comrades and tell them to keep that group of little useless ones in line. Pausing for a moment, the leader looks at his right hand holding the pen. Otherwise, if necessary, I don't mind getting my hands dirty with you. Right? Hearing the leader's voice cold, yet smiling, Nie Guolao's heart tightens. He knows that many old friends have dirty hands. He quickly replies, Understood, leader. Soon, the news of Xia Country obtaining the 95 trillion reactor orders is transmitted down through the ranks. Upon receiving the national news, major media outlets and platforms begin to broadcast the message issued by the Tian Group. Dear citizens, soon, Xia Country will receive 95 trillion in basic materials. Therefore, please believe that the country has the ability to smoothly navigate through the fourth energy industrial revolution. At the same time, the country guarantees that the living standards of all citizens will only improve and will never decline. Announced by the highest institution of Xia Country, the Tian Group. Instantly, the nation is in shock. In an instant, 95 trillion tops the trending searches. WC, brothers, I can't count. Help me count how many zeros in 95 trillion? I counted for you 12 zeros. On average, each person can get 70,000 Xia Country coins. I was so worried yesterday, just thinking that with the breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology, electricity would soon become worthless, and the country would definitely develop electric power vigorously. I just bought a gasoline domestic car. Haha, me too. Now I'm relieved. The country will provide subsidies. I found a blind spot. Yesterday, the country said there would be foreign friends sponsoring construction funds. Today, it's true. Brothers, go to the foreign network and mock them. Keyboard warriors, let's go together. The beautiful country's internet was previously full of posts claiming they would never give money to Xia Country, which was now overwhelmed by Xia Country's water army. One reply was particularly amusing. Thank you to our beautiful country friend for sending 50 trillion beautiful coins. I calculated it's not 1 cent per person, but 17,000 per person. Haha. FK. Idiot Trump. Why is he giving money to Xia Country? My beautiful country's technology is #1 in the world. Angry netizens began to blame the leader, calling him foolish. Trump and many officials explained the significance of nuclear fusion, but it was still useless. Many citizens of the beautiful country have rushed to the White House to express their dissatisfaction. They demand that the beautiful country immediately stop Xia Country's orders. Unfortunately, they have no idea what a national emergency looks like. All of the beautiful country's previous emergencies were in critical situations. Entering a state of emergency for the fourth energy industrial revolution is not unreasonable. Thus, the beautiful country surprisingly entered a temporary military control before Xia Country. Trump is somewhat exhausted. He did not expect some citizens to be so ignorant. He ordered the national army to temporarily station in major cities, the country urgently mobilizing, preparing for energy reform. He paused, warning the nearby citizens one last time, if you don't leave, according to wartime rules, you will be detained. Understood, sir. The hungry country, the pride of the Hong and ethnic groups, is once again trampled underfoot by Xia Country. They also paid 2 trillion Xia Country coins in basic materials. Faced with the ridicule of Xia Country's water army, their inherent servility and endurance made them greet with smiles to avoid displeasing Xia Country's officials and halting their reactor orders. Han Sang is right. The close relationship between our two countries is certainly worth this money. Perhaps many people have already forgotten the previous matters, but I still remember. Close. Han Yuan, unable to contain his anger, recalls that his grandfather was a survivor of that incident, and it was also sheer luck. His grandfather paid a heavy price of 1 eye, 3 fingers for gunshot wounds, and serious knife wounds. He was only 6 years old at that time, and that was still lucky. What about the blood debt of tens of millions of Xia Country ancestors? Brother, don't say that. We will not forget. Chapter 17. The Unlucky South Bang Nation. Thor Type 1 battle armor goes into production. Thus, the naval forces of Xia Country went from one country to another, offering friendly greetings. When it was the turn of South Bang Nation, an unexpected event occurred. When the naval forces provoked South Bang netizens, all the responses they received were, "Did our country purchase it? Impossible. There is no news at all. Excuse me. Goodbye." South Bang Nation is the best in the universe. Realizing that South Bang Nation had not placed an order for the nuclear fusion reactor, the Xia naval forces said, "Go ahead, be your universe's best." Many South Bang netizens reacted quickly and began to investigate the matter. They discovered that Xia Country had mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and had sold it to the vast majority of countries tonight, with South Bang Nation being the only exception. Suddenly, the country was divided into 2 factions. If we don't buy it, we don't buy it. Our South Bang Nation's technology is not behind Xia Country. We'll catch up soon. This way, we won't be embarrassed. This was what the netizens had said before, insisting they would never give money to Xia Country. Damn, even if we hurry, it will still take us 10 years to master controllable nuclear fusion. 10 years? South Bang Nation would drop from being the best in the universe to just a tribal leader. Quickly go to Xia Country and buy the technology, no matter how much it costs. Stupid commander. Such an important matter, and you didn't even send officials to investigate. Many insightful individuals in South Bang Nation understood they could not afford to miss out on nuclear fusion technology. They began urging the cabinet to send people to Xia Country. My goodness, such an important matter, and the foreign minister hasn't reported to me. Pu Mailin was furious and yelled at the cabinet. When Foreign Minister Park Chan-ryol heard this, he quickly stood up and replied, "Commander, I reported to you yesterday, but at that time, you were playing around and said you understood and let me go." Park Chan-ryol was quite disgusted with this commander, whose private life was chaotic. So he spoke without holding back. Pu Mailin was taken aback, recalling the incident and realizing it was her fault. But she didn't dare to take the blame. After thinking for a while, she couldn't find anyone else to blame. Sigh, she would have to apologize to all the citizens of South Bang Nation. Now she needed to come up with a solution. Pu Mailin changed the subject to him. The biggest problem now is that we must acquire nuclear fusion technology. But today's transaction has already ended. Tomorrow, Xia Country can only offer a 30% discount. She paused, wanting the cabinet to share the blame. So, after the transaction is completed tomorrow, we need to apologize to the citizens. For a long time, everyone remained silent. They weren't stupid. The blame was on the commander. And if they followed along to apologize, one of them in the cabinet could very well end up taking the fall. Sigh, I'll take the responsibility. Prepare to go to Xia Country for the transaction. Pu Mailin looked at the lack of response with a worried expression. South Bang Nation consumed 50 million kilowatt-hours of electricity a year. If they hurried the transaction today, they would only need to spend 250 trillion Xia Country coins. But not a single allied country kindly reminded them. South Bang Nation could only choose the transaction for tomorrow, resulting in an extra cost of 1 trillion. Soon, South Bang Nation held a cabinet press conference, where Commander Pu Mailin bowed and apologized in front of all the media, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She sobbed, "I'm sorry for the support of the citizens, but unexpectedly, not a single allied country notified us. This led to a fatal mistake for South Bang Nation." As she spoke, her heart was bleeding. That was 1 trillion Xia Country coins, equivalent to 170 trillion South Bang coins. How painful. Fortunately, she didn't have to pay out of her own pocket. The citizens would cover it. Goodness. With one sentence, she completely shifted the main responsibility away. Yet, most citizens of South Bang Nation still believed in this charming commander. Mo Lingfeng rushed to the secret armory in the capital. He received news that the first batch of battle armor had been urgently assembled and was ready for his inspection. Salute. Step. Mo Lingfeng returned the salute. Commander Montauk, please follow me. The military researchers didn't spend much time on formalities and started with the main business directly. Thank you for your hard work. He looked at the scruffy experts and felt they were the hope of Xia Country. Not hard at all. It's our honor to contribute to Xia Country, answered Wang Mu, the head of the battle armor project. Commander Mo, here are the data for the battle armor. But I have a question. Mo Lingfeng took the tablet to check the specific data and, hearing his words, replied with a smile, "Old Wang, just say it." Commander Montauk. The question is about the last piece of data. Experimental battle armor, overall made of multi-layer protective steel armor, assembled with buffering materials. The outer steel armor has a total thickness of 20 millimeters, capable of resisting a small amount of 12.7 millimeters machine gun bullets, ignoring 7.62 millimeters bullet barges and grenade shrapnel. The back is equipped with 2 large-capacity reverse lithium batteries, allowing for 2 hours of high-intensity combat and 6 to 10 hours of regular patrol tasks. Note, based on the physique of Xia Country soldiers, the universal battle armor has a height of 1.95 m. The total weight of the battle armor is 240 kilograms, adding the required short 12.7 millimeters machine gun weighing 30 kilograms, with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The ammunition box and chain weigh 130 kilograms. The total weight is 400 kilograms. The auxiliary power of the battle armor can only bear 70. meaning the soldier must bear 120 kilograms of weight. After reviewing the similar data to the first-generation basic battle armor from his previous life, Mo Lingfeng felt assured. This would be the protective charm for ordinary soldiers in Xia Country. It could greatly reduce the casualty rate. He smiled and replied to Wang Mu's concern, "Old Wang, you worry too much. Our soldiers can definitely handle this weight. There are some things I haven't told you." Just as they reached the battle armor placement room and saw 5 sets of shiny black experimental battle armor, Mo Lingfeng felt a bit itchy. In his previous life, the basic battle armor had saved him numerous times. Seeing that Old Wang was still puzzled, he then instructed the guards of the armory, Xie Dong, Han Lai, put on the battle armor and test its power. Yes, Commander Montauk. The two were excited, not expecting Commander Mo to remember their names as ordinary soldiers. 2 minutes and 54 seconds. This was the time taken by the experimental personnel to assist in donning the battle armor, which was still slow. Watching the 2 sets of black armor move normally, Wang Mu and the armory staff beside him were incredulous. When they donned the armor themselves, it was a struggle to take a few steps. Damn it, carrying 120 kilograms of weight, yet they can still move around like that. Are they even human? On the way to the shooting range, Mo Lingfeng reminded Wang Mu, "Old Wang, we can start production now. Remember to design a set of auxiliary wearing devices to reduce the donning time to 1 minute or even 30 seconds. In life and death situations, who has that much time to wait for you to gear up?" "Yes, Commander Montauk." After a detailed test, the protective capabilities were unquestionable. The battle armor helmet was independently produced by Xia Country and was a multifunctional protective shock-absorbing helmet. It could be equipped with functions such as long-range vision, night vision, infrared temperature measurement, and digital display. If one wasn't afraid of the hassle, all functions could be used simultaneously, combined with long-range aiming features. These elite soldiers could achieve the accuracy of a rifle when firing a heavy machine gun. Of course, essential communication as well as dust and poison resistance were also included. With all auxiliary power activated, the speed could be increased to 5.6 seconds for 100 meters, lasting for 40 minutes. This meant a speed of 64 kilometers per hour. Naturally, soldiers couldn't maintain that burst speed for long. It was a happy problem. Thinking about the first wave of 4-clawed, mixed fish-level insectoids, which were about 2 meters long and approximately 1.5 meters wide, with a powerful 2-meter-long tail. Their strength was just a few hundred kilograms, and the spines fired from their tails were equivalent to pistol bullets. Running at full speed, they could barely exceed 50 kilometers per hour, but only for about 10 minutes. The only threat was their overwhelming numbers, each wave exceeding millions, tens of millions. But in this life, Xia Country was prepared. Is quantity still a problem? As for the first-level village-destroying basic evolution type, its size has increased significantly, its strength has multiplied several times, and it has gained an extra tail. It can reach speeds of over 70 kilometers per hour, and its spikes have a similar power to that of a high-caliber rifle. As long as Xia Country does not show any abnormalities, the first-level insect race will become the basic military force, but that will have to wait for a year. These basic insect races are all black-brown in color and can absorb some sunlight. The official codename is Black Spike. Before leaving, Mo Lingfeng made a decision on the armor codename, Thor Type 1, derived from the codename of the reverse lithium battery and the imminent technological breakthrough in electromagnetic weapons. The production requirement is to produce as much as possible. Within 4 months, producing 10 million sets is acceptable, and 20 million sets would be even better. The goal is to be able to produce 100 million sets. Excess should be sold off to exchange for more resources. Chapter 18. The development of the virus antidote is successful. Domestic energy transformation begins. Lu Maching reported to Mo Lingfeng. The group leader, Ms. Tu Eileen, reported the virus antidote. It worked. Really? That's great. Let's go meet with Tu Darren. Mo Lingfeng couldn't hide his joy. But Lu Maching hesitated. What's wrong, Maching? It's nothing. Group leader, I'll arrange the vehicles right away. She replied with a smile, but her heart was full of pain. It was already 2 in the morning. To save time, all major projects have been led and guided by Mo Lingfeng over the past few days. As someone with past life experience, Only he could quickly identify the problems in the projects. Mo Lingfeng hadn't had a good night's sleep for many days, averaging only 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day, relying solely on his enhanced physical condition to hold on. But he didn't feel tired at all. Every effort now would tilt the balance of victory towards Xia Country in the future. At the same time, not just him. All the researchers in the projects were working tirelessly. All the soldiers were undergoing rigorous training. In the Secret Biological Institute in Kyoto. Darren, you've worked hard. Looking at Eileen's bright face, which was full of weariness, Mo Lingfeng knew that with them, Xia Country had hope. Group leader Mo, do I look terrible like this? We're about the same. Eileen now didn't care about her appearance at all, clearly having been meticulously maintained before. Very beautiful. Huh, really? All right, no more interruptions. With a beaming smile, she paused for a moment, then formally responded, Group leader Mo, I report to you that the domestic virus antidote has been successfully developed. The experiment has concluded successfully. It uses a one-shot method, with approximately 90 effective protection. It is estimated that 99 will not develop symptoms after infection, and 100 will not progress to severe illness. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback, and a reward appeared in his mind system. Ding! Congratulations! You have developed a virus antidote before the alien invasion, which will change significant history. You are now rewarded with antidote spray. For details, please click. Unlocking the main mall privileges of the system's foundation period. He carefully read the instructions for the antidote spray and was immediately overjoyed. By adding a specific reaction chain to the virus antidote, it could maintain the antidote's activity for 48 hours at room temperature, sprayed into urban areas. 48 hours should ensure that everyone can breathe in the antidote, right? Mo Lingfeng had been worried about how to explain the universal antidote to the public and how to keep it from other countries. Now, with the antidote spray technology, it could be sprayed in large quantities from the air at night, silent and covert. As for the items in the main mall, they were perfect resources for individual cultivation. He would work on that later when he had time. Good. Thank you for your hard work. You could take a break for a while. In 3 weeks, I hope your team will go to Hanshui City to closely monitor the Hanshui Grand Market. Mo Lingfeng was full of gratitude. This small antidote could save 3 billion people in Xia Country and prevent tens of millions from being infected. Group leader Mo, you overstate. I'm always on standby. Mo Lingfeng ordered that all biological companies produce the spray-type antidote at full capacity, of course without mentioning the specific effects, with the military dispatching troops to disguise as guards. He also ordered the armaments department to urgently modify a batch of transport aircraft and a large number of stored military aircraft in preparation for large-scale covert spraying of the antidote later on. In the early morning, Mo Lingfeng received news that the 500 reactor units nationwide had successfully connected to the national grid, with subsequent reactor units under construction. All thermal power plants could be shut down. As for nuclear, hydro, and wind power generators, they could still be used. Finally, the country and domestic enterprises successfully negotiated. The government provided subsidies, and these enterprises would do their best to stabilize public sentiment. In an instant, major media outlets began large-scale reporting on national policies. Seeing the country so supportive, the citizens were extraordinarily excited. Heaven Group, all domestic automobile companies jointly declare, all domestic car owners can exchange their old cars for new energy domestic cars for free. All imported car owners can exchange their old cars for new ones at a low price. Note, soon, domestic oil will be under national control for military equipment. We hope all car owners will update soon. Domestic new energy vehicles. The battery engine production capacity is temporarily unable to keep up. Public transportation can be used for a while. Thank you for your support. Not to mention, although they really wanted to deny discounts to imported car owners, the country also collected tariffs. They were also citizens of Xia Country, so they needed to be taken care of. TSK, I have no money. I just bought a 200,000 domestic car recently, and it's quite comfortable to drive. That's great, and I can exchange it for free. Haha, I bought an imported car, but it's okay. As long as the country is strong, losing a little money is no problem. No more fuel cars in the future. Pollution will be greatly reduced. Heaven Group, the National Grid Authority, jointly declares. The nuclear fusion reactor units have connected to the national grid. We have ample electricity, so the electricity fee will adopt a tiered free system. As long as it's not too excessive, we promise that citizens' electricity will be free forever. Although previous electricity costs were already subsidized by the government, it was obvious that electricity fees were still part of citizens' expenditures. Now it's different. As long as you don't waste, free forever is not a dream. With sufficient electricity, the quality of life for most citizens in Xia Country will improve. Sigh. It's unbearable not to turn on the air conditioning or electric stove in this weather. If I turn it on, my wallet can't take it. Now it's good, so comfortable. Xia Country is incredible. This wave deserves a big thumbs up. This is what it means to do practical things for the people. Heaven Group, the Industrial Authority, jointly declares. Soon, electric furnaces will replace coal-fired blast furnaces, and the chemical industry will fully implement electrification. Most basic elements can be electrolyzed from the ocean. Earth and air, the largest source of pollution, industry, will undergo comprehensive clean production. Green waters and lush mountains are what we protect. Wow, this is the first time the country admits that most pollution results from industry. Heaven Group is impressive. Those experts who took money to whitewash things, saying this is related, that is related, and even said pollution was related to rural cooking stoves. Now, they have nothing to say, right? Eating the grains grown by farmers, then turning around to curse them. Heaven Group, the Agricultural Authority, jointly declares. Xia Country's technology and energy are sufficient. We will change the traditional agricultural model. Soon, outdoor farming will transition to technological indoor farming. At the same time, we will strive to advance urbanization to 100. Allowing all citizens of Xia Country to live a good life. This measure is not only to improve citizens' lives, but also to better safeguard national security in the future. The country will vigorously implement measures to consolidate villages and towns to prevent small-scale insectoid invasions from being overlooked. Most farmers may not think so. How can a country do this? If I don't farm, what will I eat? I don't have other skills. Bro, don't worry. The country will arrange everything properly. Trust the country. That's right, Xia Country has never let down its people. Am I the only one who notices that all announcements are signed by the Heaven Group? The Congress has already gone silent. It's a small issue. The country is undergoing reforms and needs a strong agency to consolidate power and make quick decisions. If it were the Congress model, by the time discussions are done, the opportunity would have passed. I just want to say Heaven Group is awesome. Soon, various reform measures in Xia Country spread to other countries. With historical experience and lessons learned, countries with ambition are preparing to implement energy reforms. Especially the beautiful country under temporary military control. They have rich experience. Chapter 19, no plans? Then join the army. A paper mobilization of 1 million. One heavy reform news after another came crashing down, leaving many people feeling a bit worried. Perhaps the country wouldn't let them become unemployed, but their benefits would definitely be slightly reduced. Basic supplies sent from other countries gradually arrived at the ports of Summer Country. And the time had come. Lingfeng and several big shots had already made their decision to recruit new soldiers. Due to the Nirvana plan and to avoid attracting the attention of extraterrestrials later on, the Summer Country government prepared to mobilize the community with a paper mobilization of 1 million. But as for the registrations, it depended on how motivated the citizens were. As the saying goes, 1 million people is not too few, and 2 million is not too many. 100 million, all right, 100 million is a bit too much. So let's set the upper limit at 30 million. Lingfeng, how long do you think it will take to mobilize 30 million? The elder leader asked with a smile. Lingfeng hesitated a bit, estimating it would take at least a day, or at most 3 days. In his previous life, large-scale mobilization took a year, and at that time the situation was not optimistic. It took a whole day to gather 2 million. Given the current peaceful domestic environment, the mobilization speed might not be very good. The next day, all media and websites received a notification from the government. Joint mobilization statement from the Heavenly Group and the United Front Work Department. In light of imminent reforms, the country needs 1 million new soldiers to strengthen national defense. Due to instability in people's livelihoods, all citizens aged 18 to 35 are eligible to apply for selection. 3 months of new soldier training, with the best serving in the Army, and those who do not pass will receive a national subsidy of 30,000 to 70,000, which can be combined with the ancient martial arts subsidy, and the country will also guarantee job placement afterward. Once this news was released, it instantly topped various trending lists. Every communication app was buzzing with discussions about this mobilization information. Haha, I could finally join the Army. Previously, I had steel nails in my legs, but after practicing ancient martial arts, I actually had them removed. Motherland, wait for me. Mom, I'm Soda. I have to join the Army. I must do my duty to the country. For some people who are not patriotic, a military slot feels like a venomous snake. But for those who want to join the Army, it's simply hard to come by. You could say it's worth its weight in gold. This method is quite good. It's equivalent to using labor to alleviate hardship. The country manages these young and strong individuals, and in a few months, the country's reforms will be nearly complete. Forgive me, I can't bear hardship, but seeing the substantial subsidies and guaranteed job placement after, I enlightened. Where is the hardship? It's sweeter than honey. Summer country is my home. Wherever it's needed, I'll go. After saying this, the netizen quickly dived into the recruitment website to prepare to sign up for the Army. 3 months of training translates to a monthly salary of over 10,000, which can be combined with the ancient martial arts subsidy and also includes job placement. This already surpasses the treatment of 80 of the current population of summer country. What the heck? It's been half an hour. Why am I still not in? Is the website down? Team leader. Good news, the website is down. It's a super large website capable of handling 1 million logins per hour. Lu Maching quickly reported, his face filled with joy. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback. He realized that summer country was becoming more and more worth protecting. Send the order down. Today, all major games will be offline for a day, and the servers will urgently load the mobilization website. We can't let the patriotic citizens of summer country wait. Understood. Team leader. In just 1 hour, several large computer and mobile games completed their update packages. Citizens of summer country who passed real name verification and facial recognition could log into the games to sign up for the Army. At the same time, major media outlets also completed their promotions. Wow, Dad, it's finally the weekend, and I can't play League of Legends. You little brat, all you know is playing games. Tomorrow night, I'll give you 2 extra hours of game time, but not today. Okay. He wanted to pester his dad a bit more, but wisely shut his mouth upon seeing his dad's stern face. In just 5 hours, 14 million citizens of summer country successfully registered, and the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, some citizens who didn't know how to operate computers or smartphones flexibly would have a large number of official volunteers assisting with registrations. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the recruitment work was successfully completed. It took only 12 hours. Among them was the courier brother who previously said that serving in the Army was sweeter than honey. His name was Zhang Wei. Looking at the line of red text that appeared on the recruitment website, this recruitment work has ended. Thank you for your support. Many people felt a bit helpless. I can't believe it. I worked overtime during the weekend and couldn't bring my phone. I feel like I lost a fortune. In fact, there was an opportunity to register during the lunch break. But these people didn't expect that such a large-scale mobilization would be completed so quickly. They regretted it. Why so fast? What ruthless people. Regardless, the recruitment work was over, and they missed their chance this time. Perhaps apart from their love for the motherland. This life added some benefits. The influence of ancient martial arts, Montak Lingfeng Pundit, due to time zone issues and online electronic registrations. Not many foreigners were concerned during the mobilization. Instead, after the recruitment ended, they became unusually interested in the mysterious summer country during the day. Beautiful countries, Ratnet. Did I miss a billion little things? Summer country mobilized? And it's over? A flash in the pan? No. That terrifying country completed community mobilization in 10 hours. With at least 1 million. What? How long does it take our beautiful country? A month or 2? Seeing this news, the vast majority of beautiful country's citizens did not believe it. Serving in the Army is so hard. Who would want to go? You don't understand the people of summer country. They often say, regret for years after serving. Regret for a lifetime, if not. I worked in Summer Country for a few years. That country really is. What is it? Backward and poor? Fortunately, most keyboard warriors have gone to join the army, and other citizens of Summer Country are also discussing joining the army domestically. Otherwise, such responses would have long been drowned out by Summer Country's internet trolls. No, our media is too deceptive. That country is rapidly rising at an incredible speed. Summer Country was once incredibly glorious, and its current rise is merely the inevitable result of a great rejuvenation. It is no longer an era of competing for manpower. It is an era of competing for technology. Developing technological weapons requires money. Where does Summer Country get its money? Fuck. Where does it come from? From our aid. In the White House, Mei-Pu looked at the data, frowning deeply, feeling increasingly strange. Summer Country must know something. Howard, the data states that the estimated number of mobilized citizens in Summer Country is 4 to 6 million. Do you think that's possible in just 8 hours? Commander, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say it's true. The cohesion of Summer Country is extremely terrifying. The secretary replied. Mei-Pu felt a sense of unease, gritted his teeth, and commanded, I don't care whether Summer Country has 1 million or 4 million in service 3 months later. We must keep up. Traditional orders. The beautiful country recalls 3 million reserve troops. Mobilize another 300,000. He paused, ensuring they receive the best benefits and subsidies to guarantee the combat effectiveness of the army. Quickly repair and recommission the stored equipment. Commander, why don't we join forces with allied nations to oppose this mobilization activity of Summer Country? Sigh, it's useless. Summer Country won't let us dictate terms. Of course, you can try, but the orders afterward will be the same. Understood, Commander. Mei-Pu also wanted to mobilize more people, but the national conditions of Beautiful Country did not allow it. When Beautiful Country joined forces with allies, they all agreed because they were scared. In their understanding, serving in the army means serving a military term, which is so hard. How could anyone willingly participate? But they didn't expect that in the magical country of Summer Country, in just a few hours, more than 1 million citizens voluntarily enlisted. This is the gap in understanding. In their country, serving in the army means fulfilling military service, whereas in Summer Country, serving in the army is about protecting one's home and country. They are afraid that the sleeping lion of Xia Country will awaken again. So within the limits of the rules, they will do their utmost to suppress Xia Country. Soon, the United Nations voted demanding that Xia Country withdraw its large-scale conscription, but it was denied by Xia Country's veto power. This was inevitable. After all, they had previously voted to revoke Xia Country's veto power, which was also denied by Xia Country. Afterwards, Xia Country subtly indicated, if this continues, Xia Country cannot guarantee that the nuclear fusion reactor will not frequently malfunction. The implication is clear. Behave yourselves and stop the nonsense. Xia Country's conscription is unstoppable, and several nearby small countries with poor relations are a bit panicked. Immediately, Hongri Country issued a notice to rapidly conscript 100,000 troops. Nanbang Country announced, forcibly conscripting 50,000 new soldiers. Du was stated, a lottery will decide conscripting 10,000 new soldiers. There's no way around the lottery. In this magical country, you will find that those conscripted are all female soldiers. As for whether they carry weapons, that cannot be guaranteed. Hundreds of miles away, several developed countries just laughed and did not conscript new soldiers. Can Xia Country really fight against me? The neighboring country, the bear leader, also sent inquiries, expressing confusion. Even the powerful Emperor Jing was somewhat fearful of Xia Country's large-scale conscription. In the Kyoto Parliament, the leader discussed for a long time with Emperor Jing, stabilizing this powerful ally. Lingfeng, you really have a knack. Originally, according to public sentiment, in peacetime, we could quickly mobilize millions at once, which would be remarkable. But if you're willing to spend money, then the public is willing to contribute to the country under assured conditions. Elder Nye laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth as a military elder during his tenure. Xia Country mobilized 30 million troops, although the specific number has not been announced yet. But once the information is released, this will be a name that will be remembered for ages. Mo Lingfeng laughed and replied, Elder Xia, you flatter me. We are originally here to serve the citizens. Of course, we must be dedicated to their welfare. He paused for a moment, then explained, and this batch of supplies was sent by those international friends. Otherwise, I couldn't have conjured up such a large sum of money out of thin air. Huh. Yes. They're all good people. Chapter 20. Redeeming Cultivation Technology Weapons. Infrastructure completed. Mo Lingfeng couldn't hide his excitement. Although the days of alien invasion ahead would be tough, the entire nation of Xia would definitely succeed in counterattacking. It is worth mentioning that during this period, the population census in Xia was successfully completed and the blood samples were also tested. After secret discussions, 5,000 young talents with cultivation qualifications above 700 in Xia expressed their willingness to fight for the country. They would serve as the first batch of the nation's secret forces, hidden in several large underground facilities, contributing silently to Xia. According to the system's prompts, as long as time and resources are sufficient, they have a 1 chance of becoming immortals. So they're Xia's last hope, not Mo Lingfeng. At the same time, 5,000 outstanding soldiers were selected from the 30 million mobilized troops and 8 million veterans. In total, 10,000 would take the essence pills to shorten their cultivation time. At this point, only about 100 essence pills remained in Mo Lingfeng's possession. Looking at the intelligence provided, Mo Lingfeng felt a bit worried. No one who could become a national leader was foolish. Apart from the spies active within Xia, many countries had begun short-term military preparations. He needed to come up with countermeasures to prevent certain countries from acting out of desperation. Mo Lingfeng thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to redeem the cultivation technology weapons from the submodule. 439 Xiaoqiu drones, with power equivalent to armed helicopters. Speed of 360 kilometers per hour. Armed with 2 dual-barreled 10mm electromagnetic machine guns, with excellent armor-piercing capability. Their self-defense capabilities are also strong, enhanced by cultivation formations. 243 small Snapdragon drones, similar to light fighters, have an additional 25mm electromagnetic cannon compared to Xiaoqiu. The key is that the cultivation formation allows them to conceal their presence. Speed reaches 9 times the speed of sound. 72 medium-sized armored dragon drones, larger, faster, stronger, and more concealed. 23 large golden dragon war machines, equivalent to aerial gunships, with even stronger firepower and terrifying armor-piercing capabilities. 12 giant Liuguang war machines, upgraded to be even more terrifying. Additionally, there is an intelligent warship with a length of 213 m and a width of 36 m. When the formation is activated under speed enhancements, ordinary nuclear bombs become ineffective. This is not because nuclear bombs lack power, but because human technology is insufficient to hit the target. In a previous life, facing the 8th-tier royal insect was the same. It not only had high speed, but also the ability to destroy with long-range nuclear bombs. Plus, there were many guard insect species. Even if humans dispatched their top experts to eliminate the guard insects, the cunning royal insect ultimately erupted in speed, escaping the nuclear explosion point, sustaining only minor injuries. Therefore, disaster descended upon the capital-based city, taking out the most powerful nuclear bomb, the Big Ivan from Tianlan Star, as long as the core point hits. Even if it's an immortal, they would peel off 2 layers of skin, or even be directly killed, let alone the 8th and 9th tier royal insects. Unfortunately, this warship was only equipped with a 250mm electromagnetic main gun. According to the system's explanation, it still couldn't instantaneously kill biological technologies above level 2 in alien exploration ships. The Nirvana plan still needs to wait, waiting for humans to imitate cultivation technology and develop a truly decisive plasma cannon. Looking at the data and quantity of these cultivation technology weapons, Mo Lingfeng felt increasingly confused. This might not be system resources, but rather the savings of the previous host. Especially that life-saving warship, which completely prioritized speed and protective armor, while its firepower was negligible. Never mind. he decided to deploy some Snapdragon and Armor Dragon drones near the leaders of certain countries. Mo Lingfeng was determined. The focus was on those major powers, including allied nations. Mo Lingfeng couldn't discern the true purpose of the system. But in the crisis of alien invasion, the role of the cultivation system was indispensable. Even if it was a stopgap measure, Xia could only swallow it down for now. Subsequently, Mo Lingfeng placed most of the cultivation technology weapons in the main storage base of the military department in the capital, preparing to follow the military's deployment to guard Xia's territory. The shock of others? Mo Lingfeng didn't care at all. He was only concerned about the safety of Xia, and the loyalty of Xia's soldiers was here. At the same time, with the actual comparison of these weapons, the Xia military's arsenal would complete the localization of cultivation weapons even sooner. It wasn't that they didn't want to directly replicate the technology, but the cultivation technology weapons used spiritual energy, which is also known as spiritual power. Xia didn't understand spiritual power at all. Mo Lingfeng could exchange spiritual energy points for spiritual power. But during battle, could he recharge them one by one? What he currently had was a large amount of spiritual power he had stored in advance when extracting from the system warehouse. As for the spiritual energy points spent, was that a matter? First, exhaust the pebbles from Tianlan Star, then talk to him. A portion would also be used to monitor the leaders of other countries comprehensively. Looking at Mo Lingfeng sleeping, Lu Maching felt reluctant to disturb him, but he had instructed that if there was anything, he should be woken up immediately. Team leader, wake up. The Foundation strengthening plan is complete. Lu Maching gently shook Missouri Lingfeng, afraid that a large movement would disturb him. Oh, let me see. Saying this, Mo Lingfeng checked the specific data. Foundation strengthening plan successfully completed. Originally intended to accommodate 4 million, the first phase can now hide 8 million. Furthermore, the second phase is under full construction. Expected completion date, January 10th, hiding 4 million. Please trust us, nation. Good. With these 2 million hidden individuals, Xia sacrifices can be a bit larger. Mo Lingfeng smiled indeed. With the incentive of those 90 doses of immortality medicine, the domestic big shots burst with passion. At the same time, it was the effort of over 10 million construction workers in Xia that allowed the Foundation strengthening plan to be completed in a month. In 1 month, over 10 million workers completed a metropolitan area housing 2 million people. At first glance, it seemed inconsistent with the title of infrastructure fanatic, but this was secretly constructed dozens to hundreds of meters underground, making it extremely challenging. One could say that with this speed, only Xia in the world could achieve it. Maching, has the first batch of hidden candidates been selected? Mo Lingfeng rubbed his eyes. Lu Maching felt a bit uncomfortable. He was too tired. Team leader, it's been chosen. The first batch of 300,000 willing high-qualification youths, along with their parents and close relations, totaling 1 million. The second and third batches of 1 million are being urgently arranged. Lu Maching continued. There are also 3 million reserve spots, kept temporarily as per your prior instructions. That's good. Maching, this batch of immortality medicine does not have spots for them. So, take out 5 doses from me to ensure the Foundation strengthening plan remains hidden. Yes, team leader. Why don't you rest a bit more? Mo Lingfeng glanced at the time. It was 6 in the morning, and he needed to go to the arsenal to discuss the localization of electromagnetic weapons. No need, prepare the car. Let's go to the arsenal. Seeing Lu Maching wanting to say something, he quickly explained, we can still take a nap in the car. All right then. Lu Maching looked a bit sulky. Chapter 21. Roadblock Cat. New recruit training. Breakthrough in electromagnetic technology. Just as the convoy was leaving the capital and passing through a side road, suddenly, a figure precisely collided with the middle Red Star RS-7. Fortunately, the vehicle was preparing to change lanes and was not moving fast. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a mass of blood and flesh. Was it a staged accident? Quite bold to dare to hit the vehicle of a state official. If it was a direct collision, there would be someone to handle it. Lu Maching immediately notified the driver. The current protective forces were all from the Heavenly Guard Army, and they were still not very familiar with the procedures. If it were the internal security forces, they would have already floored the gas pedal. If it weren't for Mo Lingfeng's disagreement with blocking the road in advance, this accident wouldn't have happened. Wait a minute. She's holding a flag. ISNT, that equivalent to filing a complaint? Mo Lingfeng perked up and instructed Lu Moching to let her get in the car. You want to know why she hadn't called the police? Hearing his words, Lu Moching ordered the Heavenly Guard soldiers in the back car to prepare to bring her into the vehicle. No need, just let her go to the passenger seat. Can she really assassinate me? Saying this, Mo Lingfeng laughed. Yes, team leader, Lu Moching replied, immediately lowering the middle protective barrier. Mo Lingfeng looked at the monitor, where a delicate young girl was in the passenger seat, not knowing why she was blocking the vehicle of high-ranking officials from Xia Country. All right, enough small talk. You know the consequences of this behavior. Just get to the point. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Mimi thought, how young? Did she get the wrong car? No matter. She endured the pain for being hit and quickly replied, my name is Zhang Mimi. I'm not planning to keep this worthless life today. In summary, the common people have grievances. Finally, the local Heavenly Guard, Lu Qingyun, responded, this person has a big shot backing her, so we haven't acted against her for now. But please rest assured, Commander Mo. Please rest assured, country and people. As soon as the opportunity arises, we will take down all involved parties. Lu Qingyun shouted this because he was filled with anger. These scoundrels wield the power entrusted by the people, but act arbitrarily above the people. Good. Rest assured, it won't be long. Thank you for your hard work. Mo Lingfeng felt a surge of spirit. As long as the Heavenly Guard army wasn't the problem, he could handle the historical issues left behind. Not a problem. It's hard work for Commander Mo. After hanging up the phone, Mo Lingfeng asked Zhang Mimi, are you satisfied with this answer? Zhang Mimi was trembling slightly all over. Through the conversation just now, she realized that this mysterious young man was the head of the newly formed highest authority in Xia Country, the Heavenly Group. She just forcibly blocked the vehicle of the head of the Heavenly Group and heard these state secrets. Would she be secretly dealt with? The courage to not fear death had dissipated in those few minutes. Satisfactory. I believe in the country. Zhang Mimi took a deep breath and slowly uttered these words. Do you understand the consequences? Don't be afraid. Now, I'll give you two choices. Please say. She was a bit flustered. One is to be locked up in prison, keeping the secret. The other is to be forcibly conscripted into the military. Don't worry. You will be no different from normal soldiers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mimi felt relieved. She wouldn't have to die, and there was an option other than prison. I choose option 2. Very good. Work hard in the future. Montag Lingfeng spoke gently. In just 3 days, 30 million trained soldiers arrived successively at various new recruit training bases across the country. They would train together for 3 months, including 6 million female soldiers. The South River Province Direct New Recruit Training Camp would be run by 3,000 elite veterans, training 70,000 new recruits. In the training square, the first batch of 10,000 assembled recruits stood ready and were being addressed. A snake cannot live without a head, and soldiers are ineffective without a commander. No more nonsense. Now select the new recruits acting squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander. Ling Chong from the Heavenly Guard Army served as the chief instructor of the South River Training Camp. As for what to rely on, it's your fists. The rules are as follows. All instructors stand at the outermost side of the square, with ropes tied around their waists. They will slowly move inward while tightening the ropes. All new recruits will mix it up in the square, eliminating others from the instructor circle. The victors will be kings. As for fairness, it's only temporary acting officers. They can run for election again later. Ling Chong yelled in the megaphone. Do you all understand? Understood. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Louder. Understood. 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 All new recruits shouted again. Good. It will officially start in 10 minutes. The previous traditional training mode took too long. After the new recruit period ended, they still needed to join the squads and follow the long-term guidance of veterans. Now it's urgent to stimulate the blood of the new recruits quickly and to minimize the emergence of troublemakers. What is this 10 minutes for? It's for the new recruits to form small groups. Hurry up, grab a few people, and we'll rush in together later. Brothers, look at my muscles. Want to team up? Many quick-witted individuals understood the instructor's intention and began to form teams rapidly. Now it officially begins. With the chief instructor's command, all new recruits started to squeeze inward peacefully. As for a brawl, sorry. You can't expect a group of kids who have never even killed a chicken to start throwing punches immediately. However, the instructor circle was steadily shrinking, and dozens of new recruits had already been thrown out by the instructors. A friendly reminder, the first 5,000 eliminated will have an extra 10 kilometers of training today. If you can't finish, you want to be allowed to have dinner. The usual initial training is 5 kilometers, but this batch of new recruits has strong physical qualities. Lingfeng shouted slowly, and dozens more were thrown out. Upon hearing this, most new recruits panicked. They might not care about the acting officer positions, but they didn't want to be punished on the first day. The new recruits on the outer side started to push inward, while those on the inner side were unwilling to leave. First, there were shoves and arguments. Then, a brawl broke out. Good kid. Sneak attack. You're not following the rules. Haha. Here comes another monkey stealing peaches. Officer positions? Sorry, hand them over. The scene was still extremely grand. These new recruits had been training in 5 elements martial arts for about a month and had generally increased their strength by dozens of kilograms. The exceptionally outstanding ones had increased by over 100 kilograms. New recruits were continuously knocked down, then cleared out by the instructors. No new recruits actively threw others out. After all, they were going to train together later. They had to trust each other's backs. Lingfeng still took his time. Good, almost 5,000 have been eliminated. You can soon compete for the positions of acting squad leader and deputy squad leader. I hate those who give up halfway. So, aside from the last 1,000 or so, everyone else will also run 10 kilometers. What? Did a new recruit say the chief instructor is not following the rules? Come here. Do you see his fist as big as a sandpot? I'm going. The chief instructor is too ruthless. This isn't a matter of life and death. Who doesn't want some face? Huh, what are you saying? Watch me do a lightning 5 consecutive whip kicks. The new recruits who fell to the ground had even worse injuries on their faces. First of all, congratulations, you become acting non-commissioned officers. But there is still a long way to go. The first 800 eliminated must also run 10 kilometers, with an additional 20 kilograms sandbag. Lingfeng shouted. In the Xia Country military, officers are always at the forefront. If an officer only wants to enjoy life, sorry, go to other countries. The chief instructor is truly cunning. I understand now. Today, no matter who you are, you have to run that 10 kilometers. Those who follow will have to increase their load. Look at my set of Tai Chi Bagua Palm. Haha, I'm not cunning. I'm straightforward. Shameless. My old back. The first element was the brother who was sneak attacked and fell. 300 acting platoon leaders with 30 kilograms of sandbags. 100 acting company commanders with 50 kilograms of sandbags. Train all the leads for a 10-kilometer run. After that, 10,000 new recruits are allocated into 100 temporary companies, with the backbone of each company forged through camaraderie. Such chaotic scenes play out successively at every training base. Female soldiers are no exception, and the competition is even more intense. In recent days, Lingfeng has been staying at the secret armory in Kyoto because, combined with the rough electromagnetic cannon technology that Xia Country itself has mastered, along with the Thor battery, individual electromagnetic weapons are about to undergo a revolution. Commander Montak, after we dismantled some mysterious weapons, we are about to break through the most critical core energy part. Please wait for the test results. Lingfeng looked at Zhang Sun's tired eyes and thin body, feeling deeply moved. Old Zhang, you've worked hard. Xia Country will not forget your contributions. At the same time, please take care of your health. It's not hard. I thought I was about to be buried, but I didn't expect the potion invented by the highest research institute to be so effective. I can still go for another 20 years. Zhang Sun laughed heartily. For scientists like them who have concealed their identities and silently contributed their lives to the country, fame and fortune have long been willingly given up. It is precisely because of these selfless and talented individuals that Xia Country can once again stand at the pinnacle of the world. We did it. Commander Teacher. The energy part is resolved. We can soon make the electromagnetic weapons individual. Lin Yin, dressed in thick protective gear, ran out of the laboratory, shouting loudly. Good. Quickly assemble a few 12.7 millimeters electromagnetic machine guns. Let's go to the shooting range and see the power with our own eyes. Mo Lingfeng became increasingly confident. He had already received terrifying data on the subsystem weapons from his system. Boom, boom, boom. To prevent accidents, the mechanical arm controlled the electromagnetic machine gun to fire automatically. Looking at the experimental steel plate, it was quickly pocked with numerous holes. Mo Lingfeng knew it had truly succeeded. After waiting for several major test steps, Commander Mo, please look at the specific data. He took the tablet and quickly browsed through it, instantly overjoyed. The experimental standard 12. 7mm electromagnetic machine gun. Expected maximum range of 17 kilometers with only a 10 energy decay. The muzzle initial velocity reaches 2000 ms, which is 8 times the speed of sound. It can penetrate 30mm homogeneous steel plates throughout. The firing rate is 800 rounds per minute. The recoil is only 1/10 of that of gunpowder weapons. The difficulty of handling is minimal. Electromagnetic weapons are not without flaws. They focus on extreme armor-piercing capabilities. With weak explosive performance, but with various types of warheads, the flaws can be ignored. Due to insufficient metal technology on Tianlan Star, the barrel lifespan cannot keep up. Test results show that 7mm electromagnetic machine gun barrel has a lifespan of only 3,000 rounds. However, in actual combat, machine guns must be replaced after firing 1,000 or 2,000 rounds due to overheating, so the lifespan can be overlooked. With sufficient energy, the production of electromagnetic shells is extremely simple. Ordinary electromagnetic shells can be easily stamped out in the arsenal. Modeling calculations show that a 120mm electromagnetic cannon has a range of 200 kilometers, with only a 50 energy decay. This means it is a powerful offensive weapon, a divine tool for defending the territory. The manufacturing cost of a missile is at least tens of millions. It also requires a lot of time. However, an ordinary electromagnetic shell only costs a few thousand Xia coins. It can be completed with simple stamping. Of course, if guided, specially designed armor-piercing or explosive functions are added, it will be a bit more expensive. Establishing controllable nuclear fusion reactors on Xia Country's territory while deploying a terrifying number of electromagnetic cannons. Large-scale invasions by the insect race. Bring it on. My insect race spinal fluid. Good. This is the weapon of the nation. Mo Lingfeng still couldn't control his excited heart. Commander Montak, according to your instructions, in conjunction with our production line, we will mass-produce 7mm electromagnetic machine guns, 30mm electromagnetic cannons, and 120mm electromagnetic cannons. Production capacity is not an issue. Zhang Sun reminded him from the side. Of course, this is made in Xia Country. Old Zhang, please continue to follow up. After that, I invite you to see the great treasures of the Xia Country military. Sure. I don't feel tired at all. This is for the country. Chapter 22 Codename Sky Reaper, Summer Country Speed in just one day. A batch of urgently assembled and tested electromagnetic weapons was transported to the Secret Air Force experimental base in Kyoto. Summer Country's first modified air gunship is about to be completed. Mo Lingfeng and several scientific experts quietly awaited its test flight. He stared at the precious data on the tablet in his hand. Kunpeng gunship, codename Sky Reaper, modified from the Transport 20 production line. Equipped with the first-generation controllable nuclear fusion reactor, the energy is nearly limitless. Maximum speed of 8 times the speed of sound. To know, this is a 50-meter little fatty. Each side is equipped with 2 sets of 120mm electromagnetic cannons, firing 30 rounds per minute. A total of 1,200 rounds of various shells. Additionally, each side has 3 sets of 3-barrel 30mm rotary electromagnetic machine guns, with a firing rate of 1,800 rounds per minute per gun, a total of 24,000 rounds. Furthermore, the cabin can carry 15 tons of guided bombs. Commander Montak, we feel ashamed for the country's nurturing. The energy issue has been solved. Kunpeng can soar indefinitely. But our material science has not kept up, which means Kunpeng must undergo regular maintenance. The chief designer Zhao Jianjun expressed some shame. Zhang Sun was also dissatisfied with his own incompetence. Yes, Commander Mo, our metal material science has not kept up. The barrel life of the 30mm electromagnetic machine guns is only 2,000 rounds, while the barrel life of the 120mm electromagnetic cannon is merely 400 rounds. Lingfeng knew that these talented individuals were all working hard, but technological transformation must be visible. He quickly replied, "You two are being too hard on yourselves. I understand the challenges of the mysterious technology. You are working overtime to replicate it. So, soon, Summer Country's technology will undergo a qualitative change." He paused and smiled, explaining besides, "We have to give our soldiers some rest time, right? I don't want them to become perpetual motion machines. That's too tiring." Although Lingfeng had already sent some of the cultivation technology to various research institutes in Summer Country, some key materials in those technologies simply do not exist on Tianlan Star. They are products of the Bihan Great World. Now, researchers in Summer Country are working day and night, try to localize the cultivation technology using materials from Tianlan Star. Yes, please rest assured, Commander Mo. Please rest assured, country. We will definitely master those technologies in the shortest time possible. The two elderly men who had dedicated their lives spoke these words with unwavering determination. "Everyone, you've worked hard. We've received the notification. Let us go. Let's take a look inside and test the power." Lingfeng believed in their capabilities. Inside the modified Kunpeng gunship, Commander Montak, greetings. Esteemed academicians, a squad of Tianyu troops stood at attention. They are the elite of the Air Force. Lingfeng and the others returned the salute, looking at the enormous space inside the Kunpeng. He instructed the Tianyu troops, "Fong Tianyi, later you all fire a few rounds so we can see the power of the electromagnetic cannon." Fong Tianyi was also very excited. "Yes. Commander Montak." Boom! A massive sound barrier was broken, and the noise was left behind. The Kunpeng gunship broke the sound barrier for the first time. This is also the first time such a large transport aircraft has broken the sound barrier in the history of Tianlan Star. Soon, the Kunpeng speed decreased to 360 kilometers per hour, and the altitude lowered to 2,000 meters. When firing, it must not reach the speed of sound. They have arrived at the airspace over the test site. Last night, the Summer Country military had filled the area above the suburban test field with catalysts to increase cloud thickness, minimizing the chances of reconnaissance by foreign spy satellites. As for the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft from the beautiful country, it had long been shot down by our air defense system. At the same time, a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft had arrived at the test site as high altitude, transmitting reconnaissance data to the Kunpeng gunship through the tri-service data link. This is the power of technology. Lingfeng stood behind the operator, looking at the extremely clear ground strike targets on the display screen, unusually excited. "Let us start the experiment. Follow the procedures. You operate it yourselves." Lingfeng ordered. "Received." Boom, boom, boom. All equipment aimed, electronic firing, mechanical automatic loading. This is the power of Summer Country's defense technology. All steel items in the test site were ravaged by the flames. Some were even tragically blown to pieces by high-power missiles. "Commander Montak, the results are consistent with the modeling data. Besides the high-power missiles, the Kunpeng gunship will become our Army's strongest comprehensive support firepower. Good. It will form a mobile steel Great Wall with our soldiers to protect the people of Summer Country." Lingfeng ordered, "In 4 months, I want to see at least 200 Kunpeng gunships. If production capacity is insufficient, we can modify the transport. 12. The effect is similar, just with a slightly reduced payload." Lu Maching stood upright. "Yes, team leader." "Huh. Commander Mo, please rest assured. Even the old man knows about Summer Country manufacturing and Summer Country speed." Zhang Sun was full of confidence in the country. Once upon a time, Summer Country could only manufacture matches and quilts. But now, Summer Country can produce warships as if they were dumplings. And Summer Country manufacturing is world-renowned. Not to mention this 200-ton class military-modified transport aircraft. Speaking of producing warships like dumplings, Lingfeng felt a bit worried. Human weapons currently cannot kill the Zerg hidden in the sea in large numbers. Fortunately, some military research institutes have already begun researching targeted weapons based on cultivation technology combined with Summer Country's reserve technology. A few days later, at the Kyoto National Assembly Hall, Mo Lingfeng was discussing some national affairs with the leader and several state elders. Lingfeng, today, the second phase of the strong foundation plan has been completed. Are the aliens coming? Elder Song, a big shot in people's livelihood, inquired. Yes, to prevent any timing errors, we will start spraying the virus antidote in 3 days. Montag Lingfeng replied, also explaining that this batch of construction workers would spend another 10 days building large state-owned cold storage facilities across various locations. After that, the country would send vehicles to take them back home for the new year. The large state-owned grain depots built by the country over the years can provide emergency food for 12 billion people in the country for 3 years. However, emergency meat and vegetables can only supply the nation for 6 months, along with the usual reserves by the public if the Zerg invades. Comfortable meals can only be provided for 1 year. If no measures are taken, the next 3 years can only ensure that the people of Summer Country have enough to eat. Now that the country has the capability, it must ensure that the public lives comfortably, and food is a key focus. After all, as a country of food lovers, meeting the needs of foodies is very important. Cold storage? Yes. Now energy is not an issue. In recent days, the basic materials sent by other countries have included 100 million tons of various meats. Before the new year, we are urgently purchasing 200 million tons abroad. So we need to build many large cold storage facilities. 300 million tons of meat can satisfy the national demand for meat for 2 years. This project can showcase the charm of Summer Country's speed. In 10 days, more than 10 million workers built hundreds of super large cold storage facilities with capacities over 1 million cubic meters. As for the emergency food secretly reserved by Summer Country, that has been saved year after year. Each year, a large amount of new grain is used to replace the old grain. The old grain is not tasty, but can be used for brewing. Only a superpower like Summer Country has the capability to store such a quantity of grain. Over 600 million tons. No, it should be said that only Summer Country can do this, because other countries basically do not prepare large amounts of supplies for their people in advance. At the same time, overseas purchase prices will not see huge increases, because Summer Country holds the lifeblood of the fourth energy revolution. Who dares to play tricks on Summer Country? Good. Lingfeng is prepared. Rest assured. However, Lingfeng, the leader looked at Mo Lingfeng's haggard face, somewhat moved. Leader, what is it? Mo Lingfeng did not hear the murmurs of the leader afterwards. The elderly leader replied gently, It's nothing. Just wanted to ask if you need to take a break. You're pushing yourself too hard. How about resting for a bit? Go back and have a peaceful year? No need. Mo Lingfeng wanted to say that for the safety of the people of the Xia Country, he could hold on a bit longer. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the leader. All right, that's decided. For general matters, we can hold online meetings to resolve them. If there's an urgent situation, you can come back immediately. Understood? Yes, leader. Montag Lingfeng answered readily. But he made up his mind to go home and rest for a week, then immediately return to the capital after that. The critical Nirvana plan must not have any setbacks. He needed to oversee the overall plan. For the people of Xia Country, there are many heroes who cannot reunite with their families for years. Chapter 23. Pre-New Year Benefits. Ancient martial arts win hearts. Unexpected events at the same time. With a large amount of supplies in hand, Mo Lingfeng proposed the Spring Festival Welfare Plan for the people of Xia. Immediately announcing to the citizens of Xia, distribution began. To prevent anyone from embezzling part of the supplies, major media outlets and official staff started comprehensive coverage of this news. Joint statement from the Heavenly Group and the Ministry of People's Livelihood. As the Spring Festival of 1040 approaches, our country received a huge donation from foreign friends last year, and the welfare of the citizens is steadily improving. A large amount of supplies is piled up in state-owned warehouses. This Spring Festival, we have prepared 10 kilograms of meat, 10 kilograms of vegetables, and 20 kilograms of rice and flour for each citizen. During the Spring Festival, all basic supplies will be available at half price. If you don't want to cook, you can receive corresponding military self-heating food. Rest assured, this Spring Festival, except for emergency duty personnel from the state and some companies, all citizens of Xia will have a holiday. Let everyone enjoy a comfortable Spring Festival. Just this expenditure exceeds 200 billion Xia coins. The key point is that these spring festival supplies are given for free to the citizens. Haha, the food is quite good. The important thing is that I received a notice from my superiors that I can go home for the New Year a week before New Year's Eve. I Haven T spent the New Year with my parents for 3 years. What does the brother upstairs do? Why was he so miserable before? PS from the Linen Fire Department. Sorry, not miserable at all. You are the most beautiful reverse warriors. Every year during the Spring Festival is a peak period for fires, and basically, all cities' fire departments will have half of their personnel on emergency duty. This means local firefighters either choose to spend New Year's Eve or the Spring Festival. If they are new recruits from other places, they won't go back for the Spring Festival. They will leave the holiday opportunity for local brothers to spend time with their parents and wives. I have a baby in my belly, 7 months along. Does that count as her share? This comment received a lot of likes and got an official reply. Of course it counts. That's great. I calculated that's several $100. And have you noticed? The previously expensive pork has now been directly slashed in half. Haha, the government took action. Trust the government. If there are any problems, they will be resolved in a timely manner. The beautiful country, as the world's largest meat producer, initially wanted to take advantage of Xia's open purchase of such a large quantity of reserve meat. However, they received an official notice from Xia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs stating that price increases should not exceed 20. If it exceeds this limit, Xia cannot guarantee whether military personnel installing reactor units will adapt to the local environment and may delay installation time. As for when they will recover, adapting to the local environment, it could take months or even years. The White House of the beautiful country, with Trump frowning, must have overlooked something. Xia is not sick. Why would they stockpile so much meat? In Kangaroo Country, the leader Cameron has very low authority, leading the agricultural tycoons to ignore official guidance and orders and directly raise prices by over 200. They severely ripped off Xia's money. Seeing that the personnel installing the nuclear fusion reactor in Xia received orders to take leave and stop work to prepare to return home for the new year, Cameron panicked. This is definitely a one-way trip. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to announce a temporary military administration in Kangaroo Country, targeting those clueless agricultural merchants first. As a result, according to Kangaroo Country's constitution, the leader has no power to declare a state of emergency. It must be approved by Congress. So after unscrupulous businessmen bled Xia dry, Kangaroo Country is definitely in trouble after this. As the practice of ancient martial arts progressed, Mo Lingfeng discovered that the so-called control of people's hearts was merely slightly amplifying the good intentions in people's hearts. Wow, ancient martial arts are so powerful. The national welfare is so good. I love my country. After practicing ancient martial arts, my health improved, and I'm stronger in that aspect too. I'm a brick of the nation. Wherever I am needed, I will go. Oh my, I lost 20 pounds in a month. My skin has become smooth and tender. Ancient martial arts are impressive. Xia is impressive. This is roughly the effect. It might strengthen the gathering of public sentiment a bit. For those with malicious intent in their hearts, the effect is negligible. Of course, it is still a modified version of a cultivation technique, which has some prestige. If one's heart is not aligned with Xia, the cultivation speed will be extremely slow. Meanwhile, many foreigners watched Xia's ancient martial arts videos and began practicing along. Most people were educated in such a way from a young age, filled with malice, and as a result, their practice was worse than Taekwondo. Only a small number of people who are filled with goodwill towards Xia have a cultivation speed consistent with the citizens of Xia. As their physical fitness improved, this group became increasingly grateful to Xia, quietly supporting Xia while slowly promoting ancient martial arts. Oh, Chinese Kung Fu. Awesome. The world's attitude towards Xia is slowly changing. Some talented citizens of Xia have already perfected their qi refining stage cultivation. Mo Lingfeng had previously exchanged for the foundational building cultivation technique and secretly handed it to them. Once they break through to the foundational building stage, Xia's cultivators will not only further enhance their physical fitness, but also be able to use spiritual power. Their strength will greatly increase. It's a bit awkward that Mo Lingfeng, after taking medicine from the system's main mall, has only reached the 7th level of qi refining. Although his aptitude is inferior, the key point is probably not enough time. Hey, Dad. Mo Lingfeng choked up a bit. Lingfeng, what's wrong? Did you run out of money during the winter vacation? I'll have your sister send you some. His dad's bank card had been in his sister's hand for the past few years. Mo Lingfeng had also mentioned earlier that he would be participating in an internship during the winter vacation, which was a national experiment, and wouldn't be going home for the new year. No need, I'll be back tomorrow. I can go for a week. Okay, I'll pick you up at the high-speed railway station. Dad, no need, just take care of the store and run it well. I can take a taxi. This. Okay, you little rascal. Most fathers sounded a bit hesitant. Mo Lingfeng felt increasingly uncomfortable. In his previous life, Linhai City was the first-tier city in Xia to be conquered. His father, mother, and sister were unable to evacuate successfully. That became the greatest pain in his heart. In this life, for Xia, he has made only a few phone calls in over a month. If it weren't for the leader's order, he wouldn't return for the spring festival during this winter vacation. He feels he owes his parents for raising him, but he feels he is living up to the country's nurturing. Mo Qinchi, my parents are okay, right? Mo Lingfeng detected a hint of hesitation in his father's tone. Lu Maching, upon hearing this, panicked. It's going to be exposed. Gritting her teeth, she revealed the truth. Team leader, uncle and aunt are perfectly fine. But your sister, it turns out his silly sister, who is in college, is experiencing her first love and has encountered a rich and handsome scumbag. But she hasn't realized it herself. The internal female guards secretly dealt with the source of the problem. No, we didn't harm anyone. We just warned that rich scumbag, Lung Qingfeng. This made Mo Shichi a bit gloomy. Mo's father also sensed something was off. It's nothing, just a small problem. I'll talk to her later. Mo Lingfeng didn't pay much attention. After all, she is just a silly sister. The girl has grown up and has her own little secrets now, which she never told him in his previous life. The next morning, Mo Lingfeng was boarding a military aircraft, with 4 J-20s providing full escort. The missile racks underneath were fully loaded. This is just in case. In Xia's airspace, there is absolutely no possibility of unknown missiles attacking. From high above, the beautiful mountains and rivers of Xia are in full view. Montauk King, you can take a regular car later. When we arrive in the coastal area, I want to get off and take a look at the prosperous Xia. What Mo Lingfeng pursues is simply, in several years, the mountains and rivers remain, and the country is peaceful. Listening to Mo Lingfeng's gentle words, Lu Maching knew that this decision was unchangeable. Yes, team leader. On the bustling avenue of Binhai District in Linhai City, Mo Lingfeng stood still, squinting slightly to feel the noise carried by the cold wind. It was somewhat noisy, but this was the motivation he was protecting. Mo Qing, I'll take a walk alone. Mo Lingfeng felt a bit lonely before the disaster struck. That kind of pain was something he alone understood. He slowly walked towards home, as if that was hope. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Lingfeng passed by a community slated for demolition. Looking at the large character for demolition, he knew another batch of people would be free from worries about food and clothing. Although there were some chaotic phenomena within Xia Country, the majority still had the people's interests at heart. Suddenly, Mo Lingfeng received a notification that some people were preparing to flee. The entire country had secretly inspected all areas, just waiting for Mo Lingfeng to give the order, and in an instant, a simultaneous capture operation would be implemented. What he was waiting for was the military control that would occur after the outbreak of the virus. At that time, taking action would minimize the losses to the people. Meanwhile, the military would enter a state of first-level combat readiness, and the entire country would be under military control. The rules at that time would no longer be dictated by these lowlifes. At the same time, he silently thought, the plan needs to be advanced. These people were mixed, with intertwined interests. If a few were caught, the others would quickly get the news. These suspects could not escape Xia Country, but they would undoubtedly cause great interference in the capture and could also affect the safety of the people. Mo Lingfeng instructed Lu Maching, issue the order from the Heavenly Group. At 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, deploy the Heavenly Guard, the Heavenly Imperial Army, 100,000 Imperial Armored Troops. and 400,000 armed police troops. Capture all suspects that have been identified and detain them for 15 days. He paused for a moment, shouting with anger, while fully ensuring the safety of the people and soldiers. Grant a complete fire order. After the military enters a state of first-level combat readiness, immediate trials will follow. Clean up all the trash. Tomorrow morning, implement the capture operation. Codename, Icebreaker. He wanted the people of Xia Country to feel the warmth of the sun in this cold winter. Mo Lingfeng knew that all matters were unrelated to the armed police, as they could not step out of the barracks without orders. The people of Xia Country could completely trust the armed police, just as they trusted the military. As night fell, within just a few hours, the armed police stationed in the suburbs of the city changed into civilian clothes and began to enter various predetermined capture points. Fully armed. Meanwhile, some soldiers with qualified physical fitness had secretly changed into Thunder God battle armor. They had been urgently parachuted to various capture points by Air Force transport planes. They would act as the vanguard, minimizing the occurrence of accidents and ensuring the safety of the public and their comrades. With 20mm protective steel plates, how could those thugs' imitation pistols, shotguns, and homemade gunpowder pose a threat to the armored troops? Mo Lingfeng had dinner at home, chatted with his parents, and made an excuse to stay out overnight with friends. He immediately rushed to the Armed Police Readiness Department in Linhai City. Leader, I am Mo Lingfeng. The icebreaker operation is in preparation. Lingfeng, don't feel pressured. Just go for it. I've changed the signature to Li Ping, and I've also kept an eye on some old-timers for you, the leader said gently. Mo Lingfeng felt a bit moved and replied loudly, Yes, leader. Everything is for the people of Xia Country. He knew the leader did this to protect him. The leader had taken most of the pressure upon himself. In the second year of the insect race invasion in his previous life, the leader also made the same decision, and he faced multiple assassination attempts domestically. Where there are damned scum, there are petty criminals. Those who were executed also had relatives. They lost everything: wealth, social status, loved ones. What do you think they would do? They would seek revenge crazily. When making this decision, Mo Lingfeng was already prepared to bear the consequences. But the leader changed the signature of the icebreaker operation to his own. Leader, this time I will completely eliminate them. Leave no room for escape. Mo Lingfeng thought silently. With the experience from his previous life, the relatives of serious offenders would also be closely monitored. As for petty offenders, they could go for labor reform. Chapter 24. Icebreaking operation at 2:50 a.m. the next day. Thousands of arrest points across the country reported they were on standby, waiting for orders from their superiors. Time ticked away, and finally, at 3 o'clock a.m., the Xiantian group ordered. Everyone immediately commenced the arrest operation. Protect the safety of the people of Xia. Please be careful. The leader's good intentions were understood by Mo Lingfeng, but he was not afraid. I will follow your instructions. Although it was the quietest hour of the morning. At this moment, there was a stir in various places across Xia. Outside the border, a wealthy village was invaded by a group of dark green Iron Men. Tower Village. It is the largest drug production den in neighboring countries on the border of Xia. Just this one village produces 3 tons of drugs a year. It should be known that in Xia, selling 100 grams of drugs can lead to heavy sentences. One can imagine how terrifying this ordinary, yet evil village is. They have used money to penetrate various local channels and have remained unpunished until now. Brothers, grab your weapons and run. The army of Xia is coming. Some keen-eyed individuals spotted the soldiers' badges, which are the greatest proof of the Xia army. At the same time, the army would not be polite and reason with them. Only physical force would be used. Everyone, cover your heads and squat down, otherwise we will shoot immediately. This message echoed repeatedly from the loudspeakers of the Imperial armor troops. The outside was also blocked by the army. Haha, before I die, I will take someone down with me. Saying this, a villager pulled out a replica automatic rifle and began to shoot wildly. I have enjoyed life. Not a loss. If Tower Village did not produce drugs, they, like many ordinary villages, would have to toil endlessly and barely support their families. Over a decade ago, Uncle Dong led them down the path of drug production, and now, Tower Village can be said to be the richest village in their country, without a doubt. Impossible. There is no one in the world who cannot be killed by a gun. Louis Shou had killed before, but he could only watch as a soldier charged at him, braving the bullets. The soldier did not shoot. The army would not kill them because Mo Lingfeng had instructed that, under certain circumstances, their lives should be spared. There would be more brutal deaths waiting for these scum. Be careful. Sergeant Dong Li of the Imperial Armor Troops saw a bomb being thrown over. The fuse was about to burn out. His comrades were in the process of escorting and could not avoid it all in time. Hesitating for just a moment, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward. Bang! Dong Li was blown up over a meter. Little Li, his comrade beside him, roared and immediately fired 3 shots from his rifle, killing the bandit on the upper floor. ISNT, the standard issue of the Imperial Armor Troops, a 12.7mm heavy machine gun? Shooting some scum. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Little Li. Zhang Liang rushed up to check on Dong Li's body. Squad leader, I'm not dead. Ha! Spitting blood, Dong Li took off his helmet. Zhang Liang carefully checked and found the armor was intact. Dong Li had only sustained some internal injuries. Laughing and scolding, you little brat. Tired of living? Forgot we switched gear? Fortunately, it was just soil explosives. He. Dong Li kept smiling foolishly and did not respond. If given another choice, he would not hesitate. Squad leader. Look, some bandits escaped by helicopter. Zhang Liang glanced and smiled. No problem. The sky is also our army's territory. Land that helicopter immediately. Otherwise, we will shoot it down. Aviation soldier Chao Feng piloted an armed helicopter over. Due to noise issues, the 2 WZ-10 helicopters had not approached Tower Village before the operation. Ram it. Seeing the helicopter, Uncle Dong knew there was no escape. He did not want to face judgment. Seeking death. Using the helmet-mounted cannon targeting system, Chao Feng pressed the launch button. In an instant, a burst of fire licked the tail of the helicopter. The helicopter had to make an emergency landing while spinning. Committing so many crimes. Death would be too easy for you. Chao Feng also knew that in Xia, hundreds of anti-drug police and armed police sacrificed their lives every year. Over several decades, they had sacrificed over 10,000. Countless comrades had gone into hiding. Tower Village could not escape this relationship. Before long, the helicopter made a successful emergency landing, and 3 bandit leaders were arrested by the troops. Such arrest operations were numerous, and many dangerous ones had to be carried out solely by the Imperial Armor Troops. Those bad people posed a great threat to the people. Even with sufficient preparations, 7 armed police officers were seriously injured. These were injuries outside the intelligence. The most severely injured soldier was named Du Aigua. While covering his comrades, he pushed one away at the last moment and was struck by a landmine planted by the bandits. He lost both hands and eyes. In just 1 hour, all levels of criminals were captured, a total of hundreds of thousands. Their hearts had long been filled with darkness, and relying solely on ancient martial arts could not improve that. Only God could, but there was no God in Xia. So they were prepared to send them to see heaven. It is worth mentioning that for some people, their sins could not be washed away even by death. Well now, son, Dad is going to have tea together. Where to drink? To entertain the insect tribe. That is the destination Mo Lingfeng has prepared for these scum. This ice-breaking operation raised a question. The military had no authority to judge most of the bad people. Therefore, Mo Lingfeng temporarily locked these bad people in the military camp, waiting for 15 days for the rules to be rewritten. Soon, the criminals' connections started to mobilize. Since Mo Lingfeng was in charge of the military, they could not reach him. They sought out several national elders to plead for mercy, complain, and even threaten, and even found the leader. The only response was, "You will take a month off and go to the military sanatorium. If you don't go, I will send someone to invite you." The vacant position would be filled by the deputy. Mo Lingfeng connected the call and reported loudly. "Report to the leader. The ice-breaking operation has been successfully completed. We can give the people of Xia an explanation." "Good. Lingfeng, don't worry. We will always be behind you." The leader and several national elders were also working to pave the way for Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng replied, "For the people of Xia, I will do my utmost." At 6 a.m. that morning, all media and websites receive a notice to make a national message trend. The Xintian Group and the Ministry of National Defense joint statement. Early this morning, based on solid evidence, we secretly captured a large number of extremely evil criminals. Codename, Icebreaking Operation. If the people are persecuted, please log onto the National People's Protection Network. Rest assured, this is the military's website. We will definitely act on behalf of the people. At the same time, we will do our utmost to compensate the citizens. The arrest list was scrolling below, and local TV stations released information on the arrested criminals in every city. On the People's Protection Network, all criminal information existed, and citizens could search based on names from different cities to ensure no fish escaped the net. Although many relatives of the criminals wanted to mobilize online forces to whitewash them, how could they compete with the power of the state? Even the morning news instantly topped the charts on various websites and social media. Some people wanted to reduce their sentences. Sure, go have a face-off with the insect tribe. I'll be damned. The Xintian group made a big move, arresting hundreds of thousands of criminals in a few hours. They even caught so many big sharks that we see on TV every day. Great. That group of bad people is finally gone, and the protective umbrella above them has fallen. A citizen of Linhai City, who was forced to sign a low-price demolition agreement, rejoiced, and it was very likely that he could get his money back. This is the power of the state. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Impossible. He didn't commit a crime. They were voluntary. A brainless fan was still whitewashing. Wherein they underage upstairs? The state arrested him. You are still blabbering here. Be careful not to get arrested too. Nonsense. The state wouldn't randomly arrest people unless they committed a crime. Little girl, don't be afraid. You'll only be scolded online at most. Some people, seeing the failure of domestic damage control, are spending money abroad to buy public opinion, preparing to use foreign forces to force Xia Country to soften. Beautiful Country's netizens are making a fuss on social media. Oh my God, look at Xia Country. That barbaric nation actually sends troops to arrest its own citizens. Where is the freedom of the people? The people of Xia Country are truly miserable. The country treats the law as a joke. If Xia Country continues like this, it might really be doomed soon. This is not only the perspective of those spending money on damage control, but also that of most citizens of beautiful country towards Xia Country. My brother, please donate your eyes to those in need. Can't you see that all those arrested are bad people? I have been to Xia Country. In that country, you can go out shopping freely at night. Meanwhile, at home, I have to be cautious at night. A small number of rational people who have practiced Xia Country's ancient martial arts are starting to explain, but their numbers are too few to make a wave. In the White House, Trump is looking at the night vision images sent by spy satellites, frowning. Howard, Xia Country has already invested heavily in full exoskeleton soldiers. How is that possible? What about us? Commander, we in beautiful country already have exoskeleton technology, but the energy issue still cannot be solved. Moreover, if fully equipped, soldiers cannot bear it. Howard is also very worried. During this time, Xia Country seems to be using hacks with various high-tech innovations resembling black technology. Through Howard's explanation, Trump learned that a full exoskeleton set weighs over 100 kilograms. Even with auxiliary power, soldiers in beautiful country still cannot bear it. But why can Xia Country's troops widely use battle armor? Technological progress is always gradual. In this short period, Xia Country has pressed us down so we can't lift our heads. Trump paused, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, realizing there must be some issue in this world that we haven't noticed. For the sake of beautiful country, I need to talk to Xia Country about nuclear benevolence. It's not that Trump doesn't want to find a problem, but Xia Country is on high alert, and spies from various countries cannot find important intelligence at all. Other major countries are also discussing military exoskeleton technology, all discovering that there are several key technologies that Xia Country can solve, while they cannot. Regarding the leakage of images of the armored troops, Lingfeng is not surprised. After all, even Xia Country's own satellites can capture them, not to mention the spies of those shameless major countries. At the same time, several neighboring countries' officials and citizens have begun to mock Xia Country's foolish decision. Hungry Country is worried that Xia Country will delay the delivery time of the reactor. The officials have not expressed their stance, but secretly incited public opinion. Xia Country has lost its mind. The people's hearts have been lost. Our great red nation will soon surpass Xia Country. What do you mean by surpassing? We are already stronger than Xia Country. Xia Country has been crushing Hongri Country in all aspects for over 10 years. But the vast majority of Hongri Country's citizens and officials are still intoxicated by the glory of decades ago. Other countries are basically discussing among the citizens while the officials remain silent, subtly guiding the narrative. This is to prevent Xia Country from turning hostile and delaying the delivery of the key reactor for the fourth energy transformation. Therefore, the officials of various countries cannot be as arrogant as before, uniting to sanction Xia Country. They can only obediently act submissive to avoid displeasing Xia Country. Chapter 25 National Spraying of Virus Antidote at Mo Lingfeng's home. Mo's father looked at him and said slowly, Xiaofeng, the experiment is urgent, just go. Your mother and I are fine, no need to worry. For the country, hurry back to Kyoto. Tonight is the moment for spraying the virus antidote. Mo Lingfeng frequently left home, making phone calls, video calls, and assigning tasks. Mo's father watched, realizing that the child had grown up and changed. Dad, Mo Lingfeng felt a bit uncomfortable. For 2 days, he had only eaten a few meals and occasionally chatted with his parents and sister. Most of the time, he made excuses to go out for the scientific experiment. Go, it's fine, Mo's mother gently said. I understand. In the afternoon, Mo Lingfeng left home, reminding Lu Maching, make sure the Tianwei army protects them well. Rest assured, team leader. Upon returning to Kyoto, he began preparations to increase Xia Country's odds of success. Honey, have you noticed that Xiaofeng has changed? Mo's father asked with a cautious smile. Of course, he is our child. It's only been half a year, but it feels like many years have passed. Xiaofeng has grown up. He can't come home often now. Mo's mother didn't need to be gentle with Mo's father, but her tone was filled with melancholy. That night, over 3,000 aircraft equipped with spraying devices began low-speed nationwide patrols. With the advanced preparations from the Xia Country officials, it was expected that the nationwide spraying of the virus antidote would be completed in 3 nights. This system-improved antidote spray would not cause stress reactions in the human body, so the public would not feel discomfort. 2 days later, watching the last red area on the nationwide real-time electronic map turn green, Mo Lingfeng knew that the global virus was now ineffective against Xia Country. Ding! Congratulations! You have sprayed the virus antidote within Xia Country. Successfully saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of Xia citizens. Reward: chemical formula for the new universal element Qi. For details, please click, which can enhance various properties of Tianlan star materials by 3 to 10 times. Unlocks the main mall permissions for the gold core stage system. Hidden information. The influence of the Baihan Great World deepens in this world, accelerating the opening time of the time-space channel, and spiritual energy will revive in Xia Country's territory, further deepening the influence of status. Note: this message is not visible to the host. Mo Lingfeng looked at the detailed information about Qi and was overjoyed. Great! The biggest problem restricting energy can be solved. The Qi element can be easily and mass-produced, and when added to steel in appropriate amounts, hardness increases 5-fold. Toughness increases 3-fold. Other properties increase at least 3-fold. Various supermaterials are about to emerge. The biggest problem troubling Xia Country, material science, is about to achieve a qualitative leap. Mo Lingfeng immediately handed over the chemical formula for Qi to various laboratories for an immediate upgrade in material science. As for the gold core stage main mall, he didn't even have the desire to look. It was all top-tier resources for solo cultivation, which were of little help to present-day Xia Country. Oh, he could now convert to gold core stage cultivation techniques. But Mo Lingfeng was only at the 9th layer of Qi refining. And even the most talented citizens of Xia Country were only at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. It was still early. Breaking through foundation establishment on Tianlan Star has no minor heavenly tribulation. It's very likely that the subsequent breakthroughs in realms will also have no heavenly tribulation. In the following week, research personnel in laboratories nationwide worked overtime on the development of new materials, achieving fruitful results. Old Wang, haven't you noticed that our martial arts practice has improved and our bodies have become more agile? Only practiced 5 elements martial arts a few times in the morning and could eat 2 bowls of rice for breakfast. Hey, you're right. My old dog has also gotten bigger. I reported it to the police station before. Online shocked. Panda Yo-Yo's size has doubled. In just a few minutes, Yo-Yo rapidly grew larger, but still maintained its gentle nature, leisurely eating extra fruits. Even the caretakers didn't notice, but many visitors to the panda exhibit saw it. In related videos and pictures spread. Wow, my husky has turned into a wolf. Boo-hoo, it's even worse at destroying the house now. Heavens, I was only on a business trip for 2 days, and my Alaskan has evolved into a house-wrecking beast, costing $200,000 in renovations. In the Xi'an National Assembly Hall, an emergency meeting was held. Mo Lingfeng had not informed them of this situation in advance. Chief, esteemed elders, there was no relevant information in my previous life. In this life, it's very likely the butterfly effect of my reincarnation, Mo Lingfeng explained, but he did not reveal his inner suspicions. There's a high probability that it is the butterfly effect caused by the system. He displayed a PPT, then explained that according to the reports below, most of the mutated creatures exist in cities and towns. Through emergency inspections, mutated creatures in the wild are very rare. At the same time, the speed of the citizens practicing ancient martial arts has greatly accelerated. After a long discussion with the think tank, they concluded Xia Country's spiritual energy has revived. Moreover, the main areas of revival are in places where the virus antidote has been sprayed and the mutated pets in cities show no aggression. However, most mutated stray cats and dogs are highly aggressive. They hate humans. While they were discussing, urgent intelligence arrived that the virus's original strain was discovered in the large market of Hanshui City. No signs whatsoever. As expected, the alien exploration ship reached the far side of the moon and released the lockdown virus. 2 days earlier than expected. Lingfeng, since these 2 events happened simultaneously, let's tackle both. The chief elder made the final decision. Yes, Chief. Montag Lingfeng saluted. The script is ready, the audience is in place. So it's time for the actors to take the stage. Time passed, and Xia Country continued to report the number of casualties. In reality, everyone had secretly moved to the underground base that was built in advance. As the news reached abroad, aside from some netizens' comfort and well wishes, most were mocking. Ha! Look, in such a short time, so many people in Xia Country have died. It's God's punishment for Xia Country. Well deserved. Hee. It's just that weak physique of Xia Country. If it were us from Eagle Country, we'd be fine. They even closed the border, making a big fuss. Scared of a tiny virus like this. Have you lost your conscience? If Xia Country wasn't worried about the safety of other countries, why would they close the border? This is to prevent the virus from spreading to our country. I practice ancient martial arts from Xia Country. I must support Xia Country. Just right. My family makes medical protective clothing. I'll airlift them to Xia Country. The Xia Country officials began to take action. In addition to requiring all relevant companies to work overtime to produce supplies, they also called on people from all walks of life to support Hanshui. Damn, brothers, are you scared? The foreman connected with the workers. Who isn't afraid of this virus? Are we going? Of course, let us go now. Ha! All right, let us go now. After speaking, 12 construction workers signed up to participate in the construction project to support Hanshui, and they are part of the ordinary citizens of Xia Country, often referred to as migrant workers. In just one day, Hanshui City gathered 200,000 construction workers and thousands of doctors and nurses. They're the ordinary yet great existence of Xia Country. Chapter 26, Dealing with Mutated Beasts. Remembering the heroes having made ample preparations in advance. Mo Lingfeng focused his main energy on mutated creatures and the revival of spiritual energy. The military engineering troops were constructing temporary fortifications across the country to prevent attacks from mutated animals and the subsequent invasion of insectoids. At the same time, they did not overlook the underground systems of the cities. The pets raised by the public are generally friendly. But can you expect a group of rats or cockroaches to be intelligent? 3 days later, emergency units in most cities and towns across the country were in place, with flamethrowers and various incendiary devices fully prepared. A large number of soldiers and firefighters, fully armed, carrying flamethrowers and oxygen tanks. began to gradually clear the pests from the cities. These pests, it's only been a few days. The cockroaches were already the size of baby fists, and the rats and lizards were as big as small dogs. The focus of capture in the urban areas was on those mutated stray cats and dogs. It should be noted that in Xia Country, the number of stray animals exceeds 20 million, and most of them are in urban areas. Given that the mutated stray cats and dogs are highly aggressive and most harbor a hatred for humans, Lingfeng dispatched over 3 million armored troops, the majority of whom were urgently equipped. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the soldiers' training speed for 5 elements martial arts significantly accelerated, and their physical fitness rapidly improved. Although their operations were still not very skilled, dealing with mutated cats and dogs equivalent to cheetahs and jackals was more than enough. In the lakeside district of Lakewater City, a team of armored troops was capturing mutated creatures. "Captain, what will happen to these stray cats and dogs?" Guoming, who had been in the military for 7 months, looked at the injuries on a stray cat and felt a bit heartbroken. "Everything has a spirit. If you don't want to keep them, why directly abandon them? Sigh. We also cannot accurately determine whether they harbor hatred for humans. The current order is capture all of them and wait for further instructions from above." Captain Zhang Lan felt helpless as well. Guoming held on to hope. After all, they were innocent little lives. The higher-ups shouldn't be that ruthless, right? But in Fujian County, an unexpected situation arose. The local cleanup operation had not yet begun, and the suburban underground systems were undergoing extensive construction. Some pests emerged, and they were incredibly hungry. A few operators were operating excavators when suddenly, a group of underground workers ran out, shouting, "Call the police quickly." Then, a black tide surged out from the pipe. Remembering the abnormal situations of the past few days, Lin Jia immediately shouted to his co-workers, "Quick, call the police." Gritting his teeth, he increased the power. He had to save this group of workers, or they wouldn't escape. "Get up here." The message was not relayed layer by layer, under Lingfeng's instructions. Every city had to have an emergency plan. First, the police station received the notification, then the city officials, and soon it reached the Tianzu. The entire city quickly reacted, sounding the air raid sirens. At the same time, citizens received text messages. "Mutated pests have emerged. Please take shelter immediately." The troops in the suburbs received orders to take flamethrowers and incendiary devices and immediately rescue the public. In fact, the fastest response came from the rocket army. But it was useless. They couldn't just launch missiles into the cities of Xia Country, could they? However, upon receiving Lingfeng's order, they launched 3 medium-powered cruise missiles, which would arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Next, the Air Force, with 2 J-11 fighters patrolling nearby, received orders to head to the target airspace immediately. At the same time, an Air Force base 100 kilometers away urgently launched planes carrying low-power incendiary bombs. Then came the Army Aviation and Ground Armored Forces. However, even the fastest aircraft would take 7 minutes to arrive. But the tide of pests had already reached. Watching the incoming pests, the nearest firefighters and police relied on temporary vehicle fortifications to form a thin first line of defense. "Just pests. We can crush you with our cars. Are you scared?" They probably would be, but behind them were tens of thousands of citizens. So, they would not retreat. High-altitude reconnaissance planes had arrived, and incredibly clear images were transmitted to command centers at all levels. "MD, it's all cockroaches and rats." Fire Chief Yang Han received the message and informed others, then shouted loudly, "Comrades, hold on for 10 minutes. Wait for the troops to rescue." "Yes. Open fire." Boom! The sound of explosions rang out. Then several tongues of fire licked through the black tide. Those were the 5 heavenly guards rushing over, equipped with Thor battle armor. After Lingfeng ordered the alert, they were armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns and 2 40mm grenade launchers. 5 more heavenly guards were on their way. The fierce firepower instantly destroyed some of the pests. But unfortunately, the pests lacked intelligence and did not experience fear. They only wanted to fill their stomachs. Some pests sensed the bodies of their companions and stopped feeding. However, the main force of the pests continued to surge towards the crowd. They wanted to eat flesh. All the police began to reverse and retreat. "You don't have protective gear. The commander of the Heavenly Guards, Feng Niu, transmitted instructions through a loudspeaker. Yet, not a single police officer took a step back. Although they were not soldiers, they were still public servants of Xia Country. They had to protect the citizens behind them. In an instant, the black tide overwhelmed the first line of defense. Boom, boom, boom. 2 cruise missiles exploded behind the black tide, taking away a significant portion of the pests. The last missile could not be launched due to the lack of a safe distance. Watching as vehicle windows were shattered and hearing the screams of police and firefighters as they sacrificed themselves. In a nearby building, cries filled the air. Tang Huang looked at the horrific scene and could not hold back. As a man, just go out with me and support them. It's also for your loved ones. Police officers driving cars could hardly be caught by pests. It was not just for the defenseless citizens. After saying that, he picked up a wooden board and walked out without looking back, ready to drive out to support. 1 man, 2 men. Gradually, most of the male citizens walked out. Feng Niu saw vehicles coming out and quickly stopped them. Don't come out, take them away. The main force is about to arrive. Hurry. Finally, 2 support aircraft arrived, and based on the command center's calculations, they dropped all missiles and air-launched bombs behind the black tide. Then, they lowered to the lowest speed and began to plow the ground with 30mm cannons. Soon after, 4 aircraft loaded with incendiary bombs arrived and began to drop them. Command Center, why aren't the incendiary bombs being dropped forward? Some pests have already breached the line. Drop incendiary bombs immediately. Drop them immediately. Don't mind us. Yang Han knew that the command center was considering their safety. Received. Remembering the previous day when a few brothers joked during their break, he asked, "Do you regret coming to Xia Country and being a firefighter in this life?" Huger replied with a smile, "You've already asked that in your last life." And now, Hu Ji's radio was silent. Several fighter pilots had red eyes, trembling as they pressed the attack button. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ronway U-5, get all the firefighters and police who Haven T evacuated to safety. Feng Niu ordered. With the arrival of ground armored forces, this battle, lasting only 17 minutes, was declared a victory. No civilians were killed, but 25 police officers and 13 firefighters sacrificed their lives. There were 72 severely injured, 9 with severe burns, being gnawed at bit by pests. How painful must that be? But not a single person took a step back. Not until death. Mo Lingfeng looked at the scene on the ground, filled with self-reproach. If he hadn't been careless and had deployed all the troops, how could such an incident have occurred in a small county? If everything were perfect, then it wouldn't be life. Lingfeng, there's no need to blame yourself. They're the heroes of our Xia Country. The elder chief slowly narrated, pausing for a moment before continuing. Afterward, you should go to the awarding ceremony. They have no complaints. Yes, Chief. Unfortunately, the main antidote spray is all located in the urban areas. Fortunately, it has not been deployed in the wild. Otherwise, once the wild creatures mutate on a large scale, the consequences would be dire. At the same time, the skies above Xia Country are filled with reconnaissance satellites and high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, fully monitoring the situation of wild creatures in Xia Country. After a few days, all the news has been good. Due to the previous measures of consolidating villages and towns, the vast rural land of Xia Country has been temporarily abandoned. As a result, most wild animals have not mutated, and even if a small number of animals accidentally inhaled the antidote spray, it would be in very limited quantities. The next day, with the urgent mobilization of Mo Lingfeng and the efforts of a large number of regular troops, the urban areas of Xia Country have been completely cleared. As for the issue of pest reproduction, as long as they are not among the first batch of creatures that absorb the antidote spray, the mutation speed will be greatly slowed down. Moreover, the activity of the antidote lasts only 48 hours, which means that the first wave of crisis after the revival of spiritual energy in Xia Country has been overcome. 7 days later, in Fuqing County, the biting cold wind and thick clouds loom overhead, but not a single drop of rain falls. In this small county with a population of 150,000, hundreds of media outlets have gathered to live stream the ceremony of honoring the heroic souls. Here, a memorial ceremony will be held simultaneously with Kyoto. The host is General Li Yuan of Xia Country. In front of the monument in Kyoto, The host is Leader Li Ping. Mo Lingfeng, dressed in black, quietly watches from below. He feels guilty towards them. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., synchronized sounds of footsteps come from both sides. Boom, boom, boom. It's all the armored troops, a sight they cannot see. With each step, the honor guards on both sides fire a shot in salute to the heroic souls. Each shot strikes heavily at Mo Lingfeng's heart. The elder leader gives a speech in Kyoto. 7 days ago, 38 brave warriors left us forever to defend the people, and 81 warriors were severely injured. He pauses for a moment and loudly proclaims, "But I believe they have no regrets. All for the people of Xia Country. Let's send the heroic souls home. Send the heroic souls home." All the citizens of Xia Country watching the live stream shout in unison. This live stream touches the hearts of all the people of Xia Country. Previously, the Xia Country government released high-definition images of the brutal battlefield. What a group of lovely and respectable people they were. In the end, the elder leader solemnly announces, posthumously awarding the first-class National Defense Medal to all the warriors who sacrificed in the Battle of Fujian County. They are Yang Kuan, Zhan Xin, and awarding the first-class National Defense Medal to all the severely injured warriors. They are Yang Han, Xiongdan. The warriors who perish in the insect tide are all reduced to bones, bitten to death, and the severely injured warriors cannot leave the intensive care unit. Therefore, Li Yuan will deliver the medals one by one, while Mo Lingfeng follows behind, saying nothing. Although they are called warriors, those who sacrificed and were injured are all firefighters and ordinary police officers. They have never even touched a gun, just driving their vehicles to buy time for the people behind them. In the Fujian County Memorial Park, it is filled with flowers. As far as the eye can see, there are citizens of the county who have come spontaneously. Whoa, I can't stop my tears. Usually, if an ant bites me, it hurts so much. But they were gnawed by insects bit by bit. How painful that must be, and what strong will that requires. Don't say any more. I can't take it. I want to join the army. I will definitely be among the first to go. Heroes go well. Not a single citizen of Fujian County has died. You're this. He gives a thumbs up. This defensive battle signifies that Xia Country has officially entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Chapter 27. The entire army enters a state of level 1 combat readiness, with global death tolls soaring. The next day, Mo Lingfeng returned to Kyoto, adjusting his state of mind. At 11 in the morning, in the suburban camp of the Kyoto troops, he stood on the podium. Below him were 15,000 soldiers from Xia Country. Simultaneously, using the military intranet, he addressed 10 million active duty troops. Just a week ago, 119 comrades made great sacrifices to protect the people of Xia Country behind them. They weren't even soldiers, and such sacrifices will continue to occur. Are you afraid? Montauk Lingfeng shouted. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. Besides, the thunderous shouts from the all military camps across the country echoed with the cries. Soldiers of Xia Country never fear death. Undoubtedly, their sacrifices are valuable. They sacrificed for the happiness of the people of Xia Country. They are willing to do so, but I am afraid. I am afraid that our preparations are insufficient, that soldiers will sacrifice for nothing. The battle in Fujian County was my mistake. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. So, I announce, from this moment on, the entire army of Xia Country enters a state of level 1 combat readiness. Secretly notify all production units nationwide to accept military management and implement unified allocation. Instantly, all soldiers shouted. They were never afraid. Your instructions are the direction for the army. The people's demands are the army's pursuit. For the sake of Xia Country, you have worked hard. Mo Lingfeng stood firm and saluted. Boom! All soldiers returned the salute. Not hard work. Order. The joint command of the 3 armies is established, and I am the commander-in-chief. Leader Li Ping serves as the deputy commander. I need you to arrive precisely at the first moment when the people are in need. Is there any problem? Mo Lingfeng issued the first command after the nationwide level 1 combat readiness was declared. At this moment, Mo Lingfeng truly had the qualifications to command 10 million active duty troops of Xia Country. For the sake of the people of Xia Country, we will do our utmost. Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief. 10 million active duty soldiers of Xia Country witnessed history. For the first time in Xia Country's history, a commander-in-chief who leads the three armies appeared. Mo Lingfeng saluted again, thanking everyone for their dedication. Boom! This time they were silent, only returning the salute. But with their eyes, they firmly conveyed to Mo Lingfeng that before they fall, there will be no sacrifice of any civilians. From this moment on, Xia Country, for the safety of the people, has activated this national machine. With ample supply of materials, Xia Country does not have to worry about the interests of the people being harmed. The country can afford it. From now on, 300,000 troops will be divided into 20,000 combat teams, firmly defending the homeland of Xia Country and safeguarding the people of Xia Country. Any position with Xia Country's civilians will see the rocket army arrive in 3 minutes. The Air Force in 5 minutes. The Army will arrive at the battlefield in 10 to 30 minutes. As for the Navy, they have a tough task. 500,000 troops are deployed along the border where the insect race invaded in the past, including a 20,000-kilometer coastline, a 20,000-kilometer land border. The focus is on the 3 marine areas and 2 land areas that were invaded in the past. Of course, there will be no negligence along the 40,000-kilometer border. Mo Lingfeng will not make any mistakes again. A mobile steel Great Wall, composed of Xia Country soldiers and various weapons, will firmly guard in front of the civilians. 1 million elite veterans are intensively training new recruits. 1 million elites will serve as mobile forces, ready to be dispatched by Mo Lingfeng at any time. Thunder God I battle armor has produced 13 million sets, enough to equip the active duty troops. But before some soldiers have donned it, Thunder God has already been phased out. After the emergence of elemental awakening, the materials science of Xia Country has undergone earth-shattering changes. Various performances have improved 3 to 5 times, with the comprehensive performance of each material increasing by more than 10 times. Therefore, Thunder God 2 individual battle armor has been released. Due to breakthroughs in battery and transmission materials, it possesses short-distance sprinting capabilities. Maximum sprint speed of 120 kilometers per hour, lasting 3 minutes. Regular speed of 82 kilometers per hour, lasting 1 hour. And soldiers' physical fitness can keep up with breakthroughs in metal materials. The protective capability is 7 times that of Thunder God I. After breakthroughs in energy-restricting materials science, various new weapons began to innovate. The durability issue of electromagnetic weapon barrels has been resolved. They could be larger and thicker. However, the ion cannon that could defeat the enemy in one strike still cannot be developed. Even with the data from the secondary cannons of system-class battleships, it is not enough. The technological gap is like an abyss. A large number of experiments are still needed, and under the efforts of all relevant scientific researchers in Xia Country, it will take at least a year. The first invasion of the insect race is in 3 months, but they will arrive at Tianlan Star at least a month earlier. Mo Lingfeng felt a headache. If it weren't for that damned alien exploration ship, the mere insect race could have been easily wiped out by the early Xia Country troops. Gradually, several countries that had mocked Xia Country could no longer laugh. The virus released by the alien showed its power. In just 3 days, the global death toll exceeded 1 million. If it continues like in the previous life, then within 3 months, the death toll will exceed 70 million. Not only could the people of various countries no longer sit still, but the officials of various countries also began to panic. The beautiful country's White House, Meipu, was somewhat trembling. The beautiful country has already lost 200,000 lives, and the daily death toll is surging. Such a speed of death cannot possibly be from a Tianlan Star virus. Developing an antidote will take at least another month. If that's the case, my beautiful country will have 200,000 deaths. Impossible. I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. Meipu knows that there is a country that has a solution. Xia Country. Yes, it is Xia Country. He connected to Leader Li Ping's satellite hotline. Hello. The leader knows it is a call from the beautiful country's commander. Leader Li, hello. I need Xia Country's help. In return, all high-tech from the beautiful country is at your disposal. Meipu's voice was low. Commander, I do not understand your meaning. The leader pretended to be confused. Don't force me. In the Congress Hall of Kyoto, the leader urgently summoned Mo Lingfeng. After a brief understanding of the situation, Mo Lingfeng realized that the beautiful country's commander had given two options. One is for Xia Country to help the beautiful country with any conditions. The other is for the beautiful country to declare war on Xia Country when they can no longer hold on. Montag Lingfeng smiedet. Yes, why treat others as fools? The commander of the beautiful country is just the first one. Next, there will be a second, third, and even more. In just 2 months, Xia Country introduced various black technologies, crushing the world. Are those technologies just sprung from the cracks of stones? There must be a problem. Now, the global presence of the non-Tianlan star virus shows that the death toll in Xia Country accounts for only 1/3 of that in other countries. To say that Xia Country has no tricks, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Chapter 28. Informing Major Nations. Discovering traces of the exploration ship, Mo Lingfeng looked at the 9 photos sent by the leader of the beautiful country. 5 were sincere, and 4 were threats. As a return gift, Xia Country sent 9 photos, all threats. He was waiting for a call back from Meipu. Xia Country had the capability to strike directly at the beautiful country's homeland, and correspondingly, the beautiful country had the same capability. This locked in the possibility of war between the two countries. Hello, Mr. Leader. I am Mo Lingfeng, fully representing Xia Country. Montag Lingfeng replied confidently, having come to a realization. Meipu was taken aback. This voice sounded so young. But the leader of Xia Country had told him that this was the person. This young man could fully represent Xia Country. Hello, sir. I need to know some information that only Xia Country knows. The sincerity of the beautiful country is to meet all of Xia Country's demands. Meipu still bowed his head. Mr. Leader, there's no need for that. The previous conflicts between our two countries were due to interests. Now, we have a common enemy. Mo Lingfeng made a decision to disclose some information to him. Otherwise, if the rabbit got desperate, it would definitely jump over the wall. What enemy? The insect race and the aliens on the far side of the moon. Montag Lingfeng replied. During repeated discussions, Meipu found it hard to believe, but he had to accept it. Mo Lingfeng explained that Xia Country's black technology was obtained from a fallen alien spaceship. Meanwhile, the alien exploration ship had already arrived just beyond the moon. The virus was released by the aliens. After several rounds of bargaining, a conclusion was finally reached. Xia Country would exchange information. The full set of technology for Thor I battle armor, and the formula for the virus antidote for all high-tech from the beautiful country. This included, but was not limited to, chip technology, software technology, and aerospace technology. Furthermore, Xia Country and the beautiful country would form a secret alliance. And soon, several major powers with dictatorial authority would join this alliance. In other words, a portion of the global community of shared destiny would soon come to fruition. This time, Mo Lingfeng would contact the leaders of various countries one by one to discuss the alliance issue, while the leader of the beautiful country would assist on the side. Afterward, Lingfeng, you did well. I didn't misjudge you. The elder leader laughed heartily, fully aware of the principle of the lips and teeth rely on each other. Moreover, under the influence of the 5 elements martial arts, more and more foreign friends began to understand Xia Country. Xia Country hoped to save this group of foreign friends, and it had the capability to do so. Yes, leader. I understand now. No matter what, Xia Country cannot stand alone. Montag Lingfeng smiedet faintly. At the same time, although they were reluctant to admit it, the alien exploration ship on the far side of the moon had over a 90% probability of transmitting information back to its home planet, even if the information was not temporarily unlocked. This was the common understanding of most of the think tank's wise individuals. In other words, regardless of whether they instantly destroyed the exploration ship, the information from Tianlan Star would be unlocked on the alien home planet at the same time the alien exploration ship was destroyed. And then the alien army would come. It was just a matter of when the attack would occur. The current efforts and disguises were merely delaying tactics to allow Xia Country and Tianlan Star enough strength to face the alien army. Therefore, it was necessary to unite with other countries on Tianlan Star to resist together. In any case, Mo Lingfeng aimed to increase the hope of victory for Xia Country, even if it meant uniting several major countries. Of course, some countries were unnecessary. Mo Lingfeng explained one by one. Xia Country, Xia Country, and Langman Country. A total of 5 major countries, whose total strength accounts for over 70 of Tianlan's star. For a few other strong countries, he informed their leaders of the risk of exposure, so they were temporarily not notified. Instantly, the world was in turmoil. As the leading country, Xia Country exchanged for a large amount of advanced technology. With the enhancement of the Qi element, Xia Country's black technology emerged one after another. The insect race was not to be feared. However, time was needed to develop countermeasures against the alien army, which required giving the alien exploration ship hope. They needed to showcase their greed and not unlock the information sent to their home planet prematurely. Other countries were also secretly preparing for war, aiming to minimize their own losses to the greatest extent. During this time, Mo Lingfeng finally had a chance to rest. With the support of Qi element and cultivation technology, as well as the various high-tech exchanges, Xia Country's technological level had surpassed that of the 9th year of the apocalypse in the previous life. That was the peak of human technology in the previous life. For example, the 8th-level Emperor insects that caused the destruction of the previous life's capital Bay City could now be easily exterminated by Xia Country. The newly assembled intercontinental nuclear missile could surpass speeds of 100 times the speed of sound. The maximum speed of the 8th-level Emperor insect was only 60 times the speed of sound, faster than the previous life's ballistic missiles, but far inferior to Xia Country's current technology. In terms of pure research capability, Mo Lingfeng was just a novice. Without omniscience, he would still honestly be the leader. He began to step down from the positions of various research group leaders, passing them on to true experts. The twilight before darkness was the most tormenting. Mo Lingfeng could finally focus on cultivating. He needed to unlock the main mall permissions of the system to avoid a gap in subsequent cultivation methods. A week later, Mo Lingfeng received notification of a suspected discovery of traces of the exploration ship. Upon hearing this, how could he remain calm to cultivate? He immediately rushed to the military space office in Kyoto. Commander Montak, all the soldiers saluted. Mo Lingfeng returned the salute and then awaited information. Mo Lingfeng, please look. These are 2 images showing subtle differences of the far side of the moon. Director Qian Hong of the space office pointed to the large screen. Previously, Mo Lingfeng had instructed to take a large number of images of the moon's surface. After the outbreak of the virus, they continued to take pictures along the normal trajectory for comparison. This time, the newly launched Guanghan 21 made a significant contribution. All imaging materials of Guanghan 21 incorporated Qi element, greatly enhancing clarity, and were analyzed by the artificial intelligence MO, which distinguished patterns and identified traces of the exploration ship that differed from normal space activities. MO was the main control intelligence of the battleship that ensured survival during cultivation, and to be precise, it was crafted from the remnant soul of an advanced beast in the transformation stage. Now, Mo Lingfeng was her master. It's it. Looking at the simulated image of the technical staff, Mo Lingfeng internally affirmed. He wouldn't forget that this damned exploration ship had destroyed the last hope of Xia Country and Tianlan Star in the previous life. Continue normal monitoring and strike decisively if necessary. Mo Lingfeng ordered. Now, Xia Country had the full capability to concentrate fire and destroy that exploration ship, but time did not allow for it. Mo Lingfeng immediately reported to the leader. Leader, this is Mo Lingfeng. We have caught that alien exploration ship. If necessary, we will destroy it immediately. In fact, military satellites from several other major countries were also secretly investigating the far side of the moon, but they hadn't found a single trace. Soon after, the leaders of the 5 alliance countries held a secret online meeting. Mo Lingfeng reported the discovery of the alien exploration ship. Commander Mo, why don't we destroy it immediately? Asked the leader of Langman Country, Zendila. The other leaders were equally puzzled. Mo Lingfeng gave an example. It's like a small village across the sea in a country. The small village can only produce rifles and has a lot of gold. The people of the other country, using small boats and armed with heavy firepower, quietly approached this small village and could notify their country at any time. The person from that country became greedy and wanted to keep the gold for themselves. So they didn't notify their country immediately. The question is, should the small village fire and force that person to notify their country? At once, the leaders were left speechless. Chapter 29. The world changes its attitude. The progress of cultivation for all after a secret explanation. Lingfeng finally made a decision. In this new life, he not only wants to save the Xia Kingdom, but also to rescue those who are full of goodwill towards it. At the same time, the Xia Kingdom's Heavenly Group and Health Department issued a joint statement internally. The crisis has been overcome. Please rest assured, citizens of the Xia Kingdom. On the internet in the Xia Kingdom, the public was extremely excited. The notification has finally arrived. We no longer need to live in fear. Let's practice ancient martial arts more. The effects are incredible. An enthusiastic netizen commented. "Ha! Awesome. With this news, I feel relieved. Our country is getting stronger." Really? The Xia Kingdom's martial arts are that powerful? They can easily defeat our beautiful country. A neutral netizen expressed their doubts. It's all those damned and scrupulous media, maliciously reporting negative news about the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom is a magical and powerful nation. If given a chance, I would love to visit. As the beautiful country's officials stopped guiding public opinion, more and more people began to support the Xia Kingdom. Similar scenes unfolded in several other countries. With the tacit approval of leaders from major powers, ancient martial arts began to spread on the blue planet in a large scale. Only by sincerely practicing can one truly understand the effects. Of course, as the saying goes, if one harbors malice towards the Xia Kingdom, then their cultivation speed is as slow as a turtle's. In contrast, foreign friends who are filled with goodwill towards the Xia Kingdom are also slowly becoming stronger. The effects are similar to those of ordinary citizens in the Xia Kingdom before the recovery of spiritual energy. The system had previously explained that the cultivation methods were improved based on the physical constitution of humans on the blue planet. They are not only suitable for the citizens of the Xia Kingdom. Practice. Once you practice, you're one of us. As ancient martial arts became deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, the world's perception of the Xia Kingdom changed. Oh my God, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect to be saved by the Xia Kingdom's martial arts. In this life, the Xia Kingdom is my second motherland. What? The Xia Kingdom is promoting ancient martial arts? Chinese martial arts? I want to learn. I want to learn it to the fullest because it saved my life. Ha! You all want to learn too? I said before that I can arm wrestle with a black bear. You didn't believe me. A muscular man laughed as he commented. Netizens from the bear country scoffed. My kid gets bullied by me every day. Some people remain firmly dissatisfied with the Xia Kingdom. They're too deeply poisoned. Without experiencing several life-and-death crises, there's no saving them. This group of people, after seeing those around them progress in ancient martial arts, will be left behind and become stepping stones for others. According to the data collected by the Xia Kingdom during this time, practicing ancient martial arts not only enhances the physical constitution of the entire population, but also helps in the slight development of brain power. It makes sense. Cultivators cannot be brawny and brainless. Lingfeng obtained the early combat power data of cultivators from the system. He discovered that Xia Kingdom's technology could still crush others. So he did not strongly request the research of cultivation weapons. Of course, even if he wanted to research, there was no way. The blue planet lacks the materials of the Baihan Great World. As time passed, the global death toll reached 7 million. That is only 1/10 of the previous life. And the real death toll in the Xia Kingdom was 0. Most of the exceptionally talented citizens of the Xia Kingdom and their families have been secretly transferred to underground bases. Lingfeng was not worried about the extraterrestrial explorers on the far side of the moon discovering anomalies, because the virus they released was primarily aimed at sealing spiritual energy to prepare for their future resource plundering. If their aim was to kill the blue planet inhabitants, there wouldn't have been only 70 million deaths in the previous life, followed by destruction by the insect race. Killing? Do they think the spiritual energy virus can kill people? Of course, they need biological weapons. They are not prophets. During these days, apart from issuing some orders, Mo Lingfeng stayed quietly in the Kyoto military camp, practicing the 5 elements true classic. After diligently taking medicine, he finally caught up with Lu Maching's cultivation level. Foundation establishment, 5th layer. His current strength exceeds 1,200 kilograms, with a speed of 2 seconds for 100 meters, which is a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and he can maintain it for 6 minutes. Of course, cultivation is the way. Ordinary citizens don't have weapons, but the system still has spells, such as basic fireball techniques, wind blades, water therapy, earth shields, etc. They are already sufficient for the needs of the citizens. Even increasing spiritual power input can upgrade the power of these spells. Mo Lingfeng didn't dare to pass on high-powered techniques either. Otherwise, a quarrel could lead to a building being blown up. Moreover, citizens can hold wooden sticks, input spiritual power, and upgrade them to iron rods. Therefore, the current citizens of the Xia Kingdom, apart from being unable to immediately join the war due to their love for peace, can be said to be all little superhumans. At the same time, the local atmosphere in the Xia Kingdom is extremely harmonious. After Mo Lingfeng's strong intervention, the Xia Kingdom has almost no public security issues. Of course, this is also inseparable from the guiding role of 5 elements martial arts, which greatly enhances the cohesion of the citizens. The current wealthy families are also exceptionally low-key. On one hand, they are uncertain about when the second internal wave of strikes against the Xia Kingdom will occur. They are also afraid for their own lives. Who dares to go against the national machinery? Are they looking to lose their lives? On the other hand, who can they bully? The current citizens of the Xia Kingdom can save themselves. Today, if you bully an ordinary person, tomorrow their relatives and friends will come to settle the score with you using their huge fists. Who can guarantee that an ordinary person has no exceptionally talented companions around them? The Xia Kingdom's official announcement has instructed citizens to keep their cultivation progress confidential. Aside from the officials, no one else knows. Therefore, those with ulterior motives must be careful. Don't let millions of citizens from the Xia Kingdom pretend to be pigs to eat tigers. Their money is no longer very effective. Do they think they can spend money to hire someone to do bad things? Sorry, the faster the citizens of the Xia Kingdom cultivate, the stronger their sense of justice. Soon, the Xia Kingdom will successfully complete its reforms, truly realizing the collective power of the nation to fight back together. Oh, by the way, after the Xia Kingdom's military entered a state of first-class combat readiness, judgment has arrived. Those scums have been swept into the garbage dump, preparing to contribute their last strength. Let us have a chat with the insect race. It has been a month since the recovery of spiritual energy, and the citizens of the Xia Kingdom have generally increased their strength by 30 kilograms, with many exceeding 50 kilograms. Of course, not many have increased by over 100 kilograms. But with a base of 2 billion, there are still millions. Some hidden talents in the official ranks are secretly cultivating in underground bases. Tens of thousands have reached the later stages of Qi training, with strength increases exceeding 300 kilograms. Even more, thousands of geniuses have successfully stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Mo Lingfeng has also exchanged for some high-powered, specialized spells, preparing to let soldiers and qualified citizens practice them. Chapter 30. The appearance of the aerospace carrier and the capture of monsters. Upon receiving the news, Mo Lingfeng hurried to the Navy manufacturing base in Jinhai City. Entering the underground dock, he was stunned at first glance. It was a presence that did not exist in his previous life. A large treasure floating above the ground. That is, the aerospace carrier. Welcome, Commander Montag. In an instant, all the soldiers and researchers present saluted. Mo Lingfeng stood still and returned the salute. In the eyes of all the soldiers and researchers, Mo Lingfeng was now the #1 person in Xia Country and even the world. What had he done? 2 months of sleepless nights, with only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day, all for the advancement of various military technologies in Xia Country. They knew Mo Lingfeng was extraordinary, but without a doubt, everything he did was for Xia Country. In a short period, various black technologies had made Xia Country stand tall at the top of the world. Now, Xia Country's first aerospace carrier was fully equipped. This was also the world's first. In naval history, Xia Country had lagged behind for decades. Through the efforts of countless predecessors, the Xia Navy became one of the top 3 in the world. And now, Xia Country had successfully achieved a significant leap. Not only did it have its own aircraft carrier, but it also possessed the world's first aerospace carrier. Even the second, third, countless more. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your contributions. Montag Lingfeng spoke emphatically. Commander Mo has worked hard. This was the heartfelt sentiment of everyone present. Chief Designer Shang Jian spoke up. Commander Mo, this is her data. Would you like to take a look? Good. Let's take a look. Mo Lingfeng replied excitedly as he took the tablet. Carefully studying the data of the aerospace carrier, his hands trembled slightly. It was excitement. Aerospace 003, modified from Carrier 003, is our experimental aerospace carrier. It is equipped with 4 nuclear fusion reactors. Modeling data shows that the nuclear-powered engine allows it to exceed a speed of 6 times the speed of sound. Of course, it typically cruises at subsonic speeds. At the same time, it is a warship capable of carrying various weapon systems. When necessary, it can operate outside the atmosphere. Such powerful propulsion relies on the activation of elements. Hey, Mo Lingfeng got overly excited. It's still just a prototype. There are no weapons equipped, and it cannot be used in actual combat. It is merely an experimental aerospace carrier. Through a helicopter, Mo Lingfeng and a few others boarded the flight deck. Commander Mo, although it can fly now, there are still many problems. But rest assured, we will overcome the difficulties as soon as possible and fulfill the nation's mission. Shang Jian said a bit sheepishly, but technological progress cannot be achieved overnight. Mo Lingfeng looked at the dock several dozen meters below. He knew that the combat-ready aerospace carrier was not far off. He quickly replied, Haha, no problem. You've done your best. This is very good. Yes, Commander Mo. The second aerospace, 004, will give our country a perfect answer. This was the sentiment of all the researchers and shipbuilders. Mo Lingfeng saluted. He believed in these unsung contributors. Once again, he thanked everyone for their efforts. Regarding the issue of time, Mo Lingfeng was not too anxious because the large laser weapon had encountered some bottlenecks and would require some time. As for plasma weapons and high-power particle weapons, even more time would be consumed. What troubled him most was the energy shield technology, with various problems emerging one after another. Even with the cultivation weapon technology from the system submol, the research progress in Xia Country was still slow. Fortunately, the laser cannon was not a big issue. In facing the upcoming alien army, Tianlong Star also had the capability to counterattack. From the exploration ship in his previous life, the shipborne laser cannon had shown that there was no significant gap in weapon technology between the two sides. After all, the weapons of Tianlong Star could destroy humanity hundreds of times. But it was evident that biological civilization had already possessed long-distance colonization technology. So for a long time to come, humanity could only passively counterattack. Early morning, in the northern part of Xia Country, in a branch of the Yubai mountain range, several teams of armored units were conducting a capture mission, with 2 armed helicopters overhead. A kilometer away, an attack aircraft was patrolling. Yes, it was the Kunpeng gunboat, an improved version. Higher up was a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft providing visibility and responsible for communication. In the dense forest below, Captain, what do you think those monsters mutated from? Wolves? Asked Scout Wu Tian, his eyes glued to the helmet's display screen, which also had infrared heat source sensing equipment. Captain Zhao Gong was also unsure. Maybe? That seems too exaggerated. More powerful than those on steroids. Last night, the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft and the high-definition cameras outside their fortress captured several similar images. Several wolf-like creatures, over 4 meters long and with a shoulder height exceeding 2 meters, appeared nearby. The command center immediately ordered the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to search without blind spots, and they had been searching for several hours. Finally, unable to hold back. Command center, target detected, number undetermined. Zhao Gong reported immediately after spotting the monsters on the display screen. To attract the target, he was carrying 50 pounds of bloody pork. They had brought out all the pork from around the post. Under the premise of ensuring safety, I suggest we capture them. If danger arises, shoot to kill. Ordered Colonel Han Guangyao of the local command center. Received. Zhao Gong replied, and then took charge of the on-site command. Everyone, form a triangular formation. Focus on attacking the legs of the target. Zhao Gong shouted angrily. Here they come. Open fire freely. Da, 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 da. A slight sound came from the gun muzzle. It was the dissatisfaction of the 12.7mm electromagnetic machine gun. Too much firepower for the task. With the assistance of the helmet's telescopic aiming system, a wave of continuous firing hit all the monsters, either killing or severely injuring them. Only one armored soldier's armor was scratched. This was the guarantee Mo Lingfeng provided to the Xia troops. Outer troops, maintain vigilance, Zhao Gong ordered, then walked over to a howling monster with a broken leg. Looking at the monster's appearance, he was very puzzled. Did this mutate from a wolf? Looking at the monster's fierce claws. To call it a wolf would mean the mutated wolf he previously caught was just a small corgi. Captain, look at this scratch on my chest armor. A team member reported. With just one glance, Zhao Gong was shocked. The scratch's depth exceeded 10 millimeters. It should be noted that they were wearing the Thor 2 type armor. And 10 millimeters armor was equivalent to 70 millimeters of ordinary composite steel. If a claw were to hit the Thor I armored unit, it would be torn into pieces. This is a mutated wolf of Xia Country? No way. When they previously captured mutated wolves, their claws could only polish the armor. Command Center. Severe anomalies detected. Please send immediate support. Conduct a comprehensive search. Zhao Gong hurriedly reported the specific data. Upon hearing this, Colonel Han Guangyao of the command center also became unsettled. A claw can break through 70 millimeters steel plates? What kind of monster is this? He immediately called the Joint Command Center and ordered several nearby posts to urgently reinforce their troops. Chapter 31. Underground Anomaly. Mo Lingfeng received an urgent report and immediately connected to the frontline command center. He issued an order from the Joint Command. All fortresses near the Yubai mountain range are to be on standby. Half of the Thunder God, 2 mecha units from each squad, are to be deployed. Coordinate with aerial forces to urgently isolate the Yubai mountain range. After a pause, he commanded again, instructing an armed helicopter to drop some ammunition and fuel and bring a monster to the nearest biological research institute for urgent study. I need to know what these monsters really are. Mo Lingfeng was no longer calm as he looked at the images of the monsters sent from the front line. They were definitely not from the Zerg. Moreover, the Zerg could not possibly appear on Tianlan Star at this time. At the same time, based on the reports from the troops, he was very puzzled. A single claw had torn through a 70 millimeters homogeneous steel plate. That would require second-tier destruction level power. In his previous life, the Zerg only had a small number of second-tier units appear after 6 months. Large-scale second-tier Zerg units didn't enter the battlefield until 15 months later. As for the mutated creatures on the mainland of Xia Country, sorry, the strongest mutated tiger could only tear through a 35 millimeter steel plate. Looking at the central screen displaying several real-time scenes, Mo Lingfeng reminisced, but still found no clues. There were no signs in his previous life. With hundreds of mecha teams entering the branches of the Yubai mountain range to search, Mo Lingfeng was lost in thought. Finally, a discovery was made. It was still the Zhao Gong team, which now had command over 7 mecha squads. Report to command. We have found a large hole with a diameter of about 7 meters in the ground. The soil is fresh and bottomless. Upon receiving the report, the large screen at the military base in Kyoto switched to a small screen showing high-definition footage from Zhao Gong's armor. 7 meters? Montag Lingfeng was stunt, and then quickly reacted, issuing an order for all nearby troops to immediately cover and withdraw, awaiting support. At the same time, Mo Lingfeng deployed Xia Country's newest military equipment. Nearby, 20 modified Qiuqiu drones and hundreds of Xia Country military drones equipped with 12.7 millimeters heavy machine guns, operated by military technical units, were dispatched. It wasn't that they didn't want to use electromagnetic machine guns. It was just that Xia Country had too much ammunition in stock. Hundreds of billions of rounds could not be wasted. After acquiring advanced technology from various countries, Xia Country's software information technology finally achieved a qualitative leap. Unmanned driving technology was easily conquered in the face of the new materials enhanced by elemental elements. Drones, unmanned tanks, unmanned small missile boats were being produced in large quantities. As for larger equipment, Lingfeng also dispatched them to the airspace above the cave entrance. But it was clear that large-scale equipment could not enter. Received. Upon hearing the evacuation order, all mecha squads burst into action, sprinting away. They were not foolish. How could some 2-meter-tall monsters possibly create a 7-meter diameter hole? This indicated that there were definitely other mutated monsters, and they were even larger. They would not retreat without orders. If necessary, they would not accept a retreat order. But they had tens of thousands of comrades and countless powerful equipment behind them. They didn't need to hold their ground. No movement. After a moment of waiting, no monsters rushed out. Meanwhile, a large number of mecha troops stationed in the Yubai mountain range began to clear out the monsters. But there were very few, only a few dozen in total. Sent a team of drones down to take a look. Lingfeng was unconcerned about the losses of a pile of steel. Received. Frontline Commander Han Guangyao issued the order simultaneously. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Still not at the bottom. Report. The drone signal is extremely weak. We must use wired unmanned mechanical equipment. We also need high-power sonar equipment. Professional technicians offered suggestions. At the same time, this detection was declared a failure. Immediately transport military aircraft over. Lingfeng had a bad feeling. That hole branched off at 700 meters. Notice, nearby city and town residents should pay attention to underground movements. Order. The mecha troops on standby should disperse near the civilians. Order. Urgently mobilize a batch of Air Force to remain on standby nearby for reconnaissance. Received. Before the orders could be fully communicated, an unexpected incident occurred at a medium-sized state-owned coal mine 70 kilometers away. Although they had fully switched to nuclear fusion reactors for power generation, coal and associated minerals still held high value. The Fuin coal mine was located 600 meters underground. 458 coal workers were finishing their night shift and preparing to go up for a shower. Suddenly, strange sounds came from behind them. Old Wang, didn't you turn off the machine? The last shift's tunneling team leader, Li Hong, turned around to turn off the machine. He was a bit dissatisfied and would have to write a self-criticism. Wang Sheng recalled, "No, I didn't tea. Damn, what the hell is that? Everyone be careful." Li Hong shouta. Wang Sheng saw it too. "I'm out of here. Run. It's a lot of mutated creatures." At the same time, Wang Sheng notified the miners ahead using a wireless communicator, while Li Hong reported the situation of the mutated creatures to superiors. "Damn it, we can't outrun them. Zhang Fan, cut the detonator on the explosives on your back and give them a big surprise." Fortunately, they hadn't completed their task last night and had some controlled explosives left. At the same time, the higher-ups had urgently cut off the underground natural gas pipeline system, so they didn't have to worry about being blown up. They also didn't have to worry about collapses. At most, this passage would be blown apart. Li Hong saw the mutated worm-like monsters getting closer. One by one, they were about 2 meters tall with a diameter of half a meter. Their mouths were full of sharp teeth. At this moment, who cared about losses? Of course, their lives were more important. "Right here, light the fuse and throw it back." Li Hong saw the pipeline valve next to him, indicating that the gas had been emptied. Boom! Debris flew everywhere as this passage was blown apart for several meters. Can't come over now, can you? The 12-man team all stopped to catch their breath. If it weren't for the order from the Sky Group mandating state-owned enterprise employees to practice ancient martial arts regularly, they definitely wouldn't have outrun the mutated worms this time. Moreover, they ran much faster than the mining carts. Those big clunky machines were mainly for transporting coal. What the hell is that? Keep running. This group of mutated worms was digging like they were on steroids. A major accident occurred, and the leaders of Fuin coal mine dare not say a word. Without hesitation, they immediately notified the local health station, which was something Xia Country had been emphasizing during this time. In just a few minutes, 3 teams of mecha squads, totaling 36 personnel, arrived at the cave entrance, ready to enter and rescue the civilians. There are also large numbers of troops marching rapidly before them. For groups of a total of 16 military drones had already entered the mine, preparing to provide support at the limit of signal range. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire. Upon receiving the notification, the underground natural gas needed at least 10 more minutes to drain. Our mission is to safely bring out the trapped miners who have yet to exit the mine. Team Leader Sun Tan ordered. Understood. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A total of 34 people. Some soldiers unloaded most of their ammunition before going down the mine, preparing to carry the trapped miners back up. Old Wang, is there also a mutated worm ahead? Let us fight them. Li Hong was somewhat desperate. Wang Sheng ran faster than anyone. Haha, squad leader. It's the Xia Country troops. Our soldiers are here. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sheng was already on the back of a mecha warrior. Such rapid support was because Sun Tan and his team belonged to the airborne troops. At the same time, after Mo Lingfeng sensed something was off, various health stations had already begun to disperse their forces in preparation for the worst. Teng Zhong, Fan Wei, you two cover me with bursts of fire. The rest quickly bring the civilians out. Sun Tan received the order to catch a monster and bring it to the laboratory for inspection. He seized the opportunity and accurately hit it with the capture net. That was practiced during the previous capture of mutated stray animals. Oh, it's quite heavy. Let's go. Let's go. We'll deal with them outside. Sun Tan tightened the rope and immediately made a run for it. Chapter 32. Fire strike. After they burst out of the mine entrance at high speed, they chose not to blow up the mine. No way. This group of mutated worms had to keep their lives. The subsequent arrival of the armored units had already established a tight defensive perimeter around the 3 mine entrances of the Fuan coal mine. Due to the strong orders issued by Mo Lingfeng, only units equipped with the Thor 2 battle armor were allowed to engage in direct combat at the front lines. Other unequipped units retreated to the second line, remotely controlling unmanned equipment for fire support. On the ground, a large number of automated heavy machine guns were deployed. In a low sky, hundreds of small heavy machine gun drones were on standby. There were also 6 armed helicopters, 2 large bombardier, 12 bombers, 1 Kunping gunboat. Other reconnaissance equipment and powerful weapons were all available. If necessary, the rocket forces would immediately launch missiles. Dozens of Thor 2 armored squads, relying on infantry fighting vehicles, light tanks, and makeshift fortifications, were ready to fire at any moment. Behind them, a steady stream of comrades, equipped and rushing to the battlefield. They could decide when to open fire. I only have one request. Annihilate them completely, and with no casualties, Mo Lingfeng ordered. As he was not on the front line and could not capture fleeting combat opportunities. Yes, Commander Mo. We will ensure the mission is completed. Colonel Han Guangyu replied excitedly. He had reached the second line of the Fuan coal mine battlefield. This was the first large-scale battle against the enemy in the Xia Country. Commanded by him at the front line, in addition to focusing on these several abnormal locations, Mo Lingfeng was also waiting for reports from the local Biological Research Institute. Finally, the preliminary test report came in. Quite thoughtful. They added a note in front of a pile of experimental data he could barely understand. Report. This mutated organism is suspected to be a prehistoric creature, possessing some genes of the forest wolf. Furthermore, after comparing it with the already discovered prehistoric giant wolf fossils, we found that the physical data of this mutated organism is off the charts. The specific reasons are under urgent analysis. Prehistoric creatures? Why is there no record of this in the military archives from my previous life? Montag Lingfeng was in Kreas Ingli confuset. Prehistoric giant wolves, prehistoric worms, dug out from deep underground. Had they been sleeping all this time? What caused them to come out now? Suddenly, he understood. It was probably the revival of spiritual energy that caused this disaster. In his previous life, to counter the insect race, the Tianlong star had no idea how many nuclear bombs humanity had dropped. In that case, these prehistoric creatures had not appeared on the surface. Now that they had appeared, it was the fault of the revival of spiritual energy. Order. All local garrisons cooperate with the Geological Bureau to thoroughly investigate Xia Country's territory. I want to know how many large holes have appeared. At the same time, the entire army is on alert, ready to engage in battle at any time. Mo Lingfeng knew that if there were large-scale prehistoric creatures deep underground, and they invaded the surface of Xia Country, the comprehensive war of Xia Country would have to be accelerated before the alien insect race invasion. On the frontline battlefield, the war has begun. Han Guangyao issued the order to fire. Pay attention to ground vibrations. A large number of mutated worms surged out. That was the allure of spiritual energy from these soldiers. Unfortunately, it was also deadly. Hot. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire, cannon fire, and explosions rang out continuously. In the face of sufficiently prepared technological firearms, carbon-based monsters just turn into carbon obediently. The captains of various frontline squads shouted angrily, paying attention to controlling the firing rate and alternating cover. The effect of the ordinary 7.62mm machine gun rounds is not significant. Even the 12.7mm heavy machine gun rounds needed more than 10 shots. Looking at the ultra-high-definition reconnaissance footage, Han Guangyao was stunned. What kind of monsters were these? Mo Lingfeng also saw that the skin and flesh of these worms were so tough. What about the prehistoric giant wolves and those even stronger? Montak Lingfeng immediately test the resistance of the prehistoric giant wolves to attacks. He immediately ordered the local biological research institute. Soon, specific data came in against living prehistoric giant wolves. Ordinary 12.7mm heavy machine guns, even with armor-piercing rounds, were almost ineffective. Old-fashioned electromagnetic machine guns without activated elements required a lot of concentrated fire to severely injure or kill. The latest apocalypse electromagnetic machine guns could kill with just a few hits to vital points. The effects of artillery shells were even better. Those kids were really lucky. They had just been equipped with new gear not long ago. Mo Lingfeng didn't care about the monster's toughness. He only cared about the safety of the people and soldiers of Xia Country. If it was like in his previous life, sacrificing those lovely soldiers without hesitation to defend Xia Country and protect the people, then why did he live again? To enjoy himself? If he couldn't save the lives of soldiers, in his view, he would be negligent. Han Guangyao opened fire with full force. End the battle as soon as possible. Mo Lingfeng's thoughts were no longer on this small battlefield. Han Guangyao was taken aback, then replied, "Yes, Commander Mo." Commander Mo ordered to immediately eliminate these pests. Open fire. Received. Following the orders, all armored units began to withdraw one after another, followed by fire coverage. As for waste, no problem. Xia Country has money. Boom, boom, boom. After the main force retreated to a safe area, the two heavy bombers in the sky received the order. They immediately opened their bomb bays and dropped all guided thermobaric bombs, a total of 30 tons. It could cover the area of several large residential areas. No dead angles in the kill zone. At the same time, 422 130mm rocket artillery launchers 5 kilometers away began to howl. 12 seconds. After firing, they would withdraw from the battlefield. The purpose of the rockets was to deliver saturated fire strikes. Pay attention to the monsters still alive. Give each monster a shot to the head, even if it only had half a body left. After a wave of full fire strikes, the troops moved forward to clean the battlefield. They also had to seal their helmets and use internal oxygen. Finally, some elite forces entered the mine to deal with a small number of remaining worms. This battle ended with some armor of Xia Country's armored units damaged. Chapter 33 Giant Worms. As the battle came to an end, the troops finished cleaning the battlefield. The armored unit, which had just taken a brief rest, found that some soldiers were still unsettled. They had never encountered such terrifying creatures before. "Captain, why do these monsters exist? They're completely different from the mutated creatures we faced earlier." Corporal Fan Wei said, a hint of fear in his voice. The sharp teeth of these mutated worms could easily gnaw through ordinary sentry machine guns. Their skin could effortlessly withstand the fire from standard heavy machine guns. What did Sun Tan know? He could only shout back at Fan Wei, "What do I know? Why think so much? These damn things pose a threat to Xia Country, so we need to eliminate them. Is the electromagnetic gun in your hand a matchstick? Is the Thor 2 battle armor you're wearing made of paper?" Saying this, he gave Fan Wei's helmet a hard slap. "You kid, Practice a bit more, and you won't be afraid. Don't worry, we've got your back. Yes, Captain. Fanwei was taken aback, but quickly responded. All right, remember to add another layer of protective armor plate next time. Don't skimp on it. Sun Tan gently patted Fanwei's shoulder. Got it. When the Thor battle armor was deployed to the troops, a large amount of auxiliary equipment also arrived at the request of Mo Lingfeng. Various types of external armor and weapons could be attached, as long as the armored soldiers could handle them. For example, 20mm main protective armor plates, 40mm underbarrel grenade launchers, 80cm underbarrel broadswords, and more. There were protective handguns using 12, 7mm armor-piercing rounds, or what could be called hand cannons for emergencies. There were even fire support type battle armors capable of carrying rapid-fire 40mm grenade launchers and 88mm multipurpose rocket launchers. There was even a single-soldier powerful 120mm rocket launcher that could fire specially made thermobaric warheads with terrifying destructive power. Mortars, however, were not widely equipped to the armored units due to insufficient accuracy. In the small conference room of the Kyoto National Assembly, several powerful figures who held the lifeblood of Xia Country gathered once again. Lingfeng, are these things part of the insect race? Military leader Elder Xia questioned, staring at the terrifying appearance of the prehistoric worm. Mo Lingfeng had no intention of hiding the truth. Elder Xia, they are not part of the insect race. They are underground creatures. Although this was information outside of what he had previously known, he felt no guilt. Underground creatures? Logically, shouldn't they have light-colored skin? Elder Yin, who understood some biological knowledge, remarked that these mutated worms were dark red all over, which was not typical for creatures that have been living underground for an extended period. So, based on the data, we have a terrifying hypothesis. Mo Lingfeng didn't dare to believe it either, but that was the conclusion reached by the think tank. The leader spoke up. Lingfeng, just say it directly. No need to worry. Understood, leader. The think tank has concluded that there are giant caverns underground in Xia Country. We are currently verifying this conclusion urgently. Mo Lingfeng still voiced that hypothesis, proving that he had come to believe it. Giant caverns? The leader wanted to say more, but Mo Lingfeng received a report that Xia Country had already discovered 19 underground holes with diameters of 6 to 8 meters. And there was a large hole with a diameter of 12 meters. A small number of mutated creatures had emerged and were all killed by the troops. Just as Mo Lingfeng was still pondering, an urgent message came in. Still in the northern by mountains of Xia Country, a new reconnaissance satellite discovered a large mutated worm with a diameter exceeding 6 meters and a body length over 30 meters. This is Mo Lingfeng. Order. All ground troops retreat at full speed. Use aerial forces for close monitoring. Order. The rocket forces to immediately launch 3 high-powered missiles, guiding them in the target airspace. If necessary, initiate full firepower strikes. After issuing strict orders for the ground troops to retreat, Mo Lingfeng needed visuals from the front line. He proposed pausing the meeting. Leader, I will step out of the meeting first and report back to you later. Lingfeng, it's fine. Let's go see. I've never seen such a big fellow before. You have full command. The leader spoke gently, having also received that information. Yes, leader. They quickly arrived at a command room with a full-screen display. Watching the giant worm's body occasionally appear, Mo Lingfeng became increasingly puzzled. At least it was a level 3 village-destroying creature, possibly even a level 4 county-destroying one. That meant conventional single-soldier weapons would be nearly ineffective. Why had such a powerful creature never appeared on the surface in the past? Lingfeng, is this the creature we will be dealing with afterward? Elder Yin looked at the real-time images, finding it hard to believe. It could only be described as a monster. Elder Yin, there are at least dozens of such giant worms lurking underground in Xia Country. There are even larger ones. Montak Lingfeng explained it casually. Order. 3 ground attack missiles begin accelerating. The first missile, the Dafeng 15 penetrating bomb, will blast it out, followed by an armor-piercing round and a demolition round. Authorization granted. Mo Lingfeng had already requested the types of missiles in advance, based on the experiences accumulated from his past life. Order. 3 Kunpeng gunboats to lower their altitude to 500 meters. After the first penetrating bomb explodes, use the 120mm electromagnetic cannon for follow-up strikes. Fire at full power until the target's death is confirmed. Order: all armed helicopters to start maneuvering at low altitude of 200 meters, ready to fire at any moment. MO Lingfeng issued a series of commands in a short period. Received. Unlock successful. Target locked. Missile accelerating. Meanwhile, all strategic forces on the homeland of Xia Country stood ready to eliminate any other giant worms discovered immediately. I wanted to know that the Xia Country's phone express will fulfill its mission. MO Lingfeng understood that he had to eliminate all giant worms in a short time as they posed a significant threat to the people of Xia Country. The first Feng 15 penetrating missile activated its auxiliary power system, accelerating at full power, from subsonic cruising to supersonic speed. 2 times, 3 times. When it finally struck the target area, its speed had surpassed 4 times the speed of sound. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The low-altitude helicopter pilots could hear the monster's tragic roar from a distance, confirming a successful hit. But the monster was still alive. This conventional penetrating missile could easily drill through 50 meters of ordinary soil. The effective explosion range exceeded a diameter of 60 meters. The core explosion range was a diameter of 12 meters, with an accuracy of less than 1 meter. According to MO Lingfeng's past life experience, this shot was enough, and the giant worm would definitely be heavily injured. Boom! Boom! Within the next 3 seconds, 2 successive killing missiles arrived. Don't ask. It's just a case of insufficient firepower syndrome. Boom! Boom! The Kunpeng gunboat's 120mm electromagnetic cannon began firing. Through the smoke, one could vaguely see the death from above, repeatedly striking the corpse. Cease fire. Armed helicopters conduct low-altitude reconnaissance. After waiting for over 10 seconds and firing dozens of electromagnetic cannon rounds, MO Lingfeng finally ordered a ceasefire. As the smoke dissipated in the ultra-high-definition images, the ground near the monster was nothing but a mass of blood and flesh. What was left intact? Just fragments. The armor-piercing capability of the electromagnetic cannon is terrifying. It's perfect for dealing with these large, high-armored monsters. After observing closely, MO Lingfeng realized how marvelous electromagnetic weapons were. Once laser weapons were perfected, they would also become a major killing tool. Chapter 34. This is the Daxia soldier. Wu Ji brought some fragments of giant worms to the biological laboratory for immediate data testing. The ground troops will clear the area. MO Lingfeng knew that as long as hundreds of giant worms didn't appear at once, it would be a small kiss for the current Xia Country troops. But for the people of Xia Country, even one would be a huge threat. Lingfeng, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, if these monsters appeared without our preparation, the losses among the people and soldiers of Xia Country would be significant. Elder Nispo Kandidli. MO Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was reborn for this. This is the reason I strive. He replied firmly. Good. Then let us work together to support our Xia Country. The leader elder made a decisive statement. I am MO Lingfeng. What is it? MO Lingfeng received a phone call. The president of the Yubai Biological Research Institute quickly reported. Report, Commander MO. Please be careful. These monsters are attracted by objects rich in spiritual power. They are extremely hungry. MO Lingfeng was taken aback, suddenly realizing the connection to the previous Fuan coal mine incident. Without waiting for the report to finish, he immediately began issuing orders. Orders. All troops in cities and towns on standby must maintain strict vigilance. Orders. All Kunpeng gunboats and airborne combat units must immediately head to the cities above the cave to stand by. Orders. All rocket forces must be ready to launch ground missiles at all times. What currently has a large amount of spiritual power, and in vast numbers? The answer is the people of Xia Country, the cities and towns of Xia Country. Suddenly, alarms began to sound one after another. Report. Giant worm traces found in the outskirts of Dongshan County. Report. Giant worm traces found in the outskirts of Shanluan Township. A total of 13. This means that 13 giant worms are threatening the safety of the people of Xia Country. If it weren't for the well-equipped Yujia troops in each township, With each squad having a vibration detector, they might have discovered them too late. The most serious situation is that a giant worm is less than 1,000 meters from a suburban community. Fortunately, this kind of monster is accustomed to burrowing forward. Otherwise, with its third-tier village destruction level strength, it could easily exceed 100 meters per second. Even if it's a worm, it won't be slower than 30 meters per second on the ground. The estimated time to reach is still 4 minutes, and the missile will take another 7 minutes to arrive. That large community houses thousands of people from Xia Country. Evacuating will take at least 10 minutes, and it must be assisted by the Xia troops. At this time, many elderly and children are at home. The evacuation speed won't be fast. In the suburbs of Tongchuan City, air raid alarms were urgently activated. At the same time, nearby residents' phones and televisions all displayed evacuation information. Woo-woo. Upon hearing the air raid alarm, the residents of Chuntian community were stunned for a moment, then reacted. There is danger. Hurry up. Withdraw this way. Several teams of Thunder God IU Jia squads began to urgently evacuate the public. My child, she's still at home sleeping. Let me go back. A young mother cried out, trying to go against the flow. Which building? Which number? Hurry up and say, I'll go get her. Jia soldier Jin Yuan quickly asked. Building 9, 1504. Wang Hui was stunned, realizing that a soldier was pulling her, and quickly replied. Is it that one? Jin Yuan pointed at the window. Yes, that's it. All right, you wait in the car. Before he finished speaking, Jin Yuan rushed towards Building 9. Then, seeing his actions, many civilians on military vehicles were somewhat incredulous. Honey, is it a superhero? Looking at Jin Yuan climbing up 2 drainage pipes, bouncing around, he quickly climbed up to the window of 1504, leaving a burly man dumbfounded. What superhero? That's our Daxia soldier, our soldier. In just 22 seconds, the rescue was completed. Thank you. Thank you. May I know your name? Wang Hui couldn't see Jin Yuan's specific appearance under the helmet, but she knew he must be very handsome. Jin Yuan waved his hand, signaling her to get in the car quickly. 200 meters east of Chuntian community, a temporary defense line composed of 3 Type 85 light tanks and 5 infantry fighting vehicles was established. Above, a Z-10 attack helicopter was on standby. They did not fire in advance to avoid provoking the giant worm, which could lead to accidents and threaten public safety. Do you understand the plan? Tank Commander Wu Jie asked again. Rest assured, it won't get past us before we are all dead. One tank commander felt a rush of blood, unafraid of sacrifice. Nonsense. Our mission is to block. 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 Wait for missile support from the airborne Reaper. As long as we ensure public safety. This is Commander Mo's order. Wu Jie felt a headache. The plan was simple. When the giant worm approached, armed helicopters would harass it to provoke it and lead it away. If the plan failed, they would assist in the harassment to divert it. Receive the order. Hold the monster for 3.5 minutes. Fire has commenced. The Z-10 pilot, Chao Feng, felt his hand shake a bit, worried about the mission's failure. Saying this, he launched a small anti-tank armor-piercing missile. Boom! Hiss! The monster let out a roar. It was hurt. As the smoke cleared, a blood hole about 0.5 meter wide appeared on the back of the giant worm. But for its size, it was only a minor injury. Suddenly, the giant worm turned its head, aiming at the Z-10 at a low altitude of 200 meters. Spit! A blob of slime was hurled at the Z-10, at least a cubic meter. The speed didn't break the sound barrier, so dodging shouldn't be a big problem. After firing a few guided 90mm rockets, Chao Feng thought, and then began to change direction. Like a delayed detonation, as Chao Feng maneuvered the Z-10 to evade, the blob of slime exploded, covering an area of at least several hundred square meters. Damn, I've been hit. Mission failure. Repeat. Interception mission failed. Chao Feng saw the data on the instruments fluctuating and knew his mission had failed. The giant worm's saliva has a very strong corrosive property. In the last few seconds, Chao Feng struggled to control the Z-10, firing an anti-tank missile, 9 90mm rockets, and dozens of 30mm cannons. At the last moment, Chao Feng was still controlling the Z-10, preparing to ram into the giant worm. Damn, I still have nearly a ton of aviation fuel in my plane. Enough for you to drink a pot of it. Unfortunately, The tail wing was completely corroded, making it almost uncontrollable. Boom, boom, boom. 3 88mm armor-piercing shells hit the giant worm. One of them drilled into the wound. At the same time, several heavy machine guns roared angrily. Hiss! The giant worm screamed in agony. It was completely enraged by this group of bugs. Move at full speed. Create distance. Be careful of its saliva. 2 minutes left. Vehicle 4, Vehicle 5. Go bring our brothers to safety. Yes, dead angrily. Received. Ha! Stinky bug. Eat another one. Unfortunately, it can only be injured but not killed. The giant worm spat 2 blobs of slime in succession, and due to the large coverage area, 1 light tank and 1 infantry fighting vehicle were hit. The shells were rapidly corroding, and the tracks and tires became ineffective in a short time. The armored vehicles quickly came to a halt. Zhang Tan, what are you thinking? Hurry up and get everyone out. Vehicles 2 and 3, go pick them up. Wu Jian noticed that the hit tank had no one evacuating. Vehicles 2 and 3 received. Team leader, it's fine. We'll fire a few more shells at it. The commander of Vehicle 2 replied quickly. Zhang Tan, this is Mo Lingfeng. I now order your crew to immediately evacuate the battlefield. Mo Lingfeng focused on this small ambush battlefield. Yes, Commander Mo. Zhang Tan was stunned, but still complied with the order. Finally, the missiles would arrive in 30 seconds. All armored vehicles retreat quickly. We accept its life. Mo Lingfeng couldn't help but issue the order. Wu Jia simultaneously ordered. Did everyone hear that? Cease fire. Retreat to the edge. Then, the number 1 tank, he was in open fire with full force. The goal was to draw the giant worm over, preventing the bugs from running amok and causing chaos. Command Center, launch missiles immediately. Do not worry about the number 1 tank. Repeat, launch missiles immediately. After reporting, Wu Jie informed the crew members, feeling a bit guilty. Brothers, I'm sorry for you 3. Ha! Driver, we're not dead yet. The driver Tang Inuo laughed heartily. The gunner Li Jian chuckled. Are we at a loss? Not at all. Only the youngest loader Zhao Yu spoke with a quivering voice. Yes, squad leader. We're not a loss. He had only been in the army for 9 months. Definitely a rookie. Then let us see who has the tougher life. Us, or it. Full speed ahead. Wu Jia also believed they weren't at a loss. Boom. A penetrator missile hit accurately. Boom. Another explosive missile hit. Chapter 35. Monster Full-Scale Invasion Company Commander. The soldiers present looked at the flames and rising dust, all shouting with sorrowful tones. Boom! The Kunpeng gunboat, arriving from 50 kilometers away, fired several electromagnetic shells to prevent the giant worms from surviving. It wasn't that the Kunpeng gunboat didn't want to fire early. It was simply too close to the residential area. Any mistake in long-range strikes would lead to unimaginable consequences. The Summer Country's forces would never gamble with the lives of its citizens. Therefore, they could only rely on the armored units to buy time. Go bring our comrades home. Mo Lingfeng ordered in a low voice. He knew that the crew members of Tank Number 1 would never regret it. Cough, cough, received. The erupted leakly. Good job. You kid, have a future. Mo Lingfeng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then realized that Tank Number 1 was mostly intact. Haha. Company commander can do it. The commander of Tank Number 3 laughed heartily. Wu Jia was almost infuriated by him. Can do it my foot. Why aren't you coming to rescue us? Ouch, my waist. It turned out that at the last moment, Tank Number 1 had ducked into a low-lying area, avoiding most of the explosive debris and shockwaves. The 4 crew members suffered moderate injuries, but their main bodies were intact. It was internal injuries from the shock, and there was no danger to their lives. The pilot of the attack helicopter, Chao Feng, also suffered only minor injuries, thanks to the lightweight protective armor that came with the pilot, which helped him withstand most of the impact. In the following 10 minutes, all detected giant worms were killed. Want to physically withstand high-power missiles? Sure. Talk to me after you reach level 6. They still hadn't used the old-fashioned missiles with activated elements. Just as Mo Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. An unexpected event occurred. Report. Most of the pits are starting to pour out monsters. The numbers are enormous. Alarms sounded again. Watching the broadcast images, there were worms, giant ants, prehistoric cockroaches. Too many types and numbers. Mo Lingfeng immediately gave orders. Command. All units, fully engage the prehistoric monsters. Command, Air Force and Rocket Army. Unleash all firepower. Coordinate with frontline combat missions. Command, the government must quickly organize the evacuation of nearby civilians. We must ensure the safety of the Summer Country's citizens. Received. As the situation became more severe, the war machine of the Summer Country was fully activated. Large-scale units were already blocking every pit nearby. That was M.O. Lingfeng's previous order. With the emergence of prehistoric creatures, various high-power equipment was unleashed. Meanwhile, to prevent giant worms from burrowing again and attacking civilians, the Summer Country's government had urgently deployed a large number of underground vibration detectors. They monitored the pit areas without any blind spots. At the East Lake battle point, the war had begun. Boom! 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 Several aerial reapers at an altitude of 500 meters began to fire specially made explosive electromagnetic shells at a constant speed. Their power was not inferior to low-power ground missiles. One shot could destroy low-tier prehistoric creatures within a 20-meter radius. The explosive debris could also severely injure monsters further away. Moreover, the firing speed was extremely fast. Each electromagnetic cannon could fire 30 rounds per minute, with 4 cannons on each side of the Kunpeng gunboat. They had strong endurance. Each Kunpeng gunboat was equipped with at least 200 various electromagnetic shells. The cost was extremely low. Each explosive electromagnetic shell was only a few thousand Summer Country coins, and the armor-piercing shells were even cheaper, requiring only simple stamping. At the same time, the 6 groups of 30mm 3-barrel electromagnetic machine guns on the Kunpeng gunboats began providing close-range fire support for ground troops, preventing the prehistoric creature swarm from assaulting the ground defenses. One 30mm shell, when fired at an angle, could take out several low-tier monsters. At an optimal angle, it could take out dozens. A 3-barrel electromagnetic machine gun had a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute. Ground troops, be careful. Those cockroach monsters have long-range attack capabilities. Watch out for headshots. It doesn't feel good. A company commander on the front line had just been hit and was still dazed, quickly using the communication device to warn his comrades. Prehistoric cockroaches were 1 meter long and 3 meters tall, roughly equivalent to pseudo-Tier 1 creatures, with the stronger ones being stable Tier 1 creatures. This meant they could gnaw through 10mm homogeneous steel plates. At the same time, prehistoric cockroaches could launch 2 inner fangs from their mouths, flying at subsonic speeds, about the size of a pen. Their power was not weak, stronger than 7.62mm bullets, but weaker than 12.7mm machine gun rounds. This wasn't the main point. The main point was the terrifying numbers of prehistoric cockroaches. Pay attention to ammunition and the battery levels of the electromagnetic machine guns. Don't run out of firepower at a critical moment. Although this batch of armored troops was the elite of the Summer Country, it was their first time engaging in battle against a swarm of monsters. The vast majority of the ground troops were quite nervous. As for the air units, they were just there, praying for the prehistoric cockroaches to attack. The first line of defense was composed entirely of Thor II armored troops to minimize losses. Boom, boom, boom. Ground artillery support arrived. Vehicle-mounted 155mm heavy howitzers, vehicle-mounted 120mm howitzers, and vehicle-mounted 24-tube 130mm rocket launchers had been continuously firing. It was just a way to reduce the stockpile for the Summer Country. Insufficient firepower? That was old news from decades ago. The current Summer Country believed that bigger is better and more is beautiful. Vehicle-mounted 203mm heavy howitzers were not present here, nor were the vehicle-mounted 8-tube 300mm heavy long-range rocket launchers. 20 vehicles equipped with new protective armor of the Type 99 heavy tanks swaggered at the first line of defense, with 125mm smoothbore guns firing intermittently, acting as tanks in combined arms operations. If the prehistoric cockroaches could gnaw through them in an hour, then the Summer Country's troops would lose. Would they not move? As for the infantry, that was the Army's infantry fighting vehicles. Relying on the positions of the infantry fighting vehicles, all armored troops were prepared to retreat from the first line of defense at any moment. The current Summer Country forces were no longer limited to fixed defenses. As long as there were no civilians needing protection behind them, they could retreat at any time. This was a deadly order from Mo Lingfeng. Wherever there were troops, there was a moving steel wall. More than 30 large pits had only mobilized 300,000 army, air force, and some rocket army assistance. Why not destroy the pits? Would destroying them make the prehistoric creatures disappear? Of course not. They would just dig a few more holes, and it was even possible they would reach near the city. Mo Lingfeng's orders now were to eliminate as many of the living forces of the prehistoric creatures as possible. Mo Lingfeng and several bigwigs were watching the frontline battlefield from the command room in Kyoto. Well done, showcasing the strength of our Summer Country forces. Looking at the immense advantage on the front line, military bigwig Xia Country laughed heartily. Mo Lingfeng also smiled, knowing that as long as they were prepared, they could perfectly handle some invasions. The elder chief also breathed a sigh of relief. The recent pits were less than 30 kilometers from the city. If it weren't for Mo Lingfeng's continuous efforts, the consequences of this prehistoric creature invasion would be unimaginable. Lingfeng, on behalf of the citizens of the Summer Country, thank you for your efforts. Li Ping solemnly expressed these words. Of course, I came here to do just that. Mo Lingfeng never forgot the terrifying number of sacrifices in the Summer Country in his past life. Chapter 36, The Giant Cavern, the first large-scale sacrifice. Just as they were remotely commanding the front-line battlefield, the cavern detection report came in. Report. After several sound wave and sonar detections, the results show there is a giant cavern 20,000 meters underground in the territory of Xia Country. The area exceeds 20 million square kilometers, and the area is continuously updating. Moreover, there are a large number of moving creatures in the cavern, with a few being gigantic. At the same time, we believe the entire underground of Tianlan Star has caverns. Economic magnate Yin Guolao listened to the report, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? The temperature at 10,000 meters underground has already exceeded 200 degrees, and at 20,000 meters underground, it must be at least 500 degrees. How can they survive? The report has further updates. In the largest diameter non-erupting monster pit, we used wire detection equipment. The temperature detected at 10,000 meters underground is 213 degrees. But as we went deeper, we found that the temperature gradually decreased until the cavern at 20,000 meters underground. The temperature detection was 35 degrees. At the same time, various data from the cavern are similar to those on the surface, but the concentration of spiritual energy is much weaker than that of Xia Country, yet far exceeds that of other countries. It can be basically confirmed. It is the spiritual energy that attracted the cavern creatures, leading them to crawl to the surface. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. After hearing the report, Mo Lingfeng pinched his brows, muttering to himself. Looking at the large groups of monsters on the front-line battlefield, he realized that it was far from being as simple as prehistoric creatures. The high concentration of spiritual energy in Xia Country attracted them. And the cavern also has spiritual energy. Doesn't that mean they have been utilizing spiritual energy all along? And Mo Lingfeng's thoughts became clearer. We use spiritual power. We are cultivators. Then there must be demon beasts. There must be intelligent demon beasts among them. In 2 months, the insect race will invade. These demon beasts must also be eliminated. Mo Lingfeng made up his mind. Suddenly, he realized there was negligence in the front line troops. Some demon beasts using spiritual power can conceal themselves. Order. All ground troops pay attention to their surroundings. There may be invisible monsters. Airborne troops maneuver carefully nearby. Reconnaissance troops should combine various detection devices for repeated detection through multiple avenues. Mo Lingfeng quickly mobilized the troops. Just as Mo Lingfeng issued the order, the Donghu battle point was ambushed. Little sheep maneuver left at high speed to evade. Everyone be careful. There are invisible monsters. Pay attention to the information from the imaging instruments. An observer from a Kunping cannon boat discovered several invisible monsters rapidly approaching low-flying armed helicopters through a laser radar imaging device. At the same time, The ground troops suffered their first wave of losses. Xiao Wu, give me the battery. Squad leader Ouyang Yin had just shouted this when he suddenly saw Zhang Wu's heartbeat characteristics disappear from the data panel. His eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily, "Damn it! Everyone be careful. There are invisible monsters." Xiao Wu is gone. He turned around and saw Zhang Wu lying in a pool of blood. Zhang Wu was among the last batch of volunteer recruits, and Ouyang Yin had arranged for him to be responsible for transporting supplies, which was relatively safe. Unexpectedly, this led to his demise. In natural evolution, many animals possess infrared detection capabilities. Therefore, some intelligent monsters using spiritual power not only figured out methods to conceal their forms, but can also isolate temperature, scent, and other common exposure points. Other monsters only need to be able to do so, but laser radar and sonar instruments still have imaging capabilities. Everyone, form 3-person teams, retreat from the first defense line. All logistics soldiers get into the infantry fighting vehicles. Pay attention to your surroundings. There are invisible monsters. Infrared thermometers are useless. Repeat, infrared thermometers are useless. The commander of the Donghu battle, Zhuang Gong, immediately issued the order. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. The Air Force will immediately drop incendiary bombs on a large scale. Focus on our positions. Repeat, focus on our positions. Hurry. Received. He couldn't believe it. The monsters can be invisible, but can they hide in another space? They must be forced to reveal themselves. Incendiary bombs are the best choice right now. With the protection of Thor armor, ordinary incendiary bombs won't burn our own people for the time being. All ground troops, seal your helmets, use internal oxygen. The Air Force is about to drop incendiary bombs. Zhuang Gong's eyes were also red. Previously, there had been no deaths among the troops. Only injuries caused by some large monsters' ambushes. Now, in just a few dozen seconds, more than 100 soldiers from the Yujia troops were sacrificed, most of whom were logistic soldiers of Thor Type 1. The production capacity of Xia Country has not yet caught up, due to issues with the distribution of elemental activation. Only 7 million sets of Thor Type 2 armor have been produced so far, with another 2 million frontline troops yet to be equipped. They died silently, all cut down by fatal blows to their weak necks. Puffed, puffed. A large number of incendiary bombs were dropped by bombers. After bursting at low altitude, they ignited fiercely. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Looking at their appearance, they're also mutated cockroaches, but bigger, stronger. A large number of second tier, a few third tier. They've been spotted. Use the electromagnetic cannon to hit them hard. The Air Force suffered almost no losses, but the ground troops are still comrades. Rage surged in every soldier's heart. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of death swept over the exposed, invisible monsters. They were directly reduced to meat chunks. Mo Lingfeng immediately issued orders at all battle points. If the Air Force discovers invisible monsters, immediately launch incendiary bombs. Cover the ground, troops retreat. The rocket troops will immediately launch powerful explosive missiles to end them. After that, the entire territory of Xia Country will be on alert. Upon discovering the underground caves, the strategy must change. With the accumulation of intelligence, a total of 7 battlefields encountered invisible monsters, causing 600 casualties and 900 injuries in the first wave. The vast majority were casualties from the ground troops. Amid the continuous explosions, the first wave of probing attacks by the cavern creatures was declared a failure. At the same time, Xia Country obtained a large number of monster corpses, and some high-value parts could be recycled. The local research institute has reported that these monster body parts have been nourished by spiritual power for a long time and can serve as close combat weapons for soldiers. Moreover, when ground into powder, they react excellently with elemental activation, better than the reaction effects of surface materials on Tianlon Star. I'm sorry, you all did well. It was my negligence that led to your sacrifice. Mo Lingfeng slowly recited in his heart. The low-tier insect race from his previous life did not possess the ability to completely isolate heat sources. Therefore, Mo Lingfeng did not equip the ground troops with a large number of laser radar instruments, but instead equipped them with simple infrared thermometers. Lingfeng, this is their resting place. If needed, I would be honored to have such a fate. The elder leader spoke gently, as he could see that Mo Lingfeng's heart was not at peace. At the same time, Li Ping, who also had 9 years of military experience, was present. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback and slowly replied, "Leader, I understand. Inval? Who doesn't die? But is it really as easy as it sounds? The number of sacrifices is just a number. Hundreds of families have lost their most beloved ones." Chapter 37. The world in shock. Just as several major battlefields were coming to an end, there was a commotion on the internet in Xia Country. Mo Lingfeng did not order an information lockdown. It was pointless. "Brothers, is Xia Country at war? I'm far away, yet I can hear the continuous explosions from the mountains." "Me too. From across the lake, I can hear sounds like a war movie. I just finished my night shift and haven't slept yet when I receive a notice to evacuate to a city 50 kilometers away. There's even official support for the evacuation. Just in case, millions of residents near several battle points have been urgently evacuated." The news couldn't be contained. "Don't worry. I'm in the car." A woman sent a message to her child, along with a few pictures of military vehicles. "Dad, did that monster die?" A 7-year-old boy asked his father. The size of the giant worm could indeed be considered a small monster. Guan Yu gently patted the child's back, comforting him. "Of course." The child continued to ask, "Did Ultraman show up?" "No, it's our soldiers. The soldiers of Xia." He slowly explained. "Look at this. It might be gone in a while." He attached a link. Upon clicking, a scene of continuous explosions appeared, devastating. It was a video shot from high altitude by Xia Country's own drone. "Oh my, are we at war with another country? Launching so many missiles. Bro, are you still half asleep? If we were at war with other countries, could we drop bombs on our own territory?" "Exactly. Xia's missile defense system can guarantee our safety. That's for fighting monsters. I saw it, a really big worm." He attached a blurry photo of a giant worm. "This is a monster? Isn't it just a worm?" The worm shown in the distant picture was not that big. "Damn. Did it take hormones or eat nuclear feed? How could it grow so big?" Some attentive netizens discovered that it was a giant worm, taller than the nearby landscape trees. "Wow, I was just forcibly evacuated. The officials told me there was a monster, and I didn't believe it. My goodness, 6 to 7 meters high, 30 to 50 meters long. If this thing breaks into the city, the consequences. How could the military deal with such a monster?" A contrarian remarked. "Uneducated. Haven't you heard that the troops have already launched missiles?" The contrarian was back. "How many are there? What if it enters the city? We can't just keep launching missiles. You're a bad omen. If the monster really enters the city, it depends on whose luck runs out. Our side has already stationed Xia's troops in the city. When the monster appears, they will be the first to charge." Same here. While Xia Country dealt with the monsters appearing on its own territory, nearby countries suffered. Some countries nearby had residual spiritual energy from Xia Country, causing some underground monsters to dig in the wrong places. In South Bang Country, a 7-meter diameter sinkhole appeared in the suburbs of Dongjiang City, and local geologists went to investigate. At the South Bang presidential office, looking at the horrifying images sent by spy satellites, monsters appeared in Xia Country. They deserve it for stealing our knowledge all the time. Pumalin did not speak, and one of his subordinates relayed message. Director of the Foreign Affairs Department, Park Chanryol, was somewhat worried. Xia Country has launched missiles on a large scale. Could the situation be serious? We are right next door. Will South Bang have problems? It's fine. Although I don't want to admit it, Xia Country can handle it. The monsters cannot come over, Pumalin said. As for the sinkhole that appeared in South Bang Country, lower-level officials were not concerned and did not report it up. An hour later, from the sinkhole in Dongjiang City, a massive swarm of giant ancient locusts began to pour out. Their destination was the city center, and the South Bang troops were unable to respond in time. Thus, disaster struck. In Hongri Country, a sinkhole appeared in the center of Xia County, and local residents hurried to watch. Ordinary civilians could not receive Xia Country's news in time. This all seems a bit familiar. It's so big, so deep. Gu Yuan Taro thought of Jiajiazi. It's bottomless. How did it appear? Who cares? This is a business opportunity. Huatian Jiaming quickly thought of how to turn this sinkhole into an internet-famous check-in spot. At the presidential office, Hongri Country's operations director Inoue Yashinari was reporting on Xia Country's intelligence. Their spy satellites also detected abnormalities in Xia Country. It must be the punishment from the sun god. Xia Country is too arrogant. Commander Zhang Tianhua was recently quite upset with Xia Country being crushed in various aspects. Commander, what Xia Country did, as they say, is not that retribution doesn't come. It's just not the right time. Now, retribution has come. Secretary General Tianyeji echoed. While they were flattering each other, they received news about the sinkhole in Xia County. Unlike South Bang Country, the sinkhole in Hongri Country was located in the city center, and lower-level officials couldn't avoid reporting it. Instantly, the director of the Civil Affairs Department, Otis Season, reacted and quickly spoke up. Commander, that sinkhole could be the target of Xia Country's operations. This means that monsters might appear from the sinkhole. After hearing his words, the commander was taken aback. He wanted to reply that it was overthinking, but he did not dare to take that risk. Better safe than sorry, Commander. Many ministers also realized this and urged. Organize the local population to evacuate urgently. Dispatch the National Guard just in case. Zhang Tianhua did not dare to gamble. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered, tell the public it's just an earthquake drill. There's no need to worry. Notify the National Guard. It's also a military drill. Sure enough, shortly after, the yellow-backed iron ants surged out from Xia County. Terror appeared. Faced with a large number of pseudo-first-tier creatures, the National Guard was overwhelmed and suffered heavy casualties. The effectiveness of light weapons was minimal. Reluctantly, Hongri Country urgently launched a large number of medium-power missiles. Unfortunately, it was too late. The local civilian casualties were horrifying. In beautiful country, Meipu stared at the satellite images in a daze. Secretary General, does our army have the reaction speed of Xia Country's troops? As the previously world's #1 military power, he never cared about the strength of the enemy. The bugs are strong? Let's test their missiles. Commander, unfortunately, even if we enter a temporary military control state, we cannot provide support to various cities within 10 minutes. Howard replied in a low voice. Then keep training those little chubby kids. The commander of beautiful country also knew they couldn't compete. In the bear country, Wu Bao, Emperor Qiangjing was not worried about the combat power of Xia Country's troops, but he was concerned about Xia Country's terrifying organizational speed. As for the specific situation, the leaders of several major countries did not need to urgently understand. In the subsequent secret meeting, Xia Country would provide explanations. Chapter 38 Announcement of Data. Public petition with the end of the domestic battles in Xia Country. The lost data of the Xia military has emerged. 623 soldiers sacrificed their lives, 957 were severely injured, and thousands suffered mild to moderate burns. But this is a glorious victory, because there were no civilian deaths in Xia Country. Although Lingfeng felt heartbroken, he knew that they had no regrets for the sake of the people of Xia Country. He still remembered the first wave of the insectoid invasion in his past life. Where due to a lack of preparation, a large number of insectoids entered coastal towns and began to hunt down the people of Xia Country. How could missiles be used to bombard such a situation? To save the civilians, the soldiers of the Great Xia used the most rudimentary tactics. Whichever unit arrived first would rush into the city. One by one, they risked their lives to save the lives of the citizens. The first wave was only a few million insectoids, but it resulted in the sacrifice of 50,000 Great Xia soldiers. Most of them entered the city with light weapons, pinpointing and rescuing civilians, only to be ambushed and killed by the black long spikes. Even so, the first wave of insectoid invasion still led to the deaths of 970,000 civilians in Xia Country. Therefore, this time, the soldiers of the Great Xia performed perfectly. Lingfeng, be at ease. Dying on the battlefield is the highest honor for soldiers, and they deserve it. Eldanya is also a tough general. Lingfeng was taken aback, realizing that after living a second life, he had become indecisive. In which war did the soldiers of the Great Xia not suffer heavy casualties? Yet they still went. I have fallen into confusion, Eldanya. Montag Lingfeng smeeded. But he made a firm decision in his heart that he must save the people of Great Xia. Soldiers are also human. Lingfeng murmured silently. They have no regrets. But I must give them a guarantee. Unfortunately, remote control technology is still constrained by technology and cannot truly realize a fully unmanned drone army. There must still be soldiers on the front lines. If something goes wrong with the unmanned equipment, they will step in. At critical moments, humans are the most reliable. Just as the people of Xia Country were discussing, an official announcement was made. Major media outlets and websites received messages from higher authorities and began to spread the news ruthlessly. Joint statement from the Sky Group and the Ministry of Defense. This morning, some underground caves appeared in Xia Country, releasing a large number of mutated monsters. To ensure the safety of the people, we urgently mobilized troops. The operation has been completed, and there were no civilian casualties. Please rest assured, before the last soldier of Great Xia falls, the people of Xia Country will not face any danger. As this notice slowly spread, a secret online meeting of the 5 countries began. Dear Mr. Mo, can you tell us the specific situation? The leader of the romantic nation, Zindra, was a bit reserved. He had been shocked by the combat power of the Xia military. It's very simple. Mo Lingfeng selectively shared some intelligence about the underground caves with them. A giant underground cave 20,000 meters below. The Emperor of Strong Capital also knew some conditions underground. It was hellish down there. Today, the 4 leaders saw a grand spectacle through satellites and had no doubts about Mo Lingfeng's explanation. They couldn't possibly claim that such terrifying monsters appeared out of nowhere, could they? The leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation, James, politely inquired, Mr. Mo, does your country have any plans to jointly develop the caves? Mo Lingfeng just smiled and did not reply. It wasn't that they didn't want to spy on military affairs. It was just that, apart from military satellites, the role of intelligence personnel was almost zero. The homeland of Xia Country was tightly sealed off by the military. Mo Lingfeng's idea was simple. In the future, when crises arise in various countries, Xia would send troops to resolve them. But if you want my technology, dream on. This meeting ended in an awkward chat. Meanwhile, Mo Lingfeng was not worried about the thoughts of the alien exploration ship on the dark side of the moon after seeing some monsters. Just as humans never cared about the wars within ant castles, the exploration ships of secondary biological civilizations would not care about human strength. Even if they couldn't win, they could run away and notify the mothership fleet. In that case, they would lose a huge fortune, so unless absolutely necessary, they would never give up on the resource-rich Tianlan star. Seeing only a simple announcement from the Sky Group regarding this incident, many citizens of Xia Country hoped the official could provide specific details about the military sacrifices. They wanted to know which brave individuals sacrificed their lives for them. They had the right to know. My name is Wu Wenchao, and I am a civilian evacuated from Anwen County. We heard a lot of explosions, and I want to know who lost their lives for a worthless person like me. My name is Lan Wan, and I am a civilian evacuated from Fuan County. I don't want those most lovable people to sacrifice silently. One by one, these messages began to appear in the Sky Group's announcements. Countless netizens left comments, replied, and liked the posts. Before long, the number of replies exceeded 1 million. The number of likes broke 100 million. Well done, comrades who went ahead. You are worth it. Mo Lingfeng received a report from Lu Maching. He instructed Lu Maching to release some battlefield photos and send the basic information of their fallen comrades to the citizens of Xia Country. Yes, Captain, Lu Maching replied. As the relevant information was released, the citizens of Xia Country were moved. The youngest among them is only 18 years old. They just enlisted last year. They are even younger than my son. Oh, so many soldier brothers are suddenly gone, and my brother is also in the army. I feel so sad. Seeing the numerous soldiers severely burned, many citizens cried. The intelligence reported light burns, but for ordinary people, that was like approaching the gates of death. How painful it must be, equivalent to being branded with a hot iron. I can't take it anymore. I practice martial arts every day, and my muscles are about to rot. I must enlist. Can you tell us? Where will they return? Where's their resting place? I want to go see. This reply was continuously refreshed with likes. According to the rules, every fallen soldier would be sent back to their ancestral memorial cemetery. Undoubtedly, in this life, the soldiers of Great Xia would still suffer heavy casualties, and Mo Lingfeng wanted to maintain this regulation. Seeing so many petition messages, he was moved. He thought for a moment and decided to establish memorial stones for the heroic souls in cities across the country, so that the fallen comrades could always watch over the prosperity of Great Xia. Leader, This request needs to be reported to Li Ping. Li Ping always remains calm. Lingfeng, just speak directly. I want. Mo Lingfeng expressed his thoughts. Lingfeng, go ahead and do it. Since the people of Xia Country do not wish to see soldiers sacrifice silently, let them always watch over and support each other. The elder leader spoke gently, and now Mo Lingfeng was increasingly suited to be the one to shield them from the wind and rain. Yes, leader. Meanwhile, the citizens of several major countries around the world also received related information. Oh my God, monsters have appeared in Xia Country. Are they okay? I need to donate some supplies to help Xia Country. Citizens from other countries began to practice Xia Country's ancient martial arts one after another, and as progress continued, the effect of this silent guidance was simply astonishing. Why didn't they wipe out Xia Country? Those Xia people are taking my jobs every day. Huh, that's the gate of revelation. God is going to cleanse Xia Country. At least 1/3 of the people were still deeply influenced by previous events. They continued to harbor hatred towards Xia Country and hostility toward the great Xia people. What are you all talking about? It's clearly your own lack of effort, blaming others. Exactly. If this were the past, no one would directly refute these compatriots who hated Xia Country. Chapter 39. Visitors from the cavern. Mo Lingfeng, in the name of the Heavenly Group, announced the construction of heroic soul monuments in various cities, ensuring that the sacrificed comrades would be forever remembered by the people of Xia Country. Does our small county of Xiaoyuan have a heroic soul monument too? I don't know why, but I have an ominous premonition. Why is the country building so many heroic soul monuments? Does this mean that many soldiers may sacrifice themselves in the future? The citizens of Xia Country originally only hoped for simple information about the heroes from the authorities, but they didn't expect the Heavenly Group to take such a grand action. They are scared, afraid that countless soldiers will sacrifice themselves because of them. No, we cannot let those most admirable soldiers sacrifice because of our weakness. Heavenly Group, we hope for basic military training, not for any other reason, just to ensure that we don't hold back the troops in times of danger. Yes, right now, I am receiving a monthly subsidy of 6,000 yuan from the state for ancient martial arts. We do not wish to hinder the country or require the troops to save us. Similar comments flooded the screen. The people of Xia Country are not foolish. Establishing heroic soul monuments in every city clearly indicates that the sacrifices of Xia soldiers will not be few in the future. They only hope that when danger arises, they can escape on their own and not impede the troops from unleashing their full firepower because of them. After Lu Moqing reported, Mo Lingfeng smiled. The people of Xia are awakening. At this moment, the citizens of Xia Country have entered the threshold of universal military service. Just as Mo Lingfeng was about to notify the public about simple training, urgent news came in. Report: human beings have appeared in the Shuangfeng Cavern. They are not from the Tianlan Star. Repeat, they are not from the Tianlan Star. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback, then immediately ordered to bring up the local images. The first thing that caught his eye in the largest cavern was 7 muscular men dressed in leather, each at least 2 meters tall, all holding large sticks. For some reason, they were all standing obediently by the edge of the cavern, motionless. Use a drone to try to communicate with them. Be careful. Mo Lingfeng felt like a fool. How many monsters have been attracted by a revival of spiritual energy? Yes, Commander Mo. This is the territory of Xia. Please immediately state your identity. A drone emitted a voice. Chattering. The technical personnel immediately used audio analysis equipment to detect the language information through big data. With the calculations of the supercomputer, the results appeared after more than 10 seconds. Report: they are using ancient Qin language. The general meaning is, they are warriors from the bear tribe, unintentionally offending. Please forgive the masters here. Continue to communicate with them. You just need to repeat the words of the think tank. Mo Lingfeng ordered while also pondering. Ancient Qin language? That was 2,000 years ago. This group of muscle men came out of the cavern using an ancient language from the surface. This means they had gone underground before. It is unlikely that they had any prior communication with the surface. Simply put, how could a group of muscle warriors be familiar with foreign languages, especially from a country that has not communicated for a long time? As the think tank's guiding rhetoric progressed, the intelligence gradually enriched. Sure enough, they are the descendants of ancient Xia ancestors who entered the cavern. However, when asked for more details, they could not answer. They lacked common historical education. Interesting. They are all at least of first rank. Mo Lingfeng heard the most critical combat intelligence. The warriors of the bear tribe use yuan qi to refine their bodies. After reaching adulthood, they can all exert 1,000 pounds of strength, and they can continue to improve. Yuan qi refers to the universal spiritual energy and spiritual power. My dear friends, could you please take these weapons from the sky? The leader of the bear tribe's first hunting team, Xiong Dalong, smiled awkwardly, his biological instincts warning him frantically, run. Life is in danger. Although his strength exceeded 100,000 pounds, he still felt a tingling sensation in his skin, a reminder from his well-honed body. Bring them back to the military camp and treat them well. If there is danger, kill them immediately. Seeing them stammer, Mo Lingfeng knew that crucial intelligence would not be obtained. As for whether they are friend or foe, that is not for them to decide. Old Zeng, this is Mo Lingfeng. How is the experimental machine for the small mecha? Mo Lingfeng had some thoughts. If they could come up, then Xia soldiers could go down. Cenghang lao kit hatili. Haha, Commander Montag. I was just about to tell you. The Dragon War Mecha experimental machine has been assembled. 3 weeks ago, the controllable nuclear fusion reactor had been successfully miniaturized. The reactor can be reduced to 1 cubic meter, and the transmission system is only 2 cubic meters. This means that the individual combat platform can be updated. Coupled with the enhancement effects of the Qi elements, the small nuclear fusion engine has been successfully developed. In addition to the revolutionary upgrades of mature equipment like tanks and fighter jets, small mechas are also ready for large-scale deployment in the Xia military. As the physical fitness of Xia soldiers becomes increasingly formidable, they need more suitable equipment to arm them and perfectly utilize their physical capabilities. The Dragon War Mecha, a humanoid weapon. Using innovative biological sensing technology, operators can use remote weapons while almost perfectly exerting their own combat capabilities. Mo Lingfeng also looked forward to the combat power of the mecha. Send me the testing data later, as I have some matters to attend to and can't come to you for now. Old Zeng, you and everyone else have worked hard. The country will not forget you. When Mo Lingfeng heard that there was spiritual energy in the cavern, he knew that the technology from the system's main mall was useful. Now, the local area of Xia Country is experiencing a revival of spiritual energy, and many plants and animals rich in spiritual energy have appeared, but due to the short time, they cannot yet be used for alchemy or crafting. However, the treasures in the cavern, as Xiong Dalong mentioned, are plentiful. So he just wanted to say, bring it on. Commander Mo, you take care of your business. I'll send you the data shortly. As for the hard work, I can only say it's worth it. Zheng Heng is also one of the beneficiaries of the spirit-infused pills. At the secret research base in the desert, Zheng Heng was laughing. My disciples, hurry up and conduct the tests. Commander Mo is in a hurry. Teacher, did Commander Mo praise you? Yang Ren asked with a smile. Haha, Commander Mo promised that we will have a big prize later. Hu Fong, hearing this, also became interested. Could it be a national-level scientific research award? Too small, too small. That award is definitely there, but the specific grand prize is confidential. Zheng Heng recalled that he couldn't tell the students about the potion, and thinking of this, he straightened his face. Aren't you going to hurry up and test? While Mo Lingfeng was waiting for the data, at a watchtower near the Shuangfen Cavern, 7 big men were feasting. After Mo Lingfeng took command of the military, the treatment of Xia soldiers reached an unbelievable level. All the matters that needed attention were handled by official personnel. The current meals of the Xia military are the best in the world. Even the countries of the West can't compare. Captain, this is too delicious, right? I feel like the chief has never eaten this. Xiong Hu said as he ate. What kind of divine food is this? Xiong Dalong swallowed a pork knuckle in a few bites. Isn't the chief eating roasted meat with us too? At most, he gets a little extra, but it can't compare to this big pork knuckle. So delicious. Captain, if we could eat this every day, I would be willing to serve them. Xiong, she was teetering on the edge of betrayal. Xiong Dalong couldn't resist the temptation either. Aren't you being ridiculous? They haven't killed us. They eat better than us. When I go back, I'll have a good talk with the shaman. Captain, this is great. It's so sweet, Xiongniu said, devouring a large mango, skin and all, without spitting out the pit. After they had their fill, the think tank of Xia proposed to retain them. The few men surely refused. How could they surrender over one meal? Then, the Xia soldiers gifted them a large amount of self-cooked food and various seasonings before sending them back. Of course, they informed them in advance that the Xia soldiers would visit the bear tribe later. When they went underground, Bear Fox quietly asked Bear Dalong, "Captain, will they take action against our tribe later?" "I can't be sure, but their conditions completely outmatch ours," he replied. "If it really comes to it, should we just surrender?" Bear Dalong reminisced about the meal they had just had and patted the giant sack on his back, which was filled with good things. Chapter 40. Dragon Battle Mech. They were quite sensible. After getting local guides from the underground caves, we could clear out the monster tribes in the fastest way possible. Mo Lingfeng reported the general intelligence of the underground caves to the elder leader. The underground caves in the Xia Kingdom have dozens of tribes, ranging from thousands to 50,000 people. They have survived to this day, relying on their own strength and the protection of some tranquil guardian beasts. However, the number of monsters among them is terrifying. The monster tribes that emerge today are merely the vassals of some powerful monsters, accounting for less than 1% of the lower-tier monsters. It should be noted that according to preliminary statistics, the monsters eliminated at a dozen battlefield points amounted to hundreds of millions. Lingfeng, will this have an impact on the upcoming invasion of the insect race? Li Ping was worried that plans might not keep up with changes. Mo Lingfeng understood the elder's concerns and reassured him, "Don't worry. We already have the strength to shoot down that exploration ship. If any changes occur, we will deal with it immediately." He paused for a moment and slowly said, "If the alien army arrives soon, then our great Xia will definitely fight back to the death." Upon hearing this, Li Ping's heart shook. Yes, why should our great Xia fear battle? Rest assured, elder leader, our researchers have been working tirelessly to increase our chances of victory. Mo Lingfeng also felt a bit desolate. If their judgment was incorrect, then the alien army would arrive ahead of time, and the consequences. Elder leader, let's take a look at our great Xia's black technology. Mo Lingfeng received the inspection report for the Dragon Battle Mech. Saying this, he sent the data to the elder leader's tablet. "Thank you all for your hard work." Upon seeing the mech image resembling a Gundam, Li Ping knew that the researchers of the Great Xia were amazing. When he saw the specific data, his face was filled with disbelief. Dragon Battle Mech, human-like ergonomic mech, height 9 meters, entire body covered with 300 millimeters new composite armor, extremely strong protective capability, equipped with the Hua Shun 2 nuclear fusion engine capable of flight. Speed can exceed 12 times the speed of sound. For a higher payload, we have equipped it with a 120 millimeters electromagnetic cannon, with 500 rounds of ammunition located on the left shoulder. The right shoulder is equipped with 4 combination-type medium-power high-speed armor-piercing missiles, suitable for dealing with high-mobility monsters. The left arm is equipped with a 30 millimeters 3-barrel electromagnetic machine gun, with 2,000 rounds of ammunition for clearing low-tier monsters. At the same time, the right arm is equipped with a 6-meter-long chainsword, powered directly by a reactor with massive destructive power. Each leg hides an armor-piercing military knife. Looking at the data, the elder leader's voice trembled slightly. "Lingfeng, this is what we manufactured? Of course, it's made by the Great Xia." Mo Lingfeng was also not calm. "This thing is equivalent to a Tier 4 biological weapon." Li Ping continued to inquire, "Isn't the quantity limited? Can it be mass-produced?" In response to the elder leader, "That is definitely the case. All equipment is for our great Xia soldiers." Upon hearing this, the elder leader almost fell down if he didn't have heart disease. Good. Lingfeng, everything depends on you." Li Ping felt increasingly old. He spent 30 years helping the great Xia successfully revive, while Mo Lingfeng took only 3 months to help the great Xia turn the tide. "Elder leader, this is the basic mech model prepared for equipping the entire army. At the same time, to deal with large-sized creatures, we have initiated the Titan project. This is an enlarged version of the Dragon Battle Mech." Mo Lingfeng continued to report. "How big? At least 100 meters tall. Our technology can keep up." and we are overcoming the final challenge. After the appearance of the elemental, every technology is black technology. Li Ping let out a long breath, relaxed a bit, and joked, Lingfeng, are you trying to excite me to death? Mo Lingfeng replied with a smile, I wouldn't dare. After that, Mo Lingfeng called Zheng Heng to thank them again for their silent contributions. He also ordered the military factory to urgently produce a batch of dragon battle mechs. The Xia Kingdom's troops were about to explore the underground caves, and he had to be responsible for the lives of the great Xia soldiers. A day later, at the camp square in the suburbs of Kyoto, looking at the 100 elite Tianwei troops standing straight, Mo Lingfeng shouted, Do you think you can complete the task I will assign to you later? Boom! All the Tianwei troops stepped forward and saluted simultaneously, shouting loudly, Yes, yes, yes. The first battle is on me. Where I am, victory is guaranteed. The elites present knew that they were the first batch of candidates to enter the underground caves. Mo Lingfeng returned the salute and continued to shout, Very good. Those who are confident, follow me. Immediately, everyone resolutely followed Mo Lingfeng. Soon, they arrived at the underground training room of the camp, which was larger than 5 football fields. Mo Lingfeng walked to 2 objects covered with black cloth. This task is undoubtedly arduous. Therefore, for your safety, everyone must understand it in a short time. Mo Lingfeng said, pointing to the objects behind him. What's this? Now, you can uncover the black cloth yourselves. Understood. With a whoosh, the 2 black cloths were pulled down simultaneously. Hiss! The Tianwei troops were stunned. Report. Commander Montag. Is this a Gundam? Did we kindly borrow it? A clever Tianwei soldier asked. Jinbai, you rascal. This is your latest equipment. Montag Lingfeng chuckled. Not a model? Of course not. Now listen to the order. Mo Lingfeng's expression became serious. Order. Within 1 day, with the cooperation of the researchers, you must be able to control it for actual combat. Rest assured, there will be a continuous supply of mechs coming here. Received. Everyone shouted excitedly. What kind of mechs? That's a man's dream. Chapter 41, The First Descent into the Cave First. There were several hours of theoretical training. Once all the Heavenly Guard troops understood the material, they immediately moved on to practical exercises. Jinbai, as the commander of this operation, naturally took the lead in piloting for the first time. Inside machine number 1, Jinbai had just completed the startup preparations according to the instructions. Report. Machine number 1 is ready and can be activated. He donned a lightweight pilot sensory armor and took a deep breath to send a request. Li Yuan, in the protective command room, issued the order, thinking that he would also want to pilot one later. Received. Activation permitted. As for Mo Lingfeng, he went back to his training. Li Yuan commanded on his behalf, and he would take over command after all the Heavenly Guard troops completed their practical training. Jinbai followed the steps and completed the startup. Please quickly familiarize yourself with the machine according to the instructions, the researchers in the background announced. Understood. Jinbai then started moving his hands and shaking his legs. In 0.0001 seconds, or 0.1 milliseconds, machine number 1 synchronized the same movements. This was due to breakthroughs in new sensor technology. Wow, this feeling is amazing. Please be careful, control your strength. She is very sensitive. Observing machine number 1 moving like a crab, the researchers knew Jinbai was excited. Hearing the prompt, Jinbai immediately calmed down. Okay. You can perform a few sets of military boxing to quickly master her close combat abilities. Received. As Jinbai moved, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. The 9-meter-tall battle dragon mech was as agile as a monkey, and its power far exceeded that of Tiger. A simple punch the size of a water barrel generated a force of up to 52 tons, equivalent to 104,000 pounds. Combined with the high-tech chainsword, the lethality was immense. All right, next please activate the secondary power mode to experience the feeling of flying. Hearing the command, Jinbai pressed the secondary power button on his sensory suit. He then began to carefully control the mech. Boom! Accompanied by flames. A gust of air shot out from the back of machine number 1. Please be careful. You can accelerate in secondary power mode. The mech can exceed the speed of sound. In the underground area, you need to react quickly. Boom! As Jinbai increased the thrust, this 28-ton little guy took off. After a few laps of simple low-speed flight to experience solo flying, Jinbai soared. Boom! He pushed the thruster to its maximum. In just 1 second, machine no. One broke through 360 meters from a speed of 70 meters per second, and it was still accelerating. A luxury sports car accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds? She can reach 1,000 kilometers in 7 seconds. This is the romance of a man. Boom! The sound barrier was broken. This feeling is so thrilling. Awesome. Of course, in this underground base with a radius of 200 meters, he definitely wouldn't dare to activate the tertiary power. That could easily exceed 400 meters per second. That's 10 times the speed of sound. Jinbai was afraid of becoming the first soldier of the Great Xia to die due to a training error. That would be too embarrassing. 10 hours later, a total of 100 battle dragon mechs were all in place. At the same time, unlike the training machines, they were all fully armed. So, the last step was the firepower test. After all, the Great Xia's firepower insufficiency syndrome still had some aftereffects after being resolved. The 28-ton little chubby guy was carrying 7 tons of weapons and ammunition. At close range, the sense of oppression was overwhelming, because this was an expedition into the cave. The data link with the 3 armies could not be established temporarily, and all guidance functions were implemented solely by the mech. Boom! 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 1-meter-wide test steel plates were pierced and shattered by 120 millimeters electromagnetic cannon shells. Da-da-da. Some small steel pieces were shredded by a 30 millimeters electromagnetic machine gun. Captain, I feel like I can carry more ammunition. Yu Yi, carrying several tons of weapons and ammunition, felt no pressure at all. Jinbai replied with a smile. Of course you can, but is it necessary? A basic load of 500 electromagnetic cannon shells and 2,000 electromagnetic gun bullets. Is that still not enough? After receiving approval, Yu Yi did not refute, but secretly decided to bring a few thousand more. After they were initially familiar with the mechs, the first mission arrived. At 10 o'clock at night, the Great Xia engineering troops had completed the urgent concealment of the Lingfeng cave. The area exceeded 3 football fields. With the secret unloading of large military transport trucks, the battle dragon mechs arrived. This time, there were 2 objectives for entering the cave. One was to reach a friendly mutual assistance agreement with the bear tribe. The second was to simply explore the nearby caves and, with the cooperation of the bear tribe, find a suitable location for a forward base. Mo Lingfeng spoke calmly, paused, and shouted, "Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Understood." All the Heavenly Guard troops in black combat suits shouted in unison. Now board the machines and set off. Montag Lingfeng saluted. Boom! Everyone returned the salute. Yes. In 34 seconds, all 100 battle dragon mechs awakened. The first heavy armored assault mech entered the cave first, with cannons, guns, and sword tips all pointing downwards. Then, one by one, the mechs maintained high alert as they streamed in, to prevent any unforeseen events. They did not break the sound barrier, but maintained a speed of 100 meters per second. 3 minutes later, the first mech, using its sensors, could vaguely see light from the ground. Another 20 seconds later, they arrived. Wow, Captain, what a spectacle! Yu Yi was the first to arrive, cautiously surveying the cave. It's quite beautiful, but also deadly. Jinbai arrived second. Although the bear tribe's 7 little brothers had mentioned that the cave was excavated from the mountain peaks, seeing it with his own eyes for the first time was still unbelievable. The cave was approximately 2,000 meters high, with many mountain ranges connecting the ground to the sky, maintaining the cave's stability. At the same time, there was no sunlight in the cave, and all illumination relied on glowing plants. Their light-emitting ability was extremely special, possibly having a unique sensing capability, with brightness levels almost identical to sunlight. After more than 10 seconds, all the battle dragon troops were assembled. Fly this way. Everyone switched to silent mode, and be careful. Jinbai saw a wooden sign with an arrow and a bear head drawn on it. Simple and clear, it indicated the direction of the bear tribe. Clearly the work of a muscle warrior. The mechs maintained low speed as they headed towards the little bears. 10 minutes later, about 60 kilometers in, they were spotted by the bear tribe's lookout. Don't throw spears. That's the Great Xia guess I mentioned earlier. The bear fox, upon seeing them, immediately recognized them as great Xia warriors. Suddenly, he caught sight of a clumsy one about to shoot an arrow and hurriedly stopped him, kicking him a few times. "You fool! I have to tell you not to shoot arrows. That is not a monster." After saying this, the bear fox vigorously waved the flag that the great Xia troops had given him, signaling that they were allies and to not open fire. 3 mechs hovered at the edge of the lookout. "Hello, Bear Fox. I am Su Chi. We spoke before." An ancient Qin dialect came from Su Chi's mech loudspeaker. Upon hearing the familiar language, the Bear Fox was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that Qin language was not a problem for the great Xia. "Ha, Brotersu. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me to Bear City. Our chief and shaman have been waiting for a long time." "Of course, please." The Bear Fox and a few others rode on the ground bear beasts, quickly heading towards the tribe. This was a type of upright creature, over 8 meters tall at the shoulder with terrifying strength. Meanwhile, all the battle dragon troops ran behind them as a sign of respect. Another 10 minutes later, they ran approximately 30 kilometers. "Bear City, we have arrived." Looking at the city walls resembling those of ancient Xia, but clearly taller and larger. The mech-S sensors displayed a height of 34 meters, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. The Bear Fox couldn't see the expression of the mech warrior, but he instinctively paused outside the city wall for a moment, then made a request. "Please follow me. Chief, the shaman is waiting in the banquet hall." As they passed through the city gate, they noticed something unusual. There were unknown patterns faintly glowing. However, the dragon warriors were perceptive and did not ask any questions. Soon, they met the ruler of the bear tribe, Chief Lingfeng, and the shaman Ling. One was a strong man, and the other a frail middle-aged man. "Ha! Friends from Daxia, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Lingfeng laughed heartily. He ordered, "Everyone disembark and await instructions." Jinbai was not afraid of the bear tribe plotting against them. If anything unexpected happened, 100 small reactors would be set to explode, obliterating the underground. Once all the Tianwei army appeared on the ground and stood still, Jinbai formally replied to Lingfeng, "Hello, esteemed chief. I am Jinbai, the representative of the Xia kingdom for this meeting." Looking at a group of Daxia soldiers who were clearly several heads shorter than the bear tribe members, quickly forming a precise square formation in a very short time, several high-ranking officials were extremely shocked. Lingfeng came back to his senses and said, "All right, please follow me." Lingfeng, a 6-tier powerhouse with extreme strength exceeding 1,000,000 pounds, wore a full smile, as if a spring breeze was brushing against him. Previously, his cousin Xiong Dalong had been urging him to be friendly, believing that it would be easy for Daxia to annihilate the bear tribe. Even destroying the underground would not be difficult. The peaceful talks were progressing steadily. All of Daxia's responses were based on suggestions given by the think tank behind the scenes. Chapter 42. Preparing to regulate martial artists. While Mo Lingfeng was focused on the matters of the underground cave, some unusual individuals appeared in Xia Country. "Hello. Is this the hotline for the Heavenly Group? I want to file a complaint. We have a few bald-headed people here who take things without paying and even hit people." In Xia Country, a group of people wielding large machetes appeared in Xiaoyuan County, behaving extremely arrogantly. Recently, a large number of people who had been hiding in the deep mountains began to enter towns, acting with great arrogance. These were practitioners of the ancient martial arts of Great Xia, who found that after the revival of spiritual energy in their homeland, their techniques, which originally could only strengthen the body and allow one to fight 10, had become incredibly powerful. After decades of hard practice, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary citizens. At the same time, in a previous crackdown led by Mo Lingfeng, most of the wealthy backers of these hidden practitioners had been captured. Now they had only one demand: either release their backers or the country would have to pay to support them, as a means of threatening the state. Thousands of skilled martial artists entered several cities, supported by the wealthy relatives of those who had been arrested. The situation was escalating, and Mo Lingfeng's patience was wearing thin, until a recording surfaced. Mo Lingfeng exploded with anger. It featured several young hikers who had entered Xiaoyuan Mountain and, by coincidence, encountered a team of ancient practitioners from the Wuyang sect. At 11 o'clock at night, Zheng Haoyan and his team were patrolling when they suddenly saw a few lights. "Let's go check it out," Zheng Haoyan said excitedly. "Sister Yang, the stars are so beautiful," and Mushi lay on the ground, asking Han Yuanyang. Just as Han Yuanyang was about to reply, she sensed something and shouted, "Everyone be careful. There's movement in the west. Quickly retreat to the tent." "Two beautiful women? Want to run?" Zheng Haoyan swiftly moved to capture Mushi, bending down to sniff her. "So fragrant. Tonight you are mine. Who are you? Let me go. Aren't you afraid of the great Xia troops nearby? The heavenly group has clearly stated that those who disturb the peace will be severely punished." And Mushi struggled to break free and secretly activated her phone's recording function. It wasn't that she didn't want to call for help. In the mountains, only the satellite phone in the tent had a signal. Meanwhile, the 5 hikers were completely controlled by the disciples of the Wuyang sect. Zheng Haoyan smiled sinisterly. "Haha, here. If you die, it will just be considered wild wolves eating you." It's not the first time. Just as he was about to move closer, the team leader, Huang Wen, suddenly broke free from the careless grip of the Wuyang disciples. Rolling down the steep mountainside, he quickly pressed the emergency rescue button. "Damn it! How did you let that happen? Get him back!" Zheng Haoyan shouted angrily. Cold sweat dripped down Sun Hu's face as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, young master." After that, Sun Hu and others quickly leaped and captured Huang Wen again. "You're pretty strong. Why didn't you run?" Zheng Haoyan said as he kicked Huang Wen's right calf, breaking it. Hearing Huang Wen's screams, Zheng Haoyan laughed instead. He had been feeling repressed lately, forced by his mother to stay in Xiaoyuan Mountain, and now he needed to release his frustrations, because the state did not allow them to act above the citizens of Great Xia. Those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Huang Wen was clever and did not reveal that help was on the way, fearing that this group would act violently. Seeing Zheng Haoyan trying to get closer again, Huang Wen endured the pain and shouted loudly, "What you're doing now is breaking the law of the country. You can't defeat the great Xia soldiers, and they will definitely find out." He wanted to buy time. Damn it, the law of the country? Here, I am the law. Zheng Haoyan's anger was fully ignited by Huang Wen's words. Zheng Haoyan was indeed scared. The times had changed, and the era where one martial artist could fight against thousands was over. Now, they were being suppressed by the state. "Whoever comes today, I will vent my anger. That's what Zheng Haoyan say." Saying this, he disregarded in Mushi's struggles and tore her coat apart. Just as Zheng Haoyan was about to proceed further, he heard the sound of a drone's propeller. Soon after, he heard the announcement, "We are the soldiers of Great Xia. Immediately cease the violence. Otherwise, we will open fire. Repeat, you guys are good. We will meet again later, and then you won't be so lucky." He realized that things were getting out of hand. The people left, but the recording remained. After listening to the recording, Mo Lingfeng laughed in anger. "How wonderful! The phrase eaten by wild wolves is truly brilliant. How many people have been eaten by wild wolves over the years?" He immediately instructed Mo Qing, check the missing persons in the deep mountains over the past few years. "Yes, team leader." Soon, he received a reply. In the past 10 years, millions of people have gone missing in Great Xia. Over 500,000 in the deep mountains. Tens of thousands each year. How many have been eaten by wild wolves? Mo Lingfeng could no longer hold back and ordered, "All martial artists must accept supervision from the heavenly group within 3 days. Those who disobey will be punished according to the law of the country." Order. Those who do not make a statement within 1 day will have the Great Xia troops stationed nearby. Order. Those who do not make a statement within 3 days will all be arrested. These directives would be communicated by official personnel of Great Xia to those ancient sections. He certainly knew that there were good people among the ancient martial artists, but there were definitely bad ones as well. The last crackdown had not cleared out this group. Within an hour, regardless of whether the martial artists were hiding or not, they all received notification from the Great Xia authorities. This is the power of technology. Chapter 43, You Say You're Superior? After the Tian group transmitted this mandatory order to various hidden sects, the vast majority of ancient cultivators were very dissatisfied. In the Wuyang sect of Xiaoyang Mountain, Zheng Haoyan had just finished chatting with Zheng Shi about some previous matters. Of course, in his words, it was just a casual conversation with a few people. Xiao Tian, was it really just a chat? Zheng, she knew the nature of this only son. Definitely. Before Zheng Haoyan could finish his sentence, a disciple suddenly knocked on the door and said there was urgent information. Guomeyin. Zheng Shi's face was displeased. It was almost midnight. Why the rush? Report. Sect Master. We received a notice from the Tian group, ordering us to accept their supervision within 3 days. Furthermore, the disciple from Wuliang's sect hesitated to continue. What else? Hurry up and say it. Zheng, she was anxious to the point of wanting to hit him. The transmitting disciple gritted his teeth and revealed the threat from the Tian group. They said if there was no response within a day, they would send troops to surround Xiaoliang Mountain. The consequences would be borne by them. Good courage. Are they trying to say there is no one in Wuliang's sect? Zheng, she was furious. Ever since the spiritual energy revival in the Xia Country, their strength had grown tremendously after decades of practicing ancient martial arts. Zheng Shi, as the leader of a second-rate sect, had a strength that had reached 10,000 pounds. Coupled with martial skills, his agility was also extremely formidable. Just as he was about to say something fierce, he heard something. Is that the sound of helicopters? Didn't they say one day? Why are they here already? Zheng Shi's heart tightened. Even if he was dissatisfied with the Tian Group's decision, Wuliang's sect couldn't be the one to stick its neck out. Madam, you're up. Come sit here. Zheng Shi saw Wang Lan walk into the hall wrapped in a coat and hurriedly stood up. Zheng Haoyan was also a bit shaky. Seat, the guests have arrived. Why aren't you going to greet them? Wang Lan replied irritably, as she had also heard the sound of helicopters. At the Wuliang sect's training ground, a group of people quietly awaited the arrival of the helicopters. 3 minutes later, a total of 6 armed helicopters and 3 transport helicopters surrounded Wuliang's sect, and higher up, there was a Kunpeng cannon boat and a reconnaissance aircraft. Looking at the numerous machine guns, cannons, rockets, and missiles aimed at them, a few people from Wuliang's sect couldn't help but swallow hard. One transport helicopter lowered a parachute rope, and 3 armored warriors rapidly descended in front of Zheng Shi. Hello. We are from the Daxiao army, ordered to capture the criminal Zheng Haoyan. Here is the arrest warrant. The leading lieutenant, Zhang Feng, spoke without any politeness. The reason it took 40 minutes to prepare to capture Zheng Haoyan was that all over 200 people in Wuliang's sect practiced martial arts long-term, and their combat power was not to be underestimated. It required the mobilization of troops to prevent Wuliang's sect from becoming desperate. Hearing the words of the officer in front of him, Zheng Shi's heart sank. He knew his unfortunate son had gotten into trouble again. What did my son do? Wang Lan spoke up. Zhang Feng articulated clearly, attempted assault, causing injury to another. Suspected of having committed serious crimes previously. I need your cooperation, otherwise, we will forcibly arrest. Zhang Feng's words hit Zheng Shi's family like a heavy hammer. Mom, I didn't do it. You have to believe me. Zheng Haoyan panicked. Could he still have a good life after this? He wasn't afraid of the soldiers in front of him. He was afraid of the heavy firepower in the sky. Slap. Wang Lan slapped Zheng Haoyan hard on the face, her face filled with anger. I've warned you repeatedly, even grounded you, and you still managed to cause trouble during a patrol mission. Wang Lan knew her son's nature. The soldiers in front of her were not lying. Slap. Not satisfied, she slapped him again. When Zheng Shi heard Zhang Feng's last sentence, his heart trembled, and he quickly whispered to Wang Lan, Madam, should we hand over Xiao Tian? Of course, being locked up to cultivate is better than being at home. Wang Lan was very clear that in this era, as long as they honestly practiced their ancestral ancient martial arts, they would have a bright future. Zheng Shi heard this and felt a bad omen. He hadn't dared to tell Wang Lan about the bad things Zheng Haoyan had done before. What? Are you hiding something from me? After so many years of being a couple, Wang Lan looked at his expression and knew something was off with Zheng Shi. Forget it. Dead friends are better than poor ones. Anyway, the previous matters were handled cleanly. The authorities won't find out. Zheng Shi didn't dare to say it directly now, smiling no, let him go to jail and quietly cultivate there for a few years. Dad, no, I don't want to go to jail. Zheng Haoyan didn't dare to contradict Wang Lan at all. Comrades, you've worked hard, Wang Lan said, pushing Zheng Haoyan forward. Zheng Haoyan was their flesh and blood, and the Daxiao army came directly to take him. The couple had been holding back their anger because of the helicopters in the sky. They were all educated people and had used the internet, they knew very well. They could ignore small-caliber rifle rounds and evade heavy machine guns. But cannons? They couldn't stop them. Not to mention the anti-tank missiles carried by the armed helicopters. Even if they didn't hand over their son and wanted to fight to the death, that would require the disciples of Wu Yang's sect to agree. They weren't all fools to confront the Daxiao army head-on. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the mission go so smoothly. The next day, Zhang Shi contacted his backer via video. This is too much. The leader of the Martial Alliance, Wu Tianqi, was furious. Could Zhang Shi endure? He could endure, but that didn't stop him from exaggerating the situation to others. I implore the leader to stand up for us. Zhang Shi's face was filled with sorrow. Wu Tian had just started to live a good life. He didn't want a big shot above him. What a Tian group. Did they want to dominate the entire martial world? It wasn't just Zhang Shi reporting. Over a dozen sect leaders were all crying out. The Tian group said they would send troops in one day. Yet by noon today, they dispatched a massive force for field training. The training range is right near the major sects. Leader, we clearly possess great power, yet we cannot exert it. The leader of the Songhe sect, Song Yunzi, was somewhat panicked. The training shouts of the Daxia soldiers around Songhe Mountain were deafening. Exactly, we are so much stronger than ordinary people. But we still have to stay obedient. We are stronger than them. Shouldn't we control them? Every member of the Martial Alliance must have unexpressed grievances. They all wanted to act recklessly. Sai, what can we do? Go head-to-head with the Daxiao army? Wu Tian was strong, but didn't dare to rebel. Right now, there were Daxia soldiers active at the foot of Hongbai Mountain. Leader, some of my disciples have already entered the city. My disciples are also hidden in the towns. Many leaders indicated their personnel were in place. Wu Tian understood. You mean to hit them hard and show the Tian group our strength? Yes. Let's make a scene. Exactly. My Martial Alliance S-30,000 elite will scatter into small units, forcing the Tian group to compromise. Let's do it. You all go notify them. I want to see that mysterious leader of the Tian group. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and made a decision. Actually, his original idea was for Martial Alliance members to join the army, gradually infiltrating the troops, relying on their powerful strength to ultimately take control of the Daxiao army. In that case, the Xia Country would be under his command. Just as many sect leaders were preparing to make phone calls, the communication network was cut off. Hello? No signal? Wu Tian suddenly felt uneasy. Boom! A 120mm new type of electromagnetic artillery shell from an altitude of 1,000 meters instantly struck the square of the Hongbai Mountain Martial Alliance base. Smoke and debris flew everywhere, and a pit several meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep appeared. Hearing the commotion, Wu Tian and a few others quickly rushed to the square. Gulps! He looked at the deep pit and swallowed hard. If that had hit him, he would have been reduced to dust. In just a moment, Wu Tian realized their conversations had been monitored by the Tian group all along. Don't shoot. No. Don't fire the cannon. I'm a good citizen. A very good citizen. All disciples of the Hongbai sect surrendered. Wu Tian used his internal energy and shouted this sentence with all his might. Then he obediently squatted down on the ground, hands clasped behind his head, indicating that he had surrendered. Meanwhile, he was comforting himself. It's okay. We haven't acted yet. Presumption of innocence, right? If all else fails, members of the Martial Alliance can join the army and serve the country. That plan is not bad. The disciples who heard the commotion were also scared. Who wouldn't panic when modern technological weapons are aimed at them? At the same time, the leaders of the 17-member sects of the Martial Alliance were forcefully captured. Over 10,000 members of the Martial Alliance who had infiltrated the town were secretly taken down by the Great Xia army. Still want to disrupt the Great Xia? Let them have another 100,000. Still want to see Mo Lingfeng? Capturing them is just a matter of Mo Lingfeng speaking up. Previously, he didn't bother to move against them. Firstly, because there was no evidence, and it was not appropriate to act before military control was established. Secondly, Mo Lingfeng had no interest in dealing with these people. He had more important matters to attend to. Now they should thank Zheng Haoyan's words, which successfully angered Mo Lingfeng, angered the soldiers of the Great Xia. Not killing them allows the Great Xia army to completely control the martial artists. and then they can honestly contribute to the Xia Country. Committed bad deeds, but the evidence is cleanly handled? No evidence to uncover past misdeeds? Hee. After that, the Sky Group will force martial artists to practice 5 elements martial arts. 1 month later, if they still cannot enter the door, it will prove that this person has no love for their country, or that their hearts are dark, making them unable to cultivate. These 2 types of people will be assigned to the Vanguard Battalion to give their last bit of strength for the Great Xia. Of course, many sects responded to the Sky Group in a short time, willing to cooperate with the work of the Sky Group leader. Mo Lingfeng offered a method that could lead to immortality and did not let them suffer losses. At the same time, after testing the loyalty of the martial artists, they could stop practicing 5 elements martial arts. As for whether they would still be willing to practice the ancestral method after comparing the speed differences between the 2, that remains to be seen. Chapter 44, Clearing the Obstacles for the Forward Base, a trivial matter involving a few tens of thousands of cultivators, was nothing more than a minor disturbance for Mo Lingfeng. His main focus was on the alliance with the Bear Tribe, aiming to resolve the underground cave issue in a short time. The Bear Tribe had a population of 20,000, all adults ready for battle. A strength of over 1,000 pounds was the basic requirement for adulthood, and with a bit of effort, many could easily break 10,000 pounds in their prime. Among them, the elite forces exceeded 100,000 pounds. Several top-tier experts had strength exceeding 1 million pounds, which meant they were 6-tier leaders. At the same time, they could harness Yuan Qi to significantly enhance themselves. The defensive capabilities of large rune technology were also worthy of research by the scientists of Great Xia. Brother Jean, it's settled then. The Xia and Bear tribes will form an alliance, facing challenges together, living and dying together. The Bear tribe leader, Xia Country, breathed a sigh of relief. Great Xia did not force the Bear tribe, but instead formed a friendly alliance. Bear leader, rest assured, Great Xia will always stand by the Bear tribe. A batch of supplies will arrive tomorrow. Jinbai acted as a tool throughout, repeating the think tank's words. Upon hearing this, Xia Country was delighted. Afterwards, I will personally take you to that fateful place. As for the monsters there, we will help Great Xia deal with them. Bring more white liquor with tomorrow's supplies. Previously, the Bear tribe's 7 younger brothers brought back some high-concentration white liquor, and the taste made Xia Country intoxicated. As a ruthless messenger, Jinbai assured that there would be no problem with the white liquor. As for the monsters of the base site, it would be best not to trouble Bear leader. To avoid any losses, it was clear that the Bear tribe had not cleared the monsters in that area, indicating their apprehension. They were eager to showcase their military strength to Great Xia, even at the cost of some losses. But Great Xia did not want their newly allied partner to lose the lives of their tribesmen because of themselves. Xia Country noticed the shaman's gaze and understood this. All right, I will take you to scout right away. The forward base site was located 70 kilometers south of the Shuangfeng Cave and 130 kilometers from the Bear tribe. The forward base would be constructed simultaneously with the Shuangfeng base, and once stabilized, the forward base would be built on a large scale. At the fastest speed, Great Xia's military production capacity would explode in the underground cave. Brother Jean, look at that basin. It's an excellent location for a city site. Covering hundreds of thousands of acres, it is easy to defend and hard to attack. Xia Country rode his 5th-tier flying Iron Bear slowly, using the wireless communication headset provided by the Dragon Battle unit. After a pause, he felt a bit awkward, as there was a group of water spiders occupying the area, numbering over 200,000. Their lengths range from 1 to 4 meters, and their strength was significantly higher than that of the big-toothed locusts. This meant that the water spiders were primarily 1st tier, with some 2nd tier and a few elite ones. It was feasible, using the detectors released by the mechas. The think tank reached a conclusion, thanks to the Bear leader for providing the location. After this, the Great Xia forces would completely eliminate them. The day after tomorrow at noon, the Bear leader could send someone to inspect. Jinbai, the messenger, was online. Xia Country replied with a smile. Good. He was also very curious about the strength of the Great Xia forces. To be honest, the threat posed by the dragon mechas did not seem significant to him. Of course, he did not know that the top speed of the dragon was faster than his flying Iron Bear. The key point was that they could mass-produce armed forces. 2 days later, 1,000 dragon battle troops gathered urgently, ready to deploy in the underground cave. Each mecha was equipped with several tons of standard weapons and ammunition, as well as at least 5 tons of powerful incendiary bombs and liquid oxygen tanks. Yes, that was napalm and white phosphorus bombs. 6,000 tons of incendiary bombs could cover dozens of square kilometers without dead angles, perfectly exterminating the water spiders while also clearing weeds for the forward base. Lingfeng felt that the Great Xia soldiers were a bit strange. 1,000 people going to kill at least 200,000 monsters would surely tire them out. Bear leader, please put this on. Jinbai handed Lingfeng a large gas mask. He had been promoted to the commander of the Dragon Battle Unit, leading these 1,000 soldiers. Jinbai demonstrated how to wear it. All right, you can begin the attack now. Lingfeng's voice sounded a bit muffled. Jinbai inquired on the communication channel. Is there anyone still not at the combat position? After 3 seconds, no one replied, indicating that they could commence. Order, drop all incendiary bombs at low altitude. Then quickly encircle the basin to prevent the water spiders from escaping. Repeat. Received. In just 10 seconds, all incendiary bombs and oxygen tanks were deployed. The dragon battle troops quickly moved into their designated positions, standing by. Boom! 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 16 seconds later, incendiary bombs began to explode at ultra-low altitude, one after another. The basin, covering an area larger than a small county, instantly turned into a sea of fire. Flames exceeding 1,000 degrees would continue to burn for at least 10 minutes. Hiss! 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 Countless water spiders, engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground, their screams incessant. The water spiders at the edge of the basin attempted to escape, but were shot one by the waiting dragon battle troops. Hundreds of thousands of 2-meter monsters surging into the town would undoubtedly be a huge disaster. But this time they were prepared. The Great Xia troops were there to deal with them, and the situation was reversed. Gulp! Gulp! Lingfeng watched the horrific scene before him, unable to stop swallowing. Brother Jin, is your Great Xia favored by the fire god? His voice trembled slightly. If this were to be dropped from a high altitude on Bear City, at least half of the bear tribe would die. No, our Great Xia has no gods. We rely on ourselves. This is our long-range weapon. Jinbai was proud to be a soldier of Great Xia. Chapter 45. The Strength of the Great Xia. Tier 6 Ferocious Spirit Heavy Spider. After listening to Jinbai's explanation and looking at the spider basin that resembled a fiery apocalypse, Lingfeng felt a bit tremulous. The temperature was not enough to even scorch his fur, but the incendiary bombs could be mass-produced, making them a nightmare for a swarm of low-tier monsters. Simultaneously, he witnessed the war dragon troops using electromagnetic machine guns to rapidly shoot down low-tier water spiders, taking them out one by one. The occasional firing of electromagnetic shells made his eyelids twitch. He noticed that the war dragon troops wouldn't engage the water spiders in close combat. They simply used their aerial advantage to eliminate the monsters from mid to long range without taking damage. Clearly, 1,000 war dragon mechas could easily defeat 200,000 low-tier monsters, and the Great Xia troops could resolve the battle within 30 minutes. Thinking about the situation in his own tribe, Lingfeng made a decision in his heart. He wanted to cling to the Great Xia for support. Brother Jin, may I visit Great Xia? I wish to discuss further cooperation with the leader of Great Xia. Lingfeng felt a bit awkward, as it had only been 2 days since the alliance was signed, and he was already succumbing to temptation by wanting to lead his people to seek support. Jinbai was taken aback, but quickly reacted and reported the situation. A few seconds later, the think tank replied that it was possible, but Commander Mo would personally come to the underground cave, which was a sign of respect for the Xiong tribe. Jinbai relayed this, leaving Lingfeng momentarily stunned. Lingfeng knew that Great Xia had a population of over 1.2 billion, not to mention the Xiong tribe. It was hundreds of times more than the underground human tribe. There were 10 million armored individuals. At the same time, he learned from Jinbai that Mo Lingfeng was the commander of the Great Xia troops and could directly command tens of millions of soldiers, not to mention individual strength. Just based on the terrifying power of these weapons, the Great Xia troops could wipe out most of the underground presence in a short time. No, no, no. I should visit Great Xia myself. There's no need to trouble Commander Mo to come to the underground cave, especially since it is somewhat dangerous there. Xiongfeng knew that the higher-ups of Great Xia were giving him face, but he couldn't shamelessly accept it. After Jinbai, the helper, came back online, Xiongfeng insisted that he would personally meet Mo Lingfeng, repeatedly declining the goodwill of the Great Xia high-ups. We respect the thoughts of Chief Xiong. Please inform us of your arrival date in advance, and Commander Mo will be waiting for you. Jinbai continued to convey. Xiongfeng immediately replied, of course. How about tomorrow morning? Of course, no problem. We welcome you anytime. Xiongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but the hellish scene before him frightened him. He had to ensure the safety of his tribe, even if it meant acknowledging Great Xia as the leader. No matter what, Xiongfeng always believed that the lives of his tribesmen were the most important. This was also a significant reason why he had been a leader for 30 years. Brother Jin, do you need me to take care of the water spider leader I mentioned earlier? Xiongfeng wanted to showcase his combat capability. The power classification of the underground human tribe was somewhat complex and could be comprehensively converted into surface combat power. In the center lake of the spider basin lurked a giant spider, a Tier 6 ferocious spirit-heavy spider. Its body was over 100 meters long and more than 50 meters tall, according to the information provided by Mo Lingfeng in advance. The speed of Tier 6 ground monsters generally does not exceed 5 times the speed of sound. Thus, with mobility advantages and the armor-piercing capabilities of the electromagnetic cannons, the War Dragon troops could encircle and eliminate this giant spider. Jinbai and the think tank shared the same thought. Thank you for Chief Xiong's goodwill, but please take a look at the strength of our Great Xia troops. No problem, Xiongfeng replied with a hearty laugh, but inside he was anxious. Could this small group really defeat the Tier 6 monster leader? Several reconnaissance aircraft provided images. And the center lake of the spider basin looked like a pot of crab soup. A large number of water spiders had sought refuge in the lake to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, it was useless. Napalm bombs and white phosphorus bombs were ineffective against water. Even covering it with soil wouldn't help. Because the water spiders were relatively strong, the flames would gradually burn through their exoskeletons, muscles, and finally to their bones. They would die in endless pain. Some water spiders suffocated to death, as the flames had completely drained the oxygen from the spider basin. Hiss! Ho! Finally, the giant spider that had been sleeping at the bottom of the lake appeared. A 1,000-degree flame could only make its fur shine even brighter. Watching the numerous small spiders die, it became enraged. Attention! Large target detected. Team 1 is responsible for dealing with it. Everyone else, pay attention to the position of the giant spider. Seeing the image of the large, menacing monster, Jinbai immediately issued the order. Received. Subsequently, 100 War Dragon mechas began to explode with speed, maintaining over 7 times the speed of sound and staying above 500 meters. After completing the encirclement, they prepared to concentrate fire on the ferocious spirit-heavy spider. Boom! 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 The continuous sounds of cannon fire erupted, and all armor-piercing electromagnetic shells hit their targets precisely. After all, it was such a large target. Hiss! Ho! After the first wave of 100 shots, all that could be heard was the roar of the ferocious spirit-heavy spider. As the smoke cleared, it was evident that there were numerous cracks and pits on the back of the giant spider's shell, but there was no blood. What the hell? This little spider shell is so hard. Team leader Zhou Dong was dumbfounded, looking at the seemingly unscathed, ferocious, spirit-heavy spider. It should be noted that after adding elemental energy, a single armor-piercing electromagnetic shell could easily penetrate a 1-meter-thick steel plate. Xiongfeng could also see the wounds on the giant spider, and after a simple comparison, he felt a shiver down his spine. This mere 100-person wave of ranged attacks could breach the defenses of the ferocious spirit-heavy spider's back shell, and that was a Tier 6 monster, at the same level as him. Did that mean this 100 people had the destructive power of Tier 5 or 6, and they were flying in the sky? Their speed was incredibly fast, and they were using high-power ranged weapons. Xiongfeng's little calculations were completely shattered by this wave of attacks. What Great Xia! With this strength, they were the big brother of my Xiong tribe. Honestly submit and live a good life. Xiongfeng now just wanted to be a lazy fish. Zhou Dong was also fired up and continued to fire. 3-round rapid fire. Aim for those pits. I don't believe we can't break your turtle shell. The firing rate of the new electromagnetic cannon had already increased to 60 rounds per minute. That meant in 3 seconds, 300 electromagnetic shells would successively smash towards the ferocious spirit-heavy spider. Pucci, Pucci, the giant spider, just hurt, sensed another wave of hard projectiles coming, and hurriedly spat out a large amount of sticky webbing in an attempt to block the electromagnetic shells. Boom! The sound barrier appeared. At the same time, it exploded with speed, trying to evade the high-altitude shells. Unfortunately, the webbing could only slightly delay the speed of the shells and barely change their angles. But this batch of shells all had guidance functions, and when the angles were right, evasion would not be very effective. Boom! 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 Within 3.01 seconds, all shells either hit the giant spider or struck the ground. Not bad. The ferocious spirit-heavy spider managed to dodge about 200 electromagnetic shells. But its back shell had already been partially breached, with blue-green blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Hiss! Ho! The giant spider could only scream in agony and quickly flee. It had already estimated the distance. It couldn't jump more than 500 meters high, and the web-slinging action was not very effective. This meant it could only endure the beating. Then came 3-round rapid fire. After that, free shooting, full firepower. The armor-piercing guided missiles from each squad leader were also used. Looking at the dire state of the ferocious spirit-heavy spider, Zhou Dong finally felt relieved. It recovered quickly? Jinbai noticed that the back of the giant spider was regenerating and was a bit puzzled. Xiongfeng, with keen insight, replied, Brother Jin. The giant spider is using Yuan Qi. This large-sized monster has a very fast recovery speed, making it difficult to kill in a short time. Is that so? Jinbai ordered everyone fire 3 rounds at it. At the same time, launch 10 armor-piercing missiles. Let's take it down in one go. Commander Mo won't care about your quick recovery. I'll shoot you dead in one hit. Let's see you recover again. Mo Lingfeng observed through the images that this Tier 6 underground creature was much more troublesome than the Tier 6 insectoid. But this was not the previous life. The same old saying. Carbon-based life forms, when faced with a saturation strike from thermal weapons, might as well just turn into carbon. Receive, Commander Mo. Immediately, 1,000 dragon battle match locked onto the ferocious spirit-heavy spider in a short time. Boom! 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 After testing the giant spider's defenses, the saturation strike arrived. Interesting, but is it useful? Mo Lingfeng saw the ferocious spirit-heavy spider activate its Yuan Qi projection, creating a dark green protective shield to try to block some of the shells. It was still somewhat useful, after a barrage of 3,000 rounds. The giant spider was left severely damaged, but not dead. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the armor-piercing guided missiles that were slightly slower hit it accurately. After fully utilizing the Qi element, this medium-power missile could rival the old high-power missiles from before. At the same time, all performance metrics skyrocketed. One shot could obliterate a strongly protected target within dozens of meters. Hiss! The ferocious spirit-heavy spider didn't even finish its scream before it ceased to exist. If this were the past life, such a 6-tier creature would require a low-yield nuclear bomb to be killed. With a body length of 100 meters, a speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, and a weight and strength in the thousands of tons, old medium-power missiles were almost ineffective. Such creatures could only be killed with nuclear bombs. But now, the dragon troops found it only slightly harder to kill than a chicken. Gulp! Looking at the earth-shattering bombing effects, Xiongfeng swallowed hard and could only say, Count me in. A 6-tier monster is nothing special. Mo Lingfeng was very satisfied. He had achieved his small goal of arming the Daxia forces to the teeth. Surprisingly, until the battlefield was cleared, no other monsters attacked, leaving the 3,000 dragon ambush troops with no opportunity to act. Chapter 46. The bear tribe merges with the great Xia soon. After confirming that there were no other dangers nearby, 2 large military engineering teams entered the underground cave via special transport planes. They were tasked with constructing the Shuangfeng Base and the 4 Base 1. Shuangfeng Base covered an area of 9 square kilometers and served as a comprehensive logistics base, while Forward Base 1 spanned 20 square kilometers and functioned as a comprehensive war base. Due to the 12-meter diameter of the Shuangfeng Cave, the special transport planes could disassemble most of the construction equipment and bring it into the cave. Therefore, the two bases were rapidly being completed under the protection of the War Dragon troops. The next morning, Xiongfeng arrived at the Shuangfeng Surface Military Base via a special transport plane. Watching the plane rise quickly, Xiongfeng felt increasingly determined to ally with the Great Xia, which excelled in every aspect. "Hello, Chief Xiongfeng. I am Mo Lingfeng." Mo Lingfeng punched his chest, which was a gesture of greeting in the bear tribe. He had been waiting near the cave for 15 minutes. "Hello, Commander." Mo Xiongfeng looked at the young man before him and couldn't help but use respectful terms. He extended his right hand to shake hands with Mo Lingfeng. Click! A nearby camera captured this historic moment. After shaking hands with Mo Lingfeng, Xiongfeng immediately reached out with his left hand as well. Mo Lingfeng was slightly taken aback but then extended his left hand too. "Chief Xiong, please follow me," Mo Lingfeng said with a smile. He knew that the bear tribe had no special customs and did not like unnecessary formalities. So he directly led him to the banquet hall. "Commander Mo, please." In the banquet hall, since it was only the two of them, Mo Lingfeng had prepared 36 dishes, the majority of which were meat dishes. Of course, each dish was exceptionally delicious. A large quantity of the national liquor, Wu Tai Baijiu, was also prepared, as Xiongfeng enjoyed it. After Xiongfeng had eaten to his heart's content, Mo Lingfeng smiled and asked, "What brings you here, Chief Xiong?" In fact, he knew that the bear tribe was preparing to take a further step towards alliance, or rather, merging with the Great Xia. "Commander Montak, I'll get straight to the point. My bear tribe wants to join the Great Xia and become one of its ethnic groups." Xiongfeng smiled foolishly, but he wasn't foolish. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, I can persuade the people of the underground to join the Great Xia as well. We can become the vanguard of the Great Xia." Xiongfeng was clear in his thinking. His bear tribe only had 20,000 people, and joining the Great Xia might not afford them much say. Once the hundreds of thousands of people from the underground merged with the Great Xia, it would be much harder to be bullied. Of course, how about I show Chief Xiong the territory of the Great Xia and take a look around? Mo Lingfeng knew he would say that. Xiongfeng also wanted to see the life of the Great Xia people. "Sound good, please." Sitting in the military special plane and looking at the distant white clouds and sun, Xiongfeng was lost in thought. The people of the underground had not seen these for 2,000 years. They could only maintain a sliver of fantasy from their ancestors' records. To ensure that their descendants could always see these, Xiongfeng would spare no effort. The special plane only circled over the capital, allowing Xiongfeng to clearly see the outline of the capital. After a long while, Xiongfeng came back to his senses and began observing the ground scenery. "Commander Montak, is this the capital of the Great Xia? It's so vast." "Yes, this is the capital. It has over 20 million citizens of the Great Xia." 20 million? Xiongfeng calculated in his mind. That was 1,000 times the size of the bear tribe. There really are that many people. My goodness, the Great Xia is like my big brother. While Xiongfeng was somewhat dazed, they switched to a large armored SUV to take a closer look at the capital. It had to be a large one since Xiongfeng was at least 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. Due to the presence of the 6-tier powerhouse Xiongfeng, the Heavenly Guard Army did not set up defenses in plain sight. Boom! With a kick of the accelerator from Lu Maching, the fierce engine roared. The armored vehicle perfectly isolated the noise. Maching let us drive on the second ring, not into the city center. Mo Lingfeng knew how loud these military off-road vehicles could be. Yes, leader. Even without entering the bustling city, there were still many residents on the second ring. Many people were startled upon seeing such a beast of an SUV. Wow, it's south blocking the lane completely. What kind of big shot is driving such a beast of a vehicle? Aren't these vehicles supposed to be off the road? They're disturbing the peace. I need to call and complain to the Heavenly Group. Many citizens are most irritated by loud vehicles. Chief Xiong, you can see, this is the ordinary life of our Great Xia citizens. Looking at the carefree lives of the citizens of Xia outside the window, Mo Lingfeng would not allow anyone to disrupt it, regardless of what kind of monster it might be. Xiongfeng was also stunned. He could clearly see many citizens of Xia playing around. How peaceful and tranquil it was. At the same time, he felt a bit melancholic, as his own tribe's people had to be soldiers. I hope that the people of the underground can also live this kind of life, Mo Lingfeng said gently. Upon hearing his words, Xiongfeng suddenly looked up, somewhat excited. Commander Mo, what do you mean? He was afraid to ask directly, fearing disappointment. It means that the people of the underground can move to live on the surface. Of course, it will take some time, because we will have a significant trouble ahead. Haha, thank you, Commander Mo. If needed, my underground people will do our utmost. Xiongfeng laughed heartily. The great Xia had formidable strength, but treated people and matters very gently. After a while, Xiongfeng straightened his posture. Commander Montak, I am now formally requesting. The Bear Tribe hopes to join the great Xia and become a part of it. After that, I will do my best to persuade other tribes. Although the Bear Tribe only had 20,000 people, other large tribes had populations exceeding 40,000. But their guardian beast was one of the 3 8th-tier destruction-level beings in the underground, along with the cloud Qingling Bear. The other 2 8th-tier beings ignored the people of the underground. In other words, the Bear Tribe had the strongest hard power. The reason for their small population was due to low birth rates. Chief Xiong can consider it carefully. We welcome the Bear Tribes joining. Mo Lingfeng had guessed this, but it did not prevent his happiness. Now that the area of the underground had been explored, it exceeded 25 million square kilometers, more than twice the territory of the Great Xia, and various resources were abundant. The people of the underground only occupied a small part, but they were very familiar with the distribution of monsters around. They could help the Great Xia forces clear out the underground monster groups, saving a lot of time. At the same time, the individual strength of the underground people was very formidable. Once combined with the technology of the Great Xia, they would become the sharpest blade of the Great Xia. Chapter 47. Someone said he was strong after wandering around the second ring for a few hours and witnessing the peaceful scenes before him. Xiongfeng could only wish for his own tribe's people to live the same life as the citizens of the Great Xia. Commander Mo, if needed, please feel free to command me at any time. I will certainly not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Xiongfeng began to express his loyalty, determined to do his utmost to improve the welfare of the Xiong tribe. For the happiness of our people, we must work hard. Chief Xiong, we will soon face a big trouble. If we can't get through it, we will all be doomed. The reason Mo Lingfeng wanted to win over the people of the underground is that their few elite warriors possess extremely powerful physical strength. After training, they can perfectly operate large mechs. That is the giant divine soldier. Xiongfeng found his words a bit unbelievable. Based on the performance of the Great Xia army in the underground, how could the Great Xia, with its large number of advanced weapons, possibly face an apocalyptic crisis? But Mo Lingfeng wouldn't lie to him. That would make no sense. Xiongfeng also tactfully refrained from asking what it was about, but he felt quite anxious inside. Please rest assured, Commander Mo, if danger arises, we of the underground are willing to be the vanguard. Xiongfeng patted his chest. Suddenly, Lu Maching interjected, report. That group of Martial Alliance members has been causing trouble, claiming they haven't violated the rules of the Great Xia, that they merely possess top-tier strength and have some thoughts of serving the Great Xia. They are also demanding their release. Top-tier strength? They're just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Mo Lingfeng couldn't be bothered with them. Let them make a fuss. If any of them managed to escape the various guard posts, it would be considered a loss for Mo Lingfeng. At the same time, Mo Lingfeng instantly understood the purpose of Lu Maching's report. Commander Mo, do you need me to take action? Xiongfeng, as a tribal leader, was not foolish and understood the implications of the woman in the driver's seat. Mo Lingfeng smiled. Then I'll trouble Chief Xiong. Mainly, I want to see the strength of Chief Xiong. It is my honor, Xiongfeng said, feeling a bit excited. He could finally show off his muscles. Maching, head directly to the large guard post in the capital. Understood, team leader. Saying this, Lu Maching stepped on the gas, and a large armored SUV sped up to 80 kilometers per hour, the maximum speed limit on the second ring. More than 30 of the Martial Alliance's top martial artists were secretly escorted to the large guard post in the capital, concentrated for custody to prevent any accidents. Inside the large guard post in the capital, Wu Tian was enjoying a massage from Zheng Shi while listening to the flattery of others. Alliance leader. It seems we have nothing to worry about. The Heaven Group even wants us to practice that so-called 5 elements technique. What a joke, I've tried it. And my progress is slower than a snail. Zheng Shi spoke with disdain. What garbage ancient martial arts, and they want everyone to cultivate. Song He-sek Song Yunzi was also quite dissatisfied. Yes, Alliance leader. The Heaven Group hasn't punished us. Are they afraid of the dissatisfaction of the Martial Alliance disciples? Fearing accidents? Probably. The Heaven Group is afraid that our disciples will collectively destroy the city. At the same time, do they think our strength is too wasteful? This group of people still didn't know that the Martial Alliance members who had infiltrated the town had all been either arrested or driven away. With one punch, I can break iron. My strength exceeds 10,000 pounds. Wu Tian listened but was filled with worry. The Heaven Group had captured them before they could make a move. Were they easy to deal with? But he was also unwilling. With nearly 100,000 pounds of strength, he could be considered one of the top 3 in the revival of spiritual energy. Yet, he could only sulk in the military guard post, closely monitored by the soldiers of the Great Xia. As the group continued to dream, a team of armored warriors entered the guard post. They announced that they were to line up in the guard post square, as Commander Mo would come to inspect them. Haha, Alliance leader, is the Heaven Group afraid? Alliance leader, could it be that the Heaven Group is preparing to treat the talented with respect? Their leader is coming in person. Wu Tian did not respond, feeling even more anxious. If it was truly a show of respect, why would they make them wait in the square? Moreover, the restraints on each person had not been removed. In the square, a group of people had already been waiting for an hour. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not show any signs of it. It was simple. Several multi-barreled artillery pieces nearby were aimed at them. The unseen threats were countless. Notably, the armored warriors had removed their restraints. It was not out of disrespect. The new type of high-strength material meant that their mere few thousand pounds of strength couldn't break free. Stay calm. Someone is coming. Wu Tian turned to look at the outer wall, as if he could see the SUV in the distance. He heard the fierce sound of its engine. At the same time, apart from the combat personnel, all other armored troops urgently assembled. They prepared to wait for Mo Lingfeng's inspection. Gulp! Several people swallowed hard. The Martial Alliance members looked to the rows of steel warriors and tightly gripped steel rifles, not daring to move, feeling immense pressure. They had never been soldiers, but they could see the caliber of the steel rifles. Damn, that S artillery, at least a heavy machine gun. All the officers and soldiers of the Kyoto 007 Guard post welcomed Commander Mo for inspection. As the SUV entered the base, all the soldiers shouted, their voices shaking the heavens. Mo Lingfeng and his companion got out of the car. Salute. Boom! The soldiers stomping shook the clouds. Mo Lingfeng stood firm and returned the salute. And Xiong Feng followed suit, giving a military salute. Mo Lingfeng was very satisfied with the strength of the Great Xia soldiers and shouted loudly, you all have worked hard. Not hard at all. The overall commander has worked hard. All the armored troops roared in response. Everyone clear the square. We're going to watch a good show. Mo Lingfeng issued the command. Received. Immediately, all soldiers orderly left the square, relying on the helmet's long-range functionality, tightly gripping their electromagnetic rifles. Watching the square to prevent any accidents. I heard you all wanted to see me, and that you were quite dissatisfied with the actions of the Heaven Group. Mo Lingfeng looked at the Martial Alliance members, seemingly indifferent. These people had just been shocked by the armored troops and had not yet recovered. Wu Tian was not too affected, but he panicked. Seeing the positions of the two, it was clear that the young man in front was the overall commander referred to by the soldiers. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Heaven Group. Wu Tian considered himself good at reading people, but he could not see through this young man. He could only feel that Mo Lingfeng was very mysterious, seeing the vicissitudes in his eyes. Even he couldn't see through the bald giant behind Mo Lingfeng. No, that's not the case at all. We just want to contribute to the Great Xia, Wu Tian replied awkwardly. Without a doubt, he had backed down. Oh, including wanting to disrupt the town, infringing upon the people of our Great Xia? Are you trying to rebel? The last sentence Mo Lingfeng shouted out. In a revival of spiritual energy, all kinds of demons and monsters had appeared. Wu Tian's heart trembled, and he hurriedly replied, "No, no. Commander Mo has misunderstood. How could we dare to rebel?" Once they were deemed to be rebelling, the iron hooves of the great Xia army would trample over their corpses. "We have strength. We just want to contribute a bit to the great Xia." Wu Tian was so scared that cold sweat broke out. "So, your intention is to rely on your strength to claim superiority? You want to say that you are strong?" Mo Lingfeng most despised those who wanted to elevate themselves above the common people. There were plenty of strong people in the underground base. Dozens of exceptional talents had already broken through to the golden core stage. In terms of comprehensive strength, they could easily defeat this group. But these young geniuses were quietly dedicating themselves to the country underground. And what about the Martial Alliance members? Wu Tian heard this and did not retort, only responding with silence. They believed that they were the strongest part of the early stage of the revival of spiritual energy in the Great Xia. Chapter 48. Emergency Incident. Mo Lingfeng looked at Wu Tian without saying a word. "Do you really think you're strong?" "Leader Mo, in terms of personal strength in this world, I can rank in the top 3. Wu Tian's greatest pride was his martial prowess. He would not allow anyone to question his strength. "Huh, just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well." Hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, Wu Tian suppressed his anger and clenched his fists tightly. He could not afford to offend the young man in front of him, and didn't he even dare to make a move. If he dared to act, he would definitely meet his end. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Do you see the person behind me? If you all attack together and injure even a hair on him, I will let all the people from the Martial Alliance go." Mo Lingfeng decided to end the meaningless conversation. He had other matters to attend to. "Is this for real?" The others immediately became excited upon hearing this. In their view, even if that big bald man ahead was the #1 in the martial arts world, their group of top experts could still cripple him. They were afraid to kill him for fear of incurring Mo Lingfeng's wrath. But Wu Tian had a bad feeling. Could the person standing at the peak of the Great Xia be a fool? "Go ahead and act." Mo Lingfeng waved his hand and walked towards the stands, signaling them to begin. As he passed by Xiongfeng, he softly said, "Be careful not to kill anyone." Xiongfeng just smiled, revealing his big front teeth. Who in the audience was deaf? Instantly, all the leaders were filled with rage. "I want one of your hands." Infinite Misty Hand. Zheng Shi from the Infinite Sect was the first to act, unleashing his inner strength. With this move, he could snap a steel rebar that was 20 millimeters thick. Xiongfeng was still smiling while dodging in a small area. He noticed that Mo Lingfeng had not yet turned around. Zheng Shi couldn't even touch the corner of Xiongfeng's clothing in such a short time. Why wasn't he making a move? "Are you humiliating me?" "Brother Zheng, I'll assist you." Pine Crane's Shadow Cloth. Song Yunzi also joined the fight, but unfortunately, it was useless as well. Wu Tian noticed something. This bald man was a super expert. No one present was his match. But now that it came to this, he had to give it a shot. Altogether, he is a master. Wu Tian gave the order and charged towards Xiongfeng. Finally, Mo Lingfeng reached the stands and turned to look at the square. Xiongfeng smiled even brighter. Boom! He stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the shattered concrete and steel bars scattered everywhere. Boom! Another stomp. A wave of primal energy forced the concrete and steel bars to turn to powder. At the same time, the powder rapidly spread outwards. Puff! All the leaders rushing forward were hit by the dust shockwave and were forced to retreat. Most of them spat out blood and struggled to stand up, then fell back down. Puffed! Wu Tian wanted to continue the attack, but suddenly spat out blood. Then he fell to the ground. They could not see through Xiongfeng's strength, but Xiongfeng could analyze their power in a glance. Even the elite of their own tribe were far inferior. With a strength of tens of thousands of pounds, lacking sufficient combat experience and unreasonable techniques, they dared to provoke the Great Xia army? The two stomps were meant to present a spectacular scene while leaving them alive. Otherwise, with one stomp, he could have wiped them all out. Mo Lingfeng was not surprised. A 6th-tier master dealing with a group of fake 3rd and 4th-tier ones, could there still be twists and turns? But the nearby armored troops were astonished. They had never seen such a powerful being. "Captain, that big shot crushed the steel bars into powder with one kick." "Of course. I'm not blind. I saw it too. Such a powerful person willingly stayed behind Mo Lingfeng. Hey, you don't want to? Of course. As long as it's Commander Mo's order. I would go through fire and water for it. The thoughts of the great Xia soldiers were simple: to protect their home and country. And Mo Lingfeng provided them with nearly perfect assurance. In the past, great Xia soldiers had a steel will but lacked a steel body. Now, bang bang, they also had steel armor. Honestly contribute the last bit of strength for great Xia. Mo Lingfeng walked towards Xiongfeng and tossed a sentence to the fallen person. Chief Xiong, you can look around the capital and enjoy some authentic delicacies. Of course, drinks are a must. Mo Lingfeng invited Xiongfeng with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiongfeng knew he had some matters to deal with, so he laughed heartily. Thank you, Commander Mo. That lunch left me reminiscing for a long time. Please feel free. Commander Mo Qingtian, send someone to take good care of Chief Xiong. Mo Lingfeng instructed Lu Moqing beside him. Lu Moqing immediately prepared the relevant arrangements. Chief Xiong, please follow me. Then, Mo Lingfeng quickly rushed to the comprehensive command center of the 007 Guard. Leader Mo, hello. This is the image of the underground cave in Xia Country. Li Yuan had arrived early and was pointing at the big screen, looking at the horrific scene captured by military satellites. Mo Lingfeng understood that the beautiful country's operation in the underground cave had failed. Earlier, Xia Country had used powerful weapons to repel the first wave of the yellow-backed iron ants attack. Then, the beautiful country's military intervened, and they quickly sealed off the underground cave in Xia County. After a pause, Li Yuan continued to report. They angered something. Soon after, a large number of purple-backed silver ants surged out of the cave, and Xia County in Xia Country was lost. They had to drop a large number of bombs and incendiary bombs. The yellow-backed iron ants were cannon fodder, a cluster of fake first-tier monsters. And the purple-backed silver ants were a cluster of second-tier monsters, Grupe Alitas, over 3 meters long, with exterior exoskeleton armor, a strength of thousands of pounds, and a speed of 20 to 30 meters per second. Light weapons really couldn't kill them. Even heavy machine guns could only spray densely, relying on a large number of bullets to kill. The beautiful country's actions were indeed fast. The operations in the underground caves of the South Bang country had not yet begun. Mo Lingfeng did not care about the death toll of other countries, especially since it was nothing to the beautiful country's military. What he was concerned about was whether this would affect the great Xia's assault on the underground caves. He asked Li Yuan, have our intelligence personnel transmitted the message? Leader, it has been transmitted, and we are currently compiling the coded message, Li Yuan replied. After waiting for a moment, Mo Lingfeng looked at the information on the tablet and felt a headache coming on. The intelligence showed that the beautiful country's soldiers had stolen an egg of a large-sized monster from the underground cave, and it had secretly been transported back to the beautiful country. Since the monster could not drill into the cave, they sent a large number of purple-backed silver ants. What was troubling was not this, but the description of the large-sized monster's appearance in the intelligence. It resembled the ancient dragon of great Xia mythology, with an extra pair of wings, a body length exceeding 400 meters. The width surpassed 40 meters. That TMD was one of the 3 great 8th-tier beings of the underground cave, the Yinglong. They really could court death, but it had nothing to do with great Xia. As Mo Lingfeng mocked the beautiful country, he suddenly recalled what Xiongfeng had told him. Their ancestors entered the passage to the underground cave in the Kunlun Mountains. The height exceeded 50 meters. The ancestors of the ancient Qin had already destroyed part of the passage when they went underground. Mo Lingfeng hurriedly issued an order: Dam. Command the troops near the Kunlun Mountains to urgently search for a large passage in remote areas. Order. The dragon combat troops of the underground cave are to carry powerful equipment and immediately head to the Kunlun Mountains passage to prevent the Yinglong from breaking through the passage. Received. Now, he was truly panicked. Once the Yinglong appeared on the surface, the strength threat was one thing, but the alien exploration ship on the far side of the moon would definitely be alerted. Chapter 49. No danger. Mo Lingfeng was worried because the ancient Qin ancestors had to move to the underground caves due to the decline of the world and had fought with the cave overlords while using the passage. Therefore, they knew the location of the Kunlun cave. Report. The location of the Yinglong has been confirmed. It is moving towards the Kunlun passage. While Mo Lingfeng was thinking, bad news arrived. Following the route map provided by the Bear Tribe, a team of battle dragon mechs rushed to the Yinglong's nest, only to find that the Yinglong was moving steadily towards a specific location. After analysis, it was determined to be in the direction of the Kunlun passage. It must be stopped. Seizing the opportunity, launched the new high-speed nuclear missile. Mo Lingfeng would never allow anyone to influence the future of the Great Xia. Received. The two underground bases urgently halted all operations, and all engineers entered the underground shelters. After silently gazing upward for a moment, he confirmed that it was indeed the country. The battle dragon troops in the underground all set off. There were a total of 327 people, the oldest being 34 years old, Colonel Commander Xiao Rong. The youngest was 19 years old, Lieutenant Technology Graduate Wu Han. The 8th-tier mythical flying creature Yinglong was over 400 meters long, with immense strength, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, and had extremely strong physical defense, with a maximum speed exceeding 20 times the speed of sound, capable of using Yuan Qi, and was an intelligent being. They received intelligence about the combat target. Undoubtedly, it was going to be a tough battle, and they might even be completely wiped out. But no one stepped back. Most of the veterans were still joking and laughing, as if they were about to face just a long worm. Glasses. In a moment, we will interfere with its movement. You look for an opportunity to shoot it. Squadron leader Ouyang Jingfeng said to Wu Han with a smile, showing no concern for the dangers that lay ahead. Instead, Wu Han's eyes turned red, and he shouted with all his might, "Yes, Captain." As a graduate student at the Great Xia National Defense University, Wu Han was part of a high-tech unit responsible for launching the new nuclear missile. Wearing glasses and being gentlemanly, his comrades called him Glasses. This nickname was more out of admiration for his knowledge. When Mo Lingfeng learned of the existence of 8th-tier creatures in the underground, he urgently mobilized 12 new high-speed nuclear missiles to be launched by the battle dragon troops. Little did he expect that just a few days later, they would have to use them. Seeing the images transmitted by the reconnaissance plane on the display, Mo Lingfeng noticed the Yinglong retracting its body, turning to look at the main force of battle dragon mechs. Xiao Rong immediately ordered, "We are still 50 kilometers away from the combat target, and it has already discovered us. The mission officially begins." Repeat. All battle dragon troops aimed at the Yinglong, waiting for orders from above, ready to fire at any moment. Although they claimed not to care, most of the Great Xia soldiers still felt a bit nervous upon seeing the terrifying flying monster in the distance, unconsciously gripping their weapons. Just as Mo Lingfeng was feeling conflicted, he saw something surprising in the high-definition image. He opened his mouth at the fastest speed, fearing someone might accidentally fire, commanding, "All battle dragon troops must not fire. Await my orders." "Yes, Commander Mo. Send a reconnaissance plane close to the Yinglong. I want to talk to it." Mo Lingfeng found a breakthrough, meaning that it was very likely that the Great Xia soldiers would not have to fight desperately. As the reconnaissance plane approached, the Yinglong seemed a bit nervous, folding its wings and carefully protecting something. "Yinglong, hello. Can you please stay quietly in the underground for a while?" Montag Lingfeng spoke, synchronizing ancient Qin language through the reconnaissance plane's voice device. Upon hearing the Iron Bird speak ancient Qin language, the Yinglong almost breathed out a fiery breath. After listening, she was momentarily stunned. Although she could not kill indiscriminately due to an agreement, it did not mean she had no temper. "Human race, are you threatening me?" A cold female voice filled with anger emanated from the Yinglong's giant mouth. Seeing that she did not immediately attack, Mo Lingfeng felt relieved and said, "We don't mean that. The reason we cannot let you appear on the surface is that there are extraterrestrial beings monitoring us. Once they discover you, they will definitely notify the powerful home planet." Fearing she might not understand the meaning of extraterrestrial, he explained using the concept of outer heavenly demons. Meanwhile, the Yinglong did not attack because she was hiding a little creature under her right wing. Her child. How many years does it take for such a powerful creature to reproduce? The appearance of this little one, combined with the mother Yinglong's slow flight, indicated that the United States had stolen a dead egg. its importance had greatly diminished. Outer, heavenly demons? After hearing this, Lingfeng hesitated. Should she get angry? Lingfeng thought for a moment. She couldn't back down. I don't care. I want to go to the surface and take a look. By the way, this little female dragon, Lingfeng, was sent to the underground by her elder brother and sister-in-law 2,000 years ago. They, along with other top-tier beings, went to an unknown star region to fight against the outer heavenly demons. Over the years, if it weren't for some vague sensing, she would have thought they had perished. While taking care of the two unhatched descendants, she had been napping, and 2,000 years had passed in a leisurely manner. Lingfeng was also a child. How would she understand anything about hatching eggs? After 2,000 years, only one little dragon had hatched, and the other egg had long since lost vitality. Seeing that the mother Yinglong had not attacked, the mountain in Lingfeng's heart dissipated. May I ask why you want to go to the surface? I want to go up to bask in the sun. Also, the concentration of spiritual energy on the surface is much higher than in the underground. Lingfeng replied without hesitation, casually using her claws to scratch her belly. Staying in the underground, she was practically starving every day. It wasn't that there was no meat, but the spiritual energy was insufficient, causing her strength to grow very slowly. This also led to her persistent feeling of hunger. Meanwhile, her little niece had just been born, and the little one couldn't be left hungry either. Lingfeng observed her actions and tone, feeling as if he were coaxing a child. At the same time, her demands were quite simple. That's easy, as long as you agree to stay in the underground. I can guarantee to create a place with 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy compared to the surface, and I can meet your other requests as well. After a pause, he continued to persuade her, if I fail to meet your needs, you can always go up yourself. You can satisfy yourself. Upon hearing his words, Lingfeng thought seriously for a moment and found no issues. Really? 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy? You can also meet other requests? Of course. That's my guarantee to you. Lingfeng knew she was tempted, so action would not be far behind. Lingfeng admitted that she was satisfied. All right, within 3 days. I want to see 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy, the sun, and plenty of spiritual food. Okay, that's it for now. I will bring it up later when I think of more. Just one day, and I can meet your requirements. Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this little female dragon didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but with such an 8th-tier mythical creature, even using 50 times the speed of sound, nuclear missiles for concentrated bombardment might not work. In his previous life, 8th-tier royal insects could evade nuclear missiles with their long-range attacks and speed advantages. Could an 8th-tier flying Yinglong, capable of using spiritual power, be easily provoked? All right, it's a deal. I'll be waiting. Lingfeng felt even more satisfied after hearing his guarantee. Lingfeng was also pleased with her attitude. It's a deal. Chapter 50. Guests arriving after a brief confrontation lasting only a few minutes, the majority of the dragon warriors felt weak and powerless. The pressure from the 8th-tier mythological Yinglong was overwhelming. During the standoff, the soldiers of the Great Xia were highly focused and didn't feel it, but once they relaxed, they discovered their backs were drenched in sweat. Captain, I thought I was going to be glorious today. Looking at the Yinglong, my hands were a bit uncooperative. Who isn't feeling that way? Fortunately, Commander Mo remained calm under pressure and temporarily distracted the Yinglong. After this, we might have to wait for a large number of powerful nuclear missiles to prepare for a surprise attack. No way. Until now, Commander Mo hasn't given any orders, right? Who said there were no orders? Look, isn't something coming now. However, when the Dragon Warriors opened the command panel, everyone was stunned. Order: 4,000 dragon mechs immediately begin hunting. Each person must complete a target of 10 tons within 5 hours. Clean up the meat chunks within 5 hours. Within 10 hours, use the mech reactor to complete barbecue. No way. What do you mean, no way? Barbecuing isn't much better than being glorious. Captain, what are we doing? What are you still dawdling for? Let us go hunting. The remaining tasks for some of the Dragon Warriors were to protect the forward base 1. 2 large engineering teams began to fully renovate an underground training ground. They needed to install tin-foil iron plates to seal the spiritual energy as quickly as possible. At the same time, they modified the entrance to allow the Yinglong to enter. Later, Mo Lingfeng would personally descend into the underground cave to release the stored spiritual energy from the system and fulfill the agreement with the Yinglong. Meanwhile, a miniature sun was about to rise in the underground cave. This was the experimental product of the top research institute of the Great Xia, utilizing a controllable nuclear fusion reactor along with controllable temperature sensors. It could create a miniature sun with a diameter of 100 meters, with a core temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees. Additionally, it would automatically adjust the temperature over time to simulate the rising and setting of the sun. 15 hours later, Mo Lingfeng arrived at the underground cave for the first time, accompanied by Xiongfeng. His day in the Great Xia was so enjoyable that he couldn't think of returning to his previous life. If he had known living in the Great Xia was so comfortable, with food and drink available without spending money, and so many novel delights, he would have defected to the Great Xia long ago. Cough, cough, that was what he thought was free. It was all charged to Mo Lingfeng, paid for by the Great Xia military. Now, relying on his strong willpower, Xiongfeng returned to the underground cave, preparing to fully win over the human tribes there. He had already planned to first win over the ancestors in Yun Qingling Bear, then take them to visit each tribe for friendly exchanges. Commander Montak, we're leaving now. Don't worry, I will persuade the other tribes as soon as possible. Xiongfeng waved to Mo Lingfeng while riding the flying iron howling bear, with 2 teams of dragon warriors behind him responsible for carrying 200 tons of secret barbecue. As for how it smelled, just look at the flying iron howling bear chewing on the barbecue, flying crookedly. You would know. Mo Lingfeng, you're so fast. Hearing the voice from the reconnaissance aircraft above, the little female dragon Lin Qing broke through the sound barrier, rushing to the forward base 1 at over 10 times the speed of sound, bringing her little niece along for a meal. Suddenly, she sensed a bright, warm object rising into the sky. Lin Qing slowed down and began to sense the miniature sun. It seemed familiar to her memory of the sun. Unlike the human tribes in the underground cave, Lin Qing had genuinely experienced the warmth of the sun. Before she could finish her exclamation, the little one flapped her wings and slipped out. Lin Qing grabbed her niece with a claw. Little one, what do you want to do? Energy. Want to eat. Through the little one's shout, she guessed that the little Yinglong was also hungry. Norus, let's go have a big meal first. Lin Qing had already caught the scent of various meats. After saying that, she burst into speed and quickly arrived at Forward Base 1. Please. The reconnaissance aircraft transmitted Mo Lingfeng's voice. Looking at the piles of barbecue laid out on the waterproof umbrella cloth, Lin Qing couldn't hold back. Then I want to be polite. She inhaled a large portion of the barbecue in one go and burped. Then she used her spiritual sense to grab a piece of barbecue and handed it to her little niece. After that, she began to devour her own meal. In a moment of distraction, over 3,000 tons of barbecue were reduced to just a few tons. The 4-meter-long little Yinglong had only eaten a dozen pieces, just a few hundred pounds. The little dragon was desperately swallowing the meat, possibly frightened by Lin Qing's voracious eating, worried that there would be nothing left at the end. Lin Qing felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she hadn't eaten much. Previously, she had only swallowed dozens of tons of giant bone wild cows to fill her belly, and she had never eaten barbecue seasoned with Great Xia spices. She almost swallowed her tongue along with it, watching the little Yinglong gobbling down. She resisted the impulse to eat more. Lin Qing began to shift her attention, remembering that there was still 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy. Montak Lingfeng, what about the spiritual energy you promised me? Is it in that iron house? Lin Qing inquired, sensing a sealed space underground filled with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yes, please come in. How could Lin Qing resist? The temptation of spiritual energy was far greater than barbecue. She grabbed the little Yinglong and dashed toward the underground entrance. As the compound lift door opened rapidly, Lin Qing swiftly slipped into the underground training ground. Then, she froze. She had never absorbed so much spiritual energy in her life. No, it should be called spiritual liquid. The underground space measuring 300 m by 300 m was filled with liquid spiritual energy. with a height exceeding 30 m. This meant that the underground space contained at least 3 million tons of spiritual liquid, converted into low-grade spiritual stones. That would be 300 billion pieces. It wasn't that the underground cave lacked pebbles, but because there was no systemic influence on their ranks. The pebbles they had were simply pebbles. Of course, this was just a tiny fraction of what Mo Lingfeng had stored. When he stood by the sea, a simple command meant his spiritual energy was nearly infinite. Is this a fairyland? Lingfeng felt blissful to the point of wanting to ascend to heaven. After saying that, she tossed the stunned little Yinglong into the spiritual liquid pool. Then she also began to swim in it. Soon, Lingfeng became intoxicated. She had absorbed too much spiritual liquid at once. Despite being a bit dazed, her instincts continued to absorb the spiritual liquid. The liquid in the underground space was visibly decreasing at an alarming rate. The little Yinglong also sensed something was off, and, after futilely slapping Lingfeng's face, wisely slipped away. Mo Lingfeng was also stunned. He had released an amount of spiritual liquid equivalent to 3 times what was needed to cultivate to immortality to satisfy the mother Yinglong. Would it end up bursting her? Before long, Lingfeng had drained an entire pool of spiritual liquid. She lay on the ground, motionless. Mo Lingfeng didn't dare to send anyone to investigate. What if it exploded? Chapter 51. The Ninth Order Big Shot Dragon. Before long, the mother Yinglong began to clutch her stomach and roll on the ground, looking just like someone who had eaten something bad. Suddenly, her skin started to crack, and blood began to pour out from various places. The scene was horrific, with the giant beast over 400 meters long bleeding profusely. What the hell is this? Just vomit if you've eaten too much. Why is she bleeding? Mo Lingfeng wasn't concerned about Lingfeng. He was distressed over the massive amount of spiritual liquid. If the mother Yinglong died, he would be at a loss. Mo Lingfeng saw the flesh and blood of the mother Yinglong shrinking, as if her essence was being drained. Could it be that the spiritual liquid was insufficient? Watching the mother Yinglong howl in pain, Mo Lingfeng hesitated. He hesitated for a second, but ultimately made the decision to replenish her with more spiritual liquid. He absolutely could not let her die. That would be a huge loss. He quickly descended to the entrance of the underground space. Hurry! He issued commands to the pilot of the special transport aircraft. The pilot, seeing the tragic condition of the Yinglong on the screen, hesitated, worried about Mo Lingfeng's safety. Montauk, Commander, you can't go down. Execute the order. Understood. The pilot gritted his teeth and flew the aircraft towards the ground. Mo Lingfeng kept muttering to himself, my treasure. It can't have any problems. Of course, his treasure was the spiritual liquid, which was a fortune. In just 5 seconds, Mo Lingfeng arrived at the underground space from an altitude of 1,500 meters. Facing the mythical beast up close for the first time, to be honest, he felt a bit of pressure. The sense of oppression far exceeded that of the 7th Order King insect and 8th Order Emperor insect from his past life. Standing at the corner of the underground space, Mo Lingfeng began to extract spiritual energy from the system. Watching the spiritual energy pour out in units of millions, he felt as if he had donned a mask of pain. You little mother dragon, I won't let you off easily from now on. I won't be called Mo Lingfeng if I don't squeeze you dry. Mo Lingfeng regretted it, but it was too late. Stopping now would incur even greater losses. He could only start to convince himself, it's fine, after this little mother dragon, I will definitely treat her like a dragon knight. He didn't know how many images flashed through his mind, and Mo Lingfeng actually smiled. As he was laughing, he sensed something was off. The Yinglong was slowly approaching him. At the same time, whatever spiritual liquid he released, the Yinglong immediately absorbed it. Hey, little mother dragon, don't come over here. Mo Lingfeng's skin was stinging. That was the Yinglong's blood continuously evaporating. Lingfeng was still dreaming sweet dreams, where she possessed endless spiritual energy and was swimming in a pool of spiritual liquid. Suddenly, she discovered that the pool of spiritual liquid had dried up, with only one spot still gushing out liquid. How could she let it escape? Lingfeng quickly moved over and plugged the opening with her mouth. Damn! Looking at the massive gaping mouth only 3 meters away, Mo Lingfeng couldn't help but curse. The head of the Yinglong was over 40 meters wide. Its enormous mouth was opened wide in front of him, continuously spilling out boiling blood. Just imagine how Mo Lingfeng felt. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape. It was that the extraction range for the spiritual liquid was only a maximum of 3 meters. This feeling was quite something. Watching the mother Yinglong only rolling her body, obediently opening her mouth to receive all the spiritual liquid, Mo Lingfeng finally felt relieved. Gradually, the Yinglong's body stopped rolling, and the amount of blood flowing out began to decrease. Mo Lingfeng knew that his treasure had returned. His spiritual liquid hadn't escaped. Not bad. It swallowed 10 times the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation to become an immortal. You can just wait to be my servant for life. Numerous thoughts of deception flashed through Mo Lingfeng's mind. He couldn't afford to lose. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Qing's blood transfusion ended, and her flesh had fully recovered. She closed her giant mouth, no longer inhaling the spiritual liquid, and began to smack her lips in enjoyment. Seeing this, Mo Lingfeng hurriedly slipped out of the underground space. Lin Qing took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. She was awake. Ugh, smelling the surrounding odor. Her sensitive sense of smell almost made her vomit the roasted meat she had eaten. Lin Qing quickly scanned her surroundings and discovered a large amount of bloody, stinky liquid and chunks of meat. She quickly crawled out of the underground space. Moving forward to the next base, Lin Qing suddenly remembered that she had just absorbed a massive amount of spiritual liquid and successfully undergone a transformation. As a mythical creature, the Yinglong was supposed to possess extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, Lin Qing had been taking care of the dragon egg, and, being a homebody, she hadn't consumed any good things, and her intake of spiritual energy was insufficient, basically making her a useless dragon. However, the Yinglong race had a strong foundation, and after being cooped up for 2,000 years, Lin Qing successfully became the pinnacle of combat power in the underground. Now, having absorbed a massive amount of spiritual liquid, her thirsty body began to undergo rapid transformation. In a short time, Lin Qing's biological instincts caused her to discard most of the low-quality flesh, and through her terrifying recovery ability, she regrew a peak body nourished by the spiritual liquid. Meanwhile, her dimensional stomach was storing a large amount of spiritual liquid, waiting to break through to the 9th order for later use. Montak Lingfeng, I'm coming. Lin Qing sensed the iron bird in the sky, which contained the aura of the man from the underground space. Saying this, she exploded with speed and instantly arrived in front of the special transport aircraft. Mo Lingfeng saw the pilot gripping the thrust controller tightly. Don't be nervous, open the hatch, I need to talk to her. At the same time, he ordered the nearby Dragon Warrior troops. All Dragon Warrior mechs are not to fire. Yes, Commander Mo. The pilot pressed the hatch button. Hello, Yinglong. Mo Lingfeng flipped over and jumped onto the top of the transport aircraft. Lin Qing's tone was very cheerful. Hello. Hello. Suddenly, she realized she hadn't introduced herself yet. Oh right, my name is Lin Qing, given to me by my brother. Hello, Lin Qing. I'm Montak Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng was also surprised that the dragon race's name didn't have the surname Ao. Lin Qing looked at Mo Lingfeng as if he were an ant. Then, under the astonished expression of Mo Lingfeng, she quickly shrank her body, hovering in front of Mo Lingfeng, now about 2 meters long. From 400 meters, she rapidly shrank to 2 meters. Worthy of a mythical creature, being able to change size is basic skill. Hee, this way. Aren't you much more comfortable? While Lin Qing was in the underground space, though a bit dazed, she could still sense the situation outside. She knew that Mo Lingfeng had been providing the spiritual liquid. Otherwise, she would have long since perished from energy deficiency. Looking at the mini golden snake with 2 wings in front of him, Mo Lingfeng actually found her quite adorable. Come inside, it's windy outside. Mo Lingfeng entered the cabin, feeling a bit dazed and casually finding an excuse. Lin Qing wanted to repay Mo Lingfeng's kindness. Mo Lingfeng. Don't worry, I'll stay by your side from now on. Responsible for protecting you. No matter what outer world demons come, I won't be afraid at all. For the past 2,000 years, she had been with the dragon egg, and her mind was extremely simple. At the same time, If it weren't for wanting to talk to Mo Lingfeng, she would have directly broken through to the Ninth Order and reached the world-destroying level. In terms of cultivation strength, that would be the Tribulation Crossing realm. Moreover, she could quickly reach the 10th Order planetary level, which is the human immortal realm. With abundant resources, she viewed realms as nothing. This is what a big shot is. All of this stemmed from her Yinglong bloodline. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. This little mother dragon was so straightforward. He quickly declined. No need. I'm not in any danger. It's all these lovely people around protecting the country, even at the cost of their lives. Saying this, he waved his hand, indicating that the real danger was the soldiers of the great Xia. Using a strategy of feigning capture to achieve a goal was the best approach. Wait, let me think. Lingxing became a bit anxious. Mo Lingfeng's spiritual liquid had directly removed her obstacles to becoming an immortal, allowing her to undergo a transformation. She was a homebody dragon, and besides her own dragon, she had no other treasures. She couldn't think of other ways to repay him. I've got it. No problem. I'll be responsible for protecting you. As for these people around, I can provide my protection for them, enhancing their strength. Lingxing suddenly remembered that the Yinglong clan had also once protected the human race. Her ancestors had methods in their memory bank for granting protective runes. Increase the strength of the great Xia soldiers? Mo Lingfeng admitted that he was tempted and immediately replied, as long as you increase their strength, it's fine. As for protecting me, you can eat and drink freely on the surface. How about that? It's so much better than the barbecue earlier. Mo Lingfeng saw that Lingxing could change size at will, so he didn't care about the exposure issue anymore. Her ability to conceal her presence was remarkable. Really? I'm going. Lingxing was still savoring the barbecue feast and, with her meager food reserves, couldn't imagine that there were tens of thousands of delicacies in Great Xia. She happily wagged her tail and hurriedly said, "Wait for me. I need a week to break through to the Transcendence realm, and I might get struck by lightning. So it's just right to reward myself with good food." Transcendence? Isn't that the 9th level? Mo Lingfeng was stunned. The insect race hadn't invaded yet, and he was about to have a 9th level mythical pet? He regained his composure and explained to Lingxing, "Okay, you're always welcome. Also, there are no lightning tribulations here. No cultivator gets struck by lightning when breaking through realms." "Oh, got it. Remember to prepare food for me. I'm going to break through." This is the protective rune of the Yinglong clan. The materials are in the cave. Lingxing rummaged through the memory bank for the rune technique and transmitted it to Mo Lingfeng's mind with her divine consciousness. After saying that, she slipped away, remembering she still had her little niece, and directly used her divine consciousness to take the little Yinglong away. The reason she didn't use her divine consciousness before was that she was poor, but now it's different. Lingxing has attached herself to the wealthy Mo Lingfeng. Chapter 52. Starting the flat push into the underground, listening to Lingxing's calm words, Mo Lingfeng felt a bit sour. To her, the tribulation lightning of the crossing tribulation realm was nothing much. At the same time, he organized the Dragon Guardian runes in his mind and found that the effect was quite good, and importantly, the quantity was large. Using the blood of the Yinglong as ink, carving the Yinglong runes on the human body could permanently enhance the human body, with a specific strength data of about 20,000 pounds or 10 tons. Once the enhancement was complete, some soldiers of the Great Xia could reach the peak of the 3rd stage. It would also increase their cultivation qualifications, giving them a better chance to advance further. The Tianwei army had been fighting on the front line primarily because these elite soldiers lacked sufficient qualifications. But now, they were about to undergo a transformation. It would require about 100 kilograms of Yinglong blood, and in the underground space, there was at least 100,000 tons of flesh and blood. In other words, 1 million true mythological troops were about to be born. With the combination of black technology weapons, they would be a myth. Order. Seal off the underground space. Wait for the experts from the Great Xia Biological Institute to arrive. At the same time, gather 100,000 Great Xia soldiers, ready to enter the underground at any time. Mo Lingfeng was excited. This was essentially just a matter of drawing, but it still needed to be tested. At the same time, he noticed a hidden benefit. This batch of mythological troops possessed the aura of the Yinglong clan and under the protection of the Yinglong. They could walk freely in the underground. This meant that the strategy towards the underground creatures needed to shift from extermination to gathering. Soon, the experts from the Biological Institute completed their tests. The Yinglong blood had a very strong corrosiveness, but after using the Yinglong runes, it would transform into enhancement capabilities. So what are we waiting for? Mo Lingfeng transported a batch of large CNC machines into the underground and made simple adjustments. My lord, times have changed. With the calculations of supercomputers, CNC machines are much more reliable than artists. Subsequently, batches of ordinary qualified old soldiers from the Great Xia began to have the Yinglong runes carved onto them. As for the pain that felt like flames eroding the body, the old soldiers of the Great Xia could endure it. After the carving was completed, some soldiers discovered that not only had their physical qualities improved across the board, but they also had long flames flowing within their bodies. That was a reduced and ethereal version of Lin Qing's partial authority, but it was still quite terrifying. Each Yinglong warrior could unleash their full power, equivalent to a long-range flamethrower, sustaining for 3 to 5 minutes. The core temperature exceeded 3,000 degrees. A week later, 250,000 Yinglong warriors had been born. At the same time, under the premise that Xiongfeng successfully bribed the ancestors, he took Yin Qingling and went door to door visiting other tribes. In a week, he had successfully persuaded 12 tribes, with a total population of 370,000, accounting for 1/5 of the underground human population. During this time, Mo Lingfeng continuously dispatched a large number of Yinglong troops, surrounding many 6th and 7th tier intelligent underground creatures. He threatened them, saying that Lord Yinglong was about to break through to the 9th tier and needed to prepare for the unification of the underground. Originally, in the underground, the Yinglong was an 8th tier sky mythological overlord. Killing them was no more troublesome than killing chickens. Now, with the breakthrough to the 9th tier, it was instead about subduing them. Who wouldn't he want that? Would they prefer to be crushed by the Yinglong after resisting? These giant monsters, even if they had some small thoughts in their hearts, didn't dare to show them, because the Yinglong troops made it very clear. Once Lord Yinglong broke through to the 9th tier, they would need to express their loyalty. Many clever, intelligent monsters reacted quickly, realizing that if they didn't express their loyalty immediately, it would be too late after the Yinglong's breakthrough. Thus, the progress of the Great Xia in controlling the underground accelerated rapidly. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the underground. Sensing a pressure far greater than before, many intelligent monsters understood that the Yinglong had truly broken through to the 9th tier. They needed to submit quickly. Lin Qing didn't have the mindset to announce sovereignty. She rushed to the forward base, her mind full of delicious food. Lin Qing, just come up directly through the cave. I'm waiting for you up here. Don't worry, your feast is ready. Mo Lingfeng's voice came from the communication device. Okay, I'm coming. After finishing, Lin Qing left the little Yinglong behind and instructed the Yinglong troops to take good care of her. After sensing Mo Lingfeng's location, she shrank her body, tore through space, and instantly arrived beside Mo Lingfeng. This was standard for a crossing Tribulation Realm expert. It required a large amount of spiritual energy, but Lin Qing didn't care. As long as Mo Lingfeng was there. Spiritual energy? No problem at all. The private kitchen at the base on the Dual Peaks was built specifically for Lin Qing. Usually, Mo Lingfeng ate in the public cafeteria. He was used to it. Lingfeng, where's the feast? As soon as Lin Qing saw Mo Lingfeng, she whispered excitedly, because he had instructed her to keep a low profile on the surface. You scared me. This whole area is ready to dig in. Montag Lingfeng was momentarily stund. Tearing through space, wow. Lin Qing had already smelled the delicious food and quickly replied, Okay. A wide array of delicacies from all over Great Xia. A total of 1,080 dishes, specially prepared for Lin Qing, not just to fill her stomach, but to satisfy her enjoyment. Chapter 53. Discovering the Zerb Mother nest. Watching the shrunken Lin Qing quickly devour various dishes like a snake swallowing an elephant, Mo Lingfeng thought to himself, Hurry up and eat. You will be the ace of Tianlan Star in the future. After learning that Lingfeng could not only tear apart space, but would soon be able to break through to the 10th level, Lingfeng realized that this little mother dragon was a powerful weapon against alien exploration ships. The 2-meter-long micro-dragon quickly finished hundreds of pounds of national banquet delicacies. How was the taste? Lingfeng asked her with a smile. Lingfeng patted her belly with her little paw and burped. It was really good. Is there more later? For the first time in her dragon life, Lingfeng felt the temptation of delicious food, and she was increasingly satisfied with Lingfeng. Of course, as long as you want to eat, you can have it every day. Upon hearing this, Lingfeng made a decision. I have to bite you. After saying that, she flashed and almost instantaneously got close to Lingfeng, then bit him hard with her little mouth. At this moment, the Heavenly Guard soldiers monitoring the situation couldn't hold back anymore and rushed towards the private cafeteria. It's fine, you all don't need to come in. Lingfeng stopped the Heavenly Guard soldiers who were about to rush in, signaling that he was fine. Just 2 rows of fine bite marks. Lingfeng initially didn't feel much. Suddenly, he felt his skin burning, and his whole body felt as if it was being scorched by a raging fire. Soon, his clothes melted away. Blood continuously seeped from his skin. Montag Lingfeng out. Why does it hurt so much? Lingfeng, relax. I just injected a drop of my blood into you. It's very beneficial for you. Lingfeng's breath was a bit weak, and her tone lowered. He gritted his teeth and let out a low growl from time to time. This pain was much simpler than being vaporized by a laser in his previous life. Team leader, military doctor, come quickly, check it out. Lu Maching had just gone to receive intelligence, but upon returning, she saw Lingfeng's miserable state. She was actually the most frightened, fearing that something would happen to Lingfeng. Lingfeng still had the energy to smile and comfort Lu Maching. Maching, I'm fine. This is strengthening my body, right? Lingfeng will soon be very strong. Lingfeng also explained to Lu Maching. Upon hearing Lingfeng's gentle young voice, Lu Maching's heart tightened. Could it be that she has a non-human rival? Maching, have you received any news? Lingfeng asked through gritted teeth. Lu Maching just came back to her senses and noticed that Lingfeng was completely unclothed. Yes, team leader. The report from the Great Xia Aerospace Bureau has come in. As of now, through the monitoring of new satellites, we have discovered 7 disguised meteors launched from the far side of the moon. Lu Maching replied to Lingfeng with wide eyes, staring intently. Realizing she might have overreacted, she squinted slightly and continued, according to your instructions. We can basically conclude that the Zer Mother Nest has already begun to descend to Tianlan Star one after another. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting for them for a long time. Lingfeng angrily punched the ground. Boom! The 50-centimeter thick high-density reinforced concrete was shattered by his punch. Debris flew everywhere. At the same time, the force of the punch continued downward. Bang! The soil foundation cracked extensively. Commander Montag, hearing the commotion, the Heavenly Guard soldiers outside really couldn't sit still anymore and all rushed into the private cafeteria. Fortunately, Lu Maching, who was protected by Lingfeng, was quick and threw the dark green cloak over Lingfeng. Otherwise, Lingfeng would have been embarrassed. It's fine. I accidentally hit the ground. Lingfeng waved his left hand, signaling them to go out. The circle of Heavenly Guard soldiers saw the ground that looked as if it had been bombed by missiles and were stunned for a moment. A single punch produced such a terrifying effect. Is Commander M.O. still human? Indeed, the Heavenly Guard soldiers piloting Battle Dragon mechs could easily fire an electromagnetic cannonball that would be even more exaggerated than this. But if they would do it barehanded, they wouldn't be able to damage the combat readiness ground even if they died trying. Coming back to their senses, they quickly evacuated the cafeteria. Lingfeng, this is just the first wave of strengthening. Your strength will gradually improve afterward. Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and she could also repay Lingfeng. In just this short time, Lu Maching had already obtained the standard officer's military uniform, and Lingfeng quickly changed into it. Lingfeng, why don't you play with Maching for a bit? Okay? Lingfeng said gently. He needed to discuss matters with a few big shots. Lingfeng was innocent, not foolish. She knew that it wasn't very convenient to follow Mo Lingfeng like this. How about this? I want to be with you. Saying this, Lin Qing continued to shrink her body, flapped her wings, flew to Mo Lingfeng's right hand, and quickly circled around him. Just like that, a mini dragon hand ring was completed. Mo Lingfeng felt a bit helpless. Fine. Ma Qing, have you notified the chief and the national elders? Team leader, the chief and the others are waiting for you. It's an online secret meeting. Please follow me. Lu Ma Qing quickly replied. In the conference room of the Twin Peaks base, Mo Lingfeng and several big shots were connected for discussions. At the last moment, report to the chief. The Nirvana plan can enter a new chapter. Through the screen, everyone could feel Mo Lingfeng's emotions. The Zerd had really come. He had to protect that piece of sky for the people of Great Xia. Lingfeng, we're getting old. From now on, please, you must protect Great Xia. Protect the people. Li Ping also saw the satellite images. The scenes of alien landscapes made him feel helpless in the face of a Zerg. Only Mo Lingfeng had the most confidence. At the same time, in just over 3 months, the real military strength of Great Xia could completely crush all other countries on Tianlan Star. It was proven that Mo Lingfeng had the ability to ensure the absolute safety of Great Xia. Please rest assured, Chief, we will do our utmost, even if it costs us our lives. The last sentence was shouted by Mo Lingfeng. He would never allow the Zerd to threaten Great Xia again in this life. After the meeting, Mo Lingfeng began to urgently issue military orders. Order. The active troops of Great Xia are to begin to gather and eliminate all anomalous mutated creatures within a week. Be ready for my orders at any time. Mo Lingfeng's heart was still not ruthless enough. He didn't order the execution of the mutated stray animals numbering in the tens of millions, but only confined them to several uninhabited areas. He continued to provide a large amount of food weekly, gently nurturing them, hoping that a batch of extraordinarily talented cats and dogs would appear. Most of the minor threats from mutated wild animals were driven to uninhabited areas. Some high-risk creatures that threatened public safety had already been killed. A large number of isolation zones were established between towns and uninhabited areas, powered by nuclear fusion reactors and connected to ultra-high voltage electricity. The premise of Mo Lingfeng sparing their lives was that they could not threaten the people of Great Xia. Order. The Great Xia Aerospace Bureau is to closely monitor the exact location of the Zerg mother nest and report to me at any time. As long as the location of each mother nest was confirmed, even if it differed from the previous life, Mo Lingfeng could deploy troops accordingly. At the same time, he could secretly evacuate the first wave of civilians from the invaded cities and perfectly implement the Nirvana plan. Order. Due to some active troops currently clearing the underground caves, there's a shortage of forces. A batch of excellent new recruits will be gradually drawn into active service. In a month, there would be over 1 million dragon troops and battle dragon mech units entering the underground caves. Most of these elite veterans were from Mo Lingfeng's mobile troops. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he needed to supplement a wave of forces. Afterward, he would draw another batch of elites to form a mobile force. Chapter 54. A batch of trainees is selected in Nanha Province. New recruit training camp. 10,000 new recruits are lined up in the training square, waiting for Chief Instructor Ling Chong's speech. You have been in training for 69 days. What pleases me the most is that none of you have dropped out. However, I regret to inform you that the first batch of enlistment quotas has already been issued. Ling Chong is very satisfied with this batch of newcomers, but rules are strict. He paused and continued his speech. There are a total of 1.5 million quotas. The good news is admission is based solely on performance. That means, as long as you're excellent enough, 70,000 of you can enlist. Finally, he shouted, "Do you have confidence?" Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, the roar broke through the sky. After 2 months of grueling training, all the recruits have undergone a tremendous transformation. They are now ready to sacrifice for their country. Very well. Then I announce, the test officially begins. The testing period lasts a week, with exactly 10,000 recruits tested each day. Selection for enlistment does not consider qualifications, only overall physical fitness. In other words, the strongest advance. 3 criteria: strength, agility, and reaction speed. Comprehensive scoring will select one. 5 million elite recruits from 30 million trainees. The recovery of spiritual energy has surpassed 2 months. Not to mention the general populace of Daxia. Among the new recruits, their strength has generally reached 300 kilograms. Moreover, some particularly qualified individuals have already broken through to the first stage, with strength exceeding 500 kilograms. Therefore, during this test, anyone could be amazing. Maino, strength 453 kilograms. Next, after testing his weightlifting and grip strength, Lu Chang from his class jokingly teased him, "Little rich girl, you really did well. Your usual testing is under 400. Maybe I ate too much today, so I was stronger," Ma Inuo replied with some embarrassment, but he truly had pushed his limits this time. Lu Chang gently patted his shoulder. "Ha, just watch me." 2 minutes later, he finished his test. Lu Chang, strength 567 kilograms. Next, "Changge, you're solid this time." Ma Inuo was also happy for him. Lu Chang whispered, "You might not know, some of our batch tested have broken through a ton. 1,000 kilograms? What kind of brother is that?" Ma Inuo was stunned. "If this continues, wouldn't he have no chance?" "Relax. Your agility and reaction are your strengths." Dan Duan, strength 1,037 kilograms. Next, hearing the machine's reading, the people behind Tang Yuan were dumbfounded. They had been doing simple tests weekly. At that time, Tang Yuan's strength was only 688 kilograms. Good heavens, it turns out a large batch of outstanding recruits had been low-key. Ultimately, the maximum strength test value at the Nanha New Recruit Training Camp was 1,356 kilograms, already at the peak of the first stage. Ma'ina, speed 100 meters in 6.1 seconds. Next, the standard for entering the first stage is 7.3 seconds, and his result was already quite good. Unfortunately, there were many strong candidates. Huluo, speed 100 meters in 5.2 seconds. Next, Lan Fei, speed 100 meters in 4.9 seconds. Next, surprisingly, the fastest was a female soldier, and her speed had reached the pinnacle of the first stage, enough to look down on others. The final test was reaction speed, in a closed small space. Recruits had to dodge balls coming from all directions. Points were deducted for hits. 3 points for a hit to the head or heart, 2 points for the main body, and 1 point for limbs. The total score was 100 points, and deductions were recorded. Ma'ino, reaction time of 79 seconds. Next, an excellent result. Coupled with the agility of his body, it was equivalent to 3.95 times the reaction speed of an adult male. The average adult male's reaction speed is 1, while the first stage's reaction speed is 3. His overall quality successfully reached the first stage. Yet, the one who lasted the longest was still Lan Fei. She was the last recruit to be tested today and the grand finale. "Lan Fei, go for it," shouted Li Qianqian from the same row. "Lan Xiaohua, break the record," joked several male soldiers nearby. Lan Fei was very striking and beautiful. The highest reaction speed today was 5.6, entering the top tier of the first stage. "I can do it. This first place, I'm determined to take it." Lan Fei wanted to prove to her father that she could also become a king of soldiers. In the first 100 seconds, facing balls that increased from 5 per second to 25 per second, Lan Fei didn't lose a single point. She was not hit. At 103 seconds, the first ball hit her forearm. 1 point deducted. At 105 seconds, 3 points deducted. At 123 seconds, 27 points deducted. At 147 seconds, there would be 35 balls per second, coming at her from all directions at a speed of 147 meters per second. She had 1 point left. Beep. The test ended. "I did it, father. And you wait for me." Lan Fei collapsed on the ground, but her face was full of smiles. Lan Fei's family is very wealthy. When she was young, while playing outside, an accident occurred, and a lovely young soldier saved her. Lan Fei admitted that she liked that charming person, but she couldn't find him. Her father had always been obstructing her. Just as Daxia was recruiting a batch of trainees, she came. Lan Fei hadn't thought about contributing to her country before. She just wanted to find him. But after 2 months, she changed. She was willing to become the person he would be proud of. She persisted for 152 seconds, achieving a reaction speed of 7.6. She had already surpassed the critical point of the second stage, even though her strength was only 1088 kilograms. Her overall strength ranked first in the Nanhan new recruit training camp. She could even rank in the top 100 among 30 million recruits. A true 1 in 100,000. A week passed, and the 10th test results for the new recruits were released. Among the 1.5 million elite recruits, the vast majority had surpassed the first stage in all three categories. Only a small number of particularly outstanding individuals, even if they had some weaknesses, would be accepted through special consideration. There is no doubt that Lan Fei is about to become a member of the National Defense Army, and after passing command training, she will be promoted at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Ma Inu also barely made the cut to enter the National Defense Army. He will become an operator of unmanned equipment, accurately striking targets from a distance. The good news is that in the selection of 20 out of 1, the Nanhan new recruit training camp selected a total of 6,548 recruits, far exceeding this ratio. The bad news is that there are still 63,452 recruits who need further training, waiting for the next batch of enlistment quotas. Chapter 55. Secret mobilization of the 5 nations within a week. The Great Xia confirmed the secret locations of 36 insectoid mother nests. As in the previous life, 7 were located deep in remote land, while 29 were hidden in the depths of the endless ocean. After ensuring there were no other mother nests, Lingfeng convened a secret meeting of the 5 major nations. During the meeting, he showed the leaders of the 4 great nations images of the insectoid mother nest disguised as meteorites. Mr. Mo, may I ask if this detection technology can be sold? The leader of the beautiful country, Meipu, looked at the images, his tone slightly flattering. The other 3 leaders echoed, indicating they could exchange any technology. Despite the fact that several countries were monitoring the moon day and night, they hadn't discovered a single trace apart from Xia. It was clear that Xia's detection technology far exceeded that of these great nations. In the subsequent operations, early detection of the insectoids would be crucial. After the beautiful country entered temporary military control, Meipu ordered major private enterprises to manufacture powerful military equipment and Thor I-type battle armor. Private rights are sacred and inviolable? Sorry, but it's wartime military control now. Meipu was ruthless. Anyone who dared to delay the completion of equipment would be sent for tea. Moreover, the beautiful country's troops were already mobilized and ready to await the leader's orders. Lingfeng smiled at his words, but did not reply. The extraordinary satellite detection technology relied entirely on the Qi elements. Agreeing would only create trouble for Great Xia. After a few seconds, the 4 leaders understood his attitude. At the same time, Meipu also felt the pain of being technologically suppressed. It was a helplessness never experienced in the past few decades. In just a few months, all developed nations on the blue planet have been ruthlessly trampled by Great Xia's black technology. Want high-tech? Well, I just want to get it to you. What can you do? General Mo, may I ask if we can directly attack the insectoid mother nests? This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of the strong emperor of the bear country. Lingfeng was taken aback for a moment and then smiled, replying, "The emperor is joking. The insectoids are merely biological weapons of extraterrestrial origin. Destroying them now would only alert the others. Does Great Xia have the capability to directly destroy the alien exploration vessel on the far side of the moon?" Strong Emperor pursued, knowing that this brotherly neighboring country had reached an incredible level of strength. Although Great Xia had been on high alert, the spies from several great nations were not to be underestimated. After investing a lot of time, they had obtained some of Great Xia's military deployments. Well, the biggest credit goes to the spy satellites of various countries. Currently, most of the citizens in Great Xia practiced ancient martial arts, and their patriotism had greatly increased. Apart from the long-hidden death interval and the fallen, they had no available personnel to gather intelligence anymore. Meanwhile, under military control, Lingfeng had dispatched a large number of troops to protect various research institutes and production enterprises, rendering the death interval nearly useless. No, but Great Xia will act immediately when it has the confidence. Lingfeng still smiled. Hearing his response, The four leaders felt a tightening in their hearts. Who doesn't know that Great Xia's research develops one generation, produces one generation, and designs one generation? Once Mo Lingfeng's words were out, they understood that Great Xia's military strength was not right. General Mo, may I ask, if after our country's defenses are inadequate, can Great Xia provide military assistance to us? The leader of the Xia Country, James, was flustered. After several centuries of glory, Xia Country was now gradually sinking. Being an island nation, it faced tremendous pressure from the insectoids. Before Mo Lingfeng could respond, the leader of the romantic country, Sindra, quickly echoed, I can agree to the requests of both leaders, but I hope your citizens can save themselves. I believe you have received some data. Our ancient martial arts in Great Xia can increase human strength by hundreds of kilograms. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback, then quickly replied. He was somewhat surprised that these leaders of great nations were so decisive. Clearly, the insectoids had not yet launched a massive attack, yet they understood the immense pressure their countries would face through the analysis of domestic think tanks. What were these leaders thinking? It's simple. Great Xia's recent black technology was so extraordinary, and they were preparing with full force, indicating the threat posed by the insectoids. They were all seasoned individuals. If the pressure were not great, why would Great Xia have directly entered military control? They watched the images from the spy satellites every day and clearly understood that Great Xia's support capability was stronger than that of three beautiful countries combined. At the same time, to reduce the casualties of their soldiers and civilians, they had to bow their heads. After a moment of pause, Mo Lingfeng decided to give them some leverage. Great Xia can offer mature electromagnetic weapon technology and some electromagnetic weapons. Thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing his words, the leaders rejoiced. After a while, Mo Lingfeng did not respond, and they knew they needed to bring out their trump cards. Mr. Mo, our beautiful country can exchange cutting-edge aerospace technology. Meipu brought out the real goods. The last time they exchanged information and Thor battle armor. The aerospace technology used was merely outdated technology from 20 years ago in the beautiful country. Of course, it could still crush other countries. Hearing Meipu's offer, the other three leaders were stunned. They weren't foolish and knew that the beautiful country was primarily seeking to acquire a large number of weapons and equipment. James thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and also brought out his treasure. Mr. Mo, I, Xia Country, am willing to exchange 10 types of patented materials. He was putting a lot on the line. The new materials from Xia Country were highly effective. Thus, the profits were enormous. Leader Sindra of the romantic country was anxious. Great Xia would definitely not want nuclear technology, and the beautiful country had already offered aerospace technology. What else could he offer? He racked his brain and decided to bring out a big weapon. Mr. Mo, the romantic country can exchange control software for large military equipment. Clearly, during the last exchange, these leaders had all held back a bit. Among them, only the strong emperor of the bear country did not propose any exchange conditions because Mo Lingfeng had discussed it with him in advance. Of course, no problem. Besides technology, I will provide 500,000 electromagnetic rifles, 50,000 electromagnetic artillery, and 10,000 electromagnetic cannons. Rest assured, all calibers are international standards. Upon hearing their offers, Mo Lingfeng finally quoted a price. He understood that which country wouldn't hold back a bit. After all, Great Xia was also an expert in this area. The three leaders were momentarily stunned by the quantities. Good heavens! They could directly arm their entire military. They instantly realized that Great Xia was willing to trade electromagnetic weapons, which also proved that their own weapons had been updated. According to common sense, military weapons exported to other countries were often inferior copies. Indeed, this batch of electromagnetic weapons were old equipment without the addition of chi elements, which had been fully retired from the Great Xia army. The number of weapons provided to the bear country was exactly the sum of those for the other three countries. Additionally, the Great Xia would also provide the bear country with 500,000 sets of Thor Itai battle armor. With simple modifications, they could fit the physiques of bear soldiers. This batch of battle armor was old armor retired from the active troops of Great Xia and could only gather dust in the warehouse after the new recruits were equipped with Thor II type armor. After the meeting concluded, The leaders of the other three nations did not question Mo Lingfeng. They understood that Great Xia and the Bear Country were in close alliance. Upon receiving intelligence from Great Xia, they realized that war was imminent. Chapter 56: Global Evacuation in order to prevent several major powers from causing trouble. Mo Lingfeng did not disclose the specific location of the Zerg mother nest. He only provided the location of the first wave of the Zerg invasion from his previous life, advising several countries to take secret precautionary measures. At the same time, during the meeting, the leaders of the 5 countries tacitly avoided mentioning other nations. True friendly countries would coordinate defense later. As for other unrelated countries, what did their fate have to do with them? They couldn't even inform them. Lest the matter became widely known, Mo Lingfeng had already secretly communicated with the leaders of several friendly allied nations, and thereafter, Daxia would be responsible for their overall defense. Currently, Daxia was capable of completely annihilating the early-stage Zerg. In the previous life, Tianlan Star suffered severe losses due to lack of preparation during the Zerg invasion. But in this life, 99 of Tianlan Star's military strength had been mobilized. Thus, in the early stage, the Zerg would be like younger siblings, among which Daxia accounted for 90. After all, human civilization on Tianlan Star was extremely rare. Almost all military efforts were focused on offense. After a week of secret reconnaissance, Mo Lingfeng confirmed that the Zerg in this life was basically no different from those in his previous life. Indeed, even a civilian exploration ship did not regard the humans of Tianlan Star with any importance. From beginning to end, they only focused on the spiritual energy that existed on Tianlan Star. After confirming that the Zerg had truly arrived, in order to ensure the safety of the Daxia populace, Leader Li Ping agreed to a global evacuation. Currently, only Daxia could ensure that no Zerg entered its towns. Joint statement from Tian Group and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In light of the recent significant increase in the strength of the Xia nation, various sectors urgently need the support of the populace. Therefore, we will conduct a global evacuation. Please rest assured, this action is not compulsory and is purely voluntary. In the following week, Xia Nation will send a large number of special aircraft to airports in various countries to bring Xia citizens home. This news not only went viral on domestic websites, but also exploded across the media of all countries. Simultaneously, the 4 secret allied nations received notifications from Mo Lingfeng and expressed their understanding. They did not obstruct the return of Xia citizens at the national level. At the same time, these major powers also began their own secret evacuations. Within just a few minutes, global evacuation began trending on social media, both domestically and internationally. In beautiful country, Long Green Alliance University, Li Qi, who had maintained excellent grades for 3 consecutive years, saw the national announcement and hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He wanted to return home. His dormitory mate, Hyang, who had just returned to the dorm after a night out, saw him packing. Li Qi, what are you doing? Hyang asked, a bit confused and smelling of alcohol. Li Qi did not stop his actions. Didn't you see Daxia's announcement? The motherland is calling us home. The country needs us. I'm going back. What the hell? Hyang mumbled, pulling out his phone to check the announcement from the Daxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After reading it, he was stunned and hesitant. Although he was at a school sponsored by his family, he didn't want to lose his degree certificate. Hyang paced back and forth in their double room. The fact that his family hadn't notified him indicated they didn't want him to return. Daxia was undergoing many reforms now, and its strength had increased. But the degree from a top university in beautiful country was still very appealing. In his dilemma, he made a decision. Damn, I'm going back too. After saying that, he began to pack his bags, joking with Li Qi, little Qi, I'm going back. I can rely on my parents. You're going back, and without a degree. It's not guaranteed. Hyang knew that Li Qi's family conditions were average. He was a government-funded student, and they usually took good care of him. It's fine. The country needs me, so I must return. Since childhood, all of Li Qi's tuition had been covered by the state, and he was grateful to his motherland. He paused and smiled, saying, if there's really nowhere to go, I can still go work construction. Who would have thought I could have over 200 kilograms of strength? Huh, exactly, then I'll go with you. Outside of Daxia, spiritual energy was very scarce, but if Li Qi could still train to 200 kilograms, It would prove he was a little genius. Afterwards, the two went to the guidance office, where a kind old professor helped them process indefinite leave of absence, ensuring they would still be part of Long Green Alliance University. Right, it's not dropping out. With the popularization of ancient martial arts and the official government no longer deceiving the public, more and more foreigners began to treat Daxia people kindly. Thank you, Professor Smith, the two said in unison. Meanwhile, countless Daxia citizens prepared to return home. Among them were students seeking education, elderly individuals retiring, commoners, and wealthy people. They all decided to return to their homeland because the country needed them, and they would certainly respond to the call. In just a few days, over 5 million Daxia citizens began boarding repatriation flights, all free of charge. A week later, a total of 19 million Daxia citizens returned to their homeland. Of course, among those who cared for their country, there were also those who looked down upon it. Among university students, Wang Hui mocked Li Qi and He Yang. Have you guys lost your minds? Returning to Daxia without completing your studies, we worked hard to come to beautiful country. The freedom here intoxicates me. The two merely glanced at him without responding because they knew that with differing paths, there was no need to collaborate. Similar situations occurred in most developed countries. Some people continued to believe that the moon abroad was rounder than that of Daxia. More than 3 million Daxia citizens chose to remain in foreign countries. And when the Zerg invaded later, they would surely regret it, but there were no regret pills sold in the world. Although Mo Lingfeng did not explicitly state in the announcement, it was undoubtedly clear that those who remained behind would wish to return to Daxia later. Haha, dream on. During this time, in the non-oil country, due to the outbreak of war, 648 Daxia citizens stranded in the capital were unable to board flights. Mo Lingfeng sent a message to the rebels. I do not interfere in your country's internal affairs, but you must cease all hostilities for one day to allow the Daxia citizens to evacuate. That was the ultimatum he finally delivered. Otherwise, those who offend Daxia shall be punished, no matter how far. Did they think this was just a verbal threat? Mo Lingfeng also sent them several photos, each showing weapons capable of completely annihilating the 30,000 strong rebel army. That was the military strength of Daxia's overseas bases. 10 minutes later, in the capital of non-oil country, Yaomai, there was unusually not a single sound of gunfire. Faced with Mo Lingfeng's friendly images, the rebel leader was furious, but could only issue a humiliating order. Order: notify the 10,000 troops besieging Yaomai to cease fire. Ensure the safe departure of Daxia citizens. We cannot afford to provoke Daxia. An hour later, this batch of stranded citizens embarked on their journey home. Chapter 57. Secretly evacuating frontline civilians and securing the cave of the insect race is merely a minor ailment. The key point is to keep the alien exploration ships on the far side of the moon in the dark, allowing the Great Xia sufficient time to develop. Therefore, the Nirvana plan is particularly critical. After confirming that the insect race's nest is consistent with a previous life, Mo Lingfeng has ordered the secret evacuation of civilians from 4 locations in Great Xia, which are the invasion points of the first wave of the insect race. Civilians from the 3 large cities of Maching, Linhai City, Ximen City, and Ouching City must be evacuated within 3 weeks. The northwest industrial area will be defended by Great Xia's forces. Mo Lingfeng feels a bit of a headache. The population of the 3 coastal cities exceeds 30 million. And the key evacuation points have over 2 million civilians. Evacuating is simple, but how can it be done seamlessly? Lu Maching, on the other hand, is a bit bolder, suggesting, team leader, why not take precise control? First, evacuate the civilians at the forefront, and when the insect race invades, gradually evacuate the other civilians. I believe in the strength of the Great Xia soldiers. This is also the leader's intention. 3 million pseudo-first-tier insect race black long spikes are just a piece of cake for the current Great Xia. But Mo Lingfeng doesn't dare to gamble. He is unwilling to wager civilian lives. The leader's order? Hearing Lu Maching's final whisper, he wavers. Indeed, is a mere few million insects really that dangerous? The order: first evacuate the civilians from the 8 combat zones of Great Xia. Await the commencement of the Nirvana plan. Finally, Mo Lingfeng made the final decision. With the order given, the Great Xia Ministry of Civil Affairs, in conjunction with the military, began the rapid evacuation of civilians from the front line, with some soldiers changing their outfits to prevent accidents. Though it was said to be 3 weeks, at the current speed of Great Xia, within just 1 week, 2 million coastal civilians successfully evacuated in secret, quietly blending into other cities. 1 million undercover soldiers began living in these locations, and when the insect race invaded, they would retreat in an orderly manner. At the same time, 200,000 tons of pork were transported, ground into 3 million disguised humans, and placed in the 8 battle points and deeper towns in the last few days. The insect race is a biological weapon. It does not consume spiritual energy, but uses biological energy. These are the gifts Mo Lingfeng prepared for them. Subsequently, the first wave of losses for Great Xia will be officially announced, just like in the previous life. While Mo Lingfeng was focusing on the insect race's nest, he was also directing the cleanup work in the cavern. The entire cavern spans 25 million square kilometers. It is home to thousands of 6th and 7th tier large beasts and billions of low-tier monsters. With Xiongfeng's chaotic operations and the massive benefits provided by Great Xia, the vast majority of the cavern's human populace agreed to join Great Xia and become part of it. Only a small number of tribes expressed a desire to remain independent, but pledged to assist Great Xia in cleaning up the cavern. It's not that they don't want to be tough, it's just that the hundreds of thousands of Dragon King troops are too fierce. The only 9th tier overlord in the cavern is the flying mythical creature, the Dragon King. As her protected group, the Dragon King troops can roam freely in the cavern. As long as they are not fools, most intelligent beasts will agree to submit to the Dragon King. Of course, there are also plenty of muscle-bound beasts who refuse to comply. Boom! It's simple. If they don't comply, beat them until they do. If they encounter stubborn beasts, the dragon battle troops will concentrate their firepower and quickly incapacitate them. If they still refuse to comply, then they can only say goodbye to the world. Additionally, some low-intelligence beast groups without a leader will be subjected to heavy firepower strikes by Great Xia's troops to ensure the clearance work proceeds swiftly. 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million square kilometers. In just 2 weeks, with the supermobility of the dragon battle troops, Great Xia rapidly cleaned up the cavern. Another 3 weeks passed. On the last day before the first wave of the insect race's invasion arrived, Mo Lingfeng announced, the cavern area exceeding 25 million has been secured by Great Xia. At the same time, the Great Xia Engineering Corps reopened the Kunlun Passage. From now on, the cavern will become Great Xia's arms factory, where all new equipment will be completed. On the surface, Great Xia will implement the Nirvana plan while monitoring the alien exploration ships, keeping them in the dark for as long as possible. Every additional day increases the likelihood of Great Xia defeating the alien fleet. In the pre-war meeting, Mo Lingfeng was not too anxious. Because the micro-detectors spread across Great Xia's 20,000-kilometer coastline were fully scanning, and the new satellites in the sky were also scanning. The insect race could not successfully launch a surprise attack. Lingfeng, how much longer? Leader Li Ping spoke up, sounding somewhat uneasy. Montauk Lingfeng replied loudly, needing confidence to reassure the elders of the nation. 3 hours until the first wave of invasion. Please rest assured, leader, we have not only deployed heavy troops at the 8 battle points. Over 6 million steel warriors and equipment are on standby. We will perform well in this first act for the aliens. At the 8 battle points, each deployed 200,000 Thor 2-type warriors and a large amount of heavy firepower. They will not open fire immediately, but will withdraw from the coastline in succession according to orders, making Great Xia's losses appear similar to the previous life. The current role of the Great Xia forces is to prevent unexpected incidents in the Nirvana plan that could cause civilian casualties. Military tycoon Elder Nya has very radical ideas. Lingfeng, why don't we directly destroy that exploration ship? We have the capability to focus fire and take it out. Elder Nya, for the current Great Xia, the insect race can be easily exterminated. The exploration ship can be easily destroyed. But our biggest enemy is the alien fleet that may arrive at any time. Do we have the strength to engage in an interstellar war now? Mo Lingfeng, though helpless. Patiently explained. The pressure from a civilian exploration ship can be ignored by Great Xia. Unfortunately, Great Xia cannot currently contend with a fleet of second-tier biological civilizations. Lingfeng, please ensure the safety of our Great Xia civilians. In the end, the leader's tone still carried some unease. Yes, leader, we will vow to defend Great Xia, to protect the Great Xia civilians. Mo Lingfeng stood and saluted. His 5 months of sleepless effort had elevated Great Xia's national strength to an extraordinary level. All waiting for this day. After the meeting, Mo Lingfeng boarded the special plane to the second-line command center. He would command the first wave of the insect race's invasion battle from the front lines. Time flowed slowly. Finally, under Great Xia's strict surveillance, the first wave of the insect race's invasion came. In just 1 month, 36 insect race nests catalyzed over 36 million basic pseudo-first-tier biological units, the black long spikes. Each nest contains a mother insect, which is the command head of the insect race. In the first wave of invasion, each mother insect will choose a location and deploy 1 million war biological black long spikes. Chapter 58 Brief Memories on the coast of Ximen City in the Great Xia. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Suddenly, 2 addresses began to spew out large numbers of black long spikes. They were several meters long, weighed hundreds of kilograms, and could travel at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers, equipped with long-range spiked attacks. The insectoid shells could ignore ordinary light weapons, with only the neck and certain parts of the abdomen being weak points. Soon, screams erupted from several coastal residences. Were there still Great Xia citizens falling victim? Of course not. That was the fate Mo Lingfeng had prepared for some scum. Tens of thousands of filth that could not be washed away by blood were placed by Mo Lingfeng in the coastal areas of the 3 major cities. Those sins could only be forgiven by God. But sorry, there is no God in Great Xia. Mo Lingfeng could only invite the insectoids to send them to meet God. A little bit of gnawing, slowly meeting God. He would be pleased, right? All right, raise the air defense alarm. Notify the undercover troops to evacuate. Inform the city residents to evacuate. Seeing that the time was ripe, Mo Lingfeng decisively ordered. Order. All troops carry light and heavy weapons, but can only use light weapons. If it's a play, it must follow the script. Looking at the black long spikes on the display screen, Mo Lingfeng fell into a brief memory. In his past life, Great Xia was caught completely off guard. In just a few dozen minutes, the police, fire brigade, and officials of the 3 major cities suffered near-total losses while trying to evacuate the citizens. Within an hour, the missiles launched by the nearby rocket forces were practically useless. Because the insectoids had already spread throughout the urban area, how could they choose to bomb their own people? Only various fighter jets and bombers used small power missiles and cannons to accurately kill the black long spikes on the streets. In order to rescue the citizens in time, the then commanding officer, Major General Feng Zhe, reluctantly issued the order. All troops that arrived in the urban area must do their utmost to assist the citizens, even if it meant using their bodies to block the spikes aimed at the people. Through military satellite images, they knew that the black long spikes had long-range attack capabilities, which would cause great casualties among the citizens. 40 minutes after the black long spikes invaded the urban area, the first batch of troops arrived. They were paratroopers urgently deployed from an Air Force base 100 kilometers away. A total of 240 men, equipped with automatic weapons and some individual heavy firepower. They voluntarily entered the most dangerous Songhu area, where tens of thousands of black long spikes were densely clustered, hunting hundreds of thousands of Great Xia citizens. Before the police sacrificed themselves, they reported that the black long spikes had extremely strong defenses, with shells that could ignore light weapons. This batch of paratroopers also received the notification, but not one changed their mind. The 240 elite airmen of Great Xia survived for only 7 minutes. They used their firepower to attract a large number of black long spikes, indirectly protecting the citizens of Great Xia. Until death, not one regretted, not a single coward. At the 45th minute, the first batch of 12 Army helicopter units arrived. 6 armed helicopters first covered the evacuation of the 6 transport planes carrying citizens. After the transport planes were fully loaded, a tragic event occurred. The 6 armed helicopters began low-altitude strafing of the black long spikes, not expecting that the clustered black long spikes would form a circle and jump down from tall buildings, using their hovering abilities to launch suicide attacks on the armed helicopters. Though it was low altitude, it was still over 100 meters. The helicopter pilots had never anticipated that the black long spikes had floating capabilities. In just 4 minutes, all armed helicopters were shot down. Relying on the external armor of the helicopters, some injured pilots were able to survive temporarily under the siege of the black long spikes. Facing the upper command's rescue orders, they simply smiled and reported via radio. Helicopters 0, 12, 0, 15, 0, 16 chose to abandon the rescue. The citizens of Great Xia were more important. Received. You must hold on. In the secondary command post, Army Chief Major General Han Xiao had tears in his eyes as he diverted the troops prepared for rescue. At the 57th minute, the first batch of Army armored troops arrived. 24 light infantry fighting vehicles and 98 Lion armored vehicles, relying on mobility, brought 760 Army soldiers to the Ice Lake area. The 30mm cannons on the infantry fighting vehicles could easily kill black long spikes, and the 12.7mm heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles could also severely damage the black long spikes. But there were too many of them before the tanks could provide support. All infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles were successively overturned by the clustered black long spikes. Thanks to the external armor, the black long spikes couldn't open the cans for the time being. Facing impending death, all soldiers just shouted and fired, trying to attract the attention of the black long spikes. Little Black, hide well later. You can't die. Squad leader Li Ming warned the new recruit Zhang Li as he fired. He had only been in the squad for 2 months. Li Ming also wanted to leave a single survivor for the armored company. Squad leader, I'm not afraid. We all volunteered. Zhang Li said he wasn't afraid. But the accuracy of his rifle was declining. He was scared, but he had no regrets. All soldiers heading to the battlefield knew the dangers. But they wanted the black long spikes to choose themselves, taking their energy away from harming the citizens. At the 64th minute, the second batch of paratroopers arrived, along with 5 medium transport tanks and 8 light infantry fighting vehicles. 347 paratroopers held on for 11 minutes, with only the medium tanks still able to move. At the 67th minute, 18 medium tanks and 12 self-propelled artillery assault vehicles from the Army arrived, along with 128 transport vehicles. They formed a thin, temporary fortification. A total of 890 people would enter the hallways, exchanging their lives for the lives of the citizens. They would take the rescued citizens to the temporary defense line. As for the rocket vehicles, the rockets could be launched, but there was still a large number of citizens inside. The crisp sound of automatic rifles fired. In an unknown hallway, 12 Army soldiers were clearing the black long spikes. One black long spike required 3 soldiers to concentrate fire, nearly exhausting a magazine to kill it. As for the weak points, the black long spikes could protect themselves with agility. In just one floor, 4 black long spikes appeared. After eliminating them, 3 soldiers blocked the stairs to the upper floor, while 3 kept watch on the lower floor. 6 soldiers began to shout, notifying the citizens to evacuate. In a building with 8 households, only 4 survived, and they were all children hiding in secret places. Their parents sacrificed their lives to satisfy the black long spikes. Go, go, go. Stay alert. Class leader Huang who ordered. Suddenly, multiple black long spikes charged at them from a higher floor. Squad leader, take the kids and go. We'll hold them off. In an instant, the 6 soldiers made a choice. Huang, who was no exception, Sun shouted on. You take the kids and go. Watch out for the spikes behind you. Don't hurt the kids. The others hold the line. Watch the windows. These monsters can climb on the outer walls. Bang! The first soldier fell, a spike piercing through his body. Without a farewell with his last breaths, he continued to cover his teammates. Boom! 2 black long spikes broke through the window, instantly impaling 2 soldiers with their tails, ready to take them away for a good feast. Boom! Boom! 2 grenades exploded up close, the last efforts of the 2 soldiers. All that could be heard was the last farewell. Take the kids safely away, and we will have fulfilled our duty. The black long spikes began to cluster massively, and the defense line was breached in a short time. In the end, out of a squad of 12, only 3 returned, bringing back 4 children. One soldier used his body to block the spikes of the black long spikes, holding on and successfully evacuating with the child. After a brief resupply of ammunition, some surviving soldiers formed a new rescue team. At the 69th minute, 75, over the course of 2 hours, Great Xia deployed 30,000 urgently mobilized troops, with only 457 surviving, most of whom were tank crews and infantry fighting vehicle members. And in order to rescue the citizens, nearly all of the paratroopers deployed by Great Xia perished. The unprotected army soldiers risked their lives to deeply penetrate the floors and rescue the civilians. The losses were so great that they almost had to cancel their unit number. In the following 2 hours, the Summer Nation urgently mobilized 80,000 troops to enter the battlefield. Every hour thereafter, Summer Nation transported 20,000 to 50,000 troops. 9 hours after the first wave of the Zerg invasion, Summer Nation announced that they had repelled the Zerg attack. The cost was 50,000 soldiers sacrificed, 70,000 soldiers severely injured, countless lightly injured, despite the Summer Nation soldiers fighting desperately within the first hour of the Zerg invasion. The casualties among the Summer Nation civilians exceeded 500,000. During a single wave of Zerg invasion, the deaths and injuries among the Summer Nation populace reached 1 million. Looking at the black long spikes and the scripted action route, Lingfeng smiled, as this meant that in this lifetime, the first wave of the Zerg invasion had 0 casualties for the Great Summer. The Zerg only got a taste of well-disguised pork. What? And those scraps? Do they count as humans? Chapter 59, the first wave of Zerg invasion. With Lingfeng's order issued, the acting troops began to withdraw one after another, leaving a large amount of pork and human waste for the Zerg. 5 kilometers from the coastal suburbs of Ximen City, a large detachment of armored troops was on standby to prevent any surprises. Captain Huang Shiji repeatedly stared at the integrated microcomputer on his arm, which displayed images fed back from satellites and reconnaissance aircraft overhead. Suddenly, he saw a village in the distance showing thermal energy responses, indicating human shapes. What the hell? How is that possible? Wasn't the evacuation already completed? Report to the command center. Please check the C506 area quickly. It shows suspected human presence. Huang Shiji hurriedly reported to his superiors. Upon receiving the report, a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft began a detailed scan. 5 seconds later, the laser radar and thermal imaging instruments completed their feedback, confirming that there were humans in Area C506, a total of 17 individuals. Damn it, get them back first. As for punishment, we'll talk about that later. Lingfeng sighed. They're always idiots at any time. After he ordered the secret evacuation of the civilians, the official personnel of the Great Xia began to orderly evacuate the villagers from the towns. Villages like this should have been empty long ago, when cleaning up the mutated creatures. Yes, Commander Mo. Huang Shiji received the order from his superiors and quickly issued instructions, dispatching 5 squads from one company to bring them back using transport vehicles. Hurry! He couldn't afford to be slow. A swarm of Zerg was only 2 kilometers from the C506 village. At their speed, it would take less than 3 minutes. Fortunately, the new type of infantry fighting vehicle had already exceeded a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and the armored troops would make it in time. In 85 seconds, 540 series infantry fighting vehicles arrived at different positions around the village. 20 armored warriors began to move rapidly, bursting into rooms to evacuate the civilians. Report. An old lady has been successfully evacuated. Report. An old man, I've brought him to the infantry fighting vehicle. All 17 reports were about elderly people. Go, go, go. The bugs are coming. Be careful not to fire. Squad leader Wang Jie immediately issued orders after confirming the head count. On the speeding infantry fighting vehicle, Wang Jie patiently asked loudly, "Grandpa, why didn't you evacuate earlier?" The old man was still a bit dazed. Moments ago, the armored warrior had picked him up without a word and ran, leaving him feeling dizzy. After a moment, the old man replied, "Don't shout so loud. I can hear you now. We evacuated before, but some of us old folks sneaked back. Don't blame those workers. After a pause, the old man explained. We understand the government's intentions, but we don't have many years left to live. We just want to die in the village we've lived in all our lives. Several armored warriors fell silent. They didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, Wang Jie's external communicator picked up Mo Lingfeng's voice. Grandpa, have you practiced ancient martial arts? Huh? Yes, I have. Now I can eat 2 bowls of rice in one sitting. The old man perked up. Then how do you know you don't have much time left? I'll tell you plainly, practicing martial arts not only improves physical fitness, but also prolongs life. Mo Lingfeng had not explicitly stated before that practicing martial arts would increase longevity. He had used the elixir of immortality to swindle some foreign groups, and it was not easy to say back then. As for now, who in the Great Xia would they fear? Except for a nuclear apocalypse, the Great Xia feared no country on the blue planet. Still, the old man was getting on in years, and perhaps didn't understand well. He had strengthened his body, but still couldn't live a bit longer. Under the old man's cheerful smile, Mo Lingfeng couldn't punish them and could only end this little episode. At the same time, large numbers of Zerg were flooding into the city, starting widespread destruction and feeding. Boom, boom, boom. The preset explosive devices made the scene feel more real. Top, top, top. The disguised armored police began firing in succession, then followed the script, taking their lunch and quickly retreating. The only thing the Zerg truly consumed was pork and human waste. The aerial units began dropping small, guided bombs. The air cavalry helicopters arrived at the battlefield 3 minutes later. As the director, Mo Lingfeng directed the progression of the plot step by step. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of bombs exploded in the streets, swiftly killing some of the Zerg. Top, top, top. The armored troops used light weapons to clear the Zerg. Casualties continued to occur, and many pork models were bitten. Thus, under Mo Lingfeng's command, the first wave of Zerg invasion was perfectly completed in the Great Xia script. No innocent civilians were harmed, and no soldiers sacrificed. But at the same time, aside from a few major countries on the blue planet that had prepared and started acting, some nations suffered heavy casualties under the assault of the Zerg. The Red Sun Nation was relatively lucky, with only one mother bug choosing to attack it. Gongdao County, a coastal city of the Red Sun Nation, housed over 3 million people. Not long ago, the Red Sun Nation had fully sealed off the underground caves with the military support of the Beautiful Nation. Sorry, the Beautiful Nation knew there would be a Zerg invasion of the Red Sun Nation, but chose not to inform them. Now, disaster struck once again. In just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of Zerg flooded into Gongdao. During the last invasion of the second wave of monsters from the underground caves, the Red Sun Nation had evacuated the public in advance, resulting in fewer casualties. But this time, despair and silence filled the entire city. 1 million Zerg, with bodies stronger than tigers, possessed long-range attack capabilities and were organized. How could ordinary civilians survive? Especially since the National Guard of the Red Sun Nation reacted too slowly and wasn't brave enough. After an emergency plea for help from Gongdao County, some high-ranking members of the National Guard nearby were frightened. They had already suffered heavy losses before, and if another wave came, the Red Sun National Guard could declare disbandment. After receiving the rescue order, the surrounding National Guards began to mobilize. Even if the quick-moving army arrived first, they didn't dare to enter the death trap alone and could only wait for the main force to gather. 3 hours later, the only support the Red Sun Nation could send to Gongdao was Air Force fighter jets, along with missiles launched by the Navy and Army. They didn't care if there were civilians in the nearby houses. They just bombed. In the subconscious of the National Guard, eliminating the enemy was the most important thing. Ordinary civilians could be buried together. That was their glory. Please, don't be so brutal. There are monsters outside. Huatian Natsu pleaded softly, afraid the Zerg outside would hear the noise and rush in. Kawada Koji, an ordinary employee, witnessed the horrific scene on the street while preparing to go to work in the morning. He looked at the large number of terrifying monsters and felt despair. He understood he wouldn't survive either, so he just wanted to find some comfort before he died. To end his perfect body, he violated the goddess in his heart. Huatian Natsu. He had moved here just to see her often. Never did he expect that this woman was a promiscuous person. She showed no signs of refusal at all. Damn, I lost out. Kawada Koji cursed in his heart. One try, and he knew she wasn't a pure girl. 3 minutes later, he was satisfied, and the Zerg that had just rushed in was also quite pleased with the two of them. Finally, after 7 hours, the main force of the National Guard gathered. 50,000 soldiers equipped with heavy firepower, in coordination with tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, began to gradually clear Gongdao. Boom! 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 The National Guard had only one goal: to eliminate these monsters. Therefore, they began indiscriminate concentrated fire attacks. As long as they saw the Zerg, they sprayed ammunition, regardless of whether there were surviving civilians. Unfortunately, just like in the previous life, after a large number of Zerg had eaten their fill, they gradually returned to the mother nest to provide nutrition for the queen. The Red Sun Nation's heavy troops made little progress, only eliminating several tens of thousands of Zerg. Meanwhile, a large city had turned into a silent hell. In the aftermath, the Red Sun Nation calculated that the death toll in Gongdao exceeded 5 million. Of course, upon receiving the casualty figures from the Great Xia, the official report from home restated that there were only 600,000. Chapter 60 Global Panic. The situation in South Bangwa is even worse. In a small area with 2 coastal cities, 2 million black longnails have surged in. There are not enough troops, insufficient heavy firepower, and a lack of missiles. Faced with over 2 million insectoids, South Bangwa can only seek help from the beautiful country. Unfortunately, most of the missiles at the military base of the beautiful country in South Bangwa are interceptive defense missiles and cannot provide effective fire support. What about the naval fleet of the beautiful country? The civilian long-range ships of the 5 major countries have secretly returned home, sealing the ports. With no options left, South Bangwa had to carry out a large-scale evacuation of the residents of the coastal cities. As for the 2 cities under attack by the insectoids, the South Bangwa government secretly decided to abandon the rescue. They informed the local population to escape freely. There is a military camp defense line 30 kilometers north of the city. Upon receiving the radio notification from the government, the residents of Hanfu City were filled with despair. Wheezy, in a moment, take the children to the underground parking lot and try to drive away. If we stay here, we can only wait to die, Park Bo-jiong said quietly to his wife. Wheezy also guessed her husband's thoughts. What about you? I will distract the monsters. You must not make a sound. After Park Bo-jiong finished speaking, he smiled and gestured for them to prepare to escape. With tears in her eyes, Wheezy nodded, indicating she understood. Park Bo-jiong let his wife and daughter leave quietly first, and then he would make some noise to attract the attention of the black long nails. Wheezy slowly moved with the child. Suddenly, a haunting melody blared loudly. Unfortunately, the phone was on the child. Park Bo-jiong, you garbage. How ruthless you are. Wheezy instantly understood that her husband had deliberately made them attract the monsters. Accompanied by Wheezy's desperate shout of anger, the black longnails came in response. At this moment, Park Bo-jiong had already started the vehicle and rushed out onto the street. Unfortunately, what awaited him was an endless number of black longnails. The 10 hours of the insectoid invasion marked the end for the 2 cities. With no sufficient military rescue, the urban residents were like sheep to be slaughtered, becoming a delicacy for the black longnails. Just think about that kind of despair. The country announced it would abandon the rescue, and one could only stay in the house, silently praying that the monsters would not break in. Did they think they could escape on their own? The black longnails that spread throughout the city were no less than biological weapons. In the end, out of 5 million people in the 2 cities, less than 100,000 survived. It was a complete abandonment by the country. In a short time, the government of South Bangwa was surrounded by the relatives of the victims. They demanded justice. 24 hours after the first wave of insectoid invasion, they voluntarily withdrew from the cities. In just a few hours, apart from the 11 mother nests that invaded the 5 major countries, the only gains were pigs and beef. The other 25 mother nests yielded over 20 million. The global population began to panic. Everyone has relatives. Who isn't afraid? The casualties of 20 million people affected the entire world. Everyone sternly demanded the government thoroughly investigate the monster incidents. They must clear the monsters in a short time. Have you seen the pictures? What the hell is that? Bigger than a tiger, and there are so many. Exactly. Once these monsters rush into the city, we can only die. The country must take action. Looking at the sharp teeth and tail spikes of the black long nails, even the combat nations were no longer calm. Oh my, this is way more powerful than my little bear. No way, we can't fight back. Emperor, send troops to destroy them. Hira, under pressure, all complete nations on Blue Sky Star began to prepare their armies, deploying them to the borders to prevent monster attacks on the civilians. The citizens of several major countries further requested their nations to find the monsters' lairs and eliminate them. Who would dare to refuse? Following Mo Lingfeng's instructions, within a week, 9 mother nests were destroyed, 7 deep inland, and 2 hidden in shallow waters. Through an agreement, Daxiao obtained disposal rights for 2 insectoid mother nests. One mother nest was hidden 200 meters underground at the border between Daxia and the Monkey Kingdom. That was the first mother nest that Blue Sky Star was about to destroy. 300,000 Imperial armor troops were ready, waiting for Mo Lingfeng's orders. Like in the previous life, Daxia would first use cluster bombers to drop a large number of ordinary penetrating missiles. After that, under the cover of helicopters and fighter jets, the army would invade the insectoid mother nest. There was no choice. The entire underground 200 to 300 meters had been breached by the insectoids, and the penetrating missiles could not accurately hit the Mother Queen. But in this life, the casualties of the Daxia troops could still be perfectly controlled. Act according to plan. With Mo Lingfeng's order, the war machine of Daxia was set in motion. Report. The Bomber 20 fleet has arrived in the combat airspace. Waiting for your command. Bomber Group leader Zhao Filuan personally led the team. He was also a top pilot. 3 bomber divisions, a total of 240 Bomber 20s, carried 800 tons of high-powered, guided penetrating bombs. Release missiles. Mo Lingfeng, looking at the reconnaissance aircraft images, issued the command. Hiss, hiss, with Mo Lingfeng's order. Countless 500-2000 kilogram penetrating missiles left the cabin. Whistling, they accelerated towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of 800 tons of penetrating missiles covered the top of the mother nest. The bombing mission was completed, returning to base. 3 minutes later, another batch of bombers dropped high-powered missiles. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 3 waves ensured that the mother nest defense system was paralyzed. The Imperial armor troops entered the insect nest, preserving the complete corpse of the Mother Queen. Mo Lingfeng issued the order. The good show was about to begin. To prevent the insectoids from noticing, 50,000 Imperial armor troops were all airdropped at ultra-low altitude using transport planes. They only used 7 62mm machine guns and 12 7mm heavy machine guns. Of course, each soldier carried a large number of explosives and individual rocket launchers to ensure sufficient firepower. In 3 minutes, the first batch of 3,000 Imperial armor soldiers used explosives to blast a path to the mother nest. Everyone, pay attention to accuracy. Don't just get one-shot kills. Free fire. Frontline Commander Wu Hao ordered with a smile. There was no choice. Even using old-fashioned gunpowder weapons, with the assistance of the helmet's long-range vision system, combined with the current reaction speed of Daxia soldiers, they could hit the weak points of the black long nails with every shot. Received. Ordinary black long nails could only accept commands from the Mother Queen and could not relay specific information to her. Therefore, during the early stages when the insectoid forces were incomplete, the Daxia troops were not afraid of being exposed. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps it was due to a syndrome of insufficient firepower. When using machine guns and concentrated fire, many soldiers habitually fired a few rockets. As time passed, batch after batch of Imperial armor troops descended into the underground insect nest from various locations. Be careful. There are a small number of stronger insects in the nest. Wu Hao had just finished speaking when an accident occurred. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen second-tier black long nails quickly fired dozens of tail spikes. In an instant, several Imperial armor soldiers lost their instinct to dodge. How could they evade? For the insectoids, that was not biological. According to the script, they were supposed to be done for. A dozen soldiers hit crumpled in front of them, then were heavily injured, even dying. Someone has fallen. Send them away." Accompanied by the commander's continuous pained shouts, the Imperial armor troops gradually closed in on the Mother Queen. Chapter 61 Gene Warrior Route. As the Imperial Armored Corps advanced, high-tier Zerg began to appear in the nest, attempting to stop the offensive of the great Xia soldiers. Be careful, there are bombardier beetles nearby. Watch out for their thermal projectiles. On Zheng Guofeng's infrared detector, the thermal images of the bombardier beetles were clearly displayed. Received. After receiving the order, following the script from his past life, a large number of the Imperial Armored Corps were hit by thermal projectiles and sacrificed as they retreated from battle. Continuous sacrifices were made by soldiers, while comrades behind them filled the combat positions, inching closer to the Queen Mother. Bombardier beetles, an initial tier Zerg unit, can launch thermal projectiles with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. The burning attachment point has a diameter of 3 meters. As long as they have sufficient energy, they can continuously fire one shot every 10 seconds. The thermal projectiles travel at 200 meters per second. The second-tier bombardier beetles have thermal projectiles with temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees and an even larger range. The temperature is indeed terrifying, but for the Thor II battle armor, protecting the soldiers for a period of time is not a problem at all. As for the third-tier bombardier beetles, the current Queen Mother is urgently catalyzing them, and their thermal projectile temperature is breaking through 7,000 degrees, exceeding the tolerance limit of the Thor II battle armor. In the past life, the third-tier Zerg catalyzed by the Queen Mother caused massive losses to the Xia Country's forces. In this life, there will be ace troops to deal with them. Under the premise of ensuring the script, efforts will be made to keep the casualties of the great Xia forces to zero. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, Mo Lingfeng selected 10,000 elite troops from the entire army to form the Heavenly Dragon Army. Now, each of them possesses a strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Their overall quality is terrifying. During major battles, they will focus on cultivating in the camp. Now, for the safety of their comrades, it is time for them to take action. All 10,000 Heavenly Dragon elites don the Thor III special battle armor, with only a 20mm composite armor layer. Their defense is equivalent to 1,200mm of homogeneous steel plate. The Thor III Universal Battle Armor incorporates a large amount of shell powder from mid-tier cave monsters into its 20mm outer armor, combined with elemental activation. The defense exceeds 4 times that of the Thor II type, 28 times that of the Thor I type, equivalent to 560mm of homogeneous steel plate. The special battle armor of the Heavenly Dragon Army uses a titanium alloy for the armor layer, providing more than double the defense of the universal battle armor. The protective capability of the great Xia soldiers is continuously increasing, which is a good thing. However, Mo Lingfeng has not yet ordered the widespread adoption of the Thor III battle armor. He is conflicted because future combat will definitely enter an unmanned mode. Using the alloy on unmanned equipment, allowing great Xia soldiers to control from the rear, will undoubtedly further reduce the casualty rate of the soldiers. Thousands or tens of thousands of third-tier Zerg are indeed terrifying, but it depends on who is facing them. A Heavenly Dragon soldier can effortlessly kill a third-tier Zerg. With the assistance of comrades behind them, they can minimize losses. There are still 2 small bosses, 4th-tier guard blade bugs, before they reach the Queen Mother. Unfortunately, these 2 guard blade bugs, which can easily massacre the Imperial armored soldiers, were surrounded by the Heavenly Dragon elites and couldn't reach the ordinary Imperial Armored Corps in the rear. Hiss! Hiss! Under the desperate cries, the guard blade bugs fell helplessly. A Heavenly Dragon Guard pushed deep into the nest. Finally, in this life, Great Xia once again encountered the initial Queen Mother of the Zerg. The Zerg Queen Mother is an enormous, fat worm, over 100 meters in length, moving slowly, possessing a secret weapon and powerful psychic abilities. It can indiscriminately impact the human brain and, in the later stages, even control humans. Kill it. I only need its body. Looking at the familiar bug on the screen, Mo Lingfeng ordered without hesitation. Yes, Commander Mo. Immediately, the Heavenly Dragon Guard deployed powerful explosives, crazily destroying the Queen Mother's head. Meanwhile, Other troops blocked the steps of the guard Zerg, and Heavenly Dragon guards continually fell, pretending to be killed by the Queen Mother's psychic shockwave. Since he was living his second life, how could Mo Lingfeng not be prepared for the old opponent's tricks? The head armor of this Heavenly Dragon Guard was equipped with a large amount of materials that isolate psychic shocks. Amidst the Queen Mother's continuous screams, the Great Xia forces paid a significant price in sacrifices to make it completely perish. Why do the Great Xia forces still act in the depths of hundreds of meters underground? Because in the past life, after the countries of the Blue Star cleaned out the shallower nests, other nests located in the ocean all sank to the depths of the ocean, 8,000 to 10,000 meters deep. It is clear that the alien exploration ships have the vision of biological weapons Zerg. Seeing the old opponent peacefully perish, Mo Lingfeng was very satisfied. Bring it back to the 007 military base. This operation ended perfectly. Understood. In the past life, to inspire the people, the Xia Country chose to launch a strong attack on the first nest after saturation bombing, paying the price of 800 men underground. And now, Great Xia has only lost 7. It was still a cluster of third-tier black long spikes that, through suicide attacks, allowed 3 black long spikes to break through the defenses of the Heavenly Dragon Guard. In just 2 seconds, they were killed by the Heavenly Dragon Guard, but unfortunately, they also took away 7 Imperial armored soldiers. But they were all heroes. When the higher-ups ordered them to evade, they used their bodies to block the 3 black long spikes. Next, the question is whether to develop the Gene Warrior route. Mo Lingfeng's attention is no longer on the nest. The remaining Zerg will have no way out in the subsequent cleanup. Regarding the Gene Warrior, he is very hesitant. The current Great Xia no longer needs the Gene route with only a 95 success rate. In the past life, the Blue Star was unprepared, allowing the Zerg to reproduce in large numbers, capturing 50, 80, and 97 of the land, as well as all the oceans. Human resources were already insufficient, and the logistics of technological weapons were extremely severe, forcing soldiers to inject Zerg genes, rapidly developing the Gene route. It is known that the mid-stage Gene route has a success rate of only 80. This means that among every 5 voluntarily participating soldiers, 1 would be severely injured, or even die. At that time, the Xia Country had a force of 25 million, with 24 million voluntarily injecting. In other countries, it was mandatory enlistment and mandatory injections. Why is the success rate not high? Because the human physique in the past life was inadequate. The lowest level Zerg injection liquid, using the spinal fluid of 10 black long spikes, would temporarily enhance human strength by 300 kilograms. It can be said that every soldier who receives the injection is a giant in willpower. How terrifying that pain must be. The will of the Xia soldiers can overcome the heavens, but their bodies do not allow it, so the death rate cannot be reduced. And now, with ancient martial arts capable of cultivation, even if the time is slightly longer, Great Xia's technological strength can completely annihilate the Zerg. First, let some biological experts study it. And once a 100 success rate is achieved, it can be used as a supplement to the military strength. Mo Lingfeng made a decisive decision, abandoning the highly flawed Gene Warrior route and fully pursuing cultivation. Chapter 62. A border incident. Just as Mo Lingfeng was pondering, an unexpected event occurred. The aircraft was locked onto by an unidentified missile. Repeat. The aircraft is locked onto by an unidentified missile. One of the 12 helicopters responsible for low-altitude transport of the Empress's body, a Hercules transport helicopter, issued a warning. Boom! 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 3 attacking missiles were intercepted at ultra-long range by the Daxia Air Force, resulting in detonation. Warning. Immediately drop our nation's items. Repeat. A distorted foreign language came through the public radio channel. In the communication room, Mo Lingfeng came back to his senses. Good grief. That was a squadron of F-16s from the Monkey 3 kingdoms responsible for the alert. They suddenly targeted the Daxia forces. The nest was located at the border of the 2 countries. It was normal for the Monkey 3 kingdoms to send military aircraft for surveillance when Daxia took action. But how dare they launch missiles at Daxia forces? What audacity! This didn't happen in my previous life, did it? Could it be that the monkey three kingdoms have gone mad again? Mo Lingfeng was a bit annoyed. They had clearly communicated before, and there were no issues in the past, so why were the monkey three kingdoms acting now? Report. In addition to the 6 nearby military aircraft, we have detected 28 monkey three kingdoms fighter jets approaching from 300 kilometers away. It wasn't over yet. Mo Lingfeng received another report from the Foreign Affairs Office, stating that the monkey three kingdoms firmly refused to allow Daxia to take their items. If Daxia did not drop the Empress, they would launch a large-scale missile attack against Daxia forces. The 3 missiles just now were merely a warning. MD, do they really think I have no temper? Mo Lingfeng was disgusted by the monkey three kingdoms and immediately issued orders. Order. The Northwest Defense Base is to lock onto the incoming monkey three kingdoms fighter jets. Once they open fire, launch missiles immediately to destroy them. Order. The 3 Air Force bases in the Northwest are to urgently scramble J-20 and J-30 fighter jets to encircle them. Order. The Northwest Defense Line is to intercept with anti-aircraft missile vehicles, turning on radar at full power to prevent the monkey three kingdoms from launching missiles. In addition to using conventional military equipment, Mo Lingfeng deployed 24 J-30s. This was Daxia's latest 7th-generation aerospace fighter, equipped with a small Thor reactor engine, capable of exceeding a speed of 7 times the speed of sound. It could operate in the atmosphere, with the assistance of new-style Air Force combat suits. Elite pilots with greatly enhanced physical qualities could withstand that terrifying overload. All were equipped with Chi elements, increasing the overall missile power by more than 10 times. To deal with high-defense monsters, the J-30 enhanced its armor-piercing capabilities, equipping an 88mm electromagnetic cannon in the lower cabin. The recoil of electromagnetic weapons was less than 1/10 that of gunpowder weapons. Leader Li Ping received operational notifications from several military bases. He did not object and connected a video call with Mo Lingfeng. Lingfeng, you decide for yourself. We trust you. Li Ping only had one sentence because he knew that Mo Lingfeng carried the interests of Daxia, the Daxia military, and the Daxia people in his heart. Yes, leader. Mo Lingfeng stood firm and saluted. Give me the phone of the leader of the monkey three kingdoms. After calming down, Mo Lingfeng instructed Lu Maching. Hello. Mo Lingfeng did not mince words. Commander Majili, I am the military commander of the Xia Kingdom. Let me make it clear. Once any of your aircraft opens fire, we will destroy all military aircraft. Majili was instantly furious. Mo Lingfeng's words completely disregarded the monkey three kingdoms. He suppressed his anger and replied calmly. It was the Xia Kingdom that took our items. We simply do not allow thieves to leave with our possessions. We have the capability to destroy that nest. The more he spoke, the angrier Majili became. Hearing the last sentence, Mo Lingfeng laughed. You're joking, right? That nest attacked your Zalahii 3 days ago, causing 1.2 million casualties. And the monkey three kingdoms did not provide timely aid to the city, but only sent the Air Force to bomb the dead Zalahii. Their high-ranking officials do not regard ordinary citizens as human at all. Having said this, do you dare? Mo Lingfeng was too lazy to argue with him. Majili was about to say something harsh when he received an urgent notification from the Ministry of Defense. All bases of the monkey three kingdoms near the Xia Kingdom border had their fighter jets locked onto by the Xia Kingdom. Of course, they did not discover this themselves. It was a gift image sent by Mo Lingfeng. Every secret base of the monkey three kingdoms was completely locked onto by Daxia. Not talking? Here, as a little gift for you, Mo Lingfeng said with a smile. He then issued orders to notify the Air Force surrounding the monkey three kingdoms fighter jets to take action. Yes, Commander Mo. Immediately, 6 J-20s engaged afterburners and charged towards the monkey three kingdoms fighter jets that had launched missiles. Soon, it was 6 against 6 with the aircraft flying side by side. Even if the F-16s were at full throttle, the J-20s could easily keep up, and no high-difficulty maneuvers could shake off the Daxia fighter jets. Suddenly, the Daxia pilot issued a warning over the public radio warning. My aircraft is encountering severe turbulence and cannot maintain body stability. Repeat, F. Are you kidding me? The pursuing monkey three kingdoms pilot wanted to curse. Their fighter jets didn't even shudder. Then, 6J-20s almost simultaneously collided with the Monkey Three Kingdoms fighter jets. Father, did you see? Now Daxia can also collide with foreign fighter jets for our rights. The only female pilot, Wang Wei, had tears in her eyes. She felt proud for her father. Of course, this wasn't a suicide. It was an extremely classic aerial scalpel. The Daxia fighter jets used reinforced wings to easily slice through the wings of the Monkey Three Kingdoms military aircraft, forcing them to make an emergency landing. Do you want to go to war? Mujili received news of the aircraft losses and was furious. Yes, do you want to go to war? Aren't you worried about the insect race? Mo Lingfeng was also angry, certain that the Monkey Three Kingdoms wouldn't dare. Mujili was so furious he couldn't speak. You. He certainly did not dare to go to war with Daxia. Currently, there were still 2 nests at the Monkey Three Kingdoms border. If they went to war with Daxia, with insufficient manpower, the swarm of insect race would devour the Monkey Three Kingdoms, still not withdrawing the aircraft. There will be a wave every 3 minutes, huh? Mo Lingfeng smiled, his voice sending chills down Mujili's spine. He couldn't figure out Daxia's tactics. The current Daxia was completely different from before, unafraid of any threats. I will take a step back. The body of the mother bug. The Monkey Three Kingdoms wants half. After calming his breath for a long time, Mujili gritted his teeth and replied, "Looks like you still want to go to war? There are 30 seconds left. The next wave will be 12 aircraft." Listening to Mo Lingfeng's slow words, Mujili felt his teeth itch with anger. Withdraw. In the last 10 seconds, the leader of the Monkey Three Kingdoms spat out a single word. Mo Lingfeng only felt he had wasted everyone's time. Wise choice, Commander Mujili. Please remember, those who offend Daxia will be punished, no matter how far away or how close. Goodbye. With a population of 1.2 billion, the 2 countries previously had similar international standings, and the Monkey Three Kingdoms could even suppress Daxia. Why, in just a few months, did Daxia dare to act like this? Mujili slammed the documents on the marble table, filled with rage. No, he had to find someone to complain. It turned out that in his previous life, the beautiful country had instructed him to make things difficult for Daxia. Mujili didn't want to be a pawn and didn't take action. In this life, Meipu did not notify him, but instead stirred up his greed. His complaints were destined to bear no fruit. The 5 major countries were now in cahoots. Chapter 63. The Red Sun Kingdom is about to surrender to the Monkey Kingdom. Is the Monkey Kingdom very strong? If it weren't for the threat of the alien exploration ships, and Mo Lingfeng's reluctance to see the soldiers of the Great Xia sacrifice, he would have ordered to open fire long ago. The entire army is on high alert to prevent the Monkey Kingdom from launching missiles. After finishing the call, Mo Lingfeng issued a directive, considering the Monkey Kingdom as unpredictable. He couldn't guarantee they wouldn't go crazy again. However, until the Great Xia forces reached the northwest base, the Monkey Kingdom didn't create any more disturbances. The Great Xia Air Force ended its escort, looking forward to the next encounter. Wang Wei notified the completion of the mission through the military command communication. As an elite pilot of Great Xia, Wang Wei's motivation came not only from love for the country, but also from fulfilling her father's dream of a strong nation. Received. Montauk Lingfeng replied slowly, knowing that Wang Wei was the daughter of a hero. He then contacted the Biological Research Institute at Base 007. This is Mo Lingfeng, Old Chun. Have you seen the Queen Mother? Commander Montauk. She is simply a miracle of biology. Almost a perfect organism. Old Chun, rejuvenated, was unable to contain his excitement after a simple scan of the Queen Mother's corpse. A 100-meter-long Queen Mother can produce over 30,000 basic eggs in a day. As long as there are enough resources, an egg can hatch in 5 minutes and mature into a black long spike in an hour. Currently, there are still thousands of live eggs inside her body. It's quite perfect, but she is destined to be our enemy. Pay attention and see if there are any blood-red large eggs, and remember to supply energy to her reproductive organs. Mo Lingfeng replied with a smile. As a civilian weapon of a level 2 biological civilization, the Zur Queen is of course a top biological entity, but most of her abilities are focused on production and command. The blood-red eggs are treasures that every queen must shed at the right moment. These eggs can become new queens. That perfect reproductive organ, over 70 meters long, is key to the genetic warrior's power. The special biological energy produced by the organ, combined with the spinal fluid of multiple zergs, can quickly prepare a basic genetic potion. Esta suet comanda montak. We will fully research the genetic potion formula you provided. We will expedite the creation of a perfect potion. Lingfeng had previously instructed Chun Yi as a powerful figure who invented genetic potions in his past life. Chun Yi now has the capability to perfect the genetic warrior route with the support of Great Xia. Lingfeng left one last sentence. I believe in you. First, isolate those blood-red eggs with magnetic materials. They cannot hatch now. Yes, Commander Mo. As a reserve for the Queen, once these little guys are born, they will self-destruct upon realizing the situation is not right. After fulfilling the 3 objectives of Great Xia, the Great Xia forces, according to Mo Lingfeng's orders, perfectly replicated the battle zone from the previous life, gradually shrinking the defensive line to carry out the Nirvana plan to the end. It is worth mentioning that the Zerg's efficiency in recovering the bodies of black long spikes is as high as 90. This means that if the Zerg are merely exterminated without thoroughly incinerating the bodies of the black long spikes, once the Zerg successfully recover after the battle, it represents a strategic failure of the campaign. Many times when watching the Zerg being pushed back, in reality, they were just well-fed, and after the battle, they would recover another wave of bodies, making a huge profit. Apart from the 5 major countries in Tianlan Star, other countries can only rely on strategic military reserve for large-scale bombings of the black long spikes and urgently set up isolation zones, build modern city walls, and deploy heavy troops to guard against the Zerg, especially in the Red Sun Kingdom. After the first wave of Zerg invasion, several queens exchanged information and discovered that the coastal areas of the island nation were soft targets. 3 nests crazily attacked the Red Sun Kingdom. Each wave had over 3 million black long spikes attacking the towns of the Red Sun Kingdom from all directions, leaving no grass to grow where they passed. Due to the abundance of marine life, after several victories over the Red Sun Kingdom, the aliens released some of the shackles of these queens, and the nest began mass-producing 1st and 2nd-tier soldiers, with a small amount of 3rd-tier eggs, preparing to completely devour the Red Sun Kingdom. The temporary command office of the Red Sun Kingdom, looking at the densely packed, angry crowd outside the walls, was filled with rage. The military base of the beautiful nation had already been abandoned. They left without taking their equipment, escaping back to their country on transport planes. Rest assured, everyone, we are now urgently producing military equipment and accelerating the demobilization of reserves. We have the capability to protect. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the terrified crowd. Damn it! Why not seek help from the Xia Kingdom? They have already stated they can open a refuge passage. You arrogant fool. Because of your pride? Now the Red Sun Kingdom has lost 40 million people. Even your command office has become temporary. Ha! You must be the last one to kick the bucket in the Red Sun Kingdom. Of course, there's no rush. But my parents are gone. 2 weeks after the Zerg invasion, the coastal Red Sun Kingdom was already leaking everywhere, unable to stop the Zerg attacking from all sides. Every day, over 1 million citizens were lost, and the casualty numbers were rapidly increasing. Out of 200 million people, 1/5 was gone in less than a month. The people were already in despair. If it weren't for the strong suppression by law enforcement, the Red Sun Kingdom would have erupted into chaos. Cough, cough, actually, it's not that simple. The key is that the cities invaded by the Zerg could only see a few exceptionally fit individuals escape. Just those few who practiced ancient martial arts from Great Xia, and their numbers are extremely small. More often, entire families would perish, which left most of the riders gone. Forget it, he still won't make a statement. For our lives, the Red Sun Kingdom must officially seek help from Great Xia. Charge in and replace the commander. A secret rhythm master from the Battle Ignorance Bureau took the lead. Hearing this, the angry crowd instantly broke through the loose security line, throwing the commander and other high-ranking officials off the stage. Who isn't afraid of death? The guards of the Red Sun Kingdom are also afraid. The fact is, The current high-ranking officials of the Red Sun Kingdom unanimously decided to trade the lives of ordinary citizens for time to prepare the military. The guarding soldiers also have families. Of course, they are unwilling to let the high-ranking officials continue to hold on. On May 12, 1040, the command office of the Red Sun Kingdom collapsed, with the pro-great Xia taking over as the temporary leader, requesting full assistance from Great Xia. Oh dear, how can we not hold on anymore? There are still 80% of the population left. Lingfeng had no direct hatred towards the Red Sun Kingdom, but there was history with the Xia Kingdom. He notified them to build large city walls in the inland cities to protect the citizens, and Great Xia would assist with some food. Additionally, Great Xia would regard the Red Sun Kingdom as territory and send bombers to bombard the surface Zerg. Aid to the Red Sun Kingdom? Of course, no problem. Great Xia is so kind, but there is a small request. That is, the island nation handed over. Upon receiving Lingfeng's directive, the director of the Foreign Affairs Office, Li Qing, was taken aback, feeling it was a bit arrogant, but he liked it. Yes, Commander Mo, I will relay your instructions verbatim. After saying that, he smiled, a smile of relief. The temporary leader of the Red Sun Kingdom, felt a bit conflicted. Was Great Xia being too arrogant this time? His position as an insider was even a bit excited. After thinking, he changed his wording. Great Xia has already agreed to assist. To reassure us, they will treat the island nation as their own and treat the citizens of the Red Sun Kingdom equally. After receiving the news, the citizens of the Red Sun Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. Although the wording was a bit off, it was good enough to save their lives. However, some radicals discovered the trap within and instantly flew into a rage. What do you mean treated as their own? Bien. Have you sold out the Red Sun Kingdom? Cough, cough. Everyone knows that the current defense pressure on Great Xia is also great. If we do not compromise, they will not agree to assist. Righteous indignantly said, I am doing this for the citizens of the Red Sun Kingdom. After a pause, he continued to persuade. Think about it. Is life more important or land more important? Most importantly, if the situation continues to deteriorate like this, we won't even have a chance to escape to the beautiful nation. The people under us won't let us escape. Fukuda understands their thoughts. They can't fly to the beautiful country and seek protection from their father. But can a level A infiltrator, Zhang Fukuda, agree? I love this land deeply, but the people are more important. Without their labor force, even if we go to the beautiful country, we would just be like stray dogs. The power in our hands would be greatly reduced. Zhang Fukuda added fuel to the fire. He gave them a minute to think. Now, let's vote by raising hands. Those in favor, please raise your right hand. He was the first to raise his hand. After a while, the second, the third. In the end, the entire temporary leadership group agreed to the internal annexation of Daxia. It seems that power and survival are indeed more important. Chapter 64. The submission of the caveman race Kyoto National Assembly Hall Leader's Office. After receiving the notification from the temporary leader's office of the Red Sun Nation, Lingfeng and Li Ping both laughed. The infiltrators have done really well. I didn't expect that during my term, there would be such a colorful array of events. The old leader was in high spirits. Once the Red Sun Nation submitted, his achievements would surpass most previous leaders. Lingfeng took over the conversation. They had no choice. Survival or death. For them, it's a simple choice. They didn't discuss much about Zhang Futian's information. Previously, only 2 people in Xia Country knew the intelligence about Class A infiltrators. One was the leader, and the other was the Director General of Xia Country's secret intelligence. Now, there's one more, the commander of Daxia, Lingfeng. The madness over land must also yield to the fear of death. Lingfeng continued, yes, they're indeed afraid. After 1,000 years, the Red Sun Nation is once again submitting to our Daxia. The old leader concluded. Then, the Heavenly Organization announced the news of the Red Sun submission. Instantly, Daxia was in an uproar, despite the immense pressure on national defense. The news of the Red Sun Nation's impending submission was enough to invigorate all the people of Daxia. Wow, I can't believe that in my lifetime, I might witness the submission of the Red Sun Nation. What Red Sun Nation? That's our Red Sun province. No more visas needed for travel in the future. Cough, cough. Should we change the name? How about calling it East Sea Province? No way. I have to study the island nation as information. I'll go there to work as an official. Brothers, this is an opportunity. This is the logic genius. Good. I watch the country grow from weak to strong every day. The dream scenario can actually be realized. Once we were showing off, now we treat everyone equally. Will they really treat us as their own? Of course, but only for comrades proficient in Daxia's ancient martial arts. The news gradually spread to other medium and large countries. How should I put it? In less than a month, except for a few countries sheltered by major powers, all the small countries with weak military strength are finished. Daxia, according to the treaty, protected 3 brother ally nations, totaling 16 million people. If it weren't for the precedent, the Red Sun Nation wouldn't dare to believe that Daxia had the capability to rescue them. Among the dozens of small countries bordering Daxia, only 3 remain. One is the sheltered Minshin country. Another is the sheltered Laoba country. The last one we must mention is Nambang country, truly lucky. A shallow sea mother nest responsible for the main attack on Nambang was destroyed by Daxia. Now, only a small number of wild insect tribes are invading the borders of Nambang, causing daily losses of thousands. This led to Nanbang's netizens boasting online daily, claiming Nambang is the chosen one with the least losses. Nambang is now quickly preparing its military, mobilizing the populace for military service, ramping up military production, and evacuating coastal citizens. Initially, the government encouraged the public to join the military, but as more trainees joined, they were afraid to face the insect tribes. Who isn't afraid of death? There was no choice. The Nambang government enforced conscription based on household registration, ensuring a main force of 1 million and training troops of 4 million. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that 10 days later, hell would reappear. After ensuring that no accidents would occur on the surface in the short term, Lingfeng once again descended into the cave to handle several important matters. In the forward base of the cave, 23 tribal leaders gathered. They directly lead 2 million cavemen. Today is the day Lingfeng officially grants them their identity. He shouldn't have come personally, as unlike the foolish Lingfeng, he couldn't be sure if there were any hidden agendas among them. But now it was different. He didn't have invincible strength at the moment, but he had an invincible divine pet, with a 9th-tier powerful Yinglong protecting him, who could break through her defenses. Among the 28 leaders, 19 were 6th-tier provincial destroyers, and 9 were 7th-tier national destroyers. Without Lin Qing's close protection, Lingfeng really wouldn't dare to come. Hello, I am Lingfeng, the commander of the Daxia army. Today, I will issue identification certificates for your tribes. In the small auditorium, Lingfeng spoke slowly. Faced with a weakling, all the high-ranking leaders below did not dare to underestimate him. On one hand, there were 10,000 dragon war mechs lined up outside. The entire cave had over 1.5 million dragon war and Yinglong troops. On the other hand, Lingfeng was backed by an 8th-tier ancestor, and one warning after another had been given. There were tens of millions of Daxia troops on the surface. Most importantly, to prevent anyone from being foolish enough to confront Lingfeng, a slight aura was deliberately emitted from the mini Lin Qing on his right wrist. With a 9th-tier mythical powerhouse present, who dared to offend? Commander Montauk, we are honored to embrace Daxia. It is a happy thing. Amidst a chorus of compliments, the 2 million cavemen joined Daxia. Afterwards, Lingfeng chatted with them in detail, discovering that most leaders were concerned about education and housing issues. Currently, the cave's monsters had already been transformed into biological production under Daxia's planning. With no survival crisis, the cavemen wished to return to the surface, where the spiritual energy concentration was higher, and wanted to promote basic education. Lingfeng replied one by one, stating that education was not a problem. However, housing would require some time to wait. As compensation, Daxia would regularly provide them with spiritual liquid. This received unanimous praise from all the leaders. Whether the leaders present were sincere or insincere, the subsequent ancient martial arts of Daxia would reveal it. Before confirming their loyalty, Lingfeng would not let them pilot the Titan war machines. That's right. The humanoid large mechs over 100 meters tall have already produced experimental models. As the strongest individual weapon in the future, the Titan war machine is somewhat awkward. Using it to fight the current insect tribes? Too large to be useful. Using it against future alien warships? The technology is too outdated. Therefore, until powerful weapons are successfully developed, the Titan war machine can only remain in the experimental phase, serving as technological reserve. Chapter 65 Comprehensive Warfare Platform. The most important thing for Mo Lingfeng to do upon descending into the underground cavern was to inspect the massive floating behemoth before him. The domestically produced 004 large space carrier. It could fully enter the atmosphere and even engage in combat in near-Earth orbit. Report, Commander Mo. The new 004 space carrier is complete. It has all-weather combat capabilities. The chief designer of the carrier, Shang Jian, excitedly reported. Laser weapon expert Fong Tianyi followed up. Report. Commander Montak. The high-power laser weapon has overcome the challenges and has been installed on the space carrier. Of course, there was also a super expert, the chief control engineer for unmanned equipment, Xia Country. Commander Mo, we have not let down the country's expectations. With the assistance of large integrated early warning aircraft, the unmanned control distance has exceeded 500 kilometers, and the delay is within 0.01 milliseconds. Mr. Xia, though somewhat fatigued, was overshadowed by the joy in his words. After a pause, he continued, if it's a space battle, we only need to develop a protective electronic transmission ship to ensure the unmanned control distance exceeds 10,000 kilometers. If quantum communication technology makes breakthroughs, the control distance could exceed 300,000 kilometers. There is nothing Xiao Weigua could do but focus on developing unmanned control software. He could only hope that Mo Lingfeng would urge other scientists to speed up their progress. Mo Lingfeng patiently comforted each scientist, who, for the sake of the great Xia, relied on their enhanced intellect and physique, were practically perpetual motion machines. They spent more than 18 hours a day on research. They did not know what crises the current great Xia, with its national strength, would face, but they could sense urgency from the high-level discussions. Regardless, it was certain that great Xia would soon face a significant crisis. Every technology that Mo Lingfeng advised was met with all-out efforts from related experts and researchers. Fellow patriots, I, Mo Lingfeng, would like to thank countless researchers for their contributions. I now invite you all to board the carrier for a practical drill with the space carrier. Mo Lingfeng slightly bowed to show respect, then stood firm and saluted. Commander Mo, please. They accepted the military honor from the Supreme Commander of Great Xia. As the group boarded the carrier by helicopter, Shang Jian handed Mo Lingfeng the data panel of the space carrier. 004 space carrier. Length 542 meters, width 175 meters. Height 132 meters. Full load displacement 475,000 tons. Equipped with a large Thor reactor unit, providing abundant energy with a maximum speed of 8 times the speed of sound. It is equipped with a set of large laser weapons capable of completely obliterating a large aircraft carrier at long range. 6 sets of medium laser weapons and 24 sets of small laser weapons for medium and close-range attacks and defense. Note, laser weapons experience significant attenuation within the atmosphere, but their power remains terrifying. Equipped with a set of parallel 360mm electromagnetic main guns, used as kinetic weapon supplements. A large number of various electromagnetic weapons suitable for various environments. It can carry 240 aircraft of various types, and in 1 minute, 3 electromagnetic tracks can rapidly launch 6 aircraft. In emergencies, aircraft can directly use afterburners from the deck, and in 1 minute, 24 aircraft can take off. It can carry. Undoubtedly, with this information, the 004 space carrier possessed the capability to dominate the Azure planet. But there was still some distance to go before achieving mature space warfare. At the same time, Mo Lingfeng received some not-so-good news. The expert responsible for the space carrier's anti-gravity system, Mr. He Dongfang, had collapsed in the underground laboratory after completing the test machine due to overwork and was now undergoing emergency treatment in the underground military hospital. Organ failure. Even after taking the immortality potion and significantly enhancing his physique, still resulted in such symptoms. One could imagine how hard these great scientists worked. Mo Lingfeng was not too anxious. The medical level on the surface made it somewhat difficult to save the old gentleman. But wasn't there the underground? Montauk King. Inquire with the tribal leaders and shamans to see if there are any life-saving elixirs. They don't need to be too precious, just suitable for first-level humans. He turned and instructed Lu Maching. Yes, leader. Please wait a moment. Lu Maching, feeling down these days, spoke a bit low. After a few minutes, all 28 tribes reported that there was no problem. At the same time, to ensure the patient's safety, they could send top physicians to treat him. It was unclear how they negotiated, but soon, the shaman of the Bear tribe, Xiong Ling, arrived at the military hospital. No problem. The tribe's top physician was indeed the shaman. After a brief examination, Xiong Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He initially thought it was a severe illness. It was just that the internal organs were a bit weak, and treatment would be easy. He took out a porcelain bottle from his ring, poured out a blue pill, and shot it into Mr. He's mouth. This medicine, give him 1 pill a day, and in 3 days, he will be healthier than a young person. Xiong Ling instructed the military doctor beside him. Seeing him so casual, military doctor Li Bai felt his common sense was challenged. Just as he was about to ask when the old gentleman would wake up, he heard Mr. He Dongfang cough. Cough, what is this? Mr. He sounded strong, with no sign of the weakness that comes with recovering from a serious illness. The rewards hinted at earlier for the great scientists were now being fulfilled by Mo Lingfeng. At this moment, Mo Lingfeng was already seated in the command room of the 004 space carrier. General Dong, target the 3rd-level poison bee nest. Leave none alive. Let's see its charm. Yes, Commander Mo. Dong Xiangjuan was somewhat excited. As the commander of the 002 carrier, he was now the captain of the world's first practical space carrier. He then issued a series of orders. Order: launch 60 unmanned combat drones and surround them with fighter jets to form a protective formation. Order: launch 120 unmanned bombers carrying incendiary bombs to form a bombing group. Order: charge the laser main guns and electromagnetic main guns, waiting for orders. All types of defensive weapons are on standby. Order: lock onto the target with 3 penetrating armor-piercing missiles as the first wave of strikes. Mo Lingfeng was not blindly giving orders. He quietly watched the performance while chatting with several experts. As the chief designers of the weapons, how do you feel about the power of several weapons? The power is definitely strong, but the key lies in the unmanned control that Commander Mo emphasized. Fang Tianyi was the first to respond. The laser weapon I designed. But I never thought that Great Xia would choose unmanned combat. How should I put it? As long as the weapon can breach defenses. With the huge advantage of unmanned equipment, even if it's a god, the players of Great Xia, the troops of Great Xia could take you down. Not needing the soldiers of Great Xia to face enemies directly means that our losses will only be some military equipment. And these equipments, after Great Xia enters military control, who knows how many can be produced in a day? Rounding it off, in the future, as long as Great Xia engages in combat, it will be a blood profit. Shang Jian smiled and spoke. Commander Mo, don't think that I was responsible for designing the space carrier. The biggest contributor is still Old Xia. Shang Jian understood the significance of unmanned control very well. As a mothership, the space carrier carries a large number of unmanned equipment for saturation fire coverage. As long as the mothership is not destroyed, Great Xia's actual losses would be 0. I chose this profession to reduce troop losses. I thought I would never break through in my lifetime. But unexpectedly, the chi element provided by Commander Mo has directly allowed Great Xia's strength to defy the heavens. Xia Weiguo was also not calm. A problem that had troubled him for decades was easily solved due to a new element, as if it were a delicate young woman. Chapter 66, The Power of the Aerospace Carrier. Commander Mo, as per your instructions, we did not deploy the Dragon War unit and aim for further experiments with unmanned combat. Dong Xiangjuan spoke up, indicating that they were ready for action. Looking at the 3 hornet nests displayed on the screen, Mo Lingfeng became interested. General Dong, give the order. General Dong, Xiangjuan saluted, indicating his understanding, and received Commander Mo's command. Use underground missiles in conjunction with the bomber group to attack Nest 1. The laser main gun and secondary guns will attack Nest 2. The electromagnetic main gun and secondary guns will attack Nest 3. Received. At this moment, the 004 aerospace carrier was located 150 kilometers away from the Hornet nests, an altitude of 500 meters. With the assistance of computers, the trajectory was calculated, and the first wave of electromagnetic weapons fired. The guided shells fired from the electromagnetic main gun surpassed 5 times the speed of sound, which means it advanced at 590 meters per second. Considering minimal kinetic energy loss, it would hit the Hornet nest in just 34 seconds. As for the power, a single 360 millimeters electromagnetic shell could completely destroy a large apartment complex. Compared to the God's one deployed by the United States in space, it was somewhat weaker. But with a firing rate of 1 round per minute, coupled with its armor-piercing capability, it was enough to instantly kill 6-tier insectoids. In a short time, it would destroy the attacking desire of the insectoid army. After 25 seconds, the missiles cruising above the insect nest could accelerate towards the target. Subsequently, 120 unmanned bombers dropped 600 tons of high-power incendiary bombs. After witnessing the attacks on Nest 1 and Nest 3, the laser main gun operator finally clicked the launch button on the screen. There's no other reason. The laser weapon travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. With temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees, a laser beam lasting 0.01 seconds could instantly melt and vaporize a large aircraft carrier. Thus, the last launched laser ended the battle first. In just 0.01 seconds, a large hornet nest with a diameter of over 300 meters was instantly obliterated, leaving only the base. Tens of thousands of 3-tier hornets, each about 5 to 6 meters long, were instantly wiped out and turned to carbon. The efficiency and speed of the laser weapon were exactly what Mo Lingfeng anticipated. Immediately after, the sky-high armor-piercing capability of the electromagnetic weapon made Nest 3 the second innocent victim. Boom! Boom! The first 360 millimeters electromagnetic shell shattered Nest 3, scattering its remains. The 3-tier hornets inside were crushed by the powerful shockwave, their wings and internal organs shattered. Even the hornets within the core damage radius were instantly reduced to mush. The second electromagnetic shell arrived just 0.1 seconds later. The 2 shells successfully killed about 80 of the 3-tier hornets. Then, 24 groups of 120 millimeters electromagnetic secondary guns began firing continuously, inflicting massive damage to ensure Nest 3 was completely destroyed. All of this stemmed from a syndrome of insufficient firepower. As for Nest 1, it was ironically the last to be destroyed. The production steps for the high-power missiles were numerous, resulting in output not keeping up. They should have bombarded it densely with missiles. Amid the spread of thousands of tons of incendiary bombs, the Hornets of Nest 1 were the most desperate. They died tragically in the endless flames. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape. Their wings were also covered with a large amount of flammable material, which they could only endure for a short time. But as time passed, their wings turned to carbon, and they became bees ready for roasting. Roughly 100,000 3-tier flying hornets, each equivalent to a light armed helicopter, were completely destroyed by the 004 in just 10 minutes. Mo Lingfeng increasingly felt that the insectoids were merely cute little things. If only there were no alien exploration ships. The high-tier multiple insectoids were indeed not simple. But the queen also needed to climb the biological tree. Would you let her prepare 8th-tier royal insects now? A 3-tier hornet, 6 meters long, flies at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. With sharp fangs and claws, it can easily tear through a 100 millimeters armor plate. The 70 to 80 centimeter long venomous stinger at the rear could even dissolve the main armor plate of a medium tank. That's 300 millimeters homogeneous steel. Tens of thousands of 3-tier hornets invading a town could easily kill hundreds of thousands of people. Yet the same number of 3-tier flying insectoid dragon ants are much weaker. And such creatures, over 100,000 of them, were resolved by an aerospace carrier in no time at all. In fact, if only laser weapons were used. With a charging time of 50 seconds, an advanced charge would only take 100 seconds. All 3 hornet nests would be finished. The 004 aerospace carrier has 600 operators, with 600 responsible for controlling the mothership, 400 for the laser weapon series, and 600 for the electromagnetic weapon series, requiring 400 for the 196 missile units. Plus, with 240 aircraft in the warehouse, 960 people are needed for unmanned aircraft, 1 for remote control and 1 for remote attack. The others take turns resting. It was initially planned to station some Dragon War units, but clearly, this aerospace carrier is an invincible presence within Tianlan Star. There is no need for a large number of Dragon Mechs to handle the offensive, leaving only a small number of Dragon Mechs for defense. However, it has 2 major issues. One is the speed issue in space warfare. Compared to the civilian exploration ship, the current engine of the Great Xia is vastly inferior. Others can colonize interstellar space, while Great Xia can only roam in the atmosphere. The second issue is that the shield technology is not perfected. After Mr. He Dongfang fell, the electromagnetic reactive shield technology based on the anti-gravity system became paralyzed. To engage in space warfare with alien fleets, basic shield technology is essential. Otherwise, how many space battleships will be lost with a single laser sweep? I understand. Let Mr. He rest first. The shield technology is not urgent. Mo Lingfeng received a report from the military hospital that after treatment by Xiongling, He Dongfang's physical data had greatly improved. The likelihood of becoming ill again was minimal. Mo Lingfeng wanted Mr. He to rest, but he himself did not think so. After confirming his health, He Dongfang immediately went to the Anti-Gravity Research Institute, preparing to lead his disciples to tackle the challenges of reactive shield technology. He knew very well that how could there be a space battleship without a reactive shield? That would be as tragic as a tank on the battlefield without armor. It's fine. This aerospace carrier is still our technological reserve. Only true space battleships are eligible for mass production. Mo Lingfeng also understood that the so-called aerospace carrier could only dominate within the atmosphere. After a pause, he smiled and said, regardless, it is thanks to everyone's efforts that the technology of our Great Xia continues to advance. Therefore, I believe we are not far from true space battleships. After finishing, Mo Lingfeng once again slightly bowed to show respect. Yes, Commander Mo, please rest assured. Our nation will do its utmost. Several experts said in unison, as that was their pursuit. Chapter 67. Rescue of Donghai Province. The entire underground cavern, covering 20 million square kilometers, is a testing ground for the Great Xia. The 5 million war dragons of the Yinglong troops have the most important task of ensuring the safety of various experimental bases and military factories. It can be said that today's Great Xia has achieved over 99% automation in military manufacturing. Only a very small number of precision components need to be handcrafted by the nation's master craftsmen. After the discovery of the Kunlun Passage, the Great Xia engineering troops reopened the tunnels. The Kunlun Passage, with a diameter of over 50 meters, allows all of Great Xia's equipment to directly enter the underground cavern. After more than a month of secret relocation, over 80 of the laboratories and military factories across the country, led by Mo Lingfeng, have already moved to the underground cavern. It can be said that this 20 million square kilometers of land, nourished by spiritual energy, is the new lifeblood of Great Xia. With the assistance of a series of black technologies, Mo Lingfeng's small dreams have evolved. He not only wants to eliminate the insect race and explore alien ships, but also to integrate Tianlan Star, making Great Xia the first and only planetary union in history. At the same time, it cannot be called just a dream, as this small goal is within reach. As long as Great Xia's electromagnetic shield technology breaks through, then the greatest weapon of humanity, nuclear weapons, will be unable to attack the mainland of Great Xia. In fact, with Great Xia's current laser and electromagnetic weapon technology, the missile interception rate is nearly 100. Of course, there's also a terrifying consequence. Once Great Xia takes action, the homeland remains intact while Tianlan Star faces a nuclear apocalypse. Cough. It's not that there isn't a solution. In the past life, several major countries deployed countless nuclear weapons, and logically speaking, Tianlan Star should have long been uninhabitable for humans. But the insect race, as a level 2 biological civilization's weapon, has a unique evolutionary trait that allows the queen to produce second-tier nuclear-powered small beetles that absorb nuclear radiation to purify the environment. Additionally, the later stages of the insect race became basically immune to moderate nuclear radiation, meaning that nuclear weapons could only rely on heat and shock waves to inflict damage on the insect swarm. Faced with the life-saving weapons of several major countries, Lingfeng can only adopt mild measures. On one hand, he uses the effect of Great Xia's ancient martial arts to gain more support from foreign civilians. Otherwise, would he be so benevolent as to freely share cultivation techniques with all foreigners? On the other hand, Lingfeng is relying on the pressure from the insect race. This generation of insects evolves at a rate far surpassing that of the previous life. Perhaps the alien exploration ship on the far side of the moon has already sensed something amiss and has unlocked some of the queen's shackles. The consequence of unlocking these shackles is that the queen and the insect race will absorb part of the spiritual energy, accelerating their evolution. It is important to note that in just 3 weeks, the losses of all non-major allied countries have already exceeded those of the previous 3 months. Except for the 5 major countries, in less than a month, the real global casualty count has reached 220 million. In places like Grey Rock Continent, where military strength is too weak, the death toll has exceeded 15, which is 120 million. It's simple. That country feels it cannot hold on any longer and can seek military assistance from Great Xia. However, Great Xia has a small request. I saved your people, so you must listen to me, right? How to choose is in the hands of the citizens of each country. Unfortunately, aside from the Red Sun Nation, which is in a dire situation and has no choice but to gamble on seeking help from Great Xia, no other countries have chosen to accept military assistance from Great Xia. They are waiting for the real precedent set by the Red Sun Nation. Report. Team Leader. After 6 days of emergency evacuation, the Red Sun Nation has chosen 15 large cities near our country to accommodate 120 million citizens. They have also sent troops to build a military defense line in the suburbs and are requesting our fire support. Lu Maching's expression was hard to read. After a pause, she continued, but now the surviving population of the Red Sun Nation is 150 million. It is obvious that some citizens will not be able to enter the refuge cities. Lingfeng does not care how the Red Sun Nation selected its quota. He only cares about when they will submit. Since that is the case, send the 3rd Unmanned Air Force Regiment to bomb the clusters of insects in our Donghai province twice a day. The 3rd Unmanned Regiment has an operational capacity of 12,000 personnel and is responsible for remotely controlling 4,000 aircraft. Given the number of insects and ammunition resupply issues, 3,000 of these are medium bombers carrying bombs, accompanied by 1,000 air superiority fighter jets for escort. The electromagnetic weapons have entered the main stage of the war, which cannot be helped. After sacrificing a large number of black long spikes, most queens have modified part of the genetic chain of the basic soldier type, greatly increasing the insect race's resistance to small explosive kinetic weapons. Furthermore, over 30 of the current basic soldier type black long spikes have entered the 1st tier. The shells of 1st tier black long spikes can immunize against standard 5.56mm bullets, and armor-piercing rounds require a significant amount of concentrated fire to kill one. This also means that the effectiveness of individual light weapons is nearly zero. Other countries can only rely on heavy firepower at the squad and company levels to sweep the insect race. Fortunately, it is now. If it were before, 4,000 aircraft would be half of Great Xia's million Air Force's assets. Yes, Team Leader. Seeing Lingfeng's calm demeanor, Lu Maching also realized that she shouldn't feel sorry for the people of the Red Sun Nation now. If she should feel sorry, it should be on the day the Red Sun submits. Soon, 500 bombers carrying 20 tons of bombs, escorted by 500 J-35 unmanned fighter jets, entered the airspace of the Red Sun Nation for the first time. No, it should be the airspace of Great Xia's Donghai province. It feels wonderful to openly dispatch a bomber group into the territory of the Red Sun Nation. In just 40 minutes, the subsonic cruising fleet has reached the first bombing target's airspace. This is the coastal suburb of Duanqi City, where Great Xia's new military satellites have detected a large number of black long spikes crossing the sea, preparing to attack Duanqi City. Having arrived at the target airspace, is bombing permitted? The 30,000 tons of new high-power bombs can accurately kill over 100,000 Tier 0 insect soldiers. It is worth mentioning that the last few batches of new bombs added burning components to prevent the insect race from recycling corpses for reuse. Bombing permitted. Attack authorization granted. Attention to the insect race's main forces. The Air Force Commander, Great Xia's first-class air combat medal recipient, Major General Gu Changming, directly issued the order. In Great Xia, when it comes to the Air Force, if you haven't piloted a fighter jet and don't have achievements, do you still want to parachute in as a high-ranking official? Dream on. Mo Lingfeng has not had much to do these days, sitting beside and watching the real-time images from the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Commander Montak, I've been flying fighter jets for 20 years and have been an Air Force commander for 18 years, but I never thought planes could be operated like this. Gu Changming expressed both joy and a certain indescribable melancholy. He is happy about the popularity of unmanned aircraft, as it will lead to zero casualties for Great Xia's pilots. But what about the nearly 100,000 pilots trained for many years in piloting skills? Are they to be rendered useless just like that? General Gu, there's no need to feel down. Today's unmanned aircraft are merely equivalent to the small drones of the past. Our elite pilots will eventually fly spacecraft, even warships. Mo Lingfeng clearly understood his thoughts. The proud top-notch piloting skills are being replaced by unmanned aircraft. Many pilots feel somewhat lost. The country has invested heavily in training them, and they originally thought they would gloriously die on the battlefield when war came, but now they can only train and cultivate in the barracks. Hearing his words, Gu Changming was obviously taken aback. Coming back to his senses, he quickly asked, Commander Mo, what do you mean? If I didn't have high hopes for the pilots, why would I not let them control unmanned aircraft? Mo Lingfeng smiled in response, knowing that many pilots want to bring glory to the country. But Great Xia's technology is not yet sufficient. They still cannot venture into space. Thank you for your understanding, Commander Mo. As an experienced pilot, Gu Changming certainly does not wish for the situation of the Daxia Air Force pilots to be awkward. Chapter 68. The strength of drones. A contingent of black long-nails has approached the outskirts of Duanqi Bay City. At the same time, thousands of third-tier flying insect tyrant ant beasts have gained altitude, preparing to attack the high-altitude aircraft. Finally, the first-tier black long-nail army has crossed the coastline. The time has come. Before the tyrant ant beasts arrive, the bombers, blocking out the sun, open their hatches and begin to drop simple bombs one after another. Boom! 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 The insect swarm attacking the Red Sun Nation suffers a significant loss for the first time. Even though a large number of black long nails launch spikes into the sky, they could only detonate a portion of the bombs. Most simply diverted the bombs off course, which is of no use. With hundreds of thousands of ground insects, it didn't matter where they exploded. Standard simple bombs weigh 200 kilograms each, and any creature below the second tier entering the core explosion zone is definitely doomed. They're not very large, with a diameter of 10 meters and an effective lethal radius of 20 meters. With 500 bombers, that's 150,000 bombs. The production capacity of the Great Xia in 2 hours. The Queen thought it would be similar to before, where the Red Sun Nation's aircraft would drop some bombs, and after a large number were detonated, the remaining ones would go to the insect swarm's zero-tier stockpile. She never considered that just one wave of bombing would result in heavy losses for the 300,000 black long nails. If they were using old bombs, their power wouldn't be that impressive against the current insect swarm. However, the new simple bombs produced in large quantities by the Great Xia military factories all incorporated the Qi element, increasing their overall power by at least 7 times. Therefore, unlike the Queen who had previously suffered losses from the Great Xia bombings, this Queen's insect swarm's losses far exceeded Great Xia's estimates. A wave of mental energy was sent out, and the tyrant ant beasts burst into speed. She wanted those iron machines to pay the price. Attention! Focus fire on those flying insect swarms. Don't let them launch their tail, spikes, and venom. Commanded Zhangju, the drone commander. 500 J-35s versus 5,000 third-tier tyrant ant beasts. 2. Save time and precious materials. All drones were made with basic materials, but with the over-the-top enhancement from the Qi element. The overall strength of the J-35 drones was not inferior to the main heavy fighter jets of the beautiful country. The B-22 third-tier insects can easily withstand armor-piercing rounds from heavy machine guns, and even a 30mm standard cannon can only inflict light wounds. Only medium-caliber artillery, rocket shells, and low-power missiles can kill them. In the previous life, it would take 7 months for third-tier insects to appear in large numbers. At that time, it was precisely because of the defensive capabilities of mid-tier insects, coupled with military equipment production lagging behind, that various countries began to research the Gene Warrior route. But against electromagnetic shells traveling at over 4,000 meters per second, the spear ultimately overcomes the shield, coupled with armor-piercing explosive shells, as long as the angle is right. A single 30mm electromagnetic shell can take the life of a tyrant ant beast. In reality, with a firing rate exceeding 1,800 rounds per minute, even with 0.5-second bursts, it would fire 15 shells. Unlike the heavy J-30 fighters, the cheap materials of the J-35 lightweight unmanned aircraft only allowed it to carry a 30mm triple-barreled electromagnetic gun with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. It also equipped 4 to 8 various missiles. After removing the cockpit, the extra space was used for ammunition storage. The passionate aerial dogfight began. How should I put it? Even unmanned aircraft operators wouldn't be foolish enough to use supersonic fighters to engage monsters in close combat. Elite pilots, each with over 1,000 hours of flight training, would never fly modern fighters directly into the monsters' faces. The maximum altitude of the third-tier flying tyrant ant beasts is 8,000 meters, unable to break the sound barrier. With a maximum speed of 290 meters per second and a combat speed of 220 meters per second. The mass-produced J-35 drones use the most mature small aviation fuel engines of the Great Xia, combined with Thor power battery packs, achieving a conventional combat speed that exceeds 1.8 times the speed of sound. Of course, the primary target of the tyrant ant beasts is the bombers. To strike accurately, the bomber 30 group lowers to 2,000 meters, cruising at subsonic speed. The low-altitude bomb drop gives the tyrant ant beasts a false sense of victory. Seeing the tyrant ant beasts take the bait, Zhang Ju immediately ordered all units to lock onto the targets. Fire at will, don't let the bugs interfere with the bombers' bombing. Understood. The 5,000 third-tier flying tyrant ant beasts are the greatest gain of this queen, constantly attacking the Red Sun Nation. Each one is more important than 100 black long nails. For the first time bringing tyrant ant beasts out, the queen has the chance to wipe out Duanqi base city. Similarly, the supporting air force of the Great Xia also has the chance to eliminate them. Top, 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 like the wrath of the grim reaper from hell. Red lines appeared in the sky, accompanied by tracer rounds for aiming assistance, along with the helmet's target acquisition system lock. A large number of electromagnetic shells hit the tyrant ant beasts, relying on their strong shells, as long as it's not a vital area. A few electromagnetic shells can still be tolerated by the tyrant ant beasts. But the problem is, a burst means dozens of rounds. In a short time, hundreds of tyrant ant beasts were shattered, falling into a sea of fire on the ground, slowly becoming part of the carbon of the sky blue star. The firing aircraft were over 4 kilometers away from them, relying on the underbelly-mounted circular electromagnetic cannon, the J-35, like the main fighter jets of great powers. Do not need to aim the nose at the enemy to fire directly. This also means that the J-35 can infinitely play kite. The effective lethal range of the tyrant ant beast's tail spikes is only 3,000 meters, and their speed can only reach 600 meters per second. After losing 2 waves, the queen panicked and ordered the tyrant ant beasts to retreat into the insect swarm. After all, they are the queen's treasures. Unfortunately, everyone understands the principle that if you want to kill a snake, you must strike hard. The fighter group did not miss the opportunity to continue beating the drowning dog. To expand the victory, Utilizing the multi-target locking capability, 500 drones quickly launched 2 new small armor-piercing missiles. Boom! 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 Instantly, over 800 tyrant ant beasts were shot down and killed. It's not over yet. They need over 10 seconds to escape back to the insect swarm, but the missiles only need 6 to 7 seconds to hit them. Thus, while the aircraft launched electromagnetic shells, they also fired another wave of missiles. Top! 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 Boom! 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 In just 2 minutes, after 5,000 third tier flying tyrant ant beasts returned to the insect swarm, less than 2,000 remained, and the number is still decreasing. Is the body of the black long nails useful? The 30mm electromagnetic armor-piercing shells can completely penetrate the black long nails and destroy the shells of the tyrant ant beasts. Seeing that her reserves were almost depleted, the queen panicked. A mental wave swept out, ordering a large number of black long nails to surround the tyrant ant beasts, at least 5 to 6 layers inside and out. Now, the effectiveness of the electromagnetic shells decreased significantly, and the fighter jets tried to launch another wave of missiles, but found that the effect was not very significant. Thus, the J-35 squadron continued its escort mission, and 200 bombers returned to base. The remaining 300 began to sweep the ground insect forces, including black long nails, bomb-dropping beetles, and a new second-tier defensive insect species resisting the beetles. It must be said that as long as the environment is suitable, the queen can really play with the species. The defensive beetles are characterized by one word: hard. Second-tier species with third-tier defensive capabilities. Even some fourth-tier special species are not as tough as her. The 7 to 8 meter tall giant beetles stand in front of the black long nails, and it is indeed difficult for human-based firepower to kill a large number of black long nails. Once the swarm of black long nails breaks through the defenses, the cities behind will descend into hell. It's no use. This big bug shell is too hard. We can't do anything about it. After clearing a wave of black long nails, the remaining aircraft also returned to the Great Xia base. Approximately 400 defensive beetles were redeployed, and a new batch of bombers was sent out, engaging afterburners, racing to the battlefield to carry powerful incendiary bombs and ignite them. Mo Lingfeng knew the weaknesses of defensive troops, but he didn't expect the beetles to appear so early. Therefore, he didn't let the first batch of bombers carry incendiary bombs. Unterstützt, Kommanda Montag. Chapter 69. The Defense Battle of Duanqi Bay City as the Daxia Air Fleet covered the sky and carried out dense bombardments. Over 8 million citizens of Duanqi Bay City in the Red Sun Nation looked incredulously at the real-time battlefield footage ordered by the Red Sun government. At the same time, over 100 million citizens across various Bay cities in the Red Sun Nation were also shocked. Was this military aid from the Xia Nation? Why were they able to bomb the insects so much more effectively than the Red Sun Air Force? Wow, the Xia Nation really wasn't lying. They have invested heavily. This wave of aircraft is more than the entire Air Force of the Red Sun Nation. Huh, what type of aircraft is that? Why has the Xia Nation never showcased it before? Is it a secret fighter jet? Huh, we have always envied the defense line of the Xia Nation. And now we finally have the same treatment. Upon seeing the third-tier flying dragon ant beasts, many residents of Duanqi City were startled. Judging by their size, those insects were clearly high-tier soldiers of the insect race and could fly, thanks to the undamaged satellite network. The people of the Red Sun Nation knew that the dragon ant beasts had appeared on the battlefield for the first time, with the strength of the dragon ant beasts. Once they broke through a high altitude and charged into the urban area, the 3 defense lines of Duanqi City would be as good as non-existent. If it weren't for the wave of strikes from the Daxia Air Force, there was no doubt that Duanqi Bay City would have become the first victim. But that's not all. Despite the heavy losses of this wave of queen insect swarms, there were still at least 200,000 black long nails remaining to ensure combat effectiveness. Therefore, the defense battle of Duanqi was still ongoing. Attention! The large insects ahead have extremely strong defenses. Where are the high-powered missiles? Why haven't they launched an attack yet? They are almost at the first defense line. The defense officer of Duanqi Bay City, Hong Tianyuban, was somewhat angry. Report to the defense officer. Our inventory of medium and large missiles has run out, and the other base cities have not agreed to provide support. Duanqi City was the most unfortunate base city in the Red Sun Nation, having been attacked by the Queen 3 times in just 1 week. In the first 2 instances, in order to repel the insect race's attacks, they had no choice but to launch a large number of missiles, and most of the bodies were recovered by the insect race, which could be described as a blood loss. Other base cities, fortunately, had not been attacked yet. However, for their own safety, it was impossible for them to provide fire support to Duanqi City. Then let us use large-caliber artillery and rocket artillery to cover them with firepower. Also, send someone to notify the temporary leader's office that these bastards are doing nothing. When Hong Tianyuban heard the report, he was almost furious. But with the insect race at their doorstep, could he still call and engage in a war of words? I.e., defense officer. Upon receiving the order, the 2 artillery brigades behind the 2nd defense line and a rocket reinforcement regiment began to fire ammunition. Soon, dense explosive ammunition poured into the insect swarm. Boom! 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 Unfortunately, the insect race was not foolish. After approaching the 1st defense line, they quickly dispersed into small teams to avoid massive casualties from the artillery fire. After a minute of ammunition deployment, Hong Tianyuban sensed something was wrong. Why was our artillery attack so weak compared to the bombardment from the Xia Nation? The images from the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft were very clear. The lethality of the Red Sun artillery with the same yield was far weaker than that of the Dachau bombardment. I said to concentrate fire on those large ones. Do you think the frontline firepower can kill them? Before Hong Tianyuban could think carefully, he was infuriated again by his subordinates in the artillery. Report, defense officer. We hit those large ones, but the effect was not obvious. Of course, unlike the flying insects dragon ant beasts, as the strongest defensive beetles at Tier 3, they could ignore artillery fire that did not hit directly. At the same time, the cost of a defensive beetle was slightly more than that of a dragon ant beast. To prevent it from being taken out by high-powered weapons, the Queen dispatched a large number of black long nails to climb onto the defensive beetles, using their bodies to shield them from missiles and shells. If it weren't for their excessively slow movement, the defensive beetles would be considered Tier 3 insects. When they approached the base city defense line, it would be the defensive beetles' time to shine. Dispatch the Air Force to drop a wave of incendiary bombs on those large ones. Hong Tianyuban also picked up on something and vaguely felt that the defensive beetles had weaknesses. Report, defense officer. Due to the threat of those flying insects, our Army helicopters cannot proceed to provide support. The speed of Air Force support is likely slower than that of the Xia Nation. Upon hearing his deputy's words, Hong Tianyuban's blood pressure skyrocketed. Indeed, over 1,000 dragon ant beasts were a massive threat to the relatively slow helicopters. Sending dozens of helicopters into battle would be like delivering food. As for the Air Force of the Red Sun Nation, they had suffered heavy losses in less than a month. The nearest operational airfield was also over 500 kilometers away. Then let me pray that the fire support from the Xia Nation arrives soon. Hong Tianyuban's anger was evident on his face. He had to admit that it was probably true. His deputy replied quietly. Just as he was getting furious, the citizens of Duanqi Base City began to panic. Those large insects were almost at the defense line. Why weren't they being killed? My God, don't you see the heavy machine guns on the front line are just scratching them? Whereas our heavy firepower, why haven't we attacked yet? Could it be that we have run out of high-powered missiles? Upon seeing this reply, many citizens of Duanqi Base City became alarmed. Could it really be true? What about the temporary leader's office? Even if Duanqi Base City had run out of missiles, there were still so many other base cities. Regardless, under the urging of the temporary leader's office, a small number of support attack missiles hit some defensive beetles. However, the number killed was less than 50. What about the more than 300 remaining? They were about to approach the ultra-high voltage power grid. When would the fire support from the Xia Nation arrive? Hong Tianyuban was somewhat anxious. 50 medium-powered attack missiles were just a drop in the bucket. Now, he could only hope for military aid from the Xia Nation. The ultra-high voltage power grid of 15 base cities was also part of the aid from the Xia Nation, utilizing the power generation efficiency of controllable nuclear fusion reactors. As the first line of defense, the Xia Nation had installed large reactor units free of charge for every Red Sun-based city to maintain urban life and power grids. Report, there are still 17 minutes until the next wave of support from the Xia Nation. Hong Tianyuban felt helpless. Then hold on until the Xia Nation's support arrives. Let them think of their families in Duanqi City behind them. I.e., the entire first defense line was manned by 70,000 Red Sun National Guards, heavily equipped with individual and battalion-level heavy firepower. If it weren't for the presence of the defensive beetles, holding out for a while and even repelling the remaining insect race was very possible. But there are no ifs. The reality was that they found it very difficult to kill the defensive beetles standing in front of them. Not to mention, there were still over 1,000 third-tier dragon ant beasts. In less than 20 minutes, the first defense line was destined to become their slaughterhouse. Chapter 70, A Small Step Towards Unification Soon. The ultra-high voltage power grid proved effective. The insect swarm encountered instantly turned into charred corpses. Unfortunately, the Mother Queen was experienced. She simply dispatched a large number of zero-level black long spikes to destroy the ultra-high voltage power grid. Thousands of black spikes, sacrificing their lives in conjunction with the main force's long-range attacks, created several large holes in the power grid. During this time, the soldiers on the Duanqi defense line had weak firepower effects because they were fully occupied with repelling the armored beetles, blocking other insect species tightly. Only the artillery and mortars could still inflict losses on the insect swarm. Watching the slow advance of the armored beetles, many new recruits felt despair. "Mom, I am scared." "Great sweet date. Why don't you come and save us? What are you babbling about? If you don't fire, your families behind you will suffer." An old soldier shouted while shooting. The new recruits despaired in reply, "What's the use? We can't penetrate those big bugs at all. Just because you're a rookie, does it really matter if you can't penetrate the big bugs? Think about how we dealt with main battle tanks during training." The new recruit was stunned, then realized, "We can use rocket launchers and bombs to blow off the big bugs' legs, make them lose their ability to move." Before the old soldier could respond, the concrete trench was bombarded by several bombing beetles. In an instant, a raging fire surrounded a dozen people. "Aren't you running? Use the tunnel to get to the trenches behind." The old soldier, wearing a gas mask, pulled the new recruit away. Thus, every inch of land was paid for with blood, with both insects and soldiers of the Red Sun Nation present. Although the idea was beautiful, the soldiers at the Duanqi base city used methods meant for dealing with main battle tanks to protect their families. However, paralyzing one armored beetle required the sacrifice of dozens of soldiers. As for the flying dragonfly ants, their threat was indeed not as severe as that of the armored beetles. Ordinary medium-caliber anti-aircraft guns, with radar-assisted targeting, could still injure or kill dragonfly ants. After suffering some soldier casualties, the Duanqi base city managed to kill some dragonfly ants. As for the urban populace, most were hiding underground, with a few in the lower floors, so the threat from dragonfly ants was not too great for the time being. But once the black spikes swarmed into the city, it would be hell on earth. How long until support from the Xia kingdom arrives? Looking at the continuous deaths of his soldiers, Hong Tianyu felt a tremor. They were all his men. Report, 5 minutes left. In those last 5 minutes, the river of blood on the first defense line grew larger. Finally, the second batch of 100 emergency-launched Xia bombers arrived. Another 50 J-35 fighters provided escort. Fortunately, after Mo Lingfeng's order, he realized that carrying incendiary bombs was useless. During the time the Xia aircraft were flying, the armored beetles had definitely breached the Duanqi defense line. He reissued orders for the bombers to carry new armor-piercing missiles and fire them at the armored beetles one by one. Otherwise, the Red Sun soldiers holding the lines would face a grim fate. Watching the big bugs quickly go down, many citizens of Duanqi sighed in relief. "Great! The fire support from the Xia kingdom has finally arrived. We are saved. Why didn't we ask for help from the Xia kingdom sooner? I just saw my son die." This was not an isolated case. In just 20 minutes, for the sake of their loved ones, the Red Sun National Guard on the first defense line fought desperately against the insect swarm. A troop of 70,000 had lost 30,000 in a short time. There were also thousands seriously injured. There was no other way. Fighting the insect swarm required either overwhelming numbers or technological superiority. These soldiers had no choice. They didn't want to die, but they wanted to protect their families even more. Seeing the Xia aircraft arrive once again, that mother queen was quite cunning and had collected most of the insect corpses in advance. For her, raw or cooked meat was the same. As long as they hadn't turned to carbon, she could transform them into special biological energy. With a sweep of her mental wave, the insect invasion was declared over. In reality, the mother queen did not suffer significant losses. She just needed to spend some time reusing the recovered biological energy to hatch new insect species. This was the consequence of not having enough incendiary bombs. Looking at the retreating insect swarm, many soldiers broke down. The frontline units, with hundreds of troops, could only save a few or even be completely wiped out. We survived. This was the shared sentiment of all surviving soldiers. Just one wave of the insect invasion had brought the Duanqi base city to the brink of destruction. If they did not fully rely on the Xia kingdom, like in the previous life, annihilation would be inevitable. Many people in Duanqi understood this logic. Without the two waves of rescue from the Xia kingdom today, the Duanqi base city would have certainly suffered heavy losses. At the same time, the inaction of other Red Sun base cities today left the Duanqi city officials disheartened. So, was it time to make a choice? The Duanqi base city nominally controlled 20,000 square kilometers of Red Sun territory. After instructing to take care of the surviving soldiers, the Duanqi city officials were discussing decisions. Such situations would undoubtedly happen again. After the Red Sun military industry suffered significant losses, we would lose the possibility of counterattack. Hong Tianyu was the first to express his views. It was indeed the fault of the fallen command office. At the beginning of the insect invasion, several major military-industrial parks of the Red Sun Kingdom were completely destroyed. Even if they used stockpiles and restored sealed production lines, it still wasn't enough. This also led to the severe lack of heavy firepower in major base cities. After a pause, he continued, additionally, with the indifference of other base cities today, we must make a choice for the sake of Duanqi City. What choice? Very simple, to fully submit to the Xia Kingdom, not just verbally agree. I don't want to say much, but if you all want to escape from the jaws of the insects, that might not be very realistic, said the neutral faction leader. He Jiating certainly wanted to return to the embrace of the motherland. The meeting was brief, but it was a historic moment. 40 minutes later, the Duanqi base city of the Red Sun Kingdom announced to the countries of the Blue Sky Star that it was withdrawing from the ranks of Red Sun base cities and formally requesting to join the Xia Kingdom, becoming part of it. To affiliate, all of the Xia Kingdom's demands were unconditionally accepted by the 8 million people of Duanqi base city. When the diplomatic office relayed the news to Mo Lingfeng, he felt somewhat helpless. Of course, the Xia Kingdom would accept the affiliation of Duanqi base city, but this way, they couldn't allow the insect swarm to cleanse the impure Red Sun Kingdom. The subsequent actions of the Xia Kingdom might be criticized by some. Notify the leader. I support his approach. Let him quickly discuss the affiliation matters. Mo Lingfeng instructed Lu Maching. He didn't handle non-military actions. Such major diplomatic matters had to be led by Commander Li Ping. Yes, group leader. As a pure soldier, Lu Maching was far more excited than Mo Lingfeng. At the same time, countries with satellites saw the Xia Kingdom's support capabilities and received the statement from Duanqi base city of the Red Sun Kingdom. After looking at their own countries, which were plagued by a large number of wild insects, many urgent countries were moved. Time was tight, and they also took action. In just 5 hours, 7 countries on the Blue Sky Star requested military assistance from the Xia Kingdom. Among them, 2 even directly requested to affiliate with the Xia Kingdom, including developed countries. The Wool country, as a strong industrial nation in Europe, was actually faring quite poorly. Nearby, the Eagle Sauce country and the Romantic country had received news from the Xia Kingdom in advance regarding military equipment and technical support, forcing several mother queens to have to pick on the soft persimmons first. The Wool country was the one suffering the most among the AO countries. It was simultaneously attacked by 2 mother queens. Moreover, due to past grievances, neither country had any intention of assisting the Wool country. This led to heavy military losses for the Will country in a short time. Speaking of it, due to a special existence in the Will Country. Ms. Eileen also sent a request to the Xia Kingdom. Ms. Eileen's ancestors had protected hundreds of thousands of Xia citizens during the disaster period in the Xia Kingdom. The Xia is not an ungrateful nation. Over the years, it has given back a lot, but it is still far from enough. What to do? Of course, we must rescue, and we must do so with the strength of 100. Notify the Will Nation that the Xia will send troops to protect at least 25 million citizens of the Will Nation. Mo Lingfeng has no reason to refuse. This is not only the intention of the Xia's high-ranking officials, but also a request from the descendants of the compatriots rescued back then. Now, apart from the 5 major countries, other nations are implementing base city policies. 25 million people means the defensive pressure of 3 large base cities. Currently, the Xia can deploy 60,000 troops and establish 3 military bases, relying on unmanned equipment to protect 25 million people effortlessly. Of course, this is not just a simple act of giving back. It is also a signpost to show the Xia's strength to Ayuzu. Some countries are far away, and if necessary, the Xia will establish overseas military bases to ensure the safety of allied nations. Together with the Duanqi base city, there will be a total of 8 countries, 15 military bases, and 300,000 troops and equipment. For the Xia, it is quite simple. This action also signifies that Mo Lingfeng's small goals are becoming increasingly achievable. Does the Xia have the strength to completely annihilate the insect race of Tianlan Star? Undoubtedly, yes. But can the Xia convince all nations to accept it willingly? Definitely not at this moment. Therefore, for the Xia's most glorious moment, global unification. Moreover, to buy time for development, the insect race cannot be exterminated just yet. Chapter 71 Global Defense. Within a few hours, Mo Lingfeng made the decision to send 300,000 troops to support other countries. And the leaders and several elders did not oppose it. In fact, recalling the previous secret National Assembly, the military leader Elder Xia was the first to object to the Daxia troops providing long-distance assistance to other countries. After a pause, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued to voice his opinion. Deploying drone swarms is certainly possible, but stationing troops overseas is a disregard for the lives of Daxia soldiers. The reason is simple. The lives of Daxia soldiers are just as valuable. Why should we take the risk of sacrificing Daxia soldiers for large-scale military aid to other countries? The other elders were merely waiting for Mo Lingfeng's explanation, and it was obvious they also disagreed. Esteemed elders, is Daxia strong now? Mo Lingfeng replied with a smile, asserting that he would never joke about the lives of Daxia people. He mused to himself that there was no doubt that the hidden strength of Daxia now far exceeded any era in history. So why not look further? Is simply killing the insect race and protecting the people enough? Hearing his words, all the elders were taken aback. Economic leader Elder Yin quickly responded, "You mean to establish Daxia's position as the world hegemon during this insect race invasion?" Mo Lingfeng did not answer, shaking his head slightly. Could it be? You want to unify Tianlan Star? Elder Song's childhood dream resurfaced in his mind, and after saying it, he smiled. Why not? Is Daxia unworthy? Mo Lingfeng finally spoke. Before the other elders could react, the leader Elderly Ping said with a smile, "I think although Lingfeng's idea has some difficulty, haven't we faced many challenges before?" He was standing up for Mo Lingfeng. Only Li Ping had previously discussed with Mo Lingfeng and understood that Daxia's current goal was no longer just to resist the insect race and protect the people. With Daxia's current technology and strength, the goal could be adjusted to protect humanity on Tianlan Star. Ahem, as the greatest contributor to protecting humanity, isn't it reasonable for Daxia to expect a little return? For example, a unified Tianlan Star would be quite good. If other countries later claim this is excessive or ungrateful, they shouldn't blame Daxia for being ruthless. The other elders came to their senses and pondered carefully. This idea was not unreasonable. If this matter could be accomplished, everyone present would become the most brilliant existence in Daxia's history. No, they would be the most radiant sun in the history of Tianlan Star. I agree. Elder Xia was the first to speak. As a former military leader, he was certainly willing for Daxia to expand its territory. I agree too. Soon, the highest decision-making body of Daxia established a glorious historical achievement. As the insect race advanced, more countries would reach a breaking point. Just a wave of calls for help could save their own people and preserve their own power. Who wouldn't want that? Therefore, Daxia's military assistance would continue. Military bases would be deployed globally. Currently, the number of low-level insect race creatures on Tianlan Star is conservatively estimated to exceed 50 million. It's not that the various queens lack the ability to produce more troops, but there exists a fragile balance. On one hand, they are depleting low-level spiritual energy resources while reducing the human population. On the other hand, humans have not exerted enough pressure on the insect race. In the endless ocean, humans cannot destroy the insect race's nests. Once the situation changes, the remaining 20 or so nests can produce 50 million troops within 3 days. Maintaining the number of low-level insect race creatures above 100 million. This would be a tremendous disaster for human territories outside of Daxia. Even the 4 major countries would not be exempt. Within a day, Leader Li Ping responded to the military aid requests from various countries one by one. He also announced to the world that as long as any country agrees to Daxia's minimal demands, they can request assistance from Daxia. Each overseas military base would be permanently garrisoned by 20,000 Daxia troops, equipped with powerful weaponry, including 1,000 various unmanned combat aircraft, bombers, 20 modified Kunping gunboats, 2,000 various electromagnetic cannons, and a large number of defensive electromagnetic weapons. As for logistical issues, in the initial phase, they would rely on Daxia's large transport aircraft. After the establishment of Daxia military factories in various countries, the logistical pressure would be greatly reduced. At the same time, to prevent logistical failures, all overseas military bases would heavily utilize electromagnetic weapons. This way, in the early stages, Daxia's transport aircraft would only need to airlift components of electromagnetic weapons, reserve missiles, and incendiary bombs, significantly reducing transportation pressure. The projectiles for the electromagnetic weapons could be produced from the remaining production lines in various countries. After all, the manufacturing pressure for a standard metal projectile is much lower than that for ammunition, as it only requires simple stamping on the production line. The energy issue for electromagnetic weapons could be perfectly solved by Daxia's nuclear fusion reactors. It must be said that with ample energy and perfected technology, electromagnetic guns and cannons are the perfect alternative to gunpowder weapons. However, there's a blind spot. Just the current 15 overseas bases would require 300 large aerial gunboats, 15,000 various aircraft, and 30,000 electromagnetic cannons. There is no doubt that more bases will be established in the future and combined with Daxia's domestic military equipment. A massive amount of advanced weapons will be needed. So how could Daxia sustain such a terrifying number of unmanned aircraft and electromagnetic cannons? A new type of integrated unmanned aircraft requires tens of thousands of components, and larger equipment can have hundreds of thousands or even millions of components. When Mo Lingfeng proposed to establish a global defense, was he bragging? Of course not. In addition to the tens of thousands of military factories being renovated in Daxia's hinterland, the underground military factories are also continuously increasing. Moreover, Daxia has more than 2 million civilian factories of all sizes. After entering military control, some civilian factories that meet the requirements will produce the necessary components for the military under the protection of troops. As of today, Daxia's 50,000 military factories and 120,000 military-controlled civilian factories are continuously manufacturing military equipment. After concluding the secret National Assembly, Mo Lingfeng began to remotely inspect 4 state-owned super-large military factories. General, how is Factory 001 doing? The 001 military factory covers 4 million square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 3 below. The total area is 23 square kilometers. After updating the automated production lines, it still retains 100,000 skilled workers. Report, Commander Mo. Our factory's 900 super-large production lines and 50 large assembly lines are all working overtime, with people resting but machines not stopping. Han Lin, a major general, along with 200 armored soldiers guard the 001 factory, with extensive equipment for monitoring and defense, highlighting its importance. The 001 factory is the production terminal for the key element, responsible for manufacturing and assembling all controllable nuclear fusion reactors. No matter what, the safety of the formula must be ensured until the ban is lifted. No one is allowed to step out of the 001 factory. Mo Lingfeng was only conducting a routine inspection. He didn't have time to inspect everything in detail. Please rest assured, Commander Mo, as long as the personnel are in place, the positions are secure. No, it's not just the personnel, even if they're not here. The positions remain. Han Lin understood that this place is the lifeblood of Daxia. Chapter 72. The manufacturing speed of Great Xia, tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of parts sound like a lot, and indeed in peacetime they are. But for the stable Great Xia, which has entered a state of war, a single production line in a factory can produce enough parts to meet the demand for unmanned aerial vehicles. Some precision components, which originally needed to be hand-polished by skilled craftsmen, can now be produced with over 5 times the sensitivity and accuracy thanks to the emergence of the Qiyuan element. The automation level exceeds 99. Therefore, the mass-produced unmanned aerial vehicles have all their components completed by production lines. This also means that Great Xia, with hundreds of large assembly factories, can assemble more than 5,000J-35 fighter jets in a single day. Do you think this is the limit of Great Xia's production capacity? Of course not. The production lines for unmanned aerial vehicles account for less than 20. Various new equipment and types of ammunition only account for 75. The remaining 25 of production capacity is reserved for future space fighters and warships. The suitable basic materials previously gifted by friendly countries have all been digested by Great Xia and turned into reserve military equipment. Currently, Great Xia sources some raw materials domestically, some from underground excavations, and some will be provided by aid countries. The insect race is too dangerous. Domestic resources can no longer be mined, and production? That is out of the question. With the protection of Great Xia's troops, military factories stationed in various countries must be established. Due to the military control in Great Xia, some domestic industries have been closed, and some citizens have become unemployed. To alleviate the anxiety of the unemployed, the Tian Group issued an order for relevant unemployed individuals to undergo official skill training. After passing the tests, the state will assign them jobs, and the public is assured that the wages will not be lower than their previous jobs. Moreover, the allocation of jobs will be calculated automatically by computers, ensuring that there will be no discrimination. It sounds easy, but after the technological breakthroughs in Great Xia, the number of unemployed has gradually exceeded hundreds of millions. For this group of people, the Tian Group is constantly researching to build military factories, deciding what factories to build and what skills to train. In any case, the think tank conservatively estimates that in 3 months, the number of military factories in Great Xia will exceed 300,000, with over 130 million personnel involved. As time goes on and technology advances, more and more industries will be replaced by automated machines, and unfortunately, the number of unemployed citizens will continue to grow. In fact, with the current automated production lines in military factories, there is no need for a large number of workers. However, it is not a good thing to leave these people idle at home. Great Xia has the ability to let most people stay at home and be supported by the state. But if this is done, the real hope for Great Xia's revival will gradually be extinguished. Therefore, these people must exchange their labor for what they need. At the same time, under the slight enhancement of intelligence by ancient martial arts, Mo Lingfeng also hopes to produce some great scientists and master craftsmen for the nation, working 8 hours a day, 2 days on and 2 days off. During the rest period, the state encourages citizens to practice ancient martial arts and study fields they are interested in. With a large enough population, even with Great Xia under military control, there's still over 1 million bold individuals among the more than 100 million people. These individuals do not care about their country at all. They have no intention of cooperating with the state. Oh my, every week there's enough grain, oil, rice, flour, vegetables, and meat. Why should I undergo retraining? I've been a gas station attendant for 10 years. It's the state's policies that cause my unemployment. Is it a problem for me to take a few years off now? Exactly. Exactly. The country is so wealthy now. What's wrong with supporting me? You want them to go for training? Absolutely not. They're just lounging at home, waiting for death, while the state takes care of everyone's food, completely ignoring the invasion of the insect race. This sets a bad precedent. How do other hardworking citizens feel about this? When the message was reported to Mo Lingfeng, he did not pay attention to these lazy individuals. He simply ordered, anyone who refuses to cooperate will be invited by the Great Xia military to observe the front lines and see whether they prefer to work or face the insect race. Once this news from the Tian group came out, many timid individuals honestly went to participate in the training. But still, there were over 100,000 stubbornly staying at home. Very well, let us take them on a friendly tour to the insect race. Montag Lingfeng dispatchet 300,000 armored troops, who, with the cooperation of local officials, kindly invited them to the front lines for a visit, which was also broadcast nationwide. Giant alien creatures, several meters tall, roared as they attacked the new infantry fighting vehicles, biting, scratching with claws, ramming their bodies, and shooting with tail spikes, trying to convert the people inside the vehicles into biological energy. Oh my goodness, what the heck is this thing? In the video, it looks just like a puppy in size. What an emperor. These things should be taken as mounts. What a waste. They shouldn't be near me. Gulp. Am I going to fight them in the future? I want to go back to screwing in bolts. Unlike the confidence displayed behind the screen, all the second-rate individuals who experienced the cluster of black long spikes up close completely wilted. They all expressed that in order to resist the insect race, they were willing to enter the factories and contribute to the Great Siam military. This was still with the aerial troops specifically clearing out the long-range insect units. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. If it weren't for these people not having committed any crimes, just based on their near-zero progress in ancient martial arts, Mo Lingfeng would have sent them to the vanguard camp, wasting the time of Great Xia's soldiers. They thought they were so tough. Now Mo Lingfeng was dissatisfied. Lu Maching knew his plan. Team leader, are we going to conduct assessments in ancient martial arts? It's simple. In the future, the allocation of national resources on a relatively fair basis will not only consider contributions, but also the level of ancient martial arts. A 5-elements martial arts test can distinguish between demons and monsters. Anyone who does not love their country or is anti-national will not be able to practice Great Xia's ancient martial arts well. Once the time is right, those who do not deserve their position due to lack of virtue will be kicked out. At the same time, this group of individuals who do not care about their country will face invisible suppression from the state. Right now is not the time, aside from the insect race. There is also the threat of aliens to consider. We cannot allow Great Xia to fall into turmoil. We must wait a bit longer. Montag Lingfeng Basolmavat anxios. According to the secret statistics of the Tian group, 2 months after the revival of spiritual energy among Great Xia's 1.2 billion citizens, there are still 50 million whose progress in ancient martial arts is nearly zero. Most of them are so-called successful individuals. It is not a matter of qualifications, but of patriotism. Mo Lingfeng silently muttered in his heart, those people, just wait. Once the alien exploration ships are dealt with, that will be your time to face the consequences. The Tian group has a list, and Mo Lingfeng has one too. In his computer, there are detailed records of tens of thousands of influential individuals. File name, Mo Lingfeng's list. Chapter 73. Defense completed. What is the speed of the Great Xia? Within 3 days after the elder leader agreed to military assistance, 300,000 armored troops of the Great Xia had quickly assembled and arrived at the defense lines of 15 foreign bases on large transport planes, escorted by fighter jets. Every day, over 500 new large transport planes and 2,000 medium-sized transport planes travel back and forth between the base locations and the Great Xia mainland. An armored soldier, fully equipped, weighs 550 kilograms. Adding various large equipment and ammunition, a 20,000 person overseas base requires at least 100,000 tons of transport capacity. The single-trip limit capacity of 500 medium-sized transport planes can exceed 200,000 tons. This rapid global deployment capability is 10 times that of the world's number one, the beautiful country from 6 months ago. This only accounts for half of Great Xia's transport capacity. Other transport planes are on standby to prevent any incidents on the mainland. Meanwhile, since most of the foreign bases have no intact large runways, this transport mission will be entirely conducted via airdrops. The sky is filled with parachutes, covering part of the sky over the aid-seeking base city. Inherit the fine tradition of our ancestors, except for one exception. All armored troops did not enter the base city to avoid disturbing the lives of the local populace. Helping the local populace is Mo Lingfeng's directive, and the soldiers of Great Xia will resolutely not become robbers, inflicting suffering. All troops' attention. The Tater base city is under heavy attack by a large number of insectoids. After parachuting into the urban area, immediately form combat teams and engage the outer defense line. Major General Huang Jian, the person in charge of the future overseas base in Tater, issued the order, and he will take full responsibility for the safety of Tater. After a pause, he continued, "Rest assured, the aerial forces of the insects have been neutralized by the accompanying fighter jets. However, the ground forces of the insectoids have already entered the defense line, and the air forces cannot launch full-scale attacks. The Tater military needs your rescue. It must be quick." Received. Immediately, a large number of armored troops jumped from low-flying transport planes. To save time, the veterans did not immediately open their parachutes, but instead free-fell. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. Some new recruits had already opened their parachutes and began to descend slowly. 100 meters. Most elite veterans still had not opened their parachutes. Finally, at the newly determined extreme safety distance of 65 meters, numerous white parachutes appeared. The elite veterans descended from 2,000 meters in just 29 seconds. After landing, they quickly formed combat squads, activated their armored auxiliary power, burst into extreme speed, and rapidly entered the defense line. Huang Jian was somewhat annoyed. "General Hormone, I will not order the Air Force to launch concentrated attacks unless the defense line is completely breached, as that would be unfair to the frontline soldiers fighting desperately." Good heavens, the defense officer of Tater base city, Hormone, actually requested that the Great Xia troops drop bombs on the first and second defense lines. Many residents of Tater and soldiers also saw the parachutes in the sky. Are those the airborne troops of Great Xia? Did the assistance from Great Xia arrive so quickly? We called for help just yesterday, and they're here today? How many troops are there? There are too many parachutes, right? How do they transport them? Brothers, hold on a little longer. The Great Xia troops are coming to support us. 17 kilometers. Several combat teams reach the battlefield in just 7 minutes. They are the ace of every overseas base, the Tianyu troops, all elite soldiers, wearing the Thor 3 composite armor. Free combat. Fully assist the soldiers of the Xia Country. Re-establish the defense line and wait for subsequent support. Tianyu Squadron Leader, Lieutenant Colonel Fong Han, ordered. A 20,000 person overseas base only has one squadron of Tianyu troops, with just 100 men. This shows their status within the Great Xia troops. Therefore, they do not need to work together to defend against the insectoids. The Tianyu troops can single-handedly take down second-tier insectoids. Understood. The rescue operation officially begins. The most beautiful Lisa goodbye. New recruit Sater, holding an Akar automatic rifle, hides in a bunker with extremely high temperatures, silently waiting to die. The frontline position of Tater's defense line has already completely collapsed. Top, top, top. A series of light gunshots occur, followed by the insectoid's roars weakening significantly. Sater, already dazed from the high temperature, surprisingly hears an electronic sound. No way. It's a real electronic sound. Soldiers inside Hastar, come out quickly. It's temporarily safe outside. Do you want to become a roasted pig inside? If it weren't for the new mini laser radar, ordinary infrared devices would have no way to detect survivors amidst the flames. It's true. I still have hope. Sater's consciousness cleared a bit as he remembered that Great Xia had promised to assist Tater base city. He wanted to crawl out. but the high temperature and lack of oxygen left him weak. Despite Tater's efforts, he still couldn't move. He felt despair, thinking this might be the most frustrating way to die. He could only pull the trigger with all his strength to make a sound, hoping the great Xia soldiers outside would save his life. "Why aren't you coming out? There are gunshots." Sergeant Wang Hong of the Tianyu troops understood that the soldier inside wanted to come out. "Damn, there's no other way. Let's see your luck." Saying this, Wang Hong aimed at a spot and fired several shots. Utilizing the armor-piercing capability of the electromagnetic machine gun, he shot through the half-meter-thick concrete bunker, blasting open a large hole at the entrance. He also wanted to go in, but Wang Hong had no choice. To prevent the insectoids from entering the bunker entrance in Tater Bay City is only half a meter wide. The insectoids cannot get in, but the thermal projectiles launched by bomb-carrying beetles can easily roast the soldiers inside the bunker. After donning the Thor armor, armored soldiers definitely cannot enter either. "Are you Iron Man?" When the light shone into the bunker, Tater felt like angels were coming to save him. Upon seeing the armored troops, he thought Iron Man had appeared in reality. Wang Hong picked him up and ran, saying as he ran, "I'm a soldier of Great Xia. I am here to rescue Tater Bay City. Brother, please tell me your name. I will repay you." After breathing fresh air, Tater's consciousness cleared. "Great Xia soldiers." Tater fell silent. He understood that the Great Xia soldier in front of him did not want to talk to him. "You guard these Hastar soldiers and withdraw to the last defense line. After that, with the cooperation of armored support, hold the third defense line firmly." Fang Han ordered the armored troops gathered at the second defense line. "Understood. The first defense line has been completely lost, and the second defense line is precarious. What the armored troops must do is to block the insectoids and ensure that the bugs cannot rush into Tater Bay City." 5 minutes later, a large number of armored troops entered the third defense line. Meanwhile, the Tianyu troops rescued hundreds of survivors from the first defense line and organized the retreat of 12,000 Hastar troops from the second defense line. Now, the entire third defense line is defended by 20,000 Great Xia armored troops and 30,000 Hastar soldiers. Under the intense electromagnetic firepower, the insectoids are temporarily unable to approach the third defense line. As for the Akar rifle rounds, without concentrated fire, they cannot kill the black long-spiked creatures. Notification: the first and second defense lines have no personnel activity. The Air Force can conduct sweeping fire and shelling. Repeat. Fang Han notified the unmanned drones circling above the Kunping gunboats. Received. The clearing operation begins. Instantly, the ground trembles continuously. That is the wrath of the aerial reaper. Boom, 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 top, top, top. Accompanying the wrath of the reaper are beams of hellfire, densely packed electromagnetic rounds pouring into the swarm of insects. My God, what kind of weapon is that? A large number of Hastar soldiers, astonished by the arrival of tens of thousands of Iron Men, saw the insectoids in the distance being rapidly cleared away like bugs. Compared to them, all we have are fire sticks. And there's more. I secretly mentioned that just now. I was so nervous that I fired a few rounds at a Xia soldier. As a result, guess what happened? It only chipped a bit of the paint off the armor. This time, the higher-ups finally made a correct decision, with the Xia troops providing defense. What do we have to worry about? Look, the Zerg are almost retreating. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zerg really did retreat. If it weren't for them, today we might not only have lost our lives, but our families in the city behind us. Hearing this, the soldiers of the third defense line felt a bit of fear. Chapter 74. Deep Sea Shadows. The Daxiao Imperial Armor Troops landed, and within just 40 minutes, the insectoid forces had already retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, a large number of corpses and debris were recovered. After a few more days, this Mother Queen's army would be back in action. Was this a mistake by Daxia soldier and Lingfeng? Of course not. Time and time again, large-scale exterminations of the insectoids were carried out, followed by thorough cleanups. What would happen if the insectoids stopped coming? Without the pressure from the insectoids, how could these base cities honestly submit to Daxia? After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Major General Huang Jian announced that the defense battle for Tater Bay City was officially over. The Daxiao forces suffered no deaths or serious injuries. with only a dozen soldiers sustaining minor impact injuries. However, the Hastur forces, which had held out for 50 minutes with 60,000 troops, were left with only 30,000. There were no serious injuries because the unprotected Hastur soldiers faced the insectoids up close, leading to only death. General Huang, we have prepared a feast and would like to invite the Daxia troops to rest, said Mongala, the head of Tattle Bay City, with a beaming smile. She was certainly pleased. Without the support of the Daxia troops today, even if she flew to another Bay City, her status and power would significantly diminish. Huang Jian would not violate discipline. No need. We will quickly reinforce the defense line of Tattle Bay City. Please rest assured. After saying this, he saluted and indicated he was busy. Of course, we believe in the strength of the Daxia troops. Please, I will deliver the relevant materials as soon as possible. Mongala replied, still smiling broadly. The video call ended, but the scene was far from over. Soon, a large number of Tattle citizens rushed to the defense line, most of them to confirm the safety of their family members serving in the military, while others came to see the Daxia troops. One can imagine the scene, the sacrifice of 30,000 troops and the desperate cries of tens of thousands of citizens. Many Daxia soldiers watched silently. They could rest easy knowing their fellow soldiers would never allow the insects to breach the urban area. Within a few days, the hundreds of thousands of Daxia military reinforcements completely established the reputation of the Daxia Divine Army. The supported countries had long run out of large military weapons. Relying on hastily recruited troops and light and heavy weapons, they barely resisted the insectoids, always at risk of annihilation. Once the Daxia troops arrived, the situation would turn around. The insectoids, which they had to fight hard and sacrifice greatly to repel, became easy targets. The insectoids' hard exoskeletons and tenacious vitality were no different from the insects on Tianlan Star when faced with the Daxia troops' weapons. What could take an entire magazine of gunpowder weapons to kill, the Imperial armor troops could eliminate with just one shot. Daxia soldiers were incredible. The Daxia troops were like heavenly soldiers. Daxia's military command was like that of an emperor. I don't care who you are. Now you are my second father. Each complete victory only amplified Daxia's prestige. The gratitude from foreign citizens toward Daxia was growing. No one is a fool. With numerous real-life precedents, more and more countries began to request military assistance from Daxia. Even if the official upper echelons were unwilling, fearing the loss of their power, it wouldn't matter. Citizens, troops, and mid-to-low-level officials from other countries would pressure the higher-ups to agree. No one wanted to die. In just a week, 17 countries, 42 base cities, and over 300 million foreign citizens requested military assistance from Daxia. As for Daxia's two small requests, they expressed that 10 would be fine. Wasn't it just submitting to Daxia and practicing ancient martial arts along the way? That was no problem. This was not a war between nations, which involved patriotism. It was a fight for survival between two races. If the insectoids breached the cities, it would be a city of silence. Even 3-month-old babies would not be spared. These 350 million people were 50 of the surviving humans, excluding the 5 major countries. In other words, over 60 billion people on Tianlan Star had dwindled to 25 billion in just over a month. This death toll was something that took an entire year of insectoid invasion in the previous life to reach. This included 120 million citizens from the Red Sun Kingdom. In other words, the Red Sun Kingdom had fully submitted to Daxia, and Daxia had sent 300,000 Imperial armor troops to firmly guard the 15 base cities of the Red Sun Kingdom. The closest 40 million people to Daxia were from the number 1 country in the universe, the South Bang Kingdom. The South Bang Kingdom was indeed fortunate. It had been a month, yet the Mother Queen had not gathered troops to besiege it. Without pressure, they would not bow down to Daxia. It is worth mentioning that Daxia was the only country that had not built steel city walls. Even the other 4 major countries, under the pressure of the insectoid invasion, had to establish numerous base cities. In Daxia, Mo Lingfeng had made it very clear, using Daxia's soldiers and military equipment to forge a moving steel Great Wall for the Daxia people. The previous life-S model of base cities was no longer needed in Daxia today. Suddenly, an urgent report came in. Report. Military satellites have detected several large black shadows faintly emerging from the depths of the ocean, each over 100 meters long. It seemed the plan would have to be initiated ahead of schedule. Lingfeng looked at the satellite image and slowly spoke. Although somewhat blurry, he could still recognize that it was the insectoid 6th-tier unit, the King Insect Destroyer. Its form was similar to that of a blue whale from Tianlan Star, but it was a multi-environment unit capable of operating in air, land, and sea. It could hover in the air, with a maximum speed exceeding 6 times the speed of sound. Indeed, among 6th-tier flying organisms, it was considered slow, but its defense was extremely high, covered in energized fat. Conventional missiles were nearly ineffective against it. As for its offensive power, it was a natural disaster for ordinary troops that had not undergone genetic enhancement. In a previous life, a certain destroyer had used self-detonation to destroy Lingfeng's left arm. He certainly could not forget the image of the destroyer. 6th-tier units had not appeared until 5 years later in the previous life. Yet in this life, they were prepared in just over a month. To say there were no commands from aliens would be unbelievable. It is no surprise that after Daxia shifted its focus, it began to showcase its strength. Ordinary insectoids were just insects, while the aliens on the dark side of the moon could not possibly be without pressure. Now, the horrifying death toll on Tianlan Star was a result of the aliens' exertion. The think tank even speculated that the alien exploration ship might run away, waiting for the arrival of the alien fleet. Have the submariner battleships keep a close watch on the alien exploration ship. If there is any sign of movement, destroy it immediately. Lingfeng ordered. Received. The submariner battleship, a life-saving vessel from the system submarket, was equipped with large laser weapons after being sent to the dark side of the moon to monitor the alien exploration ship. It must be said that this cultivation version battleship had excellent camouflage capabilities. After repeated assurances from the system that it ensured 2nd-tier civilizations could not see through the concealment array, Lingfeng sent 30 of Daxia's top Air Force pilots and naval operators to board the ship and secretly monitor the aliens. Hey, it's been 2 weeks, and that damn exploration ship hasn't detected anything. Chapter 75. Eliminate the alien exploration ship. In the small conference hall of the Kyoto National Assembly, Lingfeng sat in a secondary position. He hesitated a bit. The leader, it has been less than 2 months since the insect race invasion, and already there are 6th-tier soldier types. Should we eliminate the aliens on that exploration ship immediately? After covert reconnaissance by the Xia technology drones, it is now evident that the insect race is destructively using the spiritual energy resources of Tianlan Star. And spiritual energy is the reason aliens are destroying humanity. It's not a panic. Aliens will, like in the past, use the insect race to gradually eradicate humanity to gain maximum benefit. The think tank speculates that once the alien control is lost, the insect swarm could become an unrestricted top-tier race like in the movies. Not to mention the insect race. Do we have the capability to achieve that goal? How will the other 4 countries handle it? Leader Li Ping also could not make an immediate decision. As this relates to the future of the Great Xia, Lingfeng was weighing his options. We have 2 billion people, far surpassing their technology and strength. My only concern is the high likelihood of a nuclear apocalypse. How could 4 superpowers that have thrived for hundreds of years willingly submit to the Great Xia? The current major countries, under the assault of the insect race, are just trading land for time. Their living forces are still intact. Once the Great Xia forces the 4 major countries, under the crushing conventional military strength, they will inevitably resort to nuclear weapons. It doesn't matter if they can't hit the Great Xia. They can definitely hit the surface of Tianlan Star. Does the Great Xia want Tianlan Star? First, solve the ionizing radiation issue. Let me talk to them. If it doesn't work out, don't blame me for taking action. Rest assured, leader, no matter what. The Great Xia will surely establish its dominance globally. Lingfeng made up his mind to first seek diplomacy before military action. A large amount of Xia technology weapons were not deployed on the insect race's defense line. Instead, they were hidden using their concealment formation, lurking near the high levels of the 4 countries. Once the electromagnetic and anti-gravity shield technology breakthroughs occur, the Great Xia will choose to launch a strong attack. Before the arrival of the 2nd-tier biological civilization fleet roaming the universe, Mo Lingfeng must integrate Tianlan Star to seek the greatest possibility of victory. It would be futile to discuss, even though Mo Lingfeng presented images of the sixth-tier insect race, stating that a large number of supersonic weapons exceeding 8 times the speed of sound would be needed to kill Annihilator. The leaders of the 4 countries still bluntly stated that they did not need military assistance from the Great Xia. They have the capability to defend their territory. What capability? Before high-tier gene warriors appeared, their rapid weapons were limited to intercontinental ballistic missiles, which can barely keep up with Annihilators. This also signifies that they are hinting to the Great Xia with nuclear weapons, not to meddle. Sorry. But if I handle the exploration ship and the high-tier insect race invasion, and you still don't express your stance, don't blame me. After ending the secret remote meeting, Mo Lingfeng murmured. A day later, the moment that would determine the fate of Tianlan Star had arrived. Ahem. The reason for the one-day delay was that the Great Xia might be able to eliminate the aliens while ensuring the integrity of the alien exploration ship. The day before, Mo Lingfeng spoke slowly to Lin Qing, who was boarding the ship. Lin Qing, it's up to you. Don't feel pressured. If anything unexpected happens, we have ways to salvage the situation. Don't worry. Just don't forget the delicious food you promised me. Lin Qing wasn't nervous at all. She had made up her mind to eliminate the exploration ship at all costs for Mo Lingfeng. Her task was to launch the Dragon God South Might at close range. Utilizing her innate ability to extract biological energy, she would instantly take out the aliens aboard the exploration ship. After conducting experiments in the underground cave, it was clear that biological entities below the 6th tier had no resistance and would quickly perish in a solidified state. Don't even say that the ordinary aliens hiding in the exploration ship possess 7th or 8th tier strength. If that were the case, they wouldn't be developing biological technology. They could just overpower everything directly. Go. Eliminate it. Montag Lingfeng commanded. After that, the glorious Xia technology stealth battleship would remain silent throughout to prevent the alien exploration ship from detecting any anomalies. In fact, as long as the glorious ship left the hangar, the commands of the Great Xia could only be transmitted through flashing super-large lights to create a secret Morse code. With 3 minutes to launch, Mo Lingfeng and a few bigwigs were nervously watching the new satellite images. Lingfeng, is your little dragon reliable? Why not just blow up the exploration ship? Military bigwig Nia Bilao had seen the image of the dragon god's true form, but he was unsure of the power of the spell. In the eyes of this veteran who had controlled the military of the Xia kingdom for decades, there was no carbon-based life form that couldn't be killed by conventional weapons. If it wasn't destroyed, it just meant the firepower was insufficient. Nilao, it's fine. If anything unexpected happens, our ace pilot will immediately strike that exploration ship. Mo Lingfeng replied with a smile, trying to alleviate everyone's anxiety. That's good. The moment that determines the fate of the Great Xia is about to arrive. Let us quietly wait. The elder leader spoke slowly. As a precaution, the glorious ship was equipped with a set of large laser weapons and 2 sets of ultra-high-speed electromagnetic weapons, all locked firmly on the exploration ship. Theoretically, the initial speed of the electromagnetic weapon projectiles could reach sublight speed. The Great Xia wasn't that powerful yet. For now, relying on super-strong alloys and vast electric energy, it could only launch armor-piercing projectiles at 0, the speed of light. It may not sound like much, but it is a high-powered weapon with a speed of 300 kilometers per second. That's 900 times the speed of sound. As a supplement to light-speed laser weapons, it was temporarily sufficient. At this moment, the stealth glorious ship extinguished its power, relying on the inertia of space, silently approaching the exploration ship. At a distance of 20 kilometers from the alien exploration ship, with 70 seconds left, they would reach Lin Qing's optimal strike distance of 10,000 meters. Looking at the exploration ship as usual, Mo Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, it couldn't escape. Time was up, but the satellite images showed no changes. Was there an unexpected situation? All the bigwigs present felt a tightening in their hearts. Soon after, a communication request from the glorious ship came in. Instantly, the underground command hall in Kyoto erupted with applause. Cheers rang out. There was only one possibility. The glorious ship's operators would only actively expose communications if they had taken down that damn exploration ship. Except the communication signal. Montauk Lingfeng, as the overall commander of the operation, spoke with a smile. Chapter 76, The Sky Blue Star. A change is coming upon hearing the news. The scene of the Glory's cockpit appeared on the big screen. Report, Commander Mo. We just received a notification from Ms. Lingfeng. After her intervention, there are no signs of life aboard the alien exploration ship. The acting captain of the Glory, Zheng Guoshi, reported excitedly, knowing what that meant. Mo Lingfeng was about to speak when he was startled by the arriving Lingfeng. Lingfeng, don't forget our agreement, my food. The once adorable Mini Yinglong had now turned into skin and bones. Captain Zheng, return to Sky Blue Star immediately. Go at full speed. Mo Lingfeng reacted and immediately gave the order. He then turned to Lingfeng and asked softly, his voice a bit choked, "And you, why are you so foolish? I told you, we have ways to deal with the alien exploration ship. The 9th level mythical Yinglong had become like this. Lingfeng must have used a lot of her blood essence and vital energy. I'm not foolish. I can read the characters of the great Xia now. I saw you communicating with that old man yesterday, saying that as long as my actions go smoothly, great Xia can take over the technology of that alien exploration ship. I'm Fine." Before she could finish, Mo Lingfeng burst out of the command hall. He needed to hurry and treat Lingfeng as soon as possible. Lingfeng followed Mo Lingfeng closely. Although he didn't say anything, she understood that aliens were different from the creatures in the underground. How could they not have life-saving measures? So when she acted, she chose to fight desperately. In an instant, she burned up 90 of her blood essence and vital energy, unleashing a sky-sucking burst to ensure the aliens were completely wiped out. Quick, accelerate and join up with the Glory. Mo Lingfeng jumped into the dual-seat J-30 heavy fighter and ordered the waiting pilot. But Commander Mo, the pilot is not ready to execute the order. It's simple. The J-30's burst speed will exceed 9 times the speed of sound. An ordinary person like you, not wearing a combat suit, definitely cannot withstand the overload. Right now, I'm not that weak. Mo Lingfeng shouted, knowing how bad Lingfeng's condition was. Yes, Commander Mo. As he spoke, the pilot slightly opened the afterburners. For a short time, the J-30 changed the angle of its engines and left the ground. After gaining some altitude, the pilot pushed the throttle to the max, and a terrifying sonic barrier appeared. Yes, you won't be in danger. Wait for me. Mo Lingfeng held up his communication pad, wearing earphones, feeling a bit anxious. I'm really fine, at most. I'll sleep for a few decades. Just remember to give me some spiritual liquid, or I might really not wake up. Lingfeng's voice was a bit slurred, and her tone dropped. She was getting a bit sleepy. Mo Lingfeng didn't understand why Lingfeng was pushing herself so hard. Don't sleep. Wait for me. I have treasures. I won't let you sleep. I'll just nap for a bit. Call me when you arrive. She was barely holding on. 380,000 kilometers. Both sides were flying at high speed, and even with the afterburners in space, it would still take 5 hours. During that time, Mo Lingfeng experienced extreme anxiety. One of the few times since his rebirth. He felt heartache, but not despair because the system would show pop-ups and rewards after he dealt with the aliens. Ding! Congratulations! Successfully dealt with the mastermind behind the insectoid invasion, completely rooting out the possibility of a first-wave crisis intensifying. Reward: unlocking 1 level of the main mall authority. Reward: technology for utilizing spiritual energy. Reward: 1 unlimited gold spirit pill, which greatly improves one's qualifications upon consumption, contains a trace of extreme heavenly energy. It can also repair one's shortcomings. Hidden information: the subsystem has remotely acquired some low-level energy. The time to open the time-space channel has been shortened. Expected. Note: this information is not visible to the host. That main mall is of no use to Great Xia at all, but for Mo Lingfeng's cultivation, it was quite useful. So he didn't mention it. The unlimited gold spirit pill detailed that it could heal injuries of cultivators below the immortal level. As for the 9th level Yinglong, it wouldn't be a problem to turn serious injuries into moderate ones. The only thing useful to Great Xia was that massive light energy technology. Unlike the controllable nuclear fusion technology used on Sky Blue Star, light energy technology could create special devices that absorb over 80 of light energy in a vast area. As long as a large device was set up around the sun, the energy converted per second would be equivalent to the total energy of Sky Blue Star for a year. After reading the introduction, Mo Lingfeng glanced at the manufacturing requirements and almost got mad. It only mentioned resources that Great Xia didn't have. So what was the difference between this light energy technology and the already unlocked battleship technology? Sigh. Yes, there is technology, but Great Xia's metal level can't keep up with it. Currently, Great Xia's materials science cannot produce components for battleship-level weapons. Not to mention the even more challenging light energy technology. Damn system. You really know how to make me rely on the efforts of our Great Xia researchers. Mo Lingfeng brushed aside this matter and prepared to rescue Lin Qing. Looking at the distant Lin Qing's body being dragged by the glory, Mo Lingfeng felt a bit distressed. She was just as emaciated. Commander Montag, please enter the glory first and change into a space combat suit. Zheng Guoshi connected to Mo Lingfeng's signal. I understand. Mo Lingfeng's voice was a bit hoarse. After taking a little time, Mo Lingfeng changed into the combat suit and floated in front of the Yinglong's head, gently stroking a scale on Lin Qing's head. Good girl, eat this. As for the spiritual liquid, I'll send someone to deliver it later. His tone was full of affection. Everyone knew that Mo Lingfeng was extraordinary, but he couldn't release a large amount of spiritual liquid under the watchful eyes of various countries, right? Now, countries with synchronized satellites over Sky Blue Star were all going crazy. A 400-meter alien spaceship, a 400-meter giant monster. Who could just stand by and watch? Of course, they had to try to take measures. Even if Lin Qing had lost most of her sensing ability, she obediently opened her mouth wide and held the unlimited gold spirit pill. Captain Zheng, I command your ship to take her back to the moon. You must guard her and ensure the safety of the alien exploration ship. Nothing must come near. Watching Lin Qing's body regain some luster and flesh, Mo Lingfeng calmed down and instructed Zheng Guoshi. Yes, Commander Mo. Mo Lingfeng needed to return to Sky Blue Star. He had to oversee Great Xia because the world was about to change. With an extra day's preparation time, there would definitely be no accidents on Great Xia's mainland. But he had to ensure the safety of the 42 overseas military bases. In just one day, Great Xia mobilized all airborne resources and transported 20,000 tons of military equipment and ammunition to each of the 42 temporary overseas bases. Sure enough, the moment the alien exploration ship was dealt with, all the insectoids erupted into chaos. Not to mention the swarms in the ocean. The insectoids attacking the base city went completely mad. Unlike their previous strategy of attack, the insects now only charged forward. Previously, Mo Lingfeng had warned the overseas bases to be cautious of the insectoid uprising. But other bases not under Great Xia's responsibility would suffer. Incessant swarms of insectoids poured out of the ocean, launching full-scale assaults on major base cities. Mid to high-tier units also appeared on the front lines for the first time. Leader, rest assured, the insectoids will not break through any of Great Xia's defenses. After this wave, if they still don't submit, then I can only. Mo Lingfeng privately communicated with Leader Li Ping. The demise of the aliens would allow the remaining 23 queens to lift their restrictions and unleash a frenzy of troops. A fully unleashed queen would let other countries experience the real terror of the swarm. No matter what, Great Xia's supremacy must be secured. As for those 4 countries, if they refuse to cooperate, then just sweep them away. Of course, sign it as Li Ping. Haha, I want to go down in history. The elder leader replied gently, but his words were so domineering. The signature issue was to protect Mo Lingfeng. No matter who made this decision, they would be labeled a tyrant by future generations. Mo Lingfeng was somewhat moved. The old man had worked hard for the Great Xia for most of his life. Yes, the leader. Everything is for the Great Xia. Chapter 77. Nuclear weapon launch in the beautiful country's White House. Meipu looked at the satellite images, feeling somewhat uneasy. Howard, do we have the capability to deal with that Xia Country divine dragon and the high-level insectoids deep in the ocean? Meipu was anxious. Anyone seeing a large Xia divine dragon floating in space would struggle to remain calm. As for the high-level insectoid troops, mentioned in Lingfeng's secret meeting, their speed and defense rendered conventional weapons useless. Even for the beautiful country, the old-style large-caliber electromagnetic cannons they replicated using Xia's technology wouldn't work. The specific data on the destroyers was terrifying. Commander, our intercontinental ballistic missiles can exceed 20 times the speed of sound in outer space. Even when penetrating down to the surface, they still maintain a speed of 10 Mach. Dealing with those insectoids is not a problem. But that Xia Country divine dragon, the Secretary General replied slowly. Hearing his unfinished words, Meipu fell silent. The Xia Country divine dragon currently stationed on the moon definitely stood for the Xia. Moreover, their synchronized satellites captured a mysterious armored figure standing in front of the dragon's head, with such a terrifying size still in space. What kind of weapon could take it down? Which dragon lacks long-range attack capabilities? It could be said that with this dragon, the Xia possessed a weapon even more powerful than nuclear weapons. After all, nuclear weapons cannot be used. But that space dragon, it can go wherever it wants. Not to mention it, can we find a way to obtain that alien exploration ship on the moon? Meipu, feeling a bit pressured, spoke in a more indirect tone. Howard showed hesitation, paused, and then stated the painful truth. I'm sorry, Commander. We have already communicated with the Xia Country, and they refuse to share their alien ships and technology. Furthermore, even if we wanted to act alone, our space station and lunar spacecraft cannot bring back that alien exploration ship. Meipu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by an urgent communication. This is Commander Meipu. Report. Commander, our military satellites have detected a large number of insectoids appearing along our coastal areas, with numbers possibly exceeding 5 million. Additionally, there are many large-sized insectoids. 4-star General Hades quickly reported. How is the defense of those coastal bay cities? Can it hold? Meipu's heart tightened as he recalled Lingfeng's warning. He couldn't help but panic. The beautiful country has coastlines stretching tens of thousands of kilometers. There are countless large cities along the coast, and after receiving intelligence about the insectoid invasion, due to national circumstances and freedom, Meipu could not swiftly evacuate tens of millions of civilians, only able to establish base cities and deploy troops for protection. Hades immediately replied, I'm sorry. I cannot guarantee the safety of all base cities. The aerial forces of the insectoids include entities that cannot be killed by conventional weapons. After seeing the satellite images, the military of the beautiful country launched a wave of missiles and artillery strikes.